How's the music? It's really low when I watch it back. In fact, I can't even hear it. Damn, it's low. Anyway, hey, for Tuesday night, welcome panel, all that. Open panel. There we go. Come on up. Let us look at the news. Ooh, live update. Israel claims responsibility for strike in southern Beirut. Venezuela opposition says its victory is irreversible. So they're not letting this election go, it looks like. That'll be interesting to watch it play out. That's all I see going on. Let us check Twitter. Oh, I never did check in with the Twitter Satanists. Let me do that. Yeah, that video I played earlier, I was thinking about it with the it was the guy that had the Biden shirt at the Trump rally and the Trump shirt at the Biden rally. And when he had the Trump shirt at the Biden rally, they were so hateful. They were ostracizing him and calling him all kind of ugly things and shooing him away. And that's how the Satanists were that I got canceled by. That's when I talk about the people up here and why I don't go try to find jobs and leave my house and all that stuff. It's because it's like me walking out with a Trump shirt to a Biden rally. The minute they find out my political positions, or even I ask a question or challenge something, it's that reaction. And then when he goes to we can watch it actually. When he goes to the Biden rally, the Trump rally in the Biden shirt. Here, I'll play it again. It's a cute little video actually. All right, let's take a look.
Watch as this guy goes to a Biden protest in a Trump shirt and a Trump event in a Biden shirt. You can clearly see the difference between Trump and Biden supporters.
I'm right into the Biden protest with the Trump shirt. Get your ass across the street. What the f is everyone so hostile?
Go over there with your people.
You guys are my people. Look.
No, you're not.
No, Biden
That's
says
how they are.
Trump. No, stop. Don't snitch. I'm blending in.
This is not normal. This is mental health.
Why is everyone so angry? I'm just walking the sidewalk. You see how much hate it is over here? It's a public sidewalk. I feel like I'm gonna get jumped out. Oh, when you poured water on me, did it make you feel happy?
Yeah.
I have to
Probably
change shirts.
did.
Can I hide behind you?
Okay, now he's at the Trump side. Watch this. That's my people.
Okay. I was feeling crazy today. Hey, come on. It's just so much more respect over here. I'm here for my favorite president, Biden 2024. I want to sniff children.
That is that's what Republicans remind me of, red state people. When I went home to Louisiana, they were chill, relaxed, they could take jokes. The difference is night and day. So when I talk about my struggles and difficulties up here, I'm not exaggerating. It's those kind of reactions. That's what happened with the Satanists. So it is real. It happens way less on stream than it does in person. Although I guess the Satanist stuff was all virtual as well. I didn't meet any of them in person. I was looking at Twitter. All right. Twitter Satanist. Not really much going on in the satanic world. Oh well, so much for that. Let's see who's streaming. I saw that TML was up. Yep, TML. We might peek in on him. Moose was streaming earlier. Provo. Moose is still streaming. Midbro. Wow, the whole panelverse is streaming tonight. All right. Let's see. All right, Machine is doing his machine thing. Provo has Illumitami, and looks like JG doing their Spurg thing. Midbro is doing his vertical thing, which makes me want to vomit just right off the jump. Yeah, I'm already exhausted. Um, so that's the panel verse tonight. And then there's me. If you don't want any of that other stuff and you want to come here and have a conversation of your choice, hopefully intelligent, we do try. Or you just hang out in the comments and clown with everybody else. Let me see. Let me check old tweets. Was there any topics that I have left hanging? The white ladies, white women against for Kamala. The white dudes for Kamala. We talked about those. Yeah, I think I covered everything. Yep, I have nothing. It's open panel. Yeah, he hasn't been around actually in quite a while. I think he I don't know. He got what he needed, or it. I, I don't know what happened. I just know he hasn't been around. Um, we have Apple Man in the back, who I don't know. A, can you flash your camera so I can see that you're a real person? And B, oh well, he's out. What? Well, God, y'all have such a way of like hitting at core issues. We're supposed to be a we. I say we because I think of this as a community and not just me. Although I'm also a one man show at the same time. Hey Zat,
Hello.
what's up?
Nothing. I heard you talking about my nemesis.
What, your nemesis?
Yeah.
Oh, is Mike's? Did you see where they made a video of you attacking him?
Yeah, there's two of them actually.
Oh, you're already getting content made about you. That's good.
I didn't mean to, but I was surprised when I saw that.
Pray Jesus. I don't know. Jesus doesn't seem to be working lately, or is that part of the? Because I use him for peace and comfort, but I notice there's like storm clouds brewing, and he doesn't seem to be helping. So, am I doing Jesus wrong? Am I using him wrong? Or it's not even about using him. But when they talk about like in Jesus' name, peace, can we pray for peace in Jesus' name? And then that feeling of peace comes over the group, that kind of stuff. I don't know if it's working anymore. What's up, Zat?
Not much. I don't know. I pray, but I don't pray to Jesus as such, you know. I just pray to whatever is behind all of this. You know, whatever that intelligence is or whatever.
You think there is one? I pray sometimes when I can remember it. Hey, Spike. Oh, you meant hand banana. Okay. And we want Mike Cerrone. I get it now.
Yeah.
He wants Mike Cerrone. Yeah, I have my suspicions about him. About HB.
Hey, what's up, Spike?
Anything exciting going on today?
No, not really.
That's good. We can have a nice chill panel then.
I'm still battling bronchitis.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. I don't know. It's starting to break up. So,
Is there anything you do for it?
Yeah, I've been just drinking NyQuil like it's juice, you know?
Yep, I remember NyQuil.
Yeah,
I hated the taste, though, even as a kid. Ugh.
it's rough.
Ooh, and it has an aftertaste in your
Yeah.
mouth.
They say that, you know, they have to make medicine taste bad or you'll think that it doesn't work. At least that's the way it used to be.
Oh, really? I don't know. Some of the ones growing up was pretty good. Some of the cough syrups I remember they had a grape flavor that was really good. But then they had this one medicine that was like a creamy banana, and you gave it to the kids for worms.
Uh,
And like if you had a pet that had worms, all the kids would have to take this banana flavored worm medicine. It was so gross.
Damn. Well, I didn't like penicillin because it always had that artificial flavoring taste, and it was just gross. And it was like this creamy liquid, pink liquid, you know.
I remember there was this one that was real chalky. It would leave this chalkiness on the bottle and this chalky coating on your tongue, but I don't remember what they gave it for.
Yeah, I don't
Hey,
know.
Jack, what's up? Oh, Jack, somebody was looking for you the other day. I don't know if you watched the stream. They had a Karen tracking you down. You kind of hate the devil. Well, see, that's that confrontation between Jesus and Christ I'm talking about. I'm still in it because Jesus is not really coming through on his part unless I'm just not doing something right. Um, Jack, Pine Creek Doug showed up here the other day and he's like, "Who is this? Do you have a guy named Jack that comes around here? He was talking about me." And we're like, "Oh, really? You saw the stream?" And he's like, "No, I go through my YouTube search every week and I filter it. I type my name in and I filter it for that week. And it shows me all the channels that it was talking about me. And then I go into each channel and I pull the transcript and I search my name to see who was saying what. And there was a guy named Jack Darko that was talking about me. Where is he?"
Oh my
I said,
God.
"I don't know. He's only been here like once."
The guy's like a
No,
body.
that was his first time coming by. He saw me on PF Young or something. Yeah, so you're making a name for yourself. And he read what you said in the comments. I don't remember what it was. But yeah, he was a supercharged Karen coming after you. So Doug, if you're out there, here's Jack. All right, what were we talking about? Medicine as children. That's ironic because Jack works for Pfizer. I wonder how much of it was Pfizer medicine.
Mm. Yeah, I don't know. None of that shit really works anyway. Like the NyQuil is supposed to make me sleepy, but I guess I'm immune to it now because
Oh, you might have a tolerance. It does me for sure. Oh God, it knocks me out.
I'm getting nothing off it. I was looking forward to it knocking me out, and it's doing nothing.
It was the stream you came on after that appearance he made on like a week or so ago, or 2 weeks ago, I guess, on PF Young, when Pine Creek stopped by, and then you came on here afterwards. He has the transcript of that because it came up in his YouTube search results when he searched his name. Advanced trolling, probably so. Oh, I think it was after this week's PF Young, so Saturday. The Saturday stream I did like midday. Yep. So you could pull the transcript of that and do him back, just right back at you. It was more or less intelligent conversation though. Doug always brings a level of reason to things that I value and appreciate. Ah, well, you skated by.
Like ships in the night.
Battleships. The night. But I guess that's what this panelverse is all about. I'm learning. It's what is it? Darwinianism. It's a state of nature. It's Lord of the Flies. It's
Yeah.
Survivor.
Lord of the Flies. Favorite line was where they
People
kept,
think it's this community thing, but it's really not. This is nature at its most savage. Welcome.
What up?
Speaking of savages.
Listen,
He's all polite, like,
I just
what up? Hi, guys.
how's it going, folks? Yeah, I just wanted to talk a little bit more mad shit about Pine Creek Doug, and yeah,
Okay,
the fucking
we could do that.
bad faith sophist prick.
We'll give him some
who,
more transcript
yeah.
to review.
Yeah, please. I mean, you know what? It's actually really cool that he does that. Unironically, like it's kind of cool. Like I wish I was important enough on the internet to like to Google my name that often.
Well, he said that any good content creator should already be doing that. So it was a nice tip to learn about.
Mm.
And I have been doing it since, and I found a couple of videos of me, and there was one they made of Zat too. So it worked. I was pulling up content I didn't know was out there.
I mean, I don't know. I feel
Hey,
like
Bex.
there's a threshold there of like I don't know. Like if you read every comment that gets put out there about you, like at some point that's gonna work out against you. Probably, I would say.
Oh, just statistically, people are gonna express their negative thoughts and emotions more than their positive.
Right. And like, I mean, like most people can't handle that, but like, I don't know. That's what separates the whatever from the chaff of a good content creator is if you can.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking forward to reaching that threshold, actually. So far, I still have the luxury of being able to read every single comment.
Right. Well, you're also a cool dude. So, like, it's hard to, like, I mean, like, I disagree with you on a lot of stuff. And, like, I can't think of, like anything bad that I could say about you. It's like, yeah, like, I don't know, there's some.
Could we be
there,
neighbors?
like,
and I have a Trump sign in my front yard, and you had I guess it's Harris now, a Harris sign, and we could still live in the same neighborhood.
Oh yeah, I mean,
okay. Then that's all I ask from Americans, fellow Americans.
Well, actually, sorry, not Trump. I like any Republican candidate that isn't Trump. Anything besides that.
He's the candidate. Yeah. I'm not. That's not of my doing.
Sure.
I didn't necessarily want him to be. I was shocked that he was actually.
Yeah, and you had no say in.
But no, I didn't. Really. No, I'm not part of the nominating process.
You're not,
right?
What?
I mean,
I'm not even a registered. They don't register by party here.
Oh.
I tried to register as a Republican, and they said we don't do that here.
Really?
Yeah.
Can you vote in both primaries then?
I think so.
Oh, well, that's cool.
I don't know how it works, but I just know that there's you don't declare a party when you register. There's not even a box to do that.
Oh, have you voted in a primary before?
Mm-hmm. I just don't remember how it worked.
Gotcha. Yeah,
because we vote by mail, so they send me like a couple of ballots each throughout the year, and I vote. I do a lot of research when it's time to vote. I spend about a good half a day or more researching.
I mean, do you even ask for those ballots? Like, is that legal?
Huh? What?
I mean, like, do you even ask for those ballots? Like, is that legal for them to just like
send they mail them to it's vote by mail here, so they mail them to everybody that's registered to vote.
Whoa!
If you're in the voter registration bank, then you get a ballot mailed to your address that you can update at your convenience. And here's the thing that's interesting. And they may have changed it, but people could search the database and see how you voted. So I could like search Jack Darko in Washington State, and it would have all his past voting. It would have his voter registration, his address, and how he voted in all the elections. That was public information.
How do you feel about that?
I don't know. it kind of struck me even then, like, wow, that's a lot of personal information to just be making available to anybody.
Or so like, was it just candidates that you voted for, or was it how you voted on like different measures, or like referendum?
No, I think it was just like R, D, D,
Oh,
R. Maybe it was like a blue box, pink box.
yeah. Well, I have slightly different feelings about that.
He is entertaining. I will give you that. For he knows how to work a crowd. He's a good rhetorician actually, and he knows how to exploit pathos. And there's the fist still, like on an archetypal level, resonates with me. It's always going to.
He
And I
even
know he's a
knew it.
crook. I believe he's guilty as hell. I consider him a convicted felon. I have no illusions about the man, and it still somehow manages to move me in a way that Kamala definitely does not.
Kamala's a fucking tool.
Are you a Kamala person,
Who, me?
Jack?
Oh, I'm a white male.
Does it make
I
you
don't think.
nervous
I
having
mean, no.
Kamala?
Sorry. I thought you were asking me if I was a Kamala person. No, I'm not a
Oh,
black man.
did you? No.
Sorry.
See, you pronounce her name right. Nobody understands you. Sorry. I guess I'll start saying Harris. Vice President
No.
Harris.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Jill Biden could have brought Joe Biden, or could have walked out and earned on the DNC stage and said, "This is Joe Biden," and I would have voted for that.
There were merits on both sides, and there may still be for Harris. I think she's going to win personally. I'm preparing for a Harris win.
Be cool.
Mm.
Yeah, I liked her back on.
Chuck is on Moose's panel right now, gossiping about everybody.
Wow.
All right, I'm not going to post it. Who are these freaks? You don't know Zat. You haven't been around in a while. This is Jack Darko. He's an esteemed guest here. And so is Zat. Zat watched a show with us the other day. You should remember him.
Mm. Yeah, the what was it? Big Brother.
Big Brother, yeah.
Yeah. Big Brother.
Blood sports. The real blood sports.
Yeah, what is that?
It's artificial, actually. It's artificial hierarchies that get created.
Whoa.
So what's new with you, Jack?
You know, lost heavily.
I saw you on
Verbal Combat.
Yeah, Verbal Combat. They
Yeah.
I don't know if they took to you. I don't know if that means they took to you or didn't. But
I mean, I just hopped on.
to lose
yeah,
to
I
Joe
lost.
Cool.
Yeah. Oh, not even like just to lose, but to lose like 87% to 13% was like
I didn't think he'd pull it off. I
like-
even typed in the chat. I'm like, it was nice knowing you, Joe. You're about to get slaughtered or something like that. I
Oh.
was convinced. And
No, I
Joe
mean-
actually was holding his own and making some decent arguments. I'm like, damn, this is Joe Cool?
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, there's no way I was going to win that probably in retrospect with hindsight. But yeah, I mean, I was watching the chat. I knew what was going to happen. I mean, they picked the like two left-leaning people to fight because they wanted to get rid of a left-leaning person. So,
oh, were there a lot of left leanings?
It was like me, Joe, not.
Oh, that's right. I forgot, Joe. Yeah, you and Joe should be very much aligned.
Yeah. Yeah. I just
Who
I had a
ended
hard
up
time
winning?
with like the
Was it
one-on-one.
that little Irish guy?
No. I did everything I could to make everyone vote for Shiva, Channel 4 or the Channel of 4. Sorry.
Yeah. Did he end up winning?
But yeah, no, he did. He just like cornered the fuck out of that Irish cunt, and I hate that guy. I'm racist against Irish people now because of that guy.
Because of him.
Yeah, unironically, I hope Ireland gets nuked.
That's not even implicit bias.
No, it's just real. Like, wow.
Explicit.
You know how many dollars he paid to ship a MAGA hat over the pond?
Oh, that reminds me. I need to get my MAGA hat. Those things they want $40 for those.
Yeah, because it goes to him.
That's a ripoff.
They're
40
probably well,
bucks.
no, they're probably 45 now because he was the 45th president. I mean,
Oh,
it's just the funny
yeah.
meme price.
This. Oh, is that Trippy? Is that a compliment or a
Yeah, do we all look so well adjusted that
right? Is this a credit to mental health? Are we the poster children for mental health? I'll take either one actually.
right?
If I'm the model of mental health, or I'm with people want to associate with mental health, I'll take it.
Oh, also, I got a job, which is cool.
A job?
Yeah, I get to work.
Is that? I thought you had a job.
Yeah, I had a contract. I finished that contract because
Are
uh
you still at Pfizer?
uh no. Yeah, no. I mean,
Wait,
I
wait.
ran out of
Oh,
stuff
this
to
is
do
quite
there.
some news because last week you had worked for Pfizer,
Yeah, yeah.
so
Yeah.
no more. But it's doing something in the same field.
Yeah, yeah. Or slightly different, but yeah. Uh
Oh, what are you doing now?
um okay, listen. Don't at me, but yeah, I worked for process development and quality control at Pfizer. So like I did the capitalism behind big pharma, like finding like cheaper or like more effective ways of testing. Um, uh, yeah, I don't know. I went through all of their procedures. That's all I can do there. There's no reason for them to keep you there, and I cannot handle being at work with no work to do. I would rather be dead. Uh, yeah, so I
Wow.
had to find another job.
Well, that's some good instincts.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, how the neurodivergence do it. Like most people, uh, most neurotypicals, which I say with attitude because I use it
The
as a slur.
normies.
Um, yeah, the normies. Yeah, they work like 50% of the day, and like that's like what you should aim for as a neurodivergent because that's what most people
Is
do.
that you think that's their natural pace?
Yeah, yeah.
Are they holding back?
I mean, they might be able to do more. It doesn't matter. Like most people only work like half the day. Most normies only work half the day because they're not like I don't know. They're not like creating flowcharts in their brain of like how to like
Right.
or they're not doing an iterative process for like how can I do this better or faster in a way that feels good to me. Um, like they're just like
Well, I would want a bunch of people like us in there instead that could work like twice as hard on multiple levels at once at
well,
a faster, more intense pace. What's the downside to that? Well, like
well, I
why aren't
mean,
more employers doing that?
because it depends on if you need someone to like work through a backlog and like always be working like from behind, or if you need someone who's on call. And is just like just hanging out there and ready to take care of anything that comes up. But otherwise, nothing to do. Like think like a cashier. Like they have no work to do.
Right.
Like really, like their main job is to wait for a customer to come through and check them out. Um, that's not us.
It could be if there's enough problems that come through to solve. Well,
It it
I
could
think it's
be.
a team.
It
You
is not
have
reliably.
oh, because you could have some working on the backlog and then some working on fresh problems that show up in the moment, or like some
Right.
combination of the two, or maybe switch off roles down then or whatever works. But I think you can
Right.
make it work.
Well, it's
But
highly
you'd
like
still get that extra like horsepower that you don't get from normies.
well, yeah, but it's like like if 80% of your time is downtime, then like that 20% when you can work faster than everyone, work faster and or better than everyone else, uh,
Yeah.
doesn't really like overtime for what they're paying for like doesn't benefit them or it's not as value added as like putting
Oh,
you
like
as a stalker.
a numbers thing.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean that's what I mean.
I
Who
wonder if
who
they
in
could use us when
capitalism?
they need us, like
Well, yeah. I mean, that's
hourly
why
or
I
I
like
90 I
I like
99.
contract work.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that exactly
Yeah. I
that.
mean,
Yes,
um,
that's
but
what I
yeah, I
do.
mean, that's what. Yeah. I mean, that's the work I've done throughout most of my life. Is like, hey, like you need something fixed. It's like a, you have a need. I can fill that need, and like I
Yes,
can
that.
surpass.
I think we're
You know,
perfect for that. When
yeah,
we find our niche, like our
yeah.
peculiar little strength, and build on that and position ourselves to do freelance or piecemeal work in that field, being through self-employment or being our own boss or contracting or whatever. That seems to work
I
for a
mean,
lot
like,
of.
yeah. Well, I mean, like half of them maybe.
So how long are you at
Uh,
this one
uh,
then?
um, well, it's not a
Until the
contract.
project's done.
Uh, yeah, no, it's not a contract. I need something to get me through grad school.
Oh, so you're still in grad school?
No, I listen. I'm a non-traditional student. Okay, I double majored. It took me a while. I should have gotten my master's. I was a dumb fuck 18-year-old. So
That's common too.
yeah, I mean, listen. I finished Calc 4 by the end of high school. I was like, I can double major. It won't take that long.
Damn. What did you double
I
major in?
plan. Biochemistry and mathematics.
Dang. Well, hats off to you, sir. I would love to know how to chase a monkey from a panel chat.
What?
Sounds like we're doing a good job already. Hey, Chuck, I saw you over on Moose's Gospel. But Jack and I are having such a great conversation right now. I don't want to bring you up to disrupt that.
Yeah. Do you have a lot of work experience in like the corporate world, or like, or sorry, I mean, if you share that kind of stuff, like, don't.
I have a lot of work experience, trying to have work experience and get. Actually, before I moved up here to Washington State, I was fine. I was very successful in what I did. I taught special ed for a few years. I worked in adolescent psych, inpatient. They really liked me. It's when I came up here, I have a lot of experience trying to integrate into work environments and not being successful at it. And usually ends up with me leaving or getting terminated. And so after COVID, I did the self-employment thing and the independent contracting thing, and I've been doing that ever since. And that's working a lot better. It's just not as steady and lucrative as an actual job working with the system. Most of it's my interpersonal, like whatever the culture, whatever's in the culture up here that's creating these barriers, which is ironically enough where I think wokeness has a point. I think there is such a thing as marginalization. Um, but in addition to that, I think on hang on, I lost it. That was the personal stuff. Oh, the DEI is another thing that keeps me out of the workforce because I'm not about to sit through a training about how racist me or all my friends are and that kind of stuff just to work somewhere. So it's kind of a personal choice to be done with the system for that reason as well. But no, my experiences as an adult have not been positive, and a lot of it's because of the neurodivergence. My last job was at a disability agency, and I was specifically there for the invisible disabilities like autism, neurodivergence, all that stuff. And I even got fired from there. So even the people there didn't understand any of that.
Okay. So like, I'm just gonna appeal to this weird statistic where like, I don't know, there's like a 40 to 50% unemployment rate for autists. Um, and the unemployment rate for white males is um, significantly lower than that. I don't know, single
Lower.
digits. Yeah, it's like single digits at at best. But yeah, I
Is
mean,
this when did this trend start? Does it say?
I mean, well, I mean, autism has had a 300% increase in diagnosis since the year 2000.
But the employment rates, especially for men.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, I mean, for men, I mean, like the national unemployment rate is like unhealthily low. I'm pretty sure still.
So if is my intuition that if you're both male and Asperg, you're fucked, an accurate one?
Um,
Do I have that
well,
intuition for a reason beyond just
yes,
anecdotal
but
experience?
one of those is way more important than the other.
The male thing,
No,
the
it's the
Asperg thing,
autistic thing. Yeah,
makes you think it's harder than male.
I mean the unemployment rate for autistic people
Is
is like
objectively worse.
is 40%.
That seems
Uh,
low even for autistic people. I think it would be like 60s or 70s.
I mean, what percentage of males do you think are unemployed?
Subjectively, like 80. Um, Objectively, I don't know, maybe 30. Still, I see
Um,
your point. It would be lower.
for sure. So in May 2024, the U3 unemployment rate is about for male adults is about 4.2%. So the
4.2 employed or unemployed?
unemployed.
That's pretty high.
I mean, that's about where it should be.
Yeah.
Like there needs to be like a frictional unemployment rate for people like changing jobs. Like under 4% is unhealthy. Like we had that for a while. Like that's why wages like skyrocketed. Like during and post pandemic, or well, near like the middle or end, like following the pandemic. Sorry.
No,
Is that still here?
I saw a headline today, and it said that they may have identified the cause of autism.
The cause of what?
Autism.
The cause? I thought they traced it to as many as perhaps 1,000 genetic factors.
I don't know. It was just a headline that I glanced
Oh,
over. I didn't read the article, but
I posted something in the Discord. They cured low functioning autism in like two
oh,
twins.
that twin study.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember it. There were a reduction in some of the traits.
Yeah. One went from like 70 to like 30 or something, and then one went from 12-ish.
Frank, be nice to our guest, our new guest. Yeah, I don't know the solution because I don't think the normies can be relied on to be the ones to help our rates go up. I think it has to come from our side somehow, whether it's and the greatest success I've found is self-employment or independent contracting or something like that, where we stay in
Or
control of
masking.
some product or service we're able to offer.
Or masking. I mean, yeah, we could all be streamers, or find a new job that's coming up soon.
Yeah, there's that, or creating, like pioneering the jobs. Or if you're a certain type of Spurg, you can get a job with a tech company doing something computer or gaming related or something like that. But I don't have that kind of. I'm not that kind of Spurg.
Uh, yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. The unemployment rate gets better if you disclose, but also like I don't really know what, um, like a lot of
Is
the
that one
times.
of the higher groups, or are there groups even worse?
Uh,
40% unemployment seems high.
oh, it's very high. And I mean, I guess like disability employment rate. Would that be it? I mean, not that being autistic is a disability, but it interferes in our life.
And is this just autism, or is ADHD also thrown in there?
It's specifically
Oh, okay, because a lot of entrepreneurs, CEOs, business leaders are end up being ADHD. So I wonder what the success rates for ADHD are if they can make it in one of those top positions where it seems to be a strength.
No, it's not a strength. Just when it's medicated.
Well, not every ADHD person medicates.
Listen, neurodivergence is not a superpower. Take a
Not
strong
a
stance on that.
superpower, but definitely it could be a strength. Like hyperlexia, for one, could be a strength. Hypercalculia, um, memory, attention span, processing speed, multi-track processing, hyperfocus, monotropism. Frank, we don't hide. It's not like there's a normal person behind the autism waiting to come out, and the autism is just a mask that this is the person. It's neither one of us are hiding behind anything.
I don't know.
So,
Jack might be hiding behind that mustache.
okay,
Well,
so in 2023 in America, um, people with workers with a disability had an unemployment rate of 7.2%.
how much?
7.2
Employment or unemployment?
unemployment.
Unemployment of 7.2.
Yeah. Um,
I think that's pretty good. Having worked in disability employment, that's
yeah,
like
I mean,
a 92.8% success rate, employment
yeah.
rate. That's amazing.
Well, the autism one is estimated between uh 38.6 and 62.
So when you isolate just autism alone, it goes up to 30. Shit.
I can I'll put this in the back chat. Uh,
Predictors of unemployment status among adults with autism spectrum disorder. 254 adults. Okay. 60% were unemployed. 38% were unemployed. 61 were employed. All right. Disability disclosure and education level are factors. Um, I find education level to be a negative factor in my jobs because it intimidates everybody else and makes you a threat. And the debate of whether to disclose or not on a job comes up all the time in my work. And I always tend to disclose, to go on the side of disclose because it sets a context for any future weirdness. And with autism becoming more and more part of the discourse, it's kind of like being gay and coming out. I just think it helps everybody for more people to see it and have to deal with it. So I tend to be on the side of disclose.
do you mean that in like disclosing on your application or
Mhm.
like actually
Yeah.
to, like to your employer?
Yeah, like the application, sometimes it asks specifically, is there a disability, blah, blah, blah. Sometimes it gives you a spot to say, is there anything we need to. I also talk about the PTSD as well, mostly because I work in mental health settings. So it actually works for me to have that. But
Mm.
also at the interview, if there's nowhere on the application or they don't know ahead of time, um, the interview for sure. Like I would never walk out of an interview without them knowing about that. Of course, I'd probably be rocking through the whole interview anyway. And my name on my resume would be attached to autistic projects anyway. So like it would be obvious in my case. Hi, Dom.
Hey Jeff, I'm gonna drop down because I gotta get up early tomorrow.
All right. Do you have anything you want to add in? I know Beck said that she likes hearing from you.
Oh yeah. No, I have nothing to add, man. I'm just still kind of bronchitis out.
Okay. We'll get some rest. Enjoy the NyQuil. And
Yeah, the night cool.
we'll see you later.
All right, see you later, guys.
All right. Take care. All right. Yeah, they're liking the stash, I guess. It's it's your brand.
Yeah, I grew it myself. I don't know, for a meme, just shave it on air.
Were you do you do that Movember thing?
Oh, I used to.
Oh,
Forgot that was
all the hipsters used to do it. I don't even know if it's a thing anymore. But I know all the hipsters in Seattle used to do it.
Oh, ironically, like this mustache takes me like 4 to 6 months to grow, and then I don't know. It just this is about as long as it gets.
Does it help with stemming? Is it like a stem tool?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, otherwise I'm doing other shit.
Playing with. Yep.
Thing. Verbal combat thought I was picking my nose.
Oh. Well, at least you got fatality, and you didn't get bought off the panel right off the start, like I've seen people do.
Oh, yeah.
But it was against Joe Cool. That's going to be hard to live down. Joe Cool, if you ever want a rematch, show up.
Or no, I went on the after panel. I'm supposed to do a 1v1 with that Irish piece of shit cock.
Oh, Terry,
dumb
I don't.
fuck, sophist, bad faith. Other words, probably. Sorry.
Every time I see him on a panel, he never talks. He just sits there with his shades and vapes on his little thing. So I don't really know much about him.
You know who Darth Dawkins is? Okay.
I'm thinking of a different Darth.
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. Krayak is trash.
Is he a righty? What do you call us, righties?
I mean,
I'm a citrus, but
centrist. No. It has nothing to do with his political stuff. Because he lives in Ireland, which means that his political stuff has literally absolutely no fucking bearing on me.
Yeah, any Canadians out there watching?
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah. Like Speakeasy, also a
and
fucking
not
Canadian.
Laws.
Yikes,
but yeah, this audience is like half Canadian already. All right. Is his personality?
No, it's just like his like sophistry and like his bad faith. But yeah, I don't know. He weaponizes logic in a cringe way, like the law of excluded middle.
Yeah.
That means whenever I ask you a simple question, you have to say yes or no. There is no in between, right? Because the law of excluded middle.
Yeah.
That's stupid, and that's not how that works.
Is that he was trying to use that?
Yeah.
To get you to say a yes or no.
Yeah.
Oh.
However, if you ever press him on anything, if you ask him a yes or no thing, which is like a very simple thing that like shouldn't require explanation, he's like, I don't know, maybe. Wait, it's my turn to ask questions now. Because like he just, I don't know. He's like, oh, if I can show that you're a hypocrite or or that you have a contradiction, or that like you look kind of silly, then I win. Which is not. I mean, it's good like performatively, but like it's sophistry. Has this dialogue tree of bad faith questions to like.
Well, I find most of it is sophistry and rhetoric. There's very few people here that are actually here to engage in logic and dialectics.
Well, the thing is that they'll appeal to that, though, right?
I know. They will appeal to it until you hit one of their trigger points where it starts to intersect with some personal story that they're heavily invested in. And all of a sudden, the logic will go right out the window and the pathos will kick in. I see it happen over and over and over on these panels. The most logical people are not even. Me and Paul get into it all the time. Paul has his little points of that too. And when they happen, I catch him and I try to communicate to him, and he doesn't see him or pretends not to.
Right. Yeah. Oh, this is so obvious. It's like, no, Paul. No, it's not fucking obvious. You can't just state that it's obvious and then we all accept it.
He does do that, and he does the like undermining of logic thing too.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's not tied to logic. Like, I don't know.
But Paul, you can be not tied to logic and still value logic and
well, yeah,
be an advocate for the value of logic.
Well, yeah, until it's inconvenient for you, and then
and that's one of my criticisms of the woke is they try to do these little end runs around logic, but to see somebody like Paul doing it on the centrist side, the same thing, I don't think it's good when any side does it. I think logic is important, and should be
I do it.
respected, and you shouldn't take shortcuts around it just for political purposes.
Well, what about the problem of induction?
You cut out
What about the problem of induction?
induction,
Yeah.
like from experience, just anecdotal experience, or collective induction group
Or sorry,
from
or I'm
societal
sorry.
experiences.
I'm referring to like a formal uh philosophical like thing of like um so like the scientific method depends on induction. Yeah. Like, like we're presuming that, like the stuff that happened yesterday is going to continue to happen tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So
It,
that's
it,
an inductive process, right? Like we
right. There's
can't.
induction, deduction. Well, there's also abduction, but like the
Yeah,
induction
yeah.
looks at the larger patterns and forms the conclusions that is then applied to specific cases
Correct.
deductively.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, yes, in terms of or rather, it's instrumental for us to just kind of presume that like it like cascades down to deductive stuff, but
Yeah.
like the scientific method like necessarily is like inductive. Like we're presuming that you know the way things went yesterday is the way they'll go tomorrow, and
Yeah. There's a stability and continuity to
yeah,
reality.
yeah, right, right. Is that like the past predicts the future, right? Like there's some sort of consistency there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But we don't know that for sure. Like we can't deductively
But
say
but
that like
well, we have made models with some predictability that seem to work. So we know that we
yeah,
have some ability to do something prediction wise on some level or scale.
yes, and it's very useful. Like like it helps us make technology, but like we have no way to like deductively show that science, like that all of our, I don't know, like the sun might explode tomorrow, and
Yeah.
like we could have never seen it coming
Right.
because like we don't know something. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So yeah, it's the problem of induction that like anything outside of formal logic is induction, and like we're using some sort of iterative process to try to predict what's going to happen moving forward, but we
Yeah.
have no guarantee that that will that our previous observations are reliable to predict what is going to happen moving forward. Like
Yeah.
that like the laws of physics might change tomorrow.
And
um
when we do encounter the anomalies, at least on the scientific level, that we adjust the paradigms to account for them. On an individual level, your model more or less works until it doesn't, because it gets you through your life. Like as long as your life is
yeah,
stable and it's allowing you to lead a relatively stable life, then your personal model is working somehow. Like whatever you need it to do, it's doing. And
yeah,
then when
yeah.
you encounter a personal crisis or whatever, you can update your model.
Yeah, I mean, like when I go out to start my car in the morning, because I totally do that every morning. But yeah, like I mean, I count on a lot of science and technology to
Yeah,
that it's going to start running rather than explode. But
yeah,
yeah, like it's a it's a hard problem of induction that like the scientific process is very reliable. It's a great iterative process on like where we can like learn things and things will like get better over time. However, it's all inductive. 1000%.
what do
Like
you
there's
think,
nothing deductive about science.
like as in final conclusions?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, like everything, every major paper posted in science is like yeah, like with a 95% confidence interval, we can say that like even if we're describing like causality, it's like it's like oh we did several trials and like like this seemed to be better, significantly different than that like based on our statistical analysis,
yeah.
which is all and we're presuming that that's how it's always going to work. Uh, but yeah, it's the hard problem of induction.
What do you think that means, or how does that translate, or is it even relevant to the common ordinary person that's just trying to make sense of their world, trying to make sense of reality? They have a more or less scientific bent or naturalistic bent, and the subtleties of the inductive process is not going to have much meaning for them, but they do have some respect for or appreciation of rationality. How would that translate to the, or is it even useful to the common person?
I mean, like in theory, like okay, so this is hard, very hard to describe. But like at some point there might be something like better than the scientific method that comes out, and like if that happens, then things they're like people should be open to that, if that makes sense.
I
Like it's
guess.
hard to describe just because like it's like like what if to describe something better than the scientific method,
Like it
like
could be AI and quantum computing, like true AI combined with quantum computing could yield something that we can't even envision yet.
yeah. Which like might be better than the process that we've made, and like if you're still holding on to like the scientific process is the scientific method is the best way to go about things, then I mean you'd be more wrong than others, like less wrong than people who didn't accept the scientific method. Um, yeah, I mean,
I think it's also the extent that maybe that's not either. The extent to which you care about reality versus mythology. But then I don't think it's that either.
or wait, or sorry, uh, not to cut you off, but like do you believe in like a capital T truth, like some
Like
sort of
beyond the
objective,
human, like
like some sort
something.
of objective like truth?
I think if it is there, first of all, it's kind of a human conception anyway, but if it is there, we can only access it through our humanness. It's going to have a specific human form, just like cats have a specific cat world truth. And so I don't think we're going to, like, us as a human, because we're species bound, are not going to have access to some kind of transcendent cosmic truth outside of our human limitations.
So that sounds more like you're like agnostic about it. Shut up to freak, you
Um,
fucking traitor.
what did Freak do? He's here
He
to
has
bring Jesus energy.
Trump 2024 in his fucking tagline.
Oh.
Yeah, Trump derangement syndrome is real, man.
Wow, yeah, that's what I call every time someone criticizes something I don't like. It's just you have whatever derangement syndrome.
So tell me, what's the why do you not like Donald Trump?
Do you acknowledge that Donald Trump led an insurrection against the United States government?
No. What makes it an
No.
insurrection?
It was an assemblage of people aimed at interrupting a public process, or a government process, which was the lawful certification of the vote, um, to which Trump had transmitted false, like forged elector slates, and then sent a group of
I
people.
thought part of that
So
was supposed
what?
to come out in those trials. Like it's still in due process. So
No,
there's
it's all he's immune from it all now.
no,
Like
they have to go back and reclassify the
no,
charges.
no. You didn't read the ruling then,
I
because
did. They said they're
specifically,
bumping it down to the lower courts to because they set up
sure.
categories of
And when they
immunity.
specifically talked about public acts that were preclusive and inclusive, when it was the president talking to his acting attorney general, did they say that he had immunity during those conversations, that was not admissible in court?
They gave their thoughts on immunity and some examples of what might be in each class, but they ultimately left it to the courts to
I
actually
No, they didn't.
classify
No,
each
they didn't.
charge. They didn't.
Like
Yes, I read the ruling.
okay, so the ruling, did it say that Trump or that the president has any immunity at all whatsoever?
Yeah, they had different categories of
Cool.
immunity.
And like what categories? So like when when we talk about the preclusive and inclusive, like like role, like or sorry, whatever powers of the president. So like like the
And
president
and
talking to
some
his
of it
vice
was like
president.
acts in office, private acts, acts in his office of
Sure.
president, et cetera, et
Again,
cetera. Like
yeah, again, if you read the ruling, it says that when the president is discussing with his acting attorney general or his vice president, Like, whether he's telling them to send like fake letters to states saying that like, hey, like, you shouldn't certify your vote because, like, we think there's election fraud, or when he's talking to his vice president saying, hey, you should accept the false state of electors. Those are power, like those are acts in office of the president because he has the right to talk to his acting attorney general and his vice president, and those are not admissible in court.
The ruling itself did not actually classify any charges. The lower courts have to make the actual classifications. The Supreme Court just gave their
You
opinion.
can keep repeating that, but like
that's what's in the rule. I pulled up
okay,
the ruling
cool.
now.
Quote
I'm
me
pulling
in
it straight out of the
like,
ruling.
hey, cool. Okay, so you're just selectively
Here, I'll
quoting
put
the
the
ruling.
link. No,
Wait
I
a
have the
second.
whole thing up.
It's
I'll
already
put
a
the link.
contradiction. It's already a contradiction because do
There.
you think that what Donald Trump did on January 6th with the speech, do you classify that as an official presidential act?
No, like that
No.
was an act as a candidate.
No.
In the same way.
And how could it be an insurrection then?
Because you don't know what an insurrection is.
I don't know what an insurrection is.
Who determines what it is?
So only a president can do an insurrection? Is that what you're saying? Like you have to be like in office in order to commit an insurrection?
No, what you're saying is it was an unofficial
No. Don't tell me what I'm saying. Answer my fucking question.
What was the question?
Okay, so if Trump was acting as a private citizen and was trying to fraudulently usurp power from the United States government, like does he have to be in office in order to do an insurrection?
I don't know.
No.
Okay, well, you asked me this weird question about like, oh, was Trump doing that as the president or as a private citizen? Like that fucking meant something. So, can you explain to me like what that question meant?
The immunity ruling has to do with the official acts and not unofficial acts. You say unofficial.
I don't give a fuck about.
I'm reading right now out of the
speech.
ruling. At the current stage of proceedings in this case, however, we need not and do not decide whether that immunity must be absolute or instead whether a presumptive immunity is sufficient. They're specifically saying they are not making that decision.
Correct.
They're bumping it to, and that's just one sentence. I'm going to quote more as I go through it. But my question was, who gets to determine if it was an insurrection or not? Is that a legal category, a legal term? Is it just whatever dictionary we're using? What is an insurrection?
No.
It
has nothing to do. Trump was never charged with an insurrection because that would be fucking crazy. Like what Trump was charged with.
Well, people keep saying
defrauding...
that he did it though. He engaged in one.
Yes, because he did do okay. So
including you,
if someone gets murdered and no one gets charged for that murder, was anyone actually murdered?
Yes, someone was killed.
Well, but no one was charged.
That's why I think it's important if we're going to make claims about this insurrection to understand what it is we're talking about, and then we can decide if Trump was involved or not. But as long as they're going to make the claim,
so as an official act, Trump ordered his acting attorney general to send a fraudulent letter to states.
Right.
To
that's the stuff in the
legal.
indictments.
That's legal.
Yeah.
Fraudulent.
It was in the.
Okay.
He was indicted, and it was going to trial. I think there were 3 different trials for it at one time.
If he was doing an
most of the
official
evidence
duty,
from those trials is no longer like admissible in court because
in my understanding of the ruling, which I have pulled up in front of me, the lower courts had to determine which parts of those trials were still legitimate, and I don't know that I didn't hear that they've done that yet.
No, they haven't.
No. Hang on. Sorry. I will find the quote.
So parts of those trials could still go through.
But it will end up back at the Supreme Court. I'll almost guarantee it.
How come the January 6th committee referred 0 criminal charges to the Justice Department?
So certain allegations, such as those involving Trump's discussion with the acting attorney general, are readily categorized in light of the nature of the president's official relationship to the office held by that individual.
That's what impeachment's for.
Yeah, and do you know why he didn't get voted to convict for impeachment in the Senate? Because he wasn't in office anymore. And then once he was out of office, he said, well, you can't convict me criminally because I'm not in office anymore.
Now, impeachment is Congress's tool to deal with official presidential well, not presidential, but any cabinet official illegal act. Not
Okay,
not the
so it
legal
should only be
system.
up into Congress to hold the president
Yes,
responsible. Like he should be
yes.
free of any and
No,
all criminal acts.
no,
No matter
he's.
what.
He wasn't.
I think he's also
So if
subject to our
tomorrow,
justice system, and the Supreme Court agreed. They said he does not have
no,
absolute
it
immunity.
doesn't. You have a misunderstanding of the
No,
ruling.
they
here. I
carved
don't know,
out
what
parts
else
of
to
the
say.
ruling where absolute immunity would not apply. It depends on the act. You have to
Like
evaluate
where?
acts.
Like
They
where?
said.
Sure. Again, from the Jack Smith indictments, all of the acts listed in those indictments, like the court lays
They
out pretty
haven't been
specifically.
reclassified. They're still in process. We don't know which ones they're gonna say are still indictable and which ones fall under this immunity. That
Okay, but
process
from the
has not been
categories
finished yet.
described by the Supreme Court, like which one of those do you think are going to be held?
You have no
I'm
way
not
of
the trial
knowing.
judge. You asking the wrong person. That's why the Supreme's bumped it specifically to the people who are most positioned to do that. It's not me. I have no idea how
Eh,
I
they're
mean,
going
no,
to
they're not. Like they've
reclassify
ruled
them.
that the president has absolute immunity for any
In
and all
some
official acts.
areas, but not all.
No,
and so
no,
they have to go
no.
figure out
That's-
which areas
that's-
apply to these
No,
indictments.
Roberts created these categories out of thin fucking air, and you're just wrong. The president has
I'm
absolute
saying what's in
immunity.
the ruling,
The
so I guess
Supreme
you just
Court.
disagree with Robert's
did you
ruling. But
ignore the part?
I'm drawing from the ruling.
Okay, so you just missed the part in the ruling where it says the president has absolute immunity for all official acts.
Well, that's probably why they tried to kill Donald Trump.
I mean, it doesn't matter. Even if Biden did that himself, it doesn't matter because the president has unlimited immunity for official acts. Like he can order a drone strike on
Joe
Donald
Biden
Trump
tried to
tomorrow.
assassinate
It doesn't matter.
That's not what I took from the ruling. So already we have a disagreement in interpretation.
Yeah,
I'm not
I
just
mean-
going to accept your interpretation.
We can
Sure,
make,
you're
fake
citing
allegations
like
about
a sentence
For
to say,
criminal
like, oh, well,
absolute
not like
immunity
Donald
from
Trump.
criminal prosecution for actions within his conclusive and preclusive constitutional authority. And he
Sure.
is
What
entitled
does that
to at
include?
least presumptive immunity from prosecution for all his official acts. There is no immunity for unofficial acts.
Okay, so again, what counts as an official act?
That's going to have to go back
Courts
to the
have to
Supreme
determine.
Court. Yep.
The lower courts.
Okay, so the Supreme Court said absolutely nothing about what is an official act.
Yeah, they
Correct.
had a whole ruling
your
giving their
stance?
opinion, but they themselves were not making any of those determinations. They told the lower courts the lower courts had to make those determinations.
And then it's
So
going to go
the
back
Supreme
to
Court
the-
didn't decree that they classify any acts a certain way. They left that to the courts to do, and they haven't completed that process yet.
How come the fake January 6th fake committee didn't recommend fake criminal charges to the fake DOJ on the about January fake 6th?
Hate.
Yeah, salute
Oh,
everybody. else.
Jeff,
Hate.
I left that
I-
article in the fact chat for you.
Oh
on
yeah,
that
I
log-
saw it.
Okay.
I pulled it up.
Oh.
So, Jeff,
Hey, Mike, welcome.
salute, sir. How are you? Everybody on the panel, salute. Hello.
Hey, Mike.
Why do you hate Trump so much? I mean, what's the derangement that you have? Why do you hate Trump derangement?
He's my
He's a
hero.
terrible leader. He's anti-American. He stands for absolutely nothing. He has no policy positions.
That
Like-
seems
like-
all
What?
subjective, like just opinion.
How can you say that with a
That
straight
sounds
face?
like some postmodernist commie bullshit. Okay, Jeff.
President,
He's a
Whoa.
terrible leader. Okay, by
Everything's
what
subjective.
metric? He's anti-American. Okay, I need to know more. What do you mean by American? So that's what I'm saying. On the surface, none of it's like concrete, specific details about why you hate Trump. It's subjective, impressionistic
Rhetoric.
reasons of why you hate
Jeff,
Trump.
but
Sure.
wait,
Alright,
Yep.
Jeff,
what
you
would
don't
you like to hear more
understand.
about?
America first means America last now in the communist, global order.
if
The
you want
global
my
homo
opinion,
order.
if you want my opinion, I think you want to really love Trump, but I think maybe you're pressured by family and friends that you're not allowed to like him.
Absolutely not.
He's
President
You know-
Trump, President
you know
Trump is a
nothing
great
about
man,
me.
Great man, a great leader. He forged peace deals. The economy was amazing.
No, he didn't.
Prices went.
there are
He did.
there are legitimate reasons to hate Trump, just on a visceral level. So people that dislike Trump, I don't think that's that aberrant or anything.
My
I
family
allow
is
them that
mostly
feeling.
right leaning. My family is mostly right leaning. So we've had a huge split over this because you know,
Oh, wow.
recently I've lost a handful of family members like a week just because like nope, like if you support Trump,
Right.
I
So
believe
you
that you're
got
a traitor.
canceled from the right,
I mean, from my family,
from the
which
Trump
are mostly the
supporters?
right. I mean,
So
don't know,
what?
whatever.
So who do you think? Jack? Who do you think would be the best presidential candidate? Who do you think should be the president?
Your mom.
Whoa.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
yeah. That would
I-
get you. That would get you knocked out, bro. But go ahead. Who would be the
Mama
best?
Sarone, Mamo.
Oh,
Yeah,
that
talk about
violent
someone's
rhetoric
castle-
from the
yeah,
left
talk
over
about
here.
someone's castle mother. That's a good move, bro. That's really funny.
Here, do we need Jesus
think
to
he's
free?
mad.
Can we get a
Yeah.
prayer?
I
We
think
want
he's
to
mad.
pile on.
Yeah.
Lord, bring peace to the panel and
In
let
the
us have
name
a
of
rational
Jesus.
discussion. In Jesus'
Well,
name.
I asked a very honest question, and you say your mom. You can't because you can't even form an answer.
Well, we have Jesus now. He's gonna smooth all it over. And
Just form an
Yeah,
educated
we're
answer.
piling
Just
on
take-
him too. So
yeah,
take
another swig,
care of
bro.
me.
Yeah, take another swig.
We're bringing Jesus in. So,
Yeah.
all right, that's
Yeah, I'm
good.
just
Nice and
asking,
peaceful.
who
Do you think Trump is the best candidate?
Yes, no doubt, no doubt.
No, he may even
1,000%.
lose. He may even lose.
For sure. I mean, okay, yeah. I don't
This-
have a good answer
Yeah.
for who would be the best. I know
Me.
who would be better, and it's literally Trump.
Under Trump, I felt safe. I felt secure. Trump's a badass. He went around. He met
Well,
with
facts don't care about your
first-time
feelings,
Hold on,
honey.
Jack, hold on. Let someone finish their sentence. He was the first person to do basically chill out Russia, chill out North Korea, because he wasn't playing. He's not sleepy Joe Biden. You know, he will attack.
Oh, he chilled
that's what
out
our
North
president-
Korea by saluting their military, being the first president
right.
to
So you
salute
can't stop.
a foreign
I know you
military.
have tics, bro. I know you have tics, and you can't stop flipping your mustache.
Hey,
but
hey,
let
hey.
someone else
Hey.
talk.
We
Yeah.
all have dicks up in here.
Yeah, no. So do you, Jeff. But Jeff, you let people finish their sentence. He can't.
Yeah,
My
but
bad, sorry.
sometimes that happens here. You just gotta kind of roll with it.
Once they interrupt you, they're nervous and wrong.
Not
Just
always.
roll with
Not
it.
always.
Just roll with it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying
Trump-
it happens. It's kind of a norm here, so don't
My
get
bad.
too
Yeah.
caught
Go
up
ahead.
on it.
Trump will win. Kamala has no shot in Hades to win, and it's just that's what's going to happen. And then Jack will sit in his corner and cry because Trump
I
is the
think
man.
we'll help Jack out. Jack will be fine. There's a place for
Yeah.
him in Trump's America.
I want to see
He
Jack.
white,
I want to see
he
Jack.
male.
Yeah. Yeah. If Trump
I
wins,
wanna see-
the next day,
Yeah.
instead of bitching for 3 years about voter fraud, and,
I
like,
agree.
you know,
I think
trying
that
to
was
do a coup
ridiculous.
and like
I yes, I'm not with the voter fraud thing at all. I think that's crack pottery.
Jack, if
You're kidding,
Kamala
right?
Harris invited you on stage, would you twist your mustache for her?
I disregard the person, whoever it is, and I go by their policies.
That's
Yeah.
that's
Yeah, I
at
mean,
least
what-
this
okay.
election. That's
So,
what's
like,
going
what
to come
did-
down to.
Okay. So Trump ran on immigration reform, like we're going to build the wall, repeal and replace, an infrastructure bill, and probably a bunch of other shit. And what did he get done during his presidency? Even when he had not a super majority, but had like the House and the Senate.
Yeah, that's
like,
why y'all
he
should be so
passed
worried.
Tax cuts for the wealthy and didn't pass an infrastructure bill. Like didn't repeal and replace. Like
Everybody
had
got
to
a
executive
tax
order
cut.
his way through a fucking border shit. Like what? He's a dog shit politician.
Do you think Obama's or the Clintons pay taxes? No, they're exactly the same. They have.
Were we talking about the Obama or the Clintons? Did I say a
You're
goddamn
talking-
thing
you're
about
talking
taxes? I'm talking about Trump's
Republicans.
policies, you fucking mongoloid, troglodyte retard. Sorry,
Look
that's
at the
probably.
Spurs. Look at
Trump's
the
had
Spurs.
Leave me out
This
of
is an
this.
entertainment channel, YouTube. Ha ha. Wasn't that funny?
Jack, why do you spurg so much? Just chill, bro. Just chill.
Hey, no. We can't.
I-
The Spurgs get to Spurg here. We can't police
Yeah.
the Spurgs.
Or no, sorry,
I
I'm
can tell you what he
I'm
did, if
spurging
you
out
wanna know,
because
actually.
I didn't know if the R word was banned, and I didn't want to fuck up Jeff Shannon.
No, it's
and I
fine.
felt
You
bad
can
about
say
that.
it. We say it all the time. I'm
For
half
sure.
retarded
my bad.
myself.
I didn't know.
How old are you, Jack?
Sorry, Mike. Go ahead. 32.
Christian, Jewish, Buddhist. What's your worldview?
Uh,
Agnostic.
no.
Jack, are you talking to ghosts in the room?
You won't be attacked here, Jack.
Yeah. I do optimistic nihilism.
Oh my God, that's what my ex was. Is that a real thing? I thought that was something he made up.
I mean, it just
That's
like I don't know.
scary. He was a
I
spurt
don't
too.
think anything matters, but I think that we should make the best of it anyway. And like, yeah, I don't know.
Are you married or?
Things are
Yes.
going to get brighter, even if they never get better.
That's true, Jack. That's actually a good analogy. It really is.
I'm kind of a Christian nihilist.
That's true. I'm a satanic optimist.
Yeah, I was atheist from like 0 until like 13, and then I did the Jesus thing for a while. Like I learned a lot of like ancient Hebrew and Greek, and like they dug into the Bible. It was like this is.
Did you
like,
find
pretty,
Jesus?
Yeah. It just like wasn't in the church. If that makes sense. So yeah, I don't know. I kind of like.
Yeah. Well, so the thing is, if you call out for Jesus, Jesus will come to you. He will come to you subconsciously, and that's
I would love for Jesus to come up.
I do call. Yeah, I'm the same way. I do call.
Yeah.
He does not come.
I call.
He comes, but it's. I need more than just.
You gotta stick with it, man.
Me talking to a voice inside my head.
Yeah.
So if
I
you're
also
a
have
nihilist,
schizophrenia.
if you're a nihilist
schizophrenia?
and Donald Trump is possibly the Antichrist, wouldn't you want him to be president?
So?
No,
well,
I'm not an accelerationist. Like I'm like, but no, I don't know how.
I mean, but why
got
miss the
there,
opportunity? Get the hell out of here. You know what I mean?
Why should I leave the country that I love, like the best country
no,
in the fucking
I'm
world?
talking about
like, what
going to
the fuck are you
heaven.
talking about?
Heaven.
I don't believe in that. So
I don't even want to go to heaven.
So you don't
Yeah,
believe
I
in
mean,
so you don't believe in heaven and hell, Jack? You don't believe in that?
or I don't think we can have knowledge of that. I mean, I'm open to the idea of it, but like, I don't know.
That consciousness continues without a brain.
Yeah, I mean, my epistemology like is like pretty firmly rooted in science, and like I would require like supernatural evidence of like supernatural happenings, and like it's a whole like weird
Jack,
thing.
do you believe that we have a soul? That we actually have a soul?
I don't know what you mean by that. I mean, if you mean like some sort of unique life, like metaphysical essence, like.
The whole thing, basically the
Maybe-
whole thing is that, I'm sorry, I'm going to try to cut you off. The whole thing is that to believe in you have a soul, it means you never really die. Like you live, like you live forever, whether it's subconscious.
No, I don't believe in that. Okay. Or rather, I operate my life on the assumption that is not true. I'm open to the idea of that, but like I don't want to live my life thinking about like what's after it. I would like to make the most of like what I know that I have rather than what I think I might have.
So the theory is if you think about what's going to happen when you do pass, it makes you more on the straight and narrow. Does that make sense, gentlemen? Like in other words, okay, well, I want to live the best life. I want to impress my maker. So I don't want to have.
So can thinking this is the only life. It can have the same effect. You get this one shot, so you want to make it the best.
Yeah,
and you're assuming that he's not on the straight and narrow. Why would you think he's not?
Yeah, no. I mean, like that is a good way to like, I don't know. That's good opium for the masses, for people who are like too dumb to like think about like how it would just be better if we, like we're out for, like the betterment of society rather than just for ourselves. However, like I don't know. There's a whole like very crumbly like epistemological thing there where like you believe in like sort of divine revelation shit and like I don't know, like at some point we're gonna be at odds, whether that be tomorrow when I ask like how do you know that and you don't have a good answer. I keep trying to ask that question.
Might as well I'm an accelerationist. You might as well get there now.
Oh no, I
try to get there tonight. If
I think that's why would you like that's like okay, I feel like that would make you a bad person. Like you're trying to make everyone's life worse.
All I can tell you is this:
the law of thermodynamics.
Whenever
Wow.
I had a major,
Good one.
whenever I had a major decision to make, or I was really angry and I wanted to do violence, or I wanted to act a fool, as they say, I thought about what God would think. This is me. This is only what I think, not anybody else. What would God think? Because I feel like He's watching me, and it would actually calm me down. That's just the way that I did things. So, I believe if you believe in God, and He's watching you all the time, I believe it chills you out. In other words, don't do that, stop it, chill out, because your father's going to
and I love that for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I love that for you. I love that for you so much. But I would rather people like be able to do that like without some like ethereal promise of like a eternal bliss.
What if
after
that
you
promise
die.
helps them? Like,
I
how?
mean, sure. Like again, like I'm very pragmatic. So like, yeah. I mean, like if people are acting better, like I don't necessarily care the reason, but like, yeah, like I would prefer people like do that like just cause and not because like God's watching. Like I would rather them like want to do that on their own, and like work towards that sort of
But
like
you'll take
level of
God's watch.
virtue. I mean, like
think,
I will, I will accept that because it'll result in a better society. But also, like I don't know. Yeah,
I think both men's mindsets are awash because if you know that there's a hereafter and that you're going to be judged, it helps you also live in the now and make better, not only make better decisions, but live in the now and make better decisions. So it's really kind of a wash.
No, I mean that like is an invalid statement. Like what?
Your logic is not working. The freak.
Well, if you know there's a hereafter and that you're going to be judged, you're going to be less
What's the
inclined
other
to
side of it that washes it out?
that you only have one life to live and YOLO.
Yeah.
So it's basically the same.
Oh, I
mentality
see.
as
You
a
end up
wash.
with the same.
The same
conclusion,
figure
like,
or zeal for life, basically.
prior that you live your life off of.
Sure. Okay. So real quick, has anyone, or have people frequently done terrible things in the name of God?
Like personally or humans?
I mean, you talking about the Crusades and things like that. Of course, there's been.
I mean, I don't listen. I know a lot of religions have done a lot of bad stuff in history. I'm not passing judgment on any of it really, but like, I don't know. Like have atrocious things happened in the name of God?
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Okay. So like why do you trust the average human to like, like judge for themselves whether or not like this will fit into God?
You don't trust the average human. Because most 99.9% of the average humans I know are not doing crazy shit in the name of God. In fact, I can't think of a single person.
Well, no. It has
even
nothing to do with that.
remotely close
that,
to
like,
me that's done that.
No. It's that like the average person is like kind of dumb, and half of them are like dumber than that person.
Kind of dumb.
What are you talking about, bro?
I think he just called you
average
dumb.
person is not dumb.
But
as a nihilist, I agree.
So are you worried about the intelligent people doing things in names of God?
It's just I would rather people do good things like without the like scare of hellfire or the promise of eternal bliss. Like I would rather people do the right thing for, like just because that's what you're supposed to do.
God said He made us imperfect. He made us imperfect. So in other words, we contradict ourselves.
That God sounds like an asshole. Then fuck that God.
Wow.
The Old Testament God, I have to say.
Well, I mean, did He do that?
It's not a flattering portrayal.
Yeah. So the whole premise is, I'll break down for you. The whole premise is God made us imperfect so we can learn. We can learn from our mistakes. In other words, when you make a mistake, you learn from it and you grow from it.
But I can do that without God. I don't need God to do that.
Yeah, but that's what God said. We're imperfect. So we're going to mess up. How bad you mess up is on you. In other words, you have free will. Just like God said, you have free will. So you make up the decisions you want to make up. People will get into gluttony. They get into lust.
There's a secular version of that too, which doesn't require any kind of divinity.
Yeah,
and
I would
still
prefer
have the
people,
same ethos.
Right. Yeah, I would prefer people not believe in fairy tales and like do the right thing because they believe in some fairy tales like are like actually like for real.
Why does it bother you? Why they do it?
I mean, like it's just like again, it's a an epistemological like bump of
Oh,
like
okay.
like they believe in some shit for like for some reasons that I don't think you should believe in shit for. And like yeah, like you run them down that chain of of stuff. It's like what?
I just think
Yeah.
But yeah,
people
I don't know.
believe all kinds of things for all kind of reasons, and who am I to tell someone why to believe something or not to believe something?
Well, I mean, I'm evaluating like actions done like by people for a reason, and like if you're doing the right thing because like like that's what you should do, I think that's better than like doing the right thing because like that's what God told you to do. Like, especially because you can like say that like, oh, I'm doing the right thing because that's what God told me to do, and that's why I'm gonna like you know buy an Uzi and or shit, sorry, whatever. I'm gonna go do some horrendous actions that I say are good because God told me it was good. Like
Yeah, I
that's
don't
a
see a lot of that happening, honestly. So I guess I don't worry. There's just not enough of that
no.
happening for me to
Again,
worry about.
like it's something that's happened in the past, and again, like
Yeah.
it's just like it's at some point it's like a fundamental like epistemological disagreement where I'm like, like I don't know, like at some point, like like some of these people don't believe in science or like 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 they have to abandon rationality like for their spirituality, and like I lose them there.
Yeah.
That
I,
makes sense.
I think most people are not rational to begin with. I have a very low
No,
expectation of
humans
people's
are not
rationality.
truth-seeking machines. Like that's
See,
we're evolution.
yeah.
We're not
I,
evolutionary.
I as long as they have the action, I don't care why they do it. I'm like, oh good, they did the action. I'm happy. They did a
Yeah,
good thing.
definitely. So Jake, did you ever go to church when you were younger, or anything like
Jack.
that, or no?
I did a okay. I went to mass a few times when I was like elementary school. And then I sought out church on my own around 14 and went there for
Mhm.
like 4 or 5 years. And then I don't know. I I went to one of those like non-denominational like rock and roll Jesus like kind of culty churches, and they threw me out for being too radical. So like,
Whoa,
uh,
what grade was this?
um, it was sophomore year of high school.
What was radical?
Listen, I had a lot of really radical ideas. Okay, I was a child, so I had I don't know. I was reading the Bible and deciding what I thought it meant. But yeah,
So your interpretation irritated them. Like, in other words, you interpreted it differently, and they didn't like your views on it, basically.
yeah, yeah, and they were like the kind of culty church who like
Oh.
were already like pretty uh, heretical.
Yeah.
So
What about
So they
the
they
law of
wanted they
thermodynamics?
yeah.
That's science, and it says energy cannot be created nor destroyed. So that means that at death, there's some part of us, whatever that might be, that continues on after we, physically die.
there's also the what like second law or third law of thermodynamics, depending on how you
Yeah,
And
but yeah,
I think
like
it's the second law,
yeah. There's
and to
no
see
like
that
right?
it's
yeah.
the
So
That's what I
no
believe. I
perpetual
believe in
motion like
defects.
every
right. So if that's the case, then there that alone is a reason that God cannot be off the table in terms of what you think of, hereafter or what happens after death.
yeah. I
Sure you
mean, like
can.
Otherwise, you're not doing your
I'm not
diligence.
against it. I'm not. Yeah. Like I'm not an anti-theist. Like I don't. I cannot claim. Like I think I would need, like non, like I would need like metaphysical evidence of like a being like that.
Yeah.
Like it wouldn't fit into my epistemological model, or else I would be able to prove like like with science that God exists, which doesn't make any sense, right?
I can give
All
you
I
a
know is
scientific way to test if God is real.
I That's not
Sure.
how that works, but I would love to hear it.
Um, as soon as someone can fully explain germination, they will disprove God.
yes, yes,
I
yes.
I germinated when I was little. We had these little. You give them in a cereal box. It was a little germination kit. You could grow a plant, a seedling. I used to do
All
it all the
That
right.
was sea monkeys.
So we
No,
know,
that
we
was
know
I
the
couldn't get those to
conditions,
grow. I
but
could actually grow the seedling. The sea monkeys, they all died. I killed all my sea monkeys. But freak, to do your due diligence, you would have to subject every single deity to faith to see which one is real. You can't just assume it's Christ or Yahweh.
Well, but God called his shot on that. I'm about to post it.
Oh, okay. I guess
Yeah.
God's way ahead
Science
of
has
me.
said if you can figure
Germination
out
is
this
fascinating
process,
to me.
that means God is real, and we figured
Oh,
out that process.
surprise, surprise. Hang on, y'all. We have a
Damn.
guest.
All
Y'all
right.
ready?
Yeah.
Jack, get comfortable.
Uh-oh.
There we go. Here we go. Am I audible?
Fair.
Welcome,
All right.
Doug.
What up,
Hey,
Doug?
Doug.
How are you today, good sir?
I'm doing well. You seem so nice to me.
I
Doug,
mean,
What's going
salute.
on?
Salute,
a
Doug.
certain
Salute.
threshold of respect that people deserve. But I also think you're a bad faith partisan hack. But yeah, like I don't like.
What was the quote? What did you say? I think you actually used the word hate. You hate me. I can bring it up.
Yeah, probably. Sorry. Yeah, I was.
Sorry, you're apologizing now?
No, I
Let's
mean
keep
I
it
do
civil.
hate you, but like
Let's
I
keep
don't
it
know.
civil.
It
Oh,
probably
We're
hurts to
having,
hear.
we're having a really
Doesn't
good
feel
stream.
good
We're
to
having a
hear
good
that
call.
people
Let's
hate
keep
you.
it civil.
So okay, I
Hey,
kind
do
of
you
like
hate him like you hate Trump? Is it that kind of hate?
I mean, I like kind of like by proxy, like I don't know. I feel like you.
That's one.
shared-
That's one thing that the reputation the left does have is being real hateful, like the hateful
You know,
left.
And real quick, I'm sorry, Jeff. Jack, it seems like you hate really strong personalities, like men that have strong personalities.
masculine
Seems like it maybe
personalities.
rubs you the wrong way. That's just my opinion.
alphas. He doesn't like alphas.
Who hurt you?
Elvis is the man, bro. Come on.
But I kind of like when people don't like me. So
Get
Jack, I
empowered.
would love to know, man to man, why you don't like me.
Probably just your
Listen, all right.
politics.
I didn't take notes. But like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like you ask a lot of like wonky questions and just like are like super pedantic and carry water for like I don't know people who don't deserve it. And yeah, I don't know. Like I hate you by happenstance. Like I think Trump is a traitor, and like so the Conservative Party is supporting a traitor, and like so if you support the Conservative Party, like kind of unabashedly, then you're kind of
Okay,
a traitor. And
if I
Brad.
was a progressive Democrat, you would then like me?
no, I would also probably hate you. Like
There's something personal.
Okay, so there's something more than just politics.
It's
So
your
what is it? You said I asked.
It's because of a similar level of radicalism. Like
the dark mirror.
I have like strong values and like I like accountability, and yeah, I don't know. Like I feel like both of those people, like a hardcore progressive Democrat and you are like both equally like unaccountable for some like wild
Okay,
beliefs.
if I was a mildly moderate Democrat or slightly lean left, then you would like me.
I mean, maybe like I don't know. Like I guess like I would have to see you like interact with like I mean, oh, sorry. So all of my feelings are based on like watching you on like Paul's stream, like kind of like torch a bunch of like baby libs like trying to argue with Paul about like whether or not he should vote Trump.
Yeah.
So like all of my feelings are in that context. Like I haven't really like explored your content. Like it was just like a wow, like dude, he's just like trashing these people, and I'm mad about it. You're very skilled rhetorically.
Paul enslaved or someone other Paul?
P.F. Young, Paul.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Okay,
So
so let me
Jack-
get this straight. You don't like me because there was some left-wing people who I was thrashing, and you didn't like it.
I don't like you because I feel like you support a traitor.
Okay.
Well, we
You-
all do. You must not like any of us.
Yeah,
Do
I
you all
mean,
hate us
like,
equally?
But see, but this
I
is
mean, yeah, but like like
this is why I asked the question. If I
I'm calling
was,
out all kind of stuff today.
that's why I asked the
Hey.
question. If I was moderate left, would you like me then? And I think you
You
kind
said
of
we
said.
could be neighbors.
So it is politics. It's not my style then.
Roommates.
Well, I mean,
roommates.
yeah, yeah. It's just like
Roommates.
supporting a lot of like un-American, anti-democratic values.
Don't you think Kamala Harris is pretty progressive Democratic? Progressive?
I mean, I don't know. Like she didn't like try to steal an election and then ask for immunity from the Supreme Court and then get it.
What do you mean
so,
they stole
I
the
don't know.
election?
Sure.
They
Yeah,
didn't try
I
to
don't
actually
have
did.
any reason to believe the election was stolen. I think
Yeah.
I'm going to consider that myth.
Yeah.
Narrative.
So Jack, I think you hate strong men. Like if it's a strong man in the room.
No,
Like
I hate
you rebel
like
against a strong man.
authoritarians. Like I
Yeah.
love this country and our constitution
I'm
and
a
like rule
Satanist.
of law.
My whole religion is founded on anti-authoritarianism. You think I'm an authoritarianism just because I support Trump?
No, because you
I mean,
I
I feel
couldn't
like
be
I could
more
describe
anti-authoritarian.
authoritarianism.
I fight a lot
Okay.
of authoritarianism on the left.
So this is interesting, Jack. So let's focus on the future just for a second. We can go back to the past if you want, but if Trump wins, what do you think is going to happen?
That's hard to say. I mean, he has like full immunity now, unless like something about that changes. And yeah, I don't know. He'll have like maybe this time, like for next election, like he'll have like a out of the what 60 out of 62 cabinet members aren't like endorsing him for this run. Maybe he'll finally find like 63 people that will like like do the right thing as he asked Pence to do, and like I don't know, like destroy the like the fabric of the country, like will undermine democracy and
What
Like in
probability?
Venezuela.
fuck shit.
What probability do you give that?
Well, like of him doing that if he wins.
Yeah.
Um,
And I know there's no right answer or wrong answer. It's just a guess.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to disentangle the chance I think that happening from him winning.
So he wins. What's the chance that he gets senators or whatever on his side to take over the democracy or whatever you're envisioning?
So I'm mostly worried about like him like paving the way and like like doing a bunch of like not him necessarily like being the dude who's like like fully usurping power, because I think he's dumb, and I think like some sort of like smarter Republican is going to come take advantage of like all the stuff that like the full immunity and like like all the deregulation and
Okay, but let's get
privatize the
specific.
weather service. And
So what are you scared
crazy.
that will happen? Like,
I
be
mean,
specific.
yeah, like most of the stuff in like Project 2025, like no overtime for people who make over $35,000 a year, to try to encourage like more benefits. Like the privatizing of the National Weather Service and like like basically
Well,
charging people.
This
for,
is the worst case
getting the
scenario for
weather.
you? Privatizing the weather service and losing overtime? I was
mean,
expecting rounding up Jews and killing them, but no.
I mean, sure. Like I don't know if you know, but like Hitler didn't start killing Jews on day one. Like that happened, like several years into his fucking thing. So like if you want to just like hand wave all the dumb bullshit that like how it started.
So you're worried about a
Trevor.
Hitler scenario ultimately.
We got a constitution to prevent that.
Trump doesn't give a fuck about the Constitution.
Okay. So let's say
He
that's
doesn't
true.
have a choice.
I'm coming up with a new strategy on how to deal with people like Jack. So I think you're right, Jack. I think Trump is going to become a dictator eventually. I don't know how many years it will take, but let's re-explore. Do you think he's going to start World War III? You think he's going to round people up and put them in concentration camps? What's your feeling?
I mean, I think he's going to pave the way to consolidate power in the executive branch and like destroy the institutions of my country.
Okay, let's say that happens. Why is that bad?
If
I mean, like if like 51% of people support it, then like I mean, whatever. I guess fuck it.
No,
like,
let's
it's their
say
choice.
Let's say 51% don't support it, but let's say he becomes a dictator. Explain to me, articulate why that's bad. Now, for the record, I'm against dictators too, but I'm asking you to articulate what is going to happen if he becomes a dictator.
Holy crap!
Yeah, I think the Constitution is really cool.
That's why it's bad. It's disrespectful language.
Are you done, Adam?
Well, they can use whatever language they want here.
Okay, cool. So I live in the United States. I think the Constitution is super duper cool. I think we're probably the best country in the world, and like I believe in rule of law and like American values. So I think Trump is trying to subvert those and like is trying to tear at the fabric of like what has held this country together for like a few hundred years, and I don't like that.
Okay,
because I like my country.
Besides you not liking it, is anything else bad going to happen?
I mean, yeah, if it's a minority of people who are installing Trump as a dictator, then like, yeah, I probably have an issue with that because like,
I know, but you see what I'm getting at? It's
No,
almost
I
like
don't.
it's almost like you're just saying I don't like it, but why don't you like it? Like what is the end result that you
because
think
it's
will happen?
destroying my country. He wants
Okay.
to take away freedom of speech. He
Oh, there
wants
we
to
go.
like
There we
have
go.
a chilling effect on the media. Like
He's
he
trying
wants
to
to
stop
suspend
DEI.
the Constitution. Like, yes, I'm an American. I'm a patriot. I believe in American values, and Trump represents the exact opposite of what my country stands for. And you're just like, well, like I mean, so like, what's the big deal about that? It's like,
No,
well, what
no,
if
I'm
we
not
elected a
saying
fucking
that.
communist?
I'm
like,
not saying that.
That
I'm
would
asking
also
you to,
suck. It's not my
I'm asking
value.
you to articulate the specifics. And you gave one. The first one you said is freedom of speech. So do you think who's a good YouTube left-wing content creator? Pac-Man. You know who that is?
Nobody knows.
Sure. Are you trying to redirect or like are you?
No. This is on topic
like,
of free
Do you
speech.
not want to
you brought up-
engage? Or no,
Yeah.
no. Sure, it's on the topic of free speech, but we're talking about Trump's position about free speech.
Right.
Are we not?
So
yes, we're talking about that, right? So can
Yes.
you please give me some examples of Trump supporting free speech? And tell me that I'm wrong, that like he doesn't stand for everything that's against free speech in my country.
He was
And
literally
fucking-
banned from every
and
social
look-
media
and fucking
platform.
look-
Shut the
Yeah.
fuck up, Adam and Freak. Doug, I would like you
I
to
was
provide me
talking
some
to Doug,
examples
actually.
of Trump
You can
supporting
relax.
Wow.
free speech.
Well, number one, I think he does support the Constitution and the First Amendment.
That is not the question that I asked.
Yeah,
I will ask it again when you're done.
He has said that he supports the Constitution and the First Amendment. That's free
When?
speech.
Yes.
If I were to show you, would you then back down on it?
Probably
Would that
not,
example
because he's
suffice
also,
for
like,
you?
Like because again, you're not engaging. You're not
What
engaging with all the stuff you
pseudo-
said about like wanting like the
what
media is the enemy of the people,
pseudo-conversation
wanting to open up Bible laws, and like, you know,
Okay.
like
If
wanting
you
to
look at
jail
what-
people who burn the flag.
Yeah, I kind of agree that if we're going to
Flag,
have
that's
a back and forth, the other people have to kind of be quiet. But that's not fair to the other people either. So,
For sure.
Jeff,
my
how
bad.
do you want to do this?
Sorry, I meant to send you an email because I wanted to come on your show
Start
and talk
making
if you wanted
sense.
to. If you want to do that,
But
I'm open to that.
this is when you said, when I asked the question, what are the bad things going to happen if Trump becomes dictator? And you said, I love
Yes,
this
good
country. I love the
question.
Constitution. I don't want to see, you kind of basically alluded that you don't want to see free speech to go away, which in my head means.
No, I don't
that-
think a traitor should be able to run for office.
Okay, are we going now from free speech now to a traitor?
Doug,
Can we go one
Doug.
topic at a time?
Doug, it sounds like a personal problem.
So this is my question. Like, do you think Trump will shut down all people who disagree with him or the party, that he will say you no longer can talk?
Do you think he's going to, or are you asking me if I think
Yes,
he's
I'm
going to
asking
like
you
just
that.
openly like
I
do
wish
that
we
and
know
just
lots
like
of
Yes.
you know, like very blatantly?
Yeah.
That's not how like politics works. So like, I mean, I guess no.
No. Okay. So then what you're saying is
There's
he
no way-
will allow free speech.
No, I think you're giving me a false
Not a chance.
comparison. Like you're just like, oh, will he completely destroy all of free speech, or will it just be fine? And as long as I say like no to your like very extreme, like, oh, like is he going to completely shut down everyone who agrees with him? No, then like, well, technically
what's
he's
a
not
non-
destroying
ex-
free speech.
Okay. So I gave you an extreme thing that you say won't probably happen with Trump. Is that correct?
All you do is
I don't
do
know. I don't
hypotheticals
know.
and ask questions of people.
Yeah,
You don't
like
know.
you're asking me to provide like a historical like guess on like like what is like
Trump
if this dude
just
wins,
said he just said
going
that
to
he
happen
wants to
moving
put
forward?
people in jail who burn the flag. That is an abridging of free speech.
Well,
Just
he's
happened.
going to have to
Who
get
said
that
that?
to our system because that's not acceptable.
Yeah. Well, I think
Oh, no,
Trump says a lot of things that he
I know
doesn't do.
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
so
we've
then
had him
why
for
should I
4
care about
years.
your
What guy says
example
or
of
not?
him saying that he supports the
Jesus.
Constitution of the First Amendment? Why should I take that seriously, but not the stuff that he
Right.
says that you don't
You don't
like?
have to
Sounds like
take.
he wants
I
to
don't take any of
teleprompter
the things
president.
that
I
seriously.
mean, just stick
Jack,
to the teleprompter.
How
Be a
can I
president,
help?
read the script, and that's what he wants. Is he
Doug?
wants a teleprompter president.
Doug, how do I tell when Trump's being serious or when he's not being serious?
Great question. And there's a
I
very
don't
simple
take
answer.
it. I don't take. it's all not serious to me. I don't take any of it seriously.
Cool.
The
I
answer
give it
is-
all the negative benefit of the doubt.
I'm sorry to step in, but anybody who burns an American flag is a piece of shit to me, because
The answer,
but they have that right. That is
who cares what you think? That's the whole point about right. No one cares what you think.
If you burn an American flag too, I mean,
the answer to your question, Jack, is you don't trust what he says. You see what he does.
Yeah, just like the last fucking 200 years. Have you not seen the past?
We do have 4 years of him actually being president of this country.
Yep, and him deficit spending while my president has passed a landmark legislation bill, the CHIPS Act.
Deficit spending? Do deficits matter to you?
I mean, sometimes, like when you're just like cutting taxes for the rich, like, and then bitching about deficit spending when you're not in power, then
would you be surprised to know that the Biden administration has a higher deficit than Trump?
Yes, it does.
I mean, what percentage did Trump increase the budget during his presidency? Or sorry, the deficit during his presidency?
Bro. You're a moron if you think Biden is better than Trump.
Don't Trump say that. Doug's not a moron. He just doesn't know when to shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
See, I love this. This is why I put my camera on, because when you start talking shit and doing personal attacks, I know it's because you know that you're fucking wrong.
Who are you talking to right now?
The last two Democratic presidents. The last two Democratic presidents have come into office under sheer economic calamity. The last two Democratic presidents, and they've both times pulled the country out of that economic calamity. So if you really want to start talking about deficits, we can start breaking this down, buddy, and we can see which parties make the deficits and which parties lower the deficits.
Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan make the deficits extremely large.
The deficit under Trump, even with COVID,
over here,
over 4 years was 5.56 trillion. The deficit under Biden with 3 years is 5.8. Biden's deficit spending is greater than Trump's in 3 years, what Trump did in 4.
Can you stop reading the fucking screen?
Yeah,
bro?
but look at the economic results each one had.
We can read screens here.
I actually have my own spreadsheet when I go to the monthly treasury report and I record these things. This is not from an article.
Then I definitely don't trust anything you just fucking said.
Really? No, I would encourage you, Jack.
Oh, no.
I go to the monthly treasury report.
This is part of the trick. Because everybody knows that the first year of a president, their budget was built by the previous president. So at some point, these numbers get a little fuzzy. And it's funny how these two economic disasters just happen in their last years. So the budgets are all fuzzed. So the first year of Biden's term is essentially on Trump's last budget, which is the exact same thing that happened to Obama when the exact same argument was made to Obama when he had to have those deficits. So the financial crisis.
Why did you skip Trump? The exact same thing happened to Trump when he took over from Obama. You could,
and
the exact same happened to George
Obama
W.
handed
Bush
Trump a fucking humming economy. It was going strong on every level.
Over 8 years, Obama has a record deficit.
Yeah, GDP was growing.
Yeah, of course he does. He
growing at
inherited
a faster rate
trillion
under
plus
Obama.
Deficits.
Did you drink the pool water?
This is so dishonest. This is so dishonest.
Donald Trump cut taxes for a corporate. They were afraid to invest in the stock market.
Obama's first month as president, he inherits 725,000 jobs leaving every month. But it's the exact same thing. Trump comes in, and we're at the height of economic replenishment.
Okay, so you guys, I'm sure you guys care about facts. So this is Obama's deficit
you emailed
spending.
it to your family too, and they love it.
When Obama came into presidency, his first year deficit was 1.4 trillion, then 1.2, then 1.3, 1.1, 680. Then it came down 643, 439, 587, and then Trump came 666,
666.
Yeah, 779, and then COVID hit. And so Obama's deficit spending was
wait. No, look at these numbers. Look at these numbers. Do they not prove exactly what I said? Obama's numbers go from 1417 all the way down to 439 and 587. Trump's numbers from 666 all the way up to 3132. Biden's number from the top of 2772 down to 1695. Look at that. It's exactly what I said. Republicans raise the deficits and Democrats lower them.
Okay,
holy shit, that's exactly what I said.
Yes, you're right. You're
that's
exactly
a good chart. I'm glad
right.
you're such a nerd to prove yourself wrong like that. That's crazy.
Hang on. What did I say that was wrong?
would have got the money back from China.
What did I say that was wrong?
I
That
appreciate the
Republicans
numbers to
ran up
prove me
the
right. I
fucking
really do.
budget.
Your
and Democrats
attitude,
are the one
number one.
lowering it down.
Can you make me bigger again, Jeff?
Yeah, hang on.
So if what you said about look how bad Trump
Okay,
is.
so
I need to go over it again.
what
like
was
we
the
already
difference
did
in
it.
the deficit between?
Holy shit.
Yeah. Real quick. So Obama's starting deficit and then ending deficit. Can you give me that number, please?
Yeah,
like the difference between them.
right here, the bottom.
14 to
So
And then
so like
587.
negative like 900, right?
Yep, it's
Okay,
incredible,
cool. So then
isn't it?
from Trump start to end, it was 666 to 3,000. So that's what, like 2,400.
That was a big jump during COVID.
something like
yeah,
that.
I wonder what happened there.
Oh,
Well,
I mean, what was happening those first 3 years?
Nobody was working.
What was happening those first
Yeah,
3
that's a
years?
good point. What was happening in those first
What was
3 years?
happening from 2017 to 2019 that it went up
What are you proving that you keep
almost
stats?
400,000?
Through COVID?
Oh, no, that's-
What happened there?
4
That
billion.
wasn't
That's 4
COVID.
billion.
That was
Slavery,
dog
bro.
shit economic policy.
They're 400 billion. Sorry.
No, but
Yeah,
the first,
you got to
but-
remember that
hey,
it's
Jack-
Congress who puts
Jack,
the
the first
budget
3
in,
years
and they
of
haven't
Trump's-
made a budget in 10 years.
first 3
It
years.
just
of
went up.
Congress-
It just went up.
That's
It
their
just
actual
went up.
primary
It's so
purpose in the
fucking
Constitution, and they haven't even made a budget in 10 years.
So let me
Okay,
just
so,
ask a true
so
or
what's
false
the average
question.
delta between each? Like, because that would be a more reasonable comparison instead of just like,
Yeah,
well,
I'm
what's the
more than
budget
happy to answer
budget
that
at
question.
before and after.
Said the most
Trump
words.
actually has nothing to do with those numbers directly. As a matter of fact, it's Congress.
Oh, okay. So thank you for showing me these numbers that don't actually matter. That was a good way to spend my
They don't
time.
matter.
Thank you very
They
fucking
don't
much.
matter. It's just that Donald Trump is not the primary force or branch of government behind that.
Oh,
That's
okay.
Congress's
So the
job.
shitty economy wasn't
Oh,
Trump's fault.
We're veering off the road now, aren't we, guys? We're
Yeah,
getting
just
right
saying.
off this
I don't
road,
understand
right?
why people get so
I
upset
thought we were
about
talking
this.
about dictatorship and
Spending
lost
because
democracy.
There's
Congress
you guys keep
actual
perpetuating a meme that is incorrect. This meme that somehow Republicans are fiscally responsible is blatantly incorrect.
I
It's been
agree.
incorrect for 30 years.
Sounds
Do you
like-
think-
Whatever. Whoever said Donald Trump doesn't love money?
Do you think, animated effigy, that Democrats are better on the deficit than Republicans?
I just showed you the numbers. I literally just
He
proved
just showed us the
you
numbers.
you showed us the numbers that I proved.
When was the last time
Oh my God.
Congress actually passed
This
a
is the
real
problem with society right now. No one believes
Nobody
facts
knows who
anymore.
anyone is.
Is autism
we are.
Animated,
Autism
please, like
title for
animated
today?
effigy. In order for you to, if I showed you the numbers and I showed you 2 presidents, that's it. So you make an assumption then.
No, there
You
was
showed me
Obama,
3.
Trump, and
You
Biden.
showed me 3. You
No,
can't
it was
you
you
can't even
trying
know
to
the
prove
difference
your
between
point.
2 and 3.
Okay, you're right. I did. Biden was up there. So was Biden better or worse than Trump on the deficits?
Of course he was better. He brought it down instead of up.
Yeah, better. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah. What is
not to
again the
Trump
difference from the start of Trump's term, the deficit, minus the end? Like
Okay.
that's the change in deficit.
Very
so like,
good,
what has
very
Biden
good.
done? It's gone
No,
down.
I
no, no, no,
understand.
no, no.
And
Don't act like
okay.
you're talking down, buddy. You don't even know
I
the difference between down
understand.
and up at this point.
I understand what you're saying. You're saying that
Don't try to
whenever,
talk down.
No, you don't.
so
No, you don't. You
whenever
don't.
whenever a deficit goes down, it's better than, and even if it's at a higher level than the previous president. So let's say a president takes the deficit from 1 to 2. That's
You
better than
sound-
5 to 4. I mean, 5 to 4 is better than 1 to 2. Is that what you're saying? As long as it goes down, then that means it's better.
Yeah. Keep going for the argument of like the specific number, my man. It really comes down to bringing it down to bringing it up. Like that's
Someone
really
bring me up
really.
to speed.
What?
for this
president
argument for
ran up
these
the deficit?
presidents. Because it's
Yeah.
so clear. Because
So
each
if a
president
president
either brought it
comes
down
in-
or up.
If a president comes in and his first year deficit
Any
is
president comes in.
high,
That's stupid.
super high,
And then he cuts that.
and then it goes down, but it's still way higher than the previous administrations. Then that's better to you.
Are you going for a world record loop?
numbers though.
Man, this is
The Wall Street.
this
was
is the
so-
strangest
Okay.
kind of cope I've ever
afraid
seen.
because
Okay,
the
let-
economy
let-
wasn't doing anything under Obama.
Let-
They
let me
didn't
ask a
even-
different
they didn't even
question.
Write any capital
Jeff's
expenditures.
letting it go.
for
Jeff
2017.
likes this shit. He's getting it.
Oh, this is
You-
great. No, this is.
To me, this
People
is
also add-
hilarious.
I would,
Yeah.
no, it is hilarious because you just better hit reverse because there's no argument you can make for deficits that aren't in the Democrats' favor. Not in the last like 5 presidents, my
Is
man.
how come they haven't passed a budget then?
Is the deficit from the Biden administration higher or lower in total than the Trump administration?
Less.
It's definitely, well, actually,
Less.
it might actually not.
It was what 3,000 billion
This is a
at the end.
factual question.
Yeah, it was like what
I don't know what
you
their
showed me
current-
the numbers going off of your numbers at the end of Trump's. It was 3,000.
Number one, I don't know the current number. Number two,
and then it
this
went
is like
down, right?
this is like the most disingenuous comparison, like completely, because Trump only had to deal with COVID for 1 year, while Biden had to deal with the entirety of his presidency.
Yeah, he's
What?
COVID ended in like halfway through 2021. Biden only had it for a few months.
But it forced Biden to start at a high deficit point, just like Obama did. It's such a disingenuous argument. It's like saying that,
just look at
Bush
the
was
rate
better because his average deficit. Exactly, that's the point. All of Biden's deficits are declining. So he's just trying to make this argument that because the number's higher, he didn't do as good.
Hey, the freak, can you be quiet,
that
please?
large number and then go all the way down below that previous average, which is fucking nuts.
Animated FGA. This is a simple question, and who cares about politics?
No, it's a disingenuous as
this is just math.
And your background sucks.
Oh, wait. Are those numbers like? Do those numbers account for inflation?
Yes. Well, actually, the percentage I got the percentage GDP here as well, which does. But here's my question.
Oh, why didn't you show us that?
Oh yeah, another question.
I can see those numbers too.
Yeah,
I would like to see that. I'm sorry, not to like fucking derail here, but I don't know. You collected the data, so I would like to see. You put a lot of hard work into this, and I would like to.
Yeah, I'm glad that people want to see.
I love this kind of level of
These are his
criticism.
numbers, and I don't trust him. I think he's lying. Period. Fuck it.
Oh,
You don't. There's a lot of not trusting from.
Hey Jeff,
both
can you make me
sides,
bigger?
What would I trust this guy for?
I don't know. I take him in
Jeff?
relative good faith. I take all of you in good faith.
Can you make me big? They want to see
his
the
own
numbers.
have proved himself
Make you
wrong
big, yeah.
at least once. So
I could do that.
Yeah, but
been
I've
known to
seen
do
him,
that.
and I.
Okay, without saying but, let's just look at the numbers. The first 3 years of the Biden administration, 5.8 trillion. Trump's 4 years. Look, Trump's 4 years is lower than Biden's 3. True or false?
Oh wait, where are the GDP numbers?
But COVID.
This is
I was looking for the
deficit
GDP numbers.
Yeah, I will give that. But
Yeah,
can we go one step at a
where's
time?
the GDP numbers? Where are the GDP numbers? I would like to see the GDP numbers.
GDP
too.
now,
Are those
sir.
on there somewhere?
Yes, here they are.
Station wagon full of impatient
Oh,
spurs.
damn. Oof. Man, it looks like Biden has like the highest amount of GDP growth
Are you sure
out of
about that?
Obama, Trump.
Yeah, but it's none of it's for white men. That's all for the
damn
BIPOCs and the alphabets.
When you
So-
say GDP, that's not good for a
That's kind of a
diaper.
silly assertion, Jeff.
So you asked a great question, Jeff, about GDP. And now if we do debt per GDP, Biden in 3 years, that's this number right here, 10.3. Actually, no, hang on. Gotta add this one.
For sure.
9.4. Trump's over 4 years is 7.4. Now you tell me, if you care about deficits, who has the higher deficit per GDP, Trump or Biden? Is 9.4 bigger or smaller than 7.4?
You seem like the one with the biggest deficit here.
This is a disingenuous argument, like I said. because
It's
Biden-
not an argument. It's just data they were looking at. I'm asking
No.
if you can read.
I know,
the chart.
and you're trying to kindergarten us into this basic thing, which everybody knows is a disingenuous argument based on this number bigger than this number.
The problem is you guys haven't done this for yourselves, and so you don't know.
No, the problem is someone is at the tail end of their presidency when the calamity starts, and the next president has to deal with the entirety of the aftermath of the calamity. So
if you factor out the calamity, what are their rates? Is Biden having it lower than Trump by now?
No, even if you factor out
well,
the
Biden's
first
actually
year.
goes down. It's the entire point, right? From his first year to his last year, it actually goes down, whereas the opposite is true for Trump,
Yeah.
right? That's all we have to look at. You don't have to like bring in factors, percentages, or anything. It's really simple.
Right,
One
but
brought the deficit
Biden's
up,
most
yeah.
recent deficit.
If you're
is
voting on
twice-
economy, I guess it is.
Biden's most recent
He does
deficit
have a
is
lot of
still
facts.
bigger than Trump's deficit prior to COVID. Now, COVID screws everything up, both for Trump and Biden.
No, seriously, very seriously. Did you
Of
take
course,
a
and it took
caliper?
us. Sorry, Adam, you go.
Yeah, did you take a caliper measurement of each one of their assholes? Is that on the scale?
no.
So now that we finished the deficit, is there anything else that you think that would be terrible if Trump wins the presidency?
No, I don't care about that right now. I just care about why the fuck you're talking about it.
Look at those numbers.
It did come up all night long.
Do you think?
So are you for the Schedule F thing in Project 2025, making a crap ton of civil workers into political appointments?
Civil
Project
workers.
2025
Is your
dead.
favorite shape a pyramid, sir?
I thought that was the overtime thing.
Well, Kate, can you ask the question again?
The Schedule F section of Project 2025, where it talks about
There is no Schedule F in Project 2025.
Well, the Schedule F workers.
But don't look so nervous when you answer, Doug.
The section of Project 2025 that talks about making government workers political appointments.
What does that mean?
It means everyone that would have actually had to put in credentials to get specific positions now can just be appointed as a political position, same as other political positions that are appointed by the president.
Yeah, isn't that happening already?
No, they didn't get a chance to try it.
The president appoint his cabinet members?
Well, let's not ask questions. Slow it down.
It's already happening. The presidents already appoint cabinet members. Like, is that what you're talking about?
No,
it's a new employment category
question.
That's going to be created. There's certain federal employees now that are classified a different way than others, and it would reclassify them.
Would you prefer government workers be hired or appointed?
What's the difference?
That's a good question.
One of them
accountability,
gets hired, and one of them gets picked.
Right, one has to get picked through qualifications.
Yeah, but when you hire someone, you pick them. So I don't understand the difference.
No, that's
but also
a different category than
mixed. And
explain it to me, Jack. What's the difference?
One way would take your political affiliation into account; the other way wouldn't.
But so if you're appointed, does that mean that you go through like a whole bunch of people?
Okay,
Jeff, what's up?
Here's the thing. Currently, there's more than 4,000 positions that are politically appointed when a new president comes in. But there's also this second layer of rotating appointees. There's a second layer of mass government workers who have strong employment protections and typically continue their service from one administration to another. So they're like a more stable layer of employees.
Right.
And they have a different classification. So it would move those employees to this other type that allows them to be strictly
dual
political
citizenship
appointees.
or something.
No, you're describing it union protection.
Like
it's sort of like that,
or
right?
Like dual rights.
They didn't specify. They just said
it's just certain
greater
government
employment protection.
Most government positions have nothing to do with political appointment. You just go and put your application in for a government job, right?
Right.
And your position continues regardless of who the president is.
Right. You're just a part of the employer called the government. Right. And so there are rather upper level positions that those kind of jobs are that require special qualifications and education and the like. Do you want all of those kind of jobs to then be changed to being in that mechanism, or to where they can be hired and fired at will by the administration and politically appointed? That's the thing.
But doesn't the president have the power to fire people already?
Some he does, and some he doesn't.
Not
these. Give him more employees.
These are outside of his scope.
What if I as an example,
the director to fire them, and they'll get fired.
But what if they suck?
How do you fire them?
The president can't fire the mailman, right?
Yeah, but that's because it's unionized.
Well, like as an example, if I was the president and I just didn't like Doug and wanted to fire him purely on his hair, I believe I could do that.
Yeah, the president has the power to do that.
Or he could go to your director of your branch of government,
okay, what else does Project 2025 have that scares you?
No, they should be fired. I mean, welcome to the real world. People get fired.
Scared, Doug, why do you want to talk about scared? So other people talk about scared?
Well, are you guys scared of Project 2025? Yes or no?
Are you scared of not asking questions all the time?
I can answer questions if you can ask me questions.
You can also respect other people's silence in general. How about for one?
Respect.
I don't know if we're going to get
silence.
that tonight with 8 people on the panel.
Guys, I got half my brain tied to my back just to make it fair.
I
And I'm
want
trying
to know
to.
him better, but he talks so much like he's painting a bad image or whatever. I don't know if it's on purpose or what.
I won't ask any more questions. How's that?
I just wanted to come up and ask Jack why he doesn't like Donald Trump. And then
I think that's how this started.
Nobody has questions for me.
I mean,
sorry, that was a question. Oh man, I can't break the habit.
What do you think?
And we used to have Schedule F, Carter and prior to Carter. It's not a new concept.
Oh. This would just give the president greater control over the positions in his government.
Yes.
Like some positions would fall under his whim more than they do
I don't
now.
want the unelected bureaucrats running the show in Washington. How about that?
You want them swapped out with each administration, even if they don't reflect your values?
They don't have to be swapped out, but they should be fired when they F up or when they go against the president's
Or
wishes.
what about when just a new person gets elected?
That should, I mean, why would he have a reason to fire them? Why would he have a reason to fire someone unless they effed up?
You just yearn for
all presidents do that.
They do that for their cabinet,
because they're not on his political team.
Right.
Like if a Republican president would come and fire all the Democrat employees.
If you allow that, then you allow the possibility of someone simply filling all positions due to political favor. This is why countries like ours don't break down, because we allow positions like that to be filled due to expertise and these so-called bureaucratic hierarchies. You want us to be like China, where Xi basically kills everyone who's competent or doesn't allow anyone who's competent to be in anything? The gears of everything would grind to a halt because people would put stupid people who kiss their ass in positions of power. I'd rather put people who are qualified.
Already. And
they already
and
do
they're
that.
running the deep state, whatever you want to call it, and we didn't elect any of them. Plus the media.
The deep state. Right.
The deep state.
The deep state. Okay, government workers who just go to a 9 to 5 every day and do their job. Right. It's so nefarious. It's so coming to get you. You guys probably suck your thumbs at night while you're holding your safety blanket. It's so stupid.
Yo.
That's the thing. Trump is just controlled opposition. Okay, the 2016 election
Yo,
was rigged.
you guys
in
are
favor
under
of Donald
the
Trump.
impression
He's
that
just
the New
controlled
World Order
opposition.
isn't here right now.
It's not.
Oh my god, dude! I can't. Okay, I guess I can't prove it to you. I could try with the story, but I don't think,
Are we going to end up talking about the Anunnaki?
no, fuck no.
The Constitution still exists as long as it
The
exists.
point is, the New World Order is here right now, and the joke is, oh, watch out for it. Watch out for it. Well, duh, it's here now, and people are believing they have to watch out for it. Just consider.
Where is it? Where is it?
Sorry, I
Goldman
haven't done much
Sachs.
ketamine.
That's not funny. It's at Goldman Sachs, it's at JP Morgan, and from go on from there. I don't know, I don't know, have all the fucking
How is it
answers,
affecting my
but I
life?
definitely have better
personally?
jokes than the guy who's on the spectrum for sure.
Oh.
And I don't get fired up about getting psyoped. And I don't get fired up about getting psyoped.
I'm going to take off if nobody has any questions for me.
Me or Adam?
Say what?
I'm going to take off unless someone has some questions for me.
Yeah, I'll email you. We can argue on your channel
secondary
if you want,
spirit
or
temple.
if you don't, that's also fine. I don't
Why,
know, whatever. I would.
Can I ask why you would rather do it on my channel than right here?
Or I want to contribute. Like I don't know. I respect the
really hard
hustle
to-
first. Then I don't know. I would
No.
like to
He doesn't
contribute to your
trust
body
you.
of work if that's the thing
It's
that you're
hard to say how
interested
I
in.
feel.
Yeah,
You're not prepared right now? Is that basically what you're saying?
And I'm not feeling
No.
it. Yeah.
I don't think
Okay.
you've established trust with this crowd.
Yeah.
What is
Oh,
it
Well,
they believe in God?
yeah, this is the problem, Jeff. It's like I don't hate people on the left, and
I think I don't give a fuck.
I don't think you do.
yeah, and it seems like I don't know if it's just people being too young, but as you get older, you just realize people have differences
Yeah,
of
you just
opinion on
realize
how.
don't fight the inevitable. You know, don't dye your hair.
So,
And yet
Hey.
we just had a definite factual argument where you came out on the wrong side and didn't just stop and go, hey, I looked at that wrong and I was in error.
okay, now animated effigy, I'm going to ask a favor of you. Can you tell me exactly what you're talking about? What was I wrong about?
You were wrong about how Republicans and Democrats are with deficits.
Be specific. What was I wrong about?
Which party was better at handling deficits?
And what did I say that was wrong?
You said that that Republicans were better at handling deficits than the Democrats.
Did I say that?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what was my definition of better?
We're not going to do this reductio.
See, this is why they don't trust you.
Yeah. This is like this.
No, hang on.
Trying to pull a little reductio, Harry Potter, right? Reductio. I'm just going to argue the meanings of words. No, it's disingenuous.
I'm not trying to. I'm not
Have you
trying
even
to
read Wittgenstein?
I'm trying to. I'm not trying to be difficult, but do you understand that even the term "better" is subjective?
Well, I thought it was the part where they decline under the Democrats, and then they increase.
Yeah, see, this is what I understand, Jeff, and this is what animated effigy. His standard of better is it doesn't matter what the absolute values are, even or the percentage of GDP, as long as it goes down, then that makes it better.
This is wiggling. This is writhing. This is like trying to move the goalposts really badly.
This guy gets smoked. This guy
animated
gets
effigy. Please, you are not a stupid guy. You understand that people have different metrics of what makes something better, right? You understand that, correct?
Yeah.
That people have different metrics of what makes something better.
Man shoots his platinum blonde. I mean, that's crazy, bro.
Keep trying, man. Look,
like, you understand that, effigy?
This is
humble enough? Are you humble enough to admit that?
That's like stripper shit, bro.
No, he was trying to get you to admit that you were wrong. You're the one that owes the humility.
Listen to this. Listen to this. If that's your standard of better, is going from a big number to a small number, then yes, Biden is better than Trump. Look what I just did.
Did you fail out of Algebra 2 or geometry?
Deficits down.
Like, do you ever get to calculus?
Let deficits go up. Yeah,
I gotta.
That's really
so
all.
Like,
don't make me do it.
Which one?
Don't make me say it.
More?
Do you know my background, Jack?
No, I don't.
I got a master's in analytical chemistry and a master's in finance.
Holy shit! And you're still this dumb? Like, what the fuck?
Tell me what you think I'm dumb at or dumb with in this conversation.
Making up like okay, so you showed some numbers. You're like, oh, this is just subjectively true, and by that I mean my subjective version of whatever I think better means. Yeah, like that's just like I don't know, like you're just a coward.
That's how to describe it.
I'm a coward. We're doing what?
Well, ad hominem.
Shifting.
It comes down to that arrow thing and trying to frame
the impetus
the direction of
to the size of the overall deficit completely ignores the fact that each president has no ability to change what their starting deficit is.
Okay.
So making the entire metric about the actual overall size of the deficit is disingenuous because they have no chance to change what their starting deficit starts out at. So it's easiest to judge them by whether or not that number goes up or down.
Everyone knows that.
Right, FG.
I wonder if they taught you that in your finance degree.
Yeah,
FG,
but like,
I agree with you.
Waste our time.
FG, I agree with you. If that's your metric of as long as it goes down, then that's your metric of better. But do you acknowledge that if someone lowers the deficit, but as a percentage of GDP, it's still higher than the previous, that could also be used as a metric to say that maybe they're worse?
No. You can say better deficits, but you couldn't say that those people were better at the deficit, right?
No, what is better?
Why don't you write it down and email it to us?
This is why I hate talking to some people. It always just comes down to words, and they sit there and talk to you about words for 30 minutes.
And y'all think he's doing it on purpose? Like it's this little game.
This is he
has masters.
It's a very simple question, and I want to know your subjective opinion. Animated effigy. If a president has a deficit per GDP of 10%, and another president has a deficit per GDP of 8%, which can you make a judgment call on better or worse on that, or no?
Stupid question.
No, it's not stupid.
Can you answer that question, Effigy?
I mean, you can say which is better as a percentage of GDP, but since you don't know what the GDP is, then what you don't know what the number, so it might be better as far as size.
Why is that a good measure?
You can't be specific as better.
I'm asking the question.
But you didn't say which number was better. We weren't talking about which numbers were better. We were talking about which parties were better at the deficit.
Forget about Democrats. Forget
God, you
about
are
Republicans.
wiggling like a worm
Just in
right
general,
now.
if I gave you two presidents,
Like a worm.
one has a deficit for GDP of 10%, the other one has 8%, and I ask you which president's better on deficits, what would you say?
Up or down, man. Up or down.
So you would say that it's irrelevant.
We don't have to have a nuanced conversation when it comes to our last few presidents. It's up or down. Like that's really all we got to say.
So your opinion is that it doesn't matter what the percentage of deficit per GDP is.
Do you know what you are?
Is that what you're saying?
Doug?
No, it always matters.
Doug,
The nuance always matters. But when I'm looking at which party did better with the deficit, that basic metric is really easy.
You are an internet Jehovah's Witness, bro.
So, Effigy, if I told you the Democrats over the last 100 years had 10% deficits per GDP and the Republicans had 12%, would you say that the Democrats were better?
Well, first I'd ask you why you went back 100 years and not just back to.
Would you say
Reagan.
the Democrats are better if theirs is 10%
No.
of GDP?
I'm done going down your rabbit hole. It's dumb. It's fucking dumb.
I'll play Doug.
You
What's
sense
the metric? What's the thing?
The reason why you won't answer is because you realize that if you do answer, you're caught.
No, it's because you've made up this like nonsense definition. You're like, well, you either agree to this or you're wrong.
Yeah, you're trying to wiggle someone into your own little corner,
cringe.
and I'm not going to play your word game. Like that's all you're doing.
Nonsense.
Is it for you?
Well,
It's a game to you. It's why no one is going to treat you
that
seriously. It's all this is a word game to you. You're like blood sport debate. I can never lose. I'm going to wiggle them and never admit anything. It's never good faith. Cool. Yeah.
Doug, why is that a good metric to measure who is better?
How many people are dumb enough to follow you, Doug?
The percentage of GDP? Why is that a good metric?
Yeah, why?
Economists have been using that metric for decades.
Who?
I want to use
Can
the
you,
metric.
like, point me to one?
Follow you, Doug. Why isn't that a good metric?
The Federal
Reserve can you point me to an economist that is measuring like a percentage deficit, divided by GDP, like who thinks that's a great metric, like who's again a well-accepted economist, that think that's a good way to measure, who's better on the deficit.
What are you arguing?
No, I'm asking why I should accept his measurement. He spent this time collecting this data. Okay, I'm trying to validate him at least a little bit. But why should I accept your measurement as better?
Wait, you're trying to validate.
You don't have to. I never said you had to.
I didn't even pick up on that. Why?
Well, I mean, you're like, we were talking about the deficit, and you're trying to corner us into like say yes or no and tell me that I'm right, but I'm like, oh, like your metric for better sounds like
I'm not saying you have to use that metric.
Like, what the fuck?
It, though.
Jack, I'm not saying you have to use that metric, but I am saying that if one were to use that metric, then you would say that Trump was better than Biden.
Okay, so why are we at if we were going to use that metric? Like when did we agree to use that?
No, I can ask that same question back on you. Why should I use the metric going from top to going as long as it's going down? Then the absolute value.
That's the one I defaulted to be honest, with the way the question.
Yeah, why should I accept that one? And can you provide
any sort of basic understanding of math rather than just like dividing whatever by whatever to find whatever numbers like suit your biases?
Like if a president comes in and his first year is sky high and he drops it, but the last year is still sky high compared to the previous president, but he did go down.
If a president comes in with like the lowest it's been in 4 years and then skyrockets it.
No, I'm saying after the first year, the presidency, these are the numbers I gave you. It's after they become president and they've got 1 year of deficit spending. And you're saying if it goes down, that's what counts. That's what makes something better. And I'm saying, okay, fine, you can use that metric.
I don't know how far into calculus you got, but I'm looking at like slopes here, like a first order derivative here, and you're just like, well, we need to divide that by like GDP.
I got Calc 1 and 2 in undergraduate. Is that good enough? But I don't remember a thing.
No, that's not good enough. No. What's good enough is the answer to what
I need 3 and 4
about. Like what is the hardship? What is it?
What is the hardship?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
The issue that was perked up there. I noticed it was.
Are you
perked up.
high?
Well, I was just
Yeah.
wondering.
Okay.
Are you rude? Yeah. I was just wondering how
what's
you guys.
what's your drug of choice, Adam?
I was wondering what you guys' argument was about, honestly. But if you want to turn it into some butthole measuring contest or something, I guarantee you would lose that.
All right, you want to flip the script and talk about something else? This is boring as shit.
I never know because math talk is exciting.
Never even got an answer on what they were even fucking arguing about. A deficit for that long?
Oh, we got an answer.
Oh,
it was just 30
Trump is
minutes
a
long.
traitor.
Come up
Sorry.
if you want. Bex is really good at this stuff.
Yeah. Trump is a traitor. Was the
animated
original
effigy
thing.
just broke Doug's chat GPT there.
So Biden's deficit this year is higher than the year prior. So does that mean he's worse on the deficit?
Jesus
Jack?
fucking Christ.
What
is the average slope for the past 10 presidents?
Oh, you want to
get the average slope. We're looking at change here. You're like, oh, who handles deficits better? It's like, whoa, what is the change in the deficit?
You don't take the COVID into effect that for Biden, like he had a really rough year in the first year because of COVID, and there's so much stimulus spending that it's bound to go down in year two.
I mean, about as much as I give credit to Obama for inheriting the 2008 housing crisis in the United States, and
it's bound to go down, right? After you put up trillions of dollars of stimulus, it's bound to go down. You give credit to Biden for that?
Like, who cares
about as much credit as I give to Obama?
If you give credit,
which is how much? None?
Are you guys about giving blame? that's
hilarious.
Lame, at least.
Okay.
That's
well, thanks for playing along.
Oh no, credit and blame is only one-sided in their world.
Oh yeah, sure.
Oh,
accountability, that's for cucks.
Yeah, see how he ran like that?
Oh, he gone? Oh, bye, Doug. Thanks for hanging out.
Hey, Doug, when you find a new pyramid scheme, hit us up, brother.
Effigy, are you doing the fucking ultimate verbal combat thing? Can I fight people with you?
That's actually
hate me.
No, that's actually why I jumped on. I saw you getting jumped on again, and I was not able to get on before you got killed this past weekend to help you out while they were pummeling you about the insurrection. So I was like, you know what, I'm not gonna let him take this pummeling alone. So I decided to jump on.
I'll have to go back and watch that one because I'm still curious who determines whether it's an insurrection or not.
Right. Well, listen, here's the thing, right? Is there were two subjects on the list that I felt very strongly about. And one was should men seek more mental health stuff and be more in touch with their emotions to alleviate the problem of loneliness? And I'm like, well, that's gonna be a circle jerk. The other one that I felt strongly about was did Trump start an insurrection? Every other question was just nonsense. And I'm like, well,
yeah, I thought he was going to hold off on that one. I've kind of trained myself not to get on the first hour or two because that's when everybody's fatality people, and it usually comes at us liberals. So.
Yeah, I mean, it was my first time, and I was so into the 1v9. I don't know. I like being in those spaces a lot. So, yeah, especially since Andrew, or rather, the Crucibles Discord banned me. I have a hard time finding those now.
Andrew.
Yeah, Andrew Wilson of the Crucible. Well, listen, Andrew did not ban me. I want to be abundantly clear. Andrew did not ban me, but I'm banned from the Crucible Discord.
Dude, no, okay.
He did not ban you?
He did not ban me. It was someone else.
Oh, but it was one of the mods. But you did get banned.
Yeah. I am banned because
he defers to his mods. If they're banning you, he's not going to go against them.
Yeah. I mean, he said it's not a debate Discord, and that's fine. That's his.
It used to be when I was in it. It was.
I think he should free.
It's changed. I mean, I do not have the self-control to not argue with people. So unless that becomes okay, they should not unban me because I will go in and argue with people.
If you do want to know what a real insurrection looks like, you look at the Wagner group in Russia and when they started to march on Moscow.
Oh,
they actually had weapons.
Or we could just look at the insurrections that took place in our own country that we've already deemed insurrections, like the Whiskey Rebellion.
But who, like, so is it historians that get to determine? Is it the Supreme Court? Is it Congress? Who is the final authority on whether it was an insurrection or not?
Well, it depends on your
because without that, we're gonna have everyone's gonna have their own narrative and their own definition.
Yeah, I mean, there are some legal scholars that have put forth a definition for the Colorado Supreme Court when they tried to restrict Trump from the ballot.
Yeah.
Of like.
And there's historic,
like
but which one is authoritative? As a society, which one do we accept as authoritative so we could put this behind us? There is none. There's no epistemic closure here. It's going to be an open until there's that authoritative determination. There's no way to close this.
And they don't want to do that. Like they
there's it's not a want. There's no way to do it. We don't have a system.
There is a way to do it. The evidence is
well, that's what I'm asking.
Outlandish of like no one's ever done this before, and it's pretty fucking ridiculous that he's gonna get away with it. But like, you know,
what? There was no arms. There was no plan or whatever.
Was there a false slate of electors to freak?
That was the conspiracy.
No,
that was different from the insurrection January 6th. We were still in due process with that.
What happens on January 6th every year?
Hang on, let me say this really quick. The Oath Keepers were part of that crowd. The Oath Keepers were arrested and convicted of seditious conspiracy. So if part of that crowd was convicted of seditious conspiracy, I think it's a pretty easy stretch to say that I can classify this as an insurrection.
So it is a
Nobody
stretch.
was convicted of conspiracy.
Well, if we don't have a
And you
definition
still
that
have
we
to
can
tie
agree
the
on,
Oath Keepers to Trump somehow.
Yeah.
it's not too hard when you have affidavits of them saying that they came there because they were asked to by their president. So, in fact, most of the January 6th people,
we had some trials set up to try to do that. So that's all in limbo now.
Yeah, and they were convicted.
Oh, not the Oath Keepers. Theirs is not going to be one of the
Trump. Like that, we still have to tie it to Trump. So Trump was going to be facing some trials of his own
because of the
why is this so nebulous for people? Who chose the time?
Because of due process. He hasn't been.
No, I get it, but like when we're talking about why this happened, why this insurrection happened, who chose the time, who chose the place, who chose to have a rally while this function of government was happening?
You think Trump got all those people there and directed him to do that?
Yes. What were they protesting?
We know this. This has been.
No, you know it how?
From the testimony of everyone who was in the room with these people.
He literally said it in the speech. Mike Pence needs to do the right thing. What was the right
I'm talking
thing
about.
that
Okay,
Mike
when
Pence
y'all talk
needed to
about
do?
insurrection, are y'all talking about the violence at the Capitol?
I'm talking about
Pence to change the vote.
I'm talking about a soft coup that erupted in violence to support it. Which makes it an insurrection.
Because the violence is separate from the conspiracy with the fake electors and stuff. I'm talking about tying Trump to the violence, to whatever the Oath Keepers doing, the protesters. The conspiracy was what the indictment was about, and the trials on that were pending. So I'm not talking about that part of it.
Listen, I have a different direction to argue this than Effigy does.
Pence could have delayed the counting for an investigation.
So I think this comes down a matter to like the
hey, easy.
Parts of incitement that the legal definition has. One of them is providing the time and the place, essentially, or being having imminence and the clear presentation of it happening.
Donald Trump didn't set up Stop the Steal.
It was his rally for his assertion that the election was being stolen.
Rally with the
now is that
I would have no argument. I would have no argument on this if he did not say we're going to go down to the Capitol now, right? If he said we're going to protest here, and he just like all right and leaves, and then they go to the Capitol by themselves.
That's not proof.
If he says we're going to go to the Capitol now,
he didn't go.
You can protest at the Capitol.
I have a question for you there, Effigy.
What you got, Easy?
Since there was some people in the crowd, the Oath Keepers in the crowd that were charged with seditious conspiracy, you said that means that's what everyone else was there for. But that's a false statement because that
not what it
doesn't
says.
mean that. First off, insurrection also has like a plan of what's going to happen. Saying Mike Pence needs to do the right thing isn't a plan, right? And again,
the Oath Keepers had it
highlighted
right?
many times, and so did many people that were there, highlighted that they wanted the truth. That was what they wanted. That's what they wanted from Mike Pence, was the truth.
I would say many people said that they wanted many things out of it, but I think it's beyond a shadow of a doubt that there were some people who showed up there with a pre-intended plan to do violence.
Perhaps,
even if I conceded,
it's not perhaps. There were people who showed up with pipe bombs to plant bombs. That never went off.
Even if I conceded that to you,
I'm not saying
that would have
that was
nothing
Trump.
to do
No,
with
no.
Trump inciting it, and that would have nothing to do with that was the whole goal of the protest.
Oh, he was saying.
Now you see where some of us are coming from. Hopefully.
No, I still think that was the goal of the protest because of how it lines up with the plot. To make
But
Mike
that's
Pence
still
do
just
that.
your speculation or your theory, and
Yeah.
it could be
Or
valid your part. But
conspiracy.
the rest of us don't have to adopt it as
Oh no, I'm not.
reality.
I'm not
and,
saying that
and
this is
acknowledge
reality. I'm
that it
saying
was an
this is my assumption.
insurrection, or we're stupid, or idiots, or not
How
seeing
come the
reality.
January
correct.
6th committee submitted zero?
No, the
criminal
thing that's
charges
weird to me about
today?
people not agreeing that it's an insurrection is that it was a mob attacking like the Capitol building while the Congress was in session.
It was a protest that got
Capitol
violent.
peacefully.
That's
But
what
it's identifying what
it wasn't a bunch
specific
of dudes
part of
showing
it
up
falls
armed
under
to take down things. That's not what happened. There
what
was
about
a
the Capitol- what
protest
about the
that got
Capitol-
violent because just like we know how mob rule works. We know how people are. People are like sheep. Everyone's cheering. Everyone's getting themselves amped up. A couple guys start pushing and shoving and punching. Everyone starts following. It was the mob mentality. But I can tell you another thing too. All those people that were guarding,
that has nothing to do
all
with
those people that were supposed to be
that has
guarding,
nothing to do.
didn't do shit to guard properly. I'm telling
doesn't
you,
matter, Speak. It has
three
nothing to
shots
do with
in
that.
the air, everybody scatters. 3 shots. Everybody
That's
scatters.
not legal. You can't do that.
It's
Is
not
that what you want to
legal?
do every
I'm pretty
time?
sure they testified as to why they didn't shoot
so
into
you know what?
Yeah,
They should have
please
just
show
shot
me.
3 people. They should have just shot 3 people instead.
That's fine. You fucking
Pop,
Canadian piece of
3
trash.
people drop.
Hey,
Everyone leaves.
All right, let me jump
We're
in real
trying
quick.
to
Let me jump
keep
in real
good
quick,
relations
okay?
with the Canadians.
Also,
Let me
sorry.
jump in real quick.
Do you prefer Speakeasy?
No,
Easy?
you guys are-
Is there-
I have, and Brian, I
Hold on.
don't have a problem with that.
Shut your mouth real quick. Shut your mouth.
I
real
don't
quick.
care if he does
As
that.
being a law enforcer back in
This
my
guy's
20s,
excited.
yes, the Capitol Police did the worst job I've ever seen in my life. They did not secure the doors. They actually let them in. They actually let them in the fucking building.
What is this amnesia over the other side of the building where they were fighting for 3 straight hours? What is this amnesia?
No, but
that is not the
that's
only
a
interest of the
geology.
building. This is so
I'm trying
disingenuous.
to talk to any of it.
But
outside of
where
this
they were
conspiracy.
fighting, they didn't do it properly. They didn't do it properly. First off, that
How
other
do you know?
side and
What the
them,
fuck?
they
Do you
could have
work in
all been,
security?
they could have all been contacting each other with their little
Do you-
earpieces and walkie-talkies.
Were you a cop?
Right?
Color
They could have been
coordination.
doing this. They
Were you
could
a
have
cop?
made sure nobody
Were you
got
a cop?
into the building
Were you a
because they
cop?
have the right, once
Does
people
Canada
start
conscript
breaking
people?
and entering into the Capitol,
Canada
they have the
Israel?
right to shoot them so that they can stop
that how
them
that
from
works?
breaking and entering.
Ray
It's an
Epps.
immediate threat. It's an American right to shoot them. So those cops should have shot the first 3 people
You're
in the window.
Canadian.
And
I
everybody
don't
else
accept
to the
your
left.
analysis of our American
That's how I
rights.
feel. And
Hey,
because
yo,
they
let
did
me
it,
just
I don't care how
they
you
didn't
feel.
do
You're
it because they
Canadian.
wanted to do this. They
I hope you
didn't
get
do it because
deported.
they wanted to cry for years on end and say that it was an insurrection.
You're Canadian. Go wait in line for stitches.
What does it mean that I'm Canadian? And what? And
Yo,
you're
you're
ugly.
cool in
What
your
does this have to
mustache
do with
house,
anything?
They call
Yeah,
it an
what of us-
insurrection
Like,
so
what
they
does
could
this have to do with
disqualify Donald
anything?
Trump
I'm
according to the 14th
Canadian. You're
Amendment.
ugly. What?
Jack, twist your mustache. Twist your mustache some more and shut the fuck up. Sit in the corner, bro.
Okay, come on, y'all. I know we do better than this.
You're Canadian. It's always the answer
Even
when
as
they have
blood
nothing to
sports, we can do
say.
better than
You're
this.
Canadian.
And
And
the Capitol Police did a terrible job in securing the building. They did. They did
Oh,
a terrible
did
job.
you work in the
securing
military? Were you a
They
cop?
did.
What if he did?
Trump,
What does that even mean?
Trump offered the National Guard.
Why does your opinion mean anything to me if you're like, oh, they could have done better. They could have done this. Why the fuck do I care about your analysis if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about?
I'm not sure what part was the insurrection and how Trump was tied to it.
No, wait.
Like we're talking into a cloud of stuff around any of the actual issues.
You're mad. Chill the fuck out. You're mad.
Who's mad?
What?
This guy in top center. He's just mad.
Oh, he's fine.
Yeah, oh, he's fine. He's mad.
Sorry.
Look, I just don't get how we can't understand that there were multiple things happening around that large building. That there was a 3-hour-long battle happening in one of the tunnels. There were fights outside one of the entrance that were pushing big back.
You think that was Trump?
No. I'm just trying to say, number one, people who were like, they were escorted in the building. There were different things happening in different parts of the building. The parts where the cops were escorting were given orders to basically usher them around, basically pointing them in directions that where the representatives weren't. The fighting were the closest to where the representatives were because they were being rushed out the door and into secret tunnels and out the building, right? Like there are explanations for all of this. We had hours upon hours upon hours upon hours of testimony at the January 6th Commission, and we've seen videos. There was horrific violence. There was a dude who had like 2 or 3 heart attacks while he was being beaten by a flagpole. Like, it's ridiculous to say that it was just the dudes who were walking into the rotunda who just had a few cops. The cops were basically told, hey, the rest of us over here getting the shit
the dude
beaten
with
out
the
of
heart
us.
attack was the same dude that like overdosed or something, wasn't it?
Well, you have provocateurs.
Yeah, so like
saying, oh,
he had a heart attack.
It's the narrative that Trump is the efficient cause of the entire day, all the events that day that I think people legitimately just on an instinctive level push back at.
Do you think they said he overdosed because he went to sleep like hard as fuck?
Are you talking about the guy who died?
No, probably because he had an extreme amount of drugs in his system when he died. That's probably why they said he overdosed. Or if he didn't die, he probably got saved by, Narcan or some shit. They obviously figured out that he was on drugs somehow, right?
Hey, Jeff, gentlemen, salute. I'm going to jump off. It's almost 12 a.m. Salute everybody. I'm going to get off.
Oh, who's that, Mike? Oh, yeah. Take care, Mike.
Thank you for having me up. God bless you guys. Thank you for having me up. Man. Keep it going.
You too.
Keep it going.
Take care.
Take care, bro.
So what qualifies Kamala Harris to be president? Like, what has she done?
She fucked your mom real nice.
Hey.
Jesus Christ.
Dude,
please keep
this guy just spurs.
So you're saying someone who's been vice president has 0 qualifications to be president?
Well, what has she done?
So you don't think the office of vice president has any kind of...
She's riding Joe Biden's coattails, so what?
They won't.
So every single vice president in history has only rode the coattails of their president?
Well, what are her accomplishments?
No, usually vice presidents, effigy, I would say they're more qualified to like cover the president's spot in the event of emergency until they can be replaced with a real president.
What?
Right. So you pick a vice president who
perform the offices of the president, but only for a little bit.
She shouldn't be the one there.
Okay, so she can only be president for a little bit. She can only be president for a little bit.
Be at
that's
all.
She's qualified for.
She's like a backup plan in case something
so you're changing
happens,
your statement of like vice presidents aren't able to cover.
That's what vice presidents are for normally. Yeah,
it's just for like a temporary coverage of duty until the next one.
Relax.
Yeah, until they can get a real president. And
Well, no, until the next election. So if it happens early, then they're president for.
It's a backup.
The term.
They're just a backup plan,
Well, I guess Kamala's only good for like 3 years and 363 days.
That is what it used to be, actually.
You like that one?
Well, the vice president literally used to be the second place in the presidential election.
Yeah, second place is first to lose, bro.
Oh yeah, they would elect them. Did they elect them separately? Like they didn't run as a ticket.
Yeah, they used to be different parties at one time.
Yeah, then Jefferson was like, "Nah, that's nah, we're not doing that anymore."
For fucking wigs. What the fuck are you playing? Also,
there's as many reasons to vote for
Speakeasy?
Kamala as there is Trump, and as many reasons to vote.
Why are you
against.
telling me to mute? I wasn't doing it. I wasn't even talking.
Is it freak? Somebody's typing away.
Oh yeah, I didn't even touch my keyboard just now.
It ain't me. I still got my socks on.
Guarantee it was whoever Whoever.
You don't think he's
heard
going
it.
to follow the Constitution and the checks and balances because he's
He's
religious?
got no choice but to follow the
But they think,
Constitution.
I think some people think that if somebody's religious or Christian and they get in office, that they're somehow going to blur the lines and try to push
Oh my
religious
God.
stuff wherever they can, that they're not going to honor.
Well, if
our
they wanted to
system of-
push the ethics of Christianity and put some laws into place that would, help our morals.
But it would all get done
go
through the
towards a
political
better
process
place,
anyway.
this wouldn't be a bad thing,
legislature.
right?
Listen,
but like,
bro.
if people think that like if someone was a Christian and they got into leadership and they're gonna be like, yeah, you have to go to church on Sundays or you're going to jail. Like, that's a dream world they imagine.
They've had power before in my lifetime.
Separation of
They didn't
church and
try
state.
anything like a theocracy, even when they had
But
the
they
chance.
didn't have a Supreme Court until recently.
You think they're going to let them install a theocracy? What would that look like?
I don't know if they're going to go full tilt theocracy, but they've already started pushing things through that are not, anywhere near normal or in precedent. After they all said they were going to say precedent was fine, every single one of the judges who voted against the knocking Roe v. Wade out said that they would respect precedent when they were at their
Well,
hearing.
that was bad
That's
law.
not bad. What's the bad thing?
Even Ginsburg said it was bad law.
Bad law for years, and they had plenty of time.
It was a
to
stupid
put
thing to let
legislation
people
in.
do
No
abortion
respect
to
for stare
begin with.
decisis.
But how does that tie into
No
religion?
respect for
You
How
guys
is
all
that
just said,
theocracy?
yeah, but I agreed with it. Like, that's all y'all said, and all
How
that
is
chirp,
that
chirp, chirp.
theocracy?
Because it's
Chirp,
religious
chirp,
people who are
chirp.
mostly against abortion.
That
And
automatically makes it theocracy. I thought it was something like installing the Ten Commandments or.
Well, no,
I know
if
plenty of
consider,
people
if
that-
people
I know
consider
plenty of
themselves the
people
ability
that
to have
aren't
the right
religious.
to control their
Religious.
bodies, and
I
religion
know
says
plenty
no,
of
then
people
Yeah,
yes.
but
that
those
aren't
can be
religious.
secular values as well.
Wow, I know plenty of people
see how
that are
those
religious.
that
religious.
still are against abortion. So
I know plenty of people that are. I know more people than you know that aren't religious that are against abortion. So
you know
therefore,
more
you're
people
wrong.
than I know.
Yeah, I mean I know more people
Just
that are
assume
religious
this.
who are against
I
abortion
know
than
that
you
you
know
don't
who
know.
aren't religious who
I
are
know that
against
you don't
abortion.
know.
Well, what if they want to? What if people want to ban Muslims from coming into the country?
What if?
What if they want to ban Muslims from coming into the country?
No, not just because they're not that alone.
No, just because they're
Like
Muslims.
just like are you saying strictly because of them being
Yeah,
Muslim?
because they are part of Islam.
Oh, I
Yeah,
see what
no.
you're saying.
So they're gonna deport all the Muslims
You're
as
gonna say it
well?
so they
Is that
can
what
just
you're
lie
saying?
in their paperwork and say Christian. To be
I don't think they could
Just
get away.
happens
I
to
don't
be
think that's
Muslim.
America.
Well,
I
that's
think
in
we should
Project
deport all
2025.
Canadians.
That's a
Yeah,
part
I
of
don't
Project
think it's gonna- I don't
2025.
think it's gonna.
But it's just part of
2025 is
Project
dead.
No, it's not. It is not at all.
Yes,
It's
it
just
is.
what-
I just
They don't
Well,
know the
let's get
future.
into something for a
They're
minute.
estimating. They're
Do you know what
guesstimating.
kind of
They have
things are
no
taught in
clue
Islam?
how dead or alive it is. Nobody knows.
Do you know what kind of things are taught?
You know what
when
kind of
you're a
things
Muslim?
Canadians believe? We
Do you
should
know what
deport
kind of
all of
things are
them.
taught?
Oh no. Oh, I think Islam's garbage. I think it's way
Yeah,
worse
like
than
have you
Christianity.
do you know like Sharia law?
I'm just
these
using it
type
as
of
a
things?
point.
Well,
using
and
it as a
I'm
point.
You have the right to
wait,
practice it in
wait,
America.
and I'm asking you, do you think maybe it might be a good idea to keep people out that are taught
They want
from
theocracy.
babies that if you're not a Muslim, you should die? You think it might be a good idea to, maybe
want
keep
to
them away?
I think the exact same goal can be
I think that
achieved
sounds
by
great.
simply choosing the country that people can come from
That-
instead of the
no,
religion.
No. That's not what I asked. There is a
I
specific
agree with you.
type
I
of-
agree with you.
if
But
there's
I
a-
think your
if
goal
there
can be
was a
achieved by choosing
religion,
countries
a
rather.
cult, just a personal belief system that the people who aren't Muslim should die. Do you think we should keep those people out of our countries or bring them in?
Oh, sure. Keep
You
them
don't-
on. Yeah.
Okay,
You don't know
so
what people
it might
believe.
be a good idea
As long as they
to
don't act on
start
it.
rethinking certain things we're doing all over the world, right? Especially the
But
more I look into what's
choosing an
taught,
entire
doesn't
religion to
follow.
ban reeks of theocracy rather than actually being intelligent and choosing the countries that create the people like that. Because rather than the religion, there are plenty of
No,
Muslims
it's
who
based
come
on
out of
culture,
Europe
the
who are
nation.
nothing
It's
like
not
the
based on the
Islam.
religion.
How many
Sorry, there
terrorist
was
attacks
two
have happened
people
in
talking
Dearborn,
at the
Michigan?
same
No. You see, that's your theocracy speaking when you say no, it's about religion. Yeah,
No,
of
I said-
course.
Well,
Of
isn't
course, you guys
theocracy
agree
about
with that.
religion by definition? This is what I think of as theocracy, like stuff like Daniel's describing, where they replace Bibles with like textbooks with Bibles in school, etc.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's already happening. There are little
No
things
one in
happening
my
everywhere.
lifetime has ever tried that shit, even when they had the power to do it. I think a theocracy would be very
Replacing
hard to
textbooks
establish
with
here in America.
Bibles.
Like, is a
I haven't seen anything
But didn't they just he just
Christian
gave an
or
example, right?
religious
Daniel just gave an
comparable to
example.
the
Right?
DEI policies that I already
If
see
you-
embedded in government now today. I don't see anything from the religious side even remotely close to that.
Like if
Jeff,
the
you said you're from-
textbooks are the ones in the libraries that are like, you know, straight up 50 Shades of Grey scenes that they have little kids reading, and we're replacing those with Bibles, I'm all for it.
I thought Trump was a fake
principles
Christian
involved,
anyway,
though.
so
Wow.
There's
The
I don't know how it is in Canada, but the U.S. has the separation of
Dodge.
church and state.
Well, I mean, here in my state, they just passed a law that said that the Ten Commandments have to be on the wall.
Yeah,
in
I don't
every
think
school
it's
room.
going to get shot down. That's my state too, and I think that was a bad law. I think it's an unconstitutional law. I think they
Specifically,
probably
it's
knew it
the
when they
Protestant
passed
version, which has pissed off a lot of Catholics in a
Yeah.
near half Catholic state.
And the
Probably
governor,
because of
isn't he Catholic?
unconstitutional law.
I'm
Yeah,
surprised
pissed
he even
apologies.
went with it. Yeah, that was a political stunt. That's not going anywhere.
Not really sure what. Go ahead, Chuck.
Going to say Trump denounced Project 2025. In fact,
They
the
don't trust him.
director,
They don't believe him.
the director quit today.
Yeah, because they see the backlash happening after they basically came out and said, "Look at us, we're going to spike the football early," and came out on national television and was like, "No, it's going to be a bloodless revolution if the liberals allow it to be." Like, what the fuck? They've already started like trying to implement some of this
It's
shit.
a 2025 is a think tank paper. That's all it is.
It's
Yeah.
very out in the open, very
Yeah, it
transparent.
is. It's a paper with a list of shit that they want to accomplish, and you can look it up.
And you can just not agree with those policies, but there's nothing like I don't
Trump
see
just can't
anything
take a magic
specific.
wand.
What
and make it
specifically?
happen.
That's the thing.
Apogee,
When you,
what specifically in Project 2025 are you seeing that you
Schedule
have
F.
issues with?
Schedule F thing on for government employees is a big thing to me because I think it's going to completely fuck the functionality of our government completely by changing people who need qualifications for jobs into political appointees.
We already have 4,000 positions.
I mean,
like that.
we do not have this. We do not have what they're saying.
We already have 4,000. Do you want 4,000 more, Jeff?
Wait, slaves?
I'd be willing to hear the arguments.
So
for
is
it.
that the only one?
But
No,
none
there-
of it. None of
There are
it says
a ton of religious. There are a ton of religious type
That's
things that I
what
don't like ending no fault divorce, banning contraceptions, complete bans on abortions without
Yeah, none of that
exceptions.
stuff- I don't take any of that stuff
Yep.
seriously.
The complete privatization of the National Weather Service.
What's your issue with
Streaming
that?
is free, you know, but
What's your issue with taking away
I
no
don't pay
fault
attention to
divorce?
whether I can
I
look
think
up
people
what
should be able to get divorced if they want to be. You know, the entire mostly the backing for no fault divorce is the fact that people wanted an avenue for divorce where it didn't force discovery, to where they didn't allow people to dig into their finances and stuff.
So animated, let me ask you, you read this stuff and then you immediately think it's going to actually be successfully implemented and then we're going to be living under this? Is that where your mind goes?
It doesn't happen that easy.
Well, no, it's that 28 out of 30 people who wrote this paper are already part of Trump's team. Like they are or already have worked for him. Like this isn't just out of
all
the
of
blue.
this have to get through the
So
political
we're gonna
process.
take away no fault divorce, abortions. What was
They
the
can't-
other one?
The
I
National
mean, you
Weather
want me to look at
Service.
the whole list? Ban
have
Muslims from entering the
checks and
country,
balances.
in birthright
I mean,
citizenship,
again-
mass deportation of and camps for immigrants.
They
Uh,
should do away with
utilizing the
birthright.
military for
Check and
domestic
balances,
things,
swatches.
defunding the FBI and Homeland Security, condemning single mothers while promoting traditional families, ending marriage equality, more
And you
capital
think they're going to
punishment.
do all of that? They're going to be successful with all of that?
Fuck,
you're-
it
Doesn't matter. It's
sounds
just not
good
the
to me
direction.
so
Balance
far.
is
I'm just
not-
waiting for the bad part.
Use public and taxpayer money for private religious schools, teach Christian religious
What's
beliefs
wrong
in
with
public
that?
schools.
Yeah, that's fine.
We
Yeah,
have
see, this is
separation
the
of
issue. Is like you describe like an authoritarian,
I don't
like
think he thinks that we
theocracy
do.
to people, and they're just like, "Yeah, I
Oh
love
my
that."
God! You guys read a paper and
Authoritarian,
believe
what are you
it's law.
talking about?
Yeah,
Because
that's
it's
what
not the
amazes
rules
that
that
just
you
believe
like.
that this is
No,
gonna
it's just
happen.
when someone puts out a policy paper of the things they want to do, you just believe them. Oh,
You believe that they're going to be
Oh,
a
we're-
president?
that's that's childish.
You know, a lot of this
Everybody
depends
has
on
rules.
separation of church and
Exactly.
state. You believe somehow that's going to
So
get.
that's
to
what I'm
resolved.
saying it's authoritarian because it favors in my worldview. That's a retarded take.
Trump would have to be
Not
like
authoritarian at all.
for it to be a
Oh,
theocracy.
great. Yeah, just because you said it means that is true. Holy shit. Like, thank God.
Just I can say the same thing to you. You just said it's authoritarian. You didn't explain why. You just said it is.
No,
you're using an argument that you should just look in the mirror while you say it.
This is the guy that says that Donald Trump is anti-American, the guy that says America first. So, like, come on, man.
Yeah. You know, actually, I hadn't considered that before. Like, he said America first, so you've given me a lot to think about.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, hey, America first, MAGA.
No
I
argument.
mean, so how do you say the very first question I asked you? Say that he's anti-American. How's that possible? Like, what's your communist?
Fraudulently tried to hold on to power.
But he did
try to subvert the Constitution.
How do you do that?
Wait, so his argument is that because he lost?
He relinquished it. So how is that trying
Even though
to?
it's
I
held
mean, if
every
that was
time.
trying to hold on to the
was there
power
not
and
a peaceful
overthrow
transfer
the
of power,
government,
yes or
that
no?
was a shitty job.
For the first time in our country's history, it was delayed through non-peaceful
How
means.
was it delayed? The delay wasn't until January 23rd when the actual transfer occurs. The 6th was just the electorate.
The 6th was the certification of the electors.
Right.
The
So
certification of the electors. The final certification of the election.
Power actually occurred.
21st, isn't it? I thought it was 21st.
Whatever the date was, yeah, 23rd, 21st.
There are several dates that are spelled out.
So there was no delay. There was no. It actually did happen.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't.
Love the
so on
argument
January
because our
6th,
coup
it happened
failed.
at the time it was supposed
We
to.
didn't try to coup, yeah.
Didn't it?
Yeah, nothing delayed it.
So when Biden was talking with the Russians and shit, and they interfered in Trump winning the election, what happened?
Oh yes, the Russia meme.
Was that an
Yeah.
insurrection?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Cricket? You see that every time? Every time you throw it back on their side of something that was like way fucking worse.
Wait,
oh yeah, every time you what about?
But we did
nothing.
It did fucking interfere with the vote.
We did nothing wrong. We did nothing wrong. We did nothing wrong. We did nothing wrong.
What are you
but
even
the Democrats.
The Great Russian Hoax is what he's talking about.
Yes, Russiagate. Everything about Russia was fake, except the Mueller report. All that other stuff, though, for sure, definitely a hoax, a lie, and they knew it.
Yeah,
It
we
was.
definitely didn't put like 14 Russians in jail for no reason, right?
Mueller report, right?
Yeah. By the way,
And the Mueller report didn't say at all that we couldn't charge the president because
that you just highlighted.
What exactly was the
people
conspiracy? 'Cause I
do
was
seem
part
to
of the
like to argue with me a
Conspiracy
lot.
was the media and the Democrats saying that he was colluding with Russia.
I don't even understand what the problem is.
But at most the collusion was like to influence through social media. They ran these ads, Cambridge Analytica, like targeted ads. So it wasn't a guarantee. They didn't like go change numbers. They just
that was
did
the
these
Russian influence campaign. That was separate from
right.
the collusion thing.
They had a whole investigation.
It wasn't, eh? That only happened after. They weren't talking to them before.
The whole Russian thing came about from Hillary's campaign.
That's so wild.
Yeah, dude. I didn't even
No,
know January
the
6th.
whole Russia thing came when the Republican opposition to Trump during the Republican primaries paid for intelligence that was taken in Europe of Trump. That's when it started. That's when the dossier started.
It was in the
The
catacombs.
Clinton campaign bought it
That was
from the
created.
Republicans.
That was created in England, United Kingdom, by that guy.
Yes, that's true. He
And
had
it was
been
all false.
conglomerating that information, and then he sold it to the Republicans during
and
the
it was all a
primaries.
hoax. And it was all a hoax, and that's why Trump pardoned Manafort.
No, Manafort actually was Manafuck.
That's a different thing.
He's the one guy that actually was guilty.
What was Manafort pardoned for?
Huh? Manafort was guilty.
What was Manafort pardoned for?
FSRA.
I know he was guilty of pay to play. He was trying to do that scheme like Hillary did.
Yep.
No, I actually think the most holy people get into government positions. So I don't know all that fuck shit you guys are talking about.
Sure, yeah, I get
like
it.
Jesus Trump.
It's hard.
Man,
Messiah Trump.
Tell you what, dude, if it wasn't one of them, it would be someone else. It's like the system exists and the players change and the accounts move or some shit. I don't know.
George Soros, hey, somebody's gonna do it.
Fucking Jews.
Oh my god.
That was out of nowhere.
What? Oh, what? Sorry, I
thought
thought
Soros
we
was
were all saying
Christian.
the same thing.
I
Supposedly.
got no
Atheist.
play.
The problem with it. I don't know, because even when we try to take it beyond sophistry, we run into similar issues. So
I think if
it's
you
gotta
put
be
a
deeper than that. Is it?
I think if you put a brighter color shirt on, his mood would change. Like,
Who,
to
Jack?
Instantly.
Yeah,
He needs some rainbows.
some feng shui or some shit.
Hey, I've shit on my walls. Look at these fucking homeless people. Their bare ass walls. They look like sociopaths. I have
Go get the
schizo shit
brightest blue.
in my background.
Homeless people.
Get the brightest blue or purple shirt you
Yeah,
have.
there's 3 dudes here with like bare ass back walls. Mine is covered in shit.
No.
Tell me I don't have any feng shui, all right?
Yeah, he got me there.
No, it wasn't. I wasn't really putting you down, yeah, but
Oh,
you
okay.
should change
Well-
your shirt though. I was serious about that.
Oh, well, those are upstairs.
Do you think
Fine.
Russia
It's
would
not
have
about
invaded Ukraine if Donald Trump was president?
I don't believe so.
I don't think that matters.
Of course,
or like,
of course they would have.
like-
He would
like-
have been completely fine with it.
I got a question. How many questions do you answer from a guy wearing a hat like the freak?
The Panama Jack hat.
Mostly only 2. Like, yeah, I have a cigarette, and like, yeah, I have a lighter.
Huh? You're being inquisitioned on if you had a lighter or a cigarette?
Yeah, I mean, people. Well, listen, I don't smoke anymore. Actually, I was just like trying to be funny, because
I caught it. I got it. I was looking at the freak when you said it too, so it made even more sense.
That reminds me, I went to the dispensary the other day, so maybe I will.
Maybe a hat. Maybe you should put a hat on or something.
You want to do hats? Everybody do hat
Where's my
day.
lighter?
I just cut all my hair off. So
Maybe you should take out that government earpiece out that left side.
You got to watch out. I heard they're getting kind of nasty with people smoking on
turn it
stream.
Who? What?
Smoking?
Who's getting nasty?
YouTube.
Oh shoot!
What? Like, wait, what? YouTube is. What are they doing to people that
Yeah,
smoke
you
on
smoke it on
stream?
It's probably just Flow State because he smokes like 900 cigarettes during his stream.
Y'all could smoke. I don't care.
I mean, how else are they gonna pretend to be their Papa Bear?
You mean Mama Bear? That's the nanny
Well,
state.
YouTube's not a free platform.
That's
It's a
y'all.
privately owned business.
no, people pay money for it. It's not free.
But it's still a privately owned business. They're free to do what they
Well,
want.
it's free to use.
Maybe.
They have laws. Easy. Do things change when you get monetized? Do you have to be more careful about your content?
In a sense, yeah,
Oh,
definitely.
shit.
Also, sorry. What do you like to be called? Like, speak easy, speak easy. Like, do you have any preference or like?
Whatever one you like, bro.
Okay, for sure. Thanks. All right.
You can call him Your Highness, be fine.
Easy.
Freak
Yeah,
easy.
King's my
Canadian.
favorite, but it's all right.
The cool Canadian.
Okay. King, I can do.
Cool Canuck.
I'll sneak that in somewhere.
Shang
But does he drink the maple syrup beer? That's what I want to know.
Thought they all did.
Maple syrup beer.
They have other
I
kinds.
want to try that.
Frank was telling us about it.
They sure it's just not maple flavored beer?
Frank would know.
I don't know. He's Canadian. That's all I know. He's the one that said
You
it.
might
We
be
didn't
talking
make it
about
up.
maple flavored beer because, like, we have like everything up here. You can get it maple flavored, like almost everything.
Damn.
Yeah.
Oh, it got so peaceful. What the hell happened?
Well, Pine Creek left. That was part of it. He and then
And Mike left. telling everybody to shut up.
And Animated and Jack were able to wrestle me to a standstill with reason. So that put out that fire. And then Easy showed up to supposedly hijack the panel, which I've never seen him do. He's always added to the conversation when he's been around.
That Brian dude likes to troll everywhere he sees me. So
Brian trying to be the king.
Yeah, he's a funny one. That one, he's just a chat troll.
There are a lot of those.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to curse it, but I've had this channel for a while, and I've never gotten all the stuff people are paranoid about. I've never got strikes for that yet. So
yeah, no, you're good to talk about, like, I mean, to smoke cigarettes on stream. I've done it so many times.
You just can't promote it.
He even keep his.
Oh my god!
Yeah, you can't like be like, yo, you guys should go smoke. Like, you can't just like be acting like you're doing a cigarette commercial.
You can promote Zionism and shit.
Promote Zionism?
There's different types. Yeah, I guess you could. Promote all kind of stuff.
Well, Jeff's a Zionist. Does that
Until
count?
you can't.
Does it mean pro-Israel? In that case, I guess I am.
No.
The state of Israel's right to exist and defend itself.
Yeah, they bombed Beirut today.
Saw that because they got attacked, didn't they?
Yep.
CGI.
Killed those. Bombed that school. Killed those kids.
Well, they had a pinpoint on one of Hamas's leaders
in Beirut.
In fucking Beirut.
Oh wow!
Funny how the head guys are never on the front line, right?
Well, but the missile came from Lebanon that killed those kids.
I don't know. I mean, the Houthi in Yemen support Hamas, so I don't know if I quite accept that on face value. Like, I don't know. I don't want to say
Syria's next.
Oh, Yemen's a whole different mess.
Yes, it is. Now, if it hadn't been for us and a few other countries, all those 400, 500 missiles got sent to Israel would have done some damage.
You think it's going to be better under Kamala or under Trump?
Israel?
Yeah.
Or
the whole Middle East situation.
I think Trump will straighten it out. He was well on his way to straightening it out.
Actually, real quick, so you know, the Abraham Accords happened under Trump, which directly led, which didn't involve the Palestinians at all, and led to the border riots in Palestine in 2017, 18.
You want to know what else? Nobody else. No Middle East country wants the Palestine people. Go figure.
Yeah, correct. But that has nothing to do with the fact that Trump chartered a peace accord that led to more conflict.
No, it actually led to less.
After the Abraham Accords were passed,
the attack was to try and stop Saudi Arabia from trying to normalize relations. It was part of the reason.
Yeah,
not that it wasn't a good thing for Trump to do the accord. I'm not saying that at all, but it is a true statement to say that they were trying to fuck up that relationship by causing a lot of shit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying that that there's a pretty direct line of escalation from the Abraham Accords to 6 to 8 months later when the border riots happened.
Well, the thing is, we've wholesale for decades now thrown our lot in with Saudi Arabia. There used to be multiple powers in this area, and now there's not. Now it's pretty bipolar. Iran is the other side of the coin from Saudi Arabia. We've picked Saudi Arabia. We keep turning a blind eye to all the bad shit they do because they're going to be our shield of meat when Iran starts to try and exercise their own shit. So
that sounds smart.
It is, but it's still gross at the same time.
How have they gotten along?
We're humans.
Yeah, it's all strategic.
For so long, Iran's gotten away with it for so long. I don't know how they're doing it.
They're trying to keep Turkey from getting into it with Israel at the moment.
I think it's true
Turkey's,
that
Turkey's part of NATO, so they're
I'm
not
like-
really out on their own. So they're pretty easy to keep in line as far as like they have to kind of fall in line with what their
To a
their
point,
group says.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like 90% certain that Iran is like one of the like biggest major countries that doesn't accept the IMF, International Monetary Fund.
Well, they're blacklisted. That's why.
Yeah, it's kind of like something like that.
Operation
Until-
Ajax.
Yeah, I was
Until
actually gonna bring
Obama gave them all that
beat me
money.
to it. We're the entire reason Iran is the way it is.
Oh, is that when we they had that election and we wanted that other guy instead?
The Shah of Iran.
And then it led to the hostage situation.
I ran for president.
Well, they overthrew the Shah, and then we wanted to install our own person, and we wanted to reinstall the Shah instead of allowing them to have their free and fair elections and stuff. And so we kind of helped fund the reinstallation of him. I believe that's how it went. Anyway, it ended up a really effed up theocracy when they were trying to go the opposite direction. Like you can look at pictures of cities in Iran in the 70s, I believe it is, and there are women wearing bikinis in modern hotels and all kinds of stuff that no longer exists.
Yep.
Wait, but have you ever thought that like if you removed women from the workforce, the basic laws of supply and demand would like probably double the wage of every working man, and that would probably compensate for any loss in the labor market?
What?
I see the shade you're throwing, Jack.
What are they, a red
Well,
pill?
you don't think that's true?
I mean, it's basic supply and demand, right? Animated effigy.
Oh,
funny.
Israel helped with the.
I don't know why you're laughing at that. That's literally what would happen. What do you think would happen?
Well, you're also pulling out the productivity that they create, right?
Are you?
And he made the Jew joke earlier.
Yeah, me. Anyway, you were saying speak.
I'm lost now.
Yeah, it's cross arguments. Yeah, different subjects.
I know it's a different subject, but he said it sarcastically.
What's the topic? What did he say?
Oh, apparently I didn't know
so-
this until I just read it, but apparently there was a Hamas political leader killed in Iran today. Since we were just talking about that.
That would be
By who?
Israel then.
That's pretty bold. That's pretty bold.
Yeah, because I thought Iran was behind Hamas.
No way.
They
Someone-
are. They're behind Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthi.
Well,
Why are
the
they so
political
bold
leadership?
all of a sudden?
Didn't
Or
that
is
the
it
political leadership
desperation?
is in what is it, the United Arab Emirates or something like that? They're just
Yeah, they're desperate
hotel
now,
room.
Jeff. Their billions that Obama give them is running out.
Oh, so they're running out of money?
I think.
Well, how are they funding Hamas? What are they paying them with?
They're illegal oil sales.
Oh. Geopolitics is so complicated.
I know. It
On the
is.
I want to clear something up with you. I don't. You know, you're allowed to say the Jew joke. I just want to say it was just poor timing. They are hilarious sometimes, but
Who made the Jew joke?
It was me. I did it.
Oh, I don't even
Oh,
remember it. I remember
I
something
missed
about
it.
Jews.
He was
I
trying to be.
remember
It was trying to be hyperbolic, but
I apologize for my
Oh, that the Jews
anti-Semitism.
Yeah,
damn, man.
we've had worse anti-Semites on here, believe me.
Well, I mean, I did what the celebrities do, so I'm good now. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
You outdid us. No, I can't understand though. Are you for Trump? You're like the way you yell. I can't tell which way you actually fucking are.
Who are you talking
Yeah,
to
I'm,
there?
Yeah,
Lanza?
I'm not sure. Who are you asking this
I think
to?
he's talking to Jack.
The Spectrum guy.
Yeah.
Oh,
That would be Jack.
Why is
yeah,
it
he's
always
definitely
me?
not for Trump.
He's not.
Yeah.
Full.
Yeah.
Okay,
I think
okay.
Trump
No,
is
I
an
think it's
anti-American
BNF
traitor.
I couldn't tell. He was like
are lefties.
sounded like he was for Trump to me the whole time, personally.
Yeah.
Did it really? Oh no, not. Well,
Yeah.
I knew ahead of time that he wasn't.
Are you
We've argued
drinking
about it
or?
No,
before.
that's the thing. I think he misinterpreted him being like facetious and hyperbolic, like
Oh,
when he was making those jokes.
I'm doing it back now.
Yeah.
the freak. Do you have anything on the Jesus front? Any word coming through?
Have you found him yet? Heard
Yeah,
people
you
looking
found
for him.
I'm still
Actually,
looking for it.
Yeah, just keep praying, Jeff.
Nothing's happening. It's where, in fact, okay, two things are happening. A, it's wearing off, and B, the opposite of peace is happening. There's even more conflict and drama.
That's usually the way it goes, but I mean, it took me like 3 months straight, every day, like
What do
multiple
what do
times.
the ADHD people do that don't have that kind of focus?
I have ADHD.
Every time you find yourself doing something
If
that
I
is
don't, I got some weird
trigger
superpower
behavior.
where my brain thinks 1,000 miles a
You
minute.
probably do. That sounds like a sign.
Like every time you go to eat, or every time you have like some kind of triggering behavior, insert into your mind that you're gonna pray at that time.
Why?
And-
That sounds creepy. I don't want to do that.
Well, I mean,
It's
that's
like
how
programming yourself.
That's what you have to do. You have to knock on the door and keep asking, because
That
otherwise,
sounds
it's attention.
creepy, like programming yourself.
That
What do you
sounds
think?
gay.
What do you
That's-
think?
like
What do you
thinking
think
about a
you're
man when
doing
you're
when you
upset.
go turn on your phone or your computer, put in
You're trying
some
to get
porn
sunburned.
website, pick some porn of some random chick getting her fucking ass slammed, put your dick in your hand, and start beating yourself off watching it. Ew, creepy, weird.
No, that's
You
not
do
creepy.
that, don't you?
Yeah, but that's not creepy.
Yeah, see, you do that, but reading the Bible would be weird. Praying weird.
No, I do that too.
But you do some real weird ass
I'm
shit.
reading the Gospel of Mark and
Just saying.
all about the demons.
Just
Jesus and
saying.
demons.
Just
But that's
saying.
different than programming a ritual.
No.
When there's a
watching porn-
triggering
no, there's
behavior.
many
That sounds like some
studies- there's
B.F.
many
Skinner
studies
shit.
that show
Well,
watching
I'm
porn
just trying
is
to say,
literally
like,
rewiring people's brains.
No.
whatever
kinds
you
of
do during the
studies?
day that you find yourself kind of doing like an automatic pilot, if you insert something like, hey, I'm going to pray whatever I find myself doing that, then that's what I'm saying that you should do. If you don't
I just do it when I'm sitting around like with nothing to do.
That's what porn does. Rewires your
I'll
brain.
start a conversation, but the immediacy of it is wearing off. It's just becoming kind of
Right? How about this? Every time you have to go use the restroom or whatever, and you have to sit down to take care of the business, pray.
Pee every time I go pee, pray and pee,
Sure.
pee and pray.
Or I don't know if you can go hands free or whatever, but
I could pray for that. Like, Jesus, help me.
I can if I sit down.
To go more hands free, so I could be closer to you. But I see what you're saying. I'll come up with something. Make it more like a routine.
I want to know you're real. Show up. Where are you at?
That's the kind of shit I keep saying. Like,
good.
Take me somewhere. Show me something. Give me. Level up my experience somehow, so I'll know that there's some kind of real power behind you.
Well, he took the demons out of my life, so
that kind of just take one demon or send a demon my way. Just do something with demons. Just one little thing. That kind of stuff.
That'll come eventually.
It will. Just keep at it. All right.
See, I think Jeff, instead of asking for a specific sign, just ask for a sign in general, and it'll come.
Yeah.
That's how I had my sign, and it was very like a.
And you knew the sign when it came. You knew that
was
the sign.
To exactly what I asked. Like it was, I couldn't deny God after that.
And it wasn't anything specific. You just said.
I just said I need a sign that you're with me because I was in a really dark place. And
what was the time frame?
I begged for a sign. And
how long did it take to show up?
It was the next day on the way to the store.
All right.
I was walking with a bunch of my buddies to the store. Everyone walked past this pendant that was on the ground and has a picture of an angel on it. And I'm the one at the end of the whole group. There's probably about 9 of us. I'm at the end of the whole group. Everyone missed it. I seen it. I pick up the angel pendant, and on the back of it, it says "always with you." And I literally asked for the word. I literally said the words, "I need a sign that you're with me," and that's what I got. Always with you. I couldn't deny that. That was obvious to me.
Wow, yeah, that would be hard to dismiss.
One thing too
Gee.
that when you're trying to seek God and find Him is you have to hold Him to His word, what's in the Bible. And I'm going to post a scripture right now.
Okay.
It basically
You gotta
says
be-
that he will come to you. You just have to keep knocking on the door until He shows up. Basically.
Why don't he just why though? Why do I have to do all the work?
Well-
I thought he wanted like you open your
faith
heart and
without
you
works
invite
is
him
dead.
to enter, and he enters.
That's why.
A
Why
lot
does
of
he have to do
people-
all these games? Just like dating a woman.
Sometimes
A lot
it's
of
like that,
people
but most of the
pray.
time, you have to seek Him. Like it's a how bad do you want Him? Like kind of a thing.
I
It's
don't
not
even
just-
know if I do. This is trying. He's got to have experience with people that are not sure and are just trying to see what happens. He's got
Well,
to
it
know
is
what to
so
do.
easy for Him to show up for you. Why wouldn't it be so easy for Him to leave you when He does show up? And
Because of
vice
the
versa.
footprints. It was him carrying me the whole time, and I just thought that he left.
All right,
Jeff,
so,
I don't know how much the freak has talked to you about it, but for all you know, the freak very may well be the sign sent to you by God
Oh God,
to give
that
you a
would
message.
truly
We ignore
freak
things
me
like
out. That
this.
truly would be a
We
freak.
ignore things like this every day.
That if freak is the sign, I don't know what that.
It's not him
Maybe you're-
personally,
maybe
but
you're
the
at the bottom
message.
of the barrel.
It's about the message, right?
It's about the gospel and
Is the
giving
message
the
love?
everlasting
It's not.
life.
They could have been from anybody, right?
Peace or love?
Yeah, God is love. Yes.
It's funny to me, like as an atheist, when I hear people ask me, well, where does meaning come from? And then I hear conversations like this where people are ascribing layers and layers and layers and layers of meaning to things that have none of that intrinsic meaning.
Sorry, what do you mean?
Well, maybe that is the meaning.
Can you
our
can you
ability to
expand on that a little bit more?
ascribe
FPG? I'm
those layers.
I think he's talking about you finding a necklace.
I mean, all of it. We ascribe meaning to these things, From my perspective,
Well, I
it's,
mean,
it's
I
a complete and
literally
utter
asked for it,
coincidence.
actually.
Sure, you walked by and found something on the ground that connected with one of the
Day after I
thousands
asked
of
for
thoughts that you
something,
have in a day.
a sign
But
that
that's
God
meaning.
is with me.
Sure, but that doesn't mean the meaning is intrinsic to anything.
No,
the
but it's
meaning you
still me. It
ascribe.
doesn't have.
No, absolutely, I agree with you.
Meaning,
Yeah,
right?
I'm not ever saying that any meaning that you find meaningful doesn't have it just because
Do
of
you find meaning in anything, or is it all
everything has meaning
resolved into something?
when you realize that we are the ones who put meaning into things,
Yeah,
you realize that everything is far more special.
I think that's true, but I don't think that devalues it as meaning just because it comes from us.
Yeah, because without God,
No,
I
we don't.
never
No, we
quit
don't.
drinking.
No, we
Like
don't
even
disagree on that.
if it is just
I don't think it
watching the crowd.
devalues. I don't think it devalues it, even if you think that the meaning it has comes from somewhere else, right?
Yeah.
But I think we disagree on where the meaning comes from, right? In this case, on a physical act in the physical universe, you're ascribing it to an outside.
So you think it was kind of
thing.
just a coincidence?
Yeah, I think most really crazy, amazing things are coincidence or perspective. Like a full solar eclipse is just perspective. It's just where you happen to be in relation to the moon, right? But it's one of the most amazing things you can see in life, having just actually recently seen a full solar eclipse. But at the end of it, it's something as mundane as being in a specific place because of your specific orientation to something, or seeing a cloud that looks like something. Whereas if someone was like 2 miles to your west, the cloud would look completely different,
That's
I
pareidolia.
understand this, but this doesn't take away from anything. The facts are, right? We can make all these assumptions around everything. The facts are, I asked God for a sign that he is with me. The next day I found a pendant with, on one side has an angel and on the other side says always with you. These are the facts. I'm gonna take what the facts are and as it is. This was a sign from God for me to know that He was here with me always.
Glory. Yeah. So Jeff, do you see that scripture that I posted in the back and in the front chat?
Yeah, about John.
Yeah.
Or about the seeds, sowing the seeds.
No, about John. It says, I will not leave you comfortless. I will come to you. So when you're peeing and you're praying, you're saying, Jesus, you said you would come to me. I want to know that you're real. Show up. And then,
that's going to come in handy with kidney stones too. I'm sure I'll do a lot of praying to Jesus then for comfort.
Like I feel like with a lot of the time when you Jay Kim in my chat made a good point, and I've said this before. A lot of the time, I think with people who just deny any existence of God, you would literally have God come down to you, change your life in some way, like show you some miracle, and leave, and you would put this, oh, I must have hallucinated this, or I must have, ate some shrooms and that's why I seen that. Like you would justify some other reason for God actually talking to you.
Yeah.
So like
I haven't experienced I'd have to experience something like that first to know how I would respond.
Right, but I don't think there's a level of anything you will experience.
It depends on the
maybe
miracle.
not you personally, but by the way Effigy speaks about it, I don't think there's something Effigy could experience.
I've said this
that
plenty
he
of
would
times.
even believe in God at this point, because like he's like, oh yeah, that's just a coincidence. And I basically, if that happened to him, he's saying I would just take this as a coincidence.
Yeah,
so like
the same as if I opened up a fortune cookie and whatever I read was extremely relevant to my life. If I read it and I was like, holy crap, this was like it was printed for me. But then I thought about it for 5 seconds and I was like, yeah, but they printed 25,000 cookies with this exact phrase, like stuff like that.
Yeah, but that's nothing.
But as far as like evidence that would
nothing like
I've said this plenty of times, and it's kind of my cookie cutter answer for the whole thing is that I do not know the evidence that it would take to convince me. But if there's an omniscient God, that being definitely does.
But like what's it called? Occam's razor, right? Usually the simplest answer is the answer.
Yeah, the answer with the least variables is usually the correct.
The simplest answer is I asked God for a sign and he gave me a sign.
No, the answer that God exists is never the answer with least variables.
Yeah, like you're ignorant of Pascal's wager
because you have to go. You have to go.
Like, you don't know what God answered you
to say God exists first.
Yeah, but what all your things that you're putting in place that I just happen to ask this day, someone happened to drop this coin in this spot.
Well, it could be coincidence.
In the next day, all these coincidences that have to be in place.
Yeah, the chances of that happening.
God.
But the least amount of variables is that they are all coincidences because you're not having to add in an extra.
No,
explanation.
God is the easiest explanation is that you found what you were looking
variable. For. God. That's it.
Thank you, Lindsay.
I don't know. I just I feel like you could have God bring you out in space and create a planet.
Well, yeah, but he'd have to do that. If he actually did that,
I'd be like, I think that was fake, bro.
That's the thing. An omniscient God would know exactly what to show me, right?
If somebody came and snatched me and took me into space right now, I would totally change my mind. I promise. I'd be like, oh my God, this shit is real.
Yeah, dude, if you play by my rules, yes, that is happening. I mean, sure. But yeah, it's either you fit into science or I have schizophrenia, and like I have just I'm like I can't make any strong statements, but like any proof I would ascribe is like I'm losing my mind, and or
yeah, you wouldn't believe anything. That's what I'm saying. So like,
I believe a lot of stuff.
Hold him to his word, Jeff. Hold him to his word. He said that he would come to you and he'll comfort you. Say he said in your word, That's sometimes you gotta kind of twist his arm a little bit.
Well, why can't he just be? If he says I'm going to come to you and comfort you, then why can't he just do what he says? As simply, why is he complicating this?
Well,
this seems weird. I already don't trust him.
There's a lot of like layers of the spirit realm that block us.
Why? Then I can do it better than the spirit realm can. Because if I tell somebody I will come to you and comfort you, and they called and said, "Hey, I need you to come and comfort me." I'd be like, "Oh, okay. I told you I'd do that. I'll be right there." That easy.
Yeah, you know what just happened there? Right there, you left out a part. That person said, "I want you to come comfort me." That person asked for it. You're not truly asking for it if you're sitting here just denying
Oh, it's a
it.
flaw with me.
Ask
And then
for
if I
God
ask
to
it
come
right,
touch
once
you in
they
your
unlock
heart.
the right
Ask for Jesus
combination,
to come in your heart for real. Do
then
it for
he'll
real
come.
and see what happens to your life.
And if he fails
is
to
called the
come, it
no
means
true
it's not
the thing.
real.
We can't have.
That's
You
not
can't
gonna
just show
incentivize
up at
me.
somebody's house and help them.
Yeah, this
God
is the no
doesn't
true
fuck with
Scotsman,
free
right?
will. God gave us free will for a reason, for
This
us
is the
to
no true
choose to
Scotsman,
either
right?
follow in His path or to follow in a deviant, hedonistic fucking path of all about our own happiness and what we
Well,
and our
hopefully
own
those two will
pleasures.
coincide.
That's
Does God
that's
lose?
what our choices are. We have the
Does-
free will to do this.
We can't like just
God
beg
doesn't
God ever
just
lose?
show up to your house. You have to ask for God to come to your house.
Does God ever lose?
Nope.
Does God ever lose?
Yeah.
What does that even mean? Lose in what sense?
I mean, I don't know. If I go to hell, isn't that like not what God wanted?
What's you losing?
Some people are allocated for hell.
But doesn't God want me to be with Him?
So by saying some people are allocated for
if
hell,
I'm separate from Him, doesn't
you're
that
saying
mean
that
He
some
loses?
people are allocated
God
for
is trying
infinite
to
punishment
reach,
for
yes, God
finite
is trying to
wrongdoing.
reach His rebellious children. Yeah.
Yeah,
for
that's
sure. So
messed up.
sometimes
That's
God
not any kind of
loses.
merciful or good.
Does God know everything?
You were bad, and so that's where you deserve to be.
There is no concept of good or merciful that includes the idea of infinite punishment for finite wrong.
Why do
Right.
you think Christians confess their sins?
That's not justice. Justice is the definition of justice is the punishment fits the crime. Infinite punishment for finite wrong, by definition, cannot be justice.
What's finite?
They confess to a space daddy.
You only have a finite life. You're only alive for a certain amount of time.
What do you call finite? What's
You're only
finite
alive
issue you think
for a
is
certain
gonna
amount of
make
time.
it
No, I don't think
As far as
religious
you
people
know.
think that. It's eternal or
This
immortal.
is just the squeeze theorem. Like God was infinite before, and God always will be. So like humans are squished in between two infinities, which like necessarily like makes it like nothing on one side and heaven and hell on the other side. So like either the gates of heaven are open, or yeah, it's
So this is why the entire concept of hell kind of breaks the idea of a moral God.
Most of you wouldn't want to live in heaven.
I don't.
Correct.
I've said
Yes.
that many times.
Right,
That
exactly.
sounds like
you want
a
to
nightmare
live in a
to me.
world of sin and everything. So
Yeah,
you're gonna get an
yes,
eternal
absolutely.
of it, buddy.
Give me the
You're
heat.
gonna
No,
get
no,
an
I don't
eternal
think
of it.
sin
I
exists
promise
anymore.
you. You'll
I don't
get
think
an
sin-
eternal of it in the end, bro.
For
Don't
sure,
worry.
yeah. I don't think sin exists anymore because Jesus died for all of it, and how much I sin
That's
doesn't
right.
change how
You don't
how
even
large
believe in
Jesus' sacrifice
so How
was.
are you using that as your argument?
Because of the second covenant, the one of grace that was spoke about at the Last Supper.
That's
So now you believe in Jesus?
Oh no, I mean I'm just I don't know.
Oh, so then you're
it's
just using it for your argument for.
I mean, it's a good enough as a reason as any, right?
It's a good enough.
Like no one had the Holy Spirit before.
Jesus
we now
died
know.
for our sins. Do you think
Should
that
always
meant
burn
that
the
it took
fire.
away everyone's
Yeah,
sins?
Jesus died for an infinite amount
Yeah.
of sins.
Do you think that
So-
meant? Do you think that means it took away human beings' sin? Is that what you think?
Yes. He died and resurrected. He overcame
No,
death.
he sacrificed.
Augustine didn't think so.
No, God sacrificed himself as the Son.
Yes, for
to
everybody,
live as,
all
as,
sin.
as a sinless human.
For all,
to show
yes,
humans how
and
to reach
he was the ultimate
heaven.
sacrifice. So he died for
It,
all
it
sin
obviously
ever.
didn't work because we still have sin.
Yeah, because no matter how many times he's reached the prophets, things didn't turn out the way it was supposed to. So he came down as the Son to reach the planet and explain show by example the right way to live as a human to reach the kingdom of heaven.
So are acts required to get into heaven, or
faith without
was
works
Jesus'
is dead,
sacrifice
yes.
enough?
Yes, faith without works is dead. Yeah, you
Okay,
can't
for
just
sure.
believe
So
and say,
yeah.
"Oh,
Asking for
please, your last minute
forgiveness is
dead."
not enough.
Yeah, we
You
don't
need to-
believe that murderers in their last seconds can be like, "I believe in Jesus,"
Great
and they get to
comment.
go to heaven. That's
For
not
sure.
how it
So
works.
if you murder people and you wait too long, you're fucked. God doesn't love you anymore.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter how
exactly.
honest you are.
Yep.
Okay, for sure. So
Yeah.
so
Murderers
sound like
that
loving.
You need to help
Jesus and
cultivate-
actually repent for their
So-
sins and actually change
How's
their
a
ways.
murderer
Yeah,
honest?
those
So-
murderers
so-
they
so
don't
in
get
your
to go to
framework-
heaven. Yep.
Right. So in your framework, like they need to have
to be.
For sure. So in your framework, like they need to have participated in the cultivation of the Garden of Eden into the city of Jerusalem, the prophesized heavenly kingdom that will be upon us, like blessed be his name or whatever the fuck.
Breathe, bro. Breathe. Relax. I'm listening. I'm not gonna interrupt. Breathe. I get it out. Relax.
Yeah, and like
you're all
and again.
fucking...
So like you
Can't
have
even
to have
understand
contributed.
you.
It doesn't matter how pure your heart is.
Relax, chill. You're good.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm bored. This is annoying.
All right.
Yeah. So, like I said, I didn't hear anything addressing the idea that if you are sent to hell, you are sent to hell for infinity, forever. So,
what's wrong
because it's infinite punishment for a finite wrong.
A finite. See, you say finite.
Yes. People are only alive a certain amount of time, right?
Mm-hmm.
You only have a life. That's the finite amount of wrong.
Right. Well, you say finite, but this was your chance.
No, it's by definition finite. You live and you die, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is the definition of finite. You don't live forever, right?
Yeah, but the thing
you're
is
finite.
Okay, but it's a long time for a human's life, right? Because it's like as long as you'll be here.
I mean, obviously, infinity is long,
right?
Yeah.
So after your time here,
no, it's a disingenuous
you face
question.
judgment and you go to heaven or hell.
But it seems out of proportion to
if you reject him here,
the act.
you reject him there. You know.
If it's about love, if that's what's at the core of it, yours seems less loving for some reason than some of the other ones. There seems some severity.
If the punishment for running a stop sign was getting killed, would that be proportional to you?
I would like to address this. Why does it seem that my version?
It's just my own subjective emotional impression. Like if I'm looking for love and I move toward you, I'm like, ooh, that feels a little less loving. But I have someone that might be able to clear it up for us backstage. Let's welcome Mr. R.A.N.T. Hopefully
What's up, pussies?
Oh, hey, we're talking about Jesus. What do you have to say?
What are you saying this talking about Jesus for?
I don't know.
He's seeking.
You guys are seeking the words of Jesus?
I think so.
From the mouth of speak.
Hey, we got another contender with some words. It's another atheist.
Hey, do you see that scripture I just posted in the back, Jeff?
Whisper because David's in bed.
Oh, okay. Well, good luck.
Basically, God says that
I'll get you, Alan.
We got to get Shiva a shed.
Hell. So if he didn't send people to hell, you would call him a liar. So people are going to hell
forever, for infinity.
Rant, what is your channel?
I don't have a channel.
Oh, I thought you did.
Yeah, but animated. The thing is, as a human being, you choose that.
Oh, really?
Yes.
So do you not think disproportional punishment is wrong?
Choose this.
Do you not think disproportional punishment is wrong?
Repent your sins and go to heaven for eternity, or you can live yourself a whole life of sin, do all the craziest shit you ever wanted to do as a human being, and then live in flames for eternity.
Cool. Do you think disproportional punishment is wrong?
You want to look. You want to take a finite time, like you called it, right? It's a finite time. You want to use that finite time to do as much things that is for your pleasure instead of having and risk the eternity of hell instead of doing a finite time of things for God and having the eternity of heaven. You actually, your logic is way dumber.
No, you can go to hell for the last moment of your life. You could have been a priest your entire life and then commit one act at the very end and go straight to hell.
That's not how it goes.
Oh, I'm pretty sure it is, depending on the act.
No, that's not.
Isn't it the case? Isn't it the case that merely not believing will be enough to send you to hell?
Well, yeah, faith without works is dead. You do have to have faith, and you do have to.
What is works without faith?
That's not what I'm asking. What I'm asking is, isn't it the case that merely not believing in the existence of God is enough to send you to hell. So what
Sure.
we're now doing
So, like,
is,
if you don't
we're
believe in
taking
God,
we're taking a matter of belief, which is a
it's
matter of
but
knowledge.
no, it's to
And then
deny
we're
God,
ascribing,
right?
right?
It's
But
not to just not believe in God, right? So if you don't have, so a lot of people get this misconstrued. People will be like, oh, what about like babies that died or people who never got to read
right,
the Bible? What about them that died? And that's not true. So actually, God literally says in the Bible that it's for all men, not just the Israelites or just the Jews or just this, just it's for all men. And
Unless
it's
right.
you're
written
a
on our
murderer who's
heart.
like 5 minutes
Asking,
away from
All
the
men
chair.
will
hang on,
be
Jack,
judged
hang
in
on.
the end, right?
I would
So
I
you
would
could
still
have
like
never
the
had a
answer.
chance to be introduced to the Bible
Okay,
and still
so
lived a good life, and God will judge you still.
right,
Yes.
so what God is doing is he is ascribing a moral status to cognition. He's saying if you apply your rational mind and your rational mind leads you to a specific belief, that is morally wrong.
Right, because you don't choose your beliefs, not willfully.
It's not a matter of morality, actually. In my opinion, it's a matter of authority. If you reject Jesus Christ here now, you will reject him
Right.
in the afterlife, and God knows that.
But again, this is still a matter of cognition rather than moral action, right?
Okay,
so you're being
first
judged
of
for
all,
what?
hell doesn't come until after judgment. So even if you don't know who God or Jesus is, you'll be judged on your life before you go to hell or heaven.
Yeah, it's about
and those
denying God.
people, those
When you
people
deny
who
God,
don't know
that's
who
that's
Jesus
the
is, they have
sin.
a special
Denying
category,
God.
and
Can I
they're
offer an
saved.
alternative
They're
viewpoint
saved.
on
Hang on
this
a minute,
matter?
Rance. Hang on a minute, Rance. Hang on a minute. They are saved by Jesus during the harrowing of hell, right? So the people who have never encountered God, they're covered. What I'm talking about specifically is somebody who is presented with the evidence as it's outlined in the Bible, and then says that evidence doesn't make any sense to me, and then forms a belief upon the basis of that. That is then ascribed a moral status.
You'll be judged on your testimony.
On cognition rather than action. So
More
not because
on
you've done
action.
anything
In that
wrong.
case, it'll be more on action because you didn't have any faith. The faith gets you out of the judgment, but if you
No,
don't,
you don't
have
choose
faith,
your
you'll
belief.
be
You
judged.
can't, you
which
can't
is a
force
matter
yourself
of
to believe in
passion.
something.
I know I'm not a Christian.
Also, speakeasy, could it be the case? Do you think there's a possibility that the principle of seek and ye shall find, which is what I think you were referencing earlier, could that be confirmation bias?
No, it's in the Bible.
Seek and you will find. Well, I actually brought up the point because, like, Jeff had made a analogy basically about like if someone like why doesn't he come help? Because if someone called me to come help, I would come help. And I pointed out, yeah, but you're missing that part at the starting. It's someone's calling you.
He said, "I'm not calling
help.
it right."
So
I'm
if you're
doing it
not,
the right
if you're
way.
not truly asking for God to come into your life, how can you expect God to?
Well,
come
I
into
think
your
I
life?
am. So if
He
he's not
doesn't just
doing
show up.
that's all I
He
can
doesn't
do.
just show up. The Bible is here. There's plenty of people that speak on the Bible and its teachings, right? So now
But
if you want a relationship and truly to have Christ in your heart, you have to ask for this part, right? Like, do you have to?
So let's assume that you ask,
Well, I
and
don't
then you have
anymore. After all that.
let's assume that you ask, and then you have an experience that appears to confirm the existence of God. Could that be confirmation bias, rather than God revealing Himself to you?
Could it be confirmation bias? Well,
Yes.
it would depend on what situation exactly you're talking about. In my situation, no.
You don't
Like I
think
said,
that you having a thought of one day saying, "God, show me that you're with me," and then the next day,
and then the very next day finding that
Yeah.
pendant on the way
And
to
R.A.N.T
the store
wanted to
that we
offer a
take
point
every
too.
day,
Don't
the
forget.
same path we take every day when we were going to school, and I was in high school at this time. The same path every day, like it
That sounds boring.
It's a very big coincidence that this just happens.
Parable of the unrighteous judge.
R.A.N.T, that might be a good time
right?
to jump in.
A coincidence, eh?
Yeah, I'm just saying, bro. Like, How many people on this panel actually study the Bible?
I
So
read
probably
it /
a lot.
try
Here
to
comes
study
Rand.
it.
Has
I
anyone
know
read it
everything
in
about
its,
everything.
Has anyone read it cover to cover?
No,
Have
Fuck
you?
no.
Yes.
nor its
Have I?
original
I've
language.
probably read it cover to cover a few times, honestly.
In
Nice.
Hebrew and Greek.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the Hebrew and I'm pretty familiar with the Greek, but I'm not like a scholar on the Greek like I would be with
Does
the
that mean you can
What are your
read Hebrew and
thoughts?
Greek?
What am
Can
I
you read
thoughts
Hebrew and Greek?
on what?
On what
I
we
don't
were
believe
talking
people are reading the Bible in its proper context because of the corruption of the language translation and the wording that was utilized.
We were screwed then.
I mean,
So
that is
can
true in
you
a lot
give
of
an
cases.
example of why you think that? Because like I don't understand.
Stonecutters.
Yeah, I can give a lot of examples. I mean,
Stonecutters. Yeah.
you know,
So
it's
could
like
we have one.
so like you could start out with the Old Testament, Genesis line 1, right? In the beginning, Elohim created
Wait,
the
hang on,
heavens and earth,
somebody's.
right? You got the word Elohim there. That's a plural
Somebody
word.
have
It
a
means
TV
God.
playing.
It's lowercase g, right? But we're writing it in as God, singular, not in the plural, as a
Rand,
singular
is that
entity.
you with the TV on? Yeah, it is. Rand, you got something going on in the background.
Bro, I've got Paw Patrol, okay?
What's Paw Patrol?
turn it
That's
off.
copyrighted though.
I'm putting my child to sleep.
Well, can you put it a bit lower?
I'll try to lower it.
I mean, it's you sound louder than it though. If she's trying to sleep.
Is that better,
All
bro?
right. Yeah. It is.
Right. So, yo, basically, bro, the wording in the Bible was corrupted in its translation to obfuscate the meanings of shit. You know what I mean? You can shake your
Intentionally?
head all you want. You know, we have multiple references in the Old Testament where you'll find the name of God, Yod He Wah He. You'll also find the word God, G-O-D, and they'll be used interchangeably.
That
So
is
that's
Elohim, too.
literally corruption in the language. You
Well, it's
can't
different
use,
strand, different authors.
you can't use a word to define a name. You can't use a name to define a word. We have blasphemy in the Old Testament translation in
use
itself.
words
It's kind of
to define
almost
words.
the same thing.
It's
Can we
not.
use words to define words, Rand?
It's not, because the word Elohim means gods, plural.
Right.
Did you not know that like a lot of names have meanings? Or
It says, "Let us make man in our image," but it's using a
didn't think
singular
so.
word, God, because it's leaning into that this word God now at the point it was translated is one God.
Yeah.
Well, no. It was originally written in Hebrew, and it was a
Did he
poem.
come
So,
up
like,
to,
this
like,
Elohim
add
was like
to the,
repeated
like,
throughout, like as a
topic, or
who's
give an argument to the
us?
topic, or just say that nobody knows the Bible like him.
Well, I just want to start off with some context because, like, most of y'all just argue for the sake of argument.
Well, yeah, of course.
That
That's
seems
why
like
we're
that's what
fucking
you're
as well.
doing right now. You literally came up here to tell us how much you know about the Bible and like how you know much everything's been obfuscated or whatever you're just saying. Like,
Mistranslated.
what's
It
your
has
point? I'm just confused. What
So
was wrong?
the
with what you
proper
heard?
understanding. So the proper understanding of certain parts of the Bible is going to be very important when we start to talk about salvation, right?
Right.
Well,
So
technically,
what-
nobody was talking
What
about
part did you hear that was wrong? I'm
gonna break it down for you if you give me a second.
Yeah.
So basically, right, we're in a world of deception. This reality is all deception. There's only going to be one path to morality. There's only one. And that
And
path
is that
is
also
laid out by
deception?
Jesus Christ.
Is that
He said,
also
"Follow me."
deception?
There's only one way to morality. Everything
wasn't
else
even the
is a
topic.
false sense of morality. There's people that think they're moral and they have slaves. There's people that think they're moral and they murder. This is not moral. They
But
just
those
believe
people
it's
don't. People that murder don't think they're moral.
Yes, they do if it says it in their Bible.
Oh,
or
if
their
they think they're doing
scripture.
it for yeah, but how many people are actually doing that? Very few.
Plenty. Look at the fucking Middle East right now.
Who in the Middle East is murdering?
Are you
'cause of the
fucking
Bible?
retarded?
Are you talking about like Hamas?
I'm talking about thousands and thousands and thousands of people
I thought
dying
you
every
meant
day.
like
Are
here
you
at home.
ignorant of this?
Here at home.
No, Palestine, Israel, hello.
And how many of those are
I
Christians?
thought they were doing that because they were attacked.
Yes, I agree. Religious beliefs do make people go against their naturalistic morality that is inbuilt within them.
Yeah,
That's
like
not my
I don't
point.
believe in
most
that either.
conservatives
I
would,
totally agree
like,
with you.
or
You missed
most
my point.
Catholics
No, I got it.
would
Loud and
believe
clear,
in
buddy.
Sharia law if you just didn't use that word.
You missed my point. It's that there's many religions that claim to have morality, and there's only one path to true morality. Everything else is a lie.
Oh.
Well, I'm not concerned with my morality. I'm okay with it.
Like that's just proselytizing.
I don't feel
you said
like I need
nothing.
saving.
You literally said nothing.
Not being concerned with your morality is immoral.
Okay, well then I'm immoral, according to you. So what does that leave us?
It
Enjoy
leaves
the
us with a
panel.
world full of Gen X Jeffs that is destroying itself.
I'm okay with that.
I mean, look at the world around you. This is what happens.
I'm responsible for the world around me.
You're right. When people filter their morality through like super ancient books, it usually tends to mess up modern things.
No, it's a really good idea. Like we haven't come up with any better ideas. In
Okay,
2000
so
fucking
you
years.
animated. You do that, and when you
I
do
do.
that, I can just point something to you. Okay,
No, go for it. Go for it. Hit me back.
Right?
I love it.
I can tell you why I know it's immoral to eat babies. Right? Divine command. Now you give me an actual reason why it's wrong to eat babies. Go ahead. In your worldview, why is it wrong?
Because
Well,
they're humans.
the utilitarian view is that babies are us, and we need them to make us more of us. Also, because they're ours, and if you like try to hurt my stuff,
babies are
no,
humans.
yeah, they're us.
Yeah, why
they're
is
ours,
it
we're
morally
protecting them.
wrong?
That's it. That's just.
Well, why is
that's
it? What is morals, right? Morals is what it is wrong to do to someone else.
Yeah, we don't like doing things that can't
Right, like you
protect
can't
themselves.
wrong
We're
nothing.
protecting them. They're
You
against
have
our
to
will that you
wrong
hurt them.
a
Like there are
person.
multiple reasons why it's immoral. That's the
baby
most
is a
immoral things
person.
have multiple reasons why they're immoral.
You can't eat a person.
You can technically.
It seems like it's hard for someone
Do
that
anything
doesn't
once.
have their morals coming from some higher place to explain why it's wrong to do so.
Well, no,
Oh,
it's
yeah,
easy.
no,
When you go to murder
yeah.
someone, the other person doesn't want you to do it. So
it's not wrong to kill babies according to the Bible, right? God explicitly instructs the Israelite to kill babies, kill all of the
when
Amalekites.
they wipe out the Amalekites, they kill the women and the children.
Well,
so it's
killing
apparently
babies
not
is
immoral
okay
if
when
God
God
do
says
it.
so.
Well, yo, they were of their father the devil, who was a murderer since the beginning.
Oh,
What do
so
you
it's okay in
expect?
some cases. Okay.
No, who said it was okay? I'm telling
God.
you that. I'm telling you,
God
people
did.
are worshiping gods
God
that
did,
are not
R.A.N.T.
gods.
God specifically instructs the Amalekites
answering,
to
you guys
slaughter
just had to turn it
women,
around.
children, and infants.
Still no
Does
answer.
it not?
If you guys listen, I'm saying that whatever God wants to murder babies is not the Almighty God. Do you understand?
So the Bible's wrong then. The
No,
Bible's
it's
not
about a
true.
God who is
It's
not
mistranslated.
the God.
You're
This is
not
why
reading
Jesus
the-
Christ
the
had to
right
come and set it
account.
straight. They were worshiping Satan. Do you
They were
understand?
worshipping Satan.
Correct.
Yeah,
That is
Okay.
correct.
Rant is here to give us the true Bible. 'cause
Under
he
the
knows
color
all
of
the
law,
language.
under the color of spiritual law, they were practicing
Spiritual law. Get the
Yeah.
fuck out of here with
They
that
didn't have
nonsense.
by saying this is the law by God that they got from the devil, they could then
Satan wasn't a
manipulate the
deity in
laws
the
to
Hebrew
basically
Bible.
do whatever they want and appear
So which
righteous.
parts of the Bible should we believe and which
What
parts
do you
should we
think
disbelieve?
Jesus Christ was
That's
calling
what he's
out?
here to tell us.
Listen, we're just jumping away. You guys
We're
keep
not
jumping
jumping
away
away.
from
I
my
didn't what you said a
question.
minute ago. So
We're
You
going
keep
right
jumping
into
away
it.
from my question. God didn't say in the Bible it was okay or moral to do those actions. He commanded them to kill. That's it. You're not going to jump
killed.
away from telling me why, in your worldview, it's not okay. You can't
What
just
about
say
Jesus
because they're
Christ's
humans.
worldview?
That's not giving me an answer.
What about Jesus
If it's
Christ's
just because
worldview?
they're humans, then we could justify
because-
a lot of
I mean,
things.
if you're
People
asking,
believe in the inherent value
if you're
of human life,
asking, if you're asking why it's immoral, Speakeasy, it's because we decide it's immoral.
Do you not know what Jesus Christ was bringing out? Are you
No,
unaware?
apparently I'm very bad at calling him.
So when he tells the Pharisees, you are of your
This guy
father the
just
devil,
rants
who
on
was a
and on.
murderer since the
He's the
beginning.
worst to be on
He's here
channels with, bro.
proselytizing.
He's the
Are you
worst
gonna
to be on
listen?
channels with.
Because all you do
He
is
just
nod your head like a
goes
black
off.
woman when you disagree with something, and then
Oh,
you
why
put
gotta
eye
be
on,
black?
fucking hide and
Okay.
Mike Mog over everybody with
What does it say
nonsense.
about black women?
When you
What
don't
the
have
heck?
not a
Gay
good
people
piece of
can do
information
that.
in your
Chicken
entire
neck? You call it
stupid ass
chicken neck.
fucking brain.
Well, the
Nobody
Israelites,
learned
right?
from the black women.
Well, the
Nobody
early
heard
Christians,
what you said.
All you
this
know
whole
how to
time
do is
they're
come out here and be a
thinking.
fake celebrity.
A
well,
fake
the early Christians,
celebrity.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, for old
Right.
crusty spider-webbed vaginas, so you can get a little bit of money.
How did we
Right.
get
You
from
fucking
chicken neck
pervert.
black women, chicken
What?
neck, and spider
Right.
web vaginas?
What is
I
your
just
thing?
wrote
Where are
down
you
your
taking
Are you
business
us
on
model.
today?
drugs, bro? Are you on
What
drugs,
journey are we
bro?
on?
No, I'm
What
not
kind
you.
of drugs you on,
I'm
dude?
not you, bro. I
All
don't
of
do
us.
Oh,
that.
good one, bro.
We're
You're
captive
the
to
drug addict. Look at
what?
you.
I'm a drug addict. Look at me.
Yeah,
That was
look in
good.
a fucking mirror,
Rant,
you
rant,
silly
rant.
fucking
I
Hey,
don't
clown
listen,
sound
ass
like
hey,
redneck.
I'm taking you off. I'm not. You're dragging down the conversation. We're keeping it at a certain level.
Yeah, he saw that we were stopping him from proselytizing because that's all he was doing.
Well, I like Grant. Sometimes he actually has interesting stuff that I agree with sometimes. So I was giving him a chance. But if he's
Wild.
going to get personal and all that, then not tonight. I think we were doing a better conversation before that. He
Is
is
this guy talking on mute? I'm just confused.
Huh?
No, I think he's talking to somebody in his house.
Oh, he just keeps pointing at the screen. So it's tripping me out.
Well, he's probably laughing at us all, isn't he? I mean, I would.
His handler. He forgot to turn the camera off.
In answer to your question, Easy, the murder of babies is wrong is because we decide what's right and what's wrong.
Okay, so it's just an arbitrary decision, right?
I mean, moral intuition, empathy, belief in the value of humans, innocence, vulnerability. Like there are multiple reasons that we're hard coded to protect babies, right?
But it's emergent from our experiences of being human.
And also from our biology, I would imagine that there's an argument to be made.
Right. Us more than others because our babies are so vulnerable.
Yeah, Jonathan hate.
I am gonna have to have an objective morals conversation one-on-one with both Shiva and Effigy at one point.
Yes, you will. Yeah, that would be an interesting conversation.
Yeah, that'd be a fun one.
I'm gonna have to do that.
I think all the morality arguments are irrelevant and pointless because they're unproductive and it's a wash. Basically, the flesh can justify with social feedback morality, so it's not a very strong argument for Christians to use morality. Authority is a different issue.
Yeah, of course it is. That's why it's important to have the moral arguments, because it's really important for us to decide, is this actually promoting well-being? Are we stopping people from being harmed? Are we looking at the consequences? Or are we just instilling rules to have rules because I decide what hurts society?
Right. Well, this is why you could look at this though, and this is what I would measure up with. Like,
social feedback does that by itself.
What about the ethics is bad for society? I think a lot of the things we have going on right now was actually borrowed from this. They're like, oh yeah, that sounds about right. They just pick and choose but then they ignore certain things that are actually bad for society for personal pleasure or money.
Yeah, but we're not all going to agree on what's good and bad for society. So
yeah, there's agreeing, but there's facts as well. Though we can look at a lot of different avenues here to figure out what's affecting society and how.
Yeah, I agree. That is one of my criticisms. I don't think people look at enough avenues. I think they reduce it to one or two or three.
Yeah, you're right about that. A lot of people do that for sure.
Morality is complicated, and when you try to simplify it, I think that's when you can justify horrible things.
I've never had an issue. Like most people I know, well, pretty moral people.
I like to bring it up because it's a demonstration of having to choose in how you're being good. But the trolley problem is not just a demonstration of all bad choices. It's a demonstration on there not being objective morality. That you have to make that all choices are moral in some sense. So like if the trolley is heading down the track and it's headed toward 5 people and there's a switch that you are, taped to or secured to that you can't get away from, and you have the choice to leave the trolley on the track or switch it to the other track, and the other track has one person on it, what's the moral decision? And there are three decisions in that case, right? There's do nothing, let it hit the 5, let it hit the 1.
See, and like, let me tell you something about that question right there. Me, with objective morals, knows that when it comes to that, all you can do is consequence. Both actions are going to be immoral. You're killing one or the other. Both actions are going to be immoral. Not doing
All three actions
is going to cause 5 people to die. Switching over causes 1 person to die. Both immoral, but you
Okay,
did
well, actually,
less.
let me change it because it doesn't work if you're attached to the lever. You have to be in the trolley with the ability to do nothing. That's how the three choices work.
Even with the ability to do nothing.
But that's the deontologist position. If a deontologist has a rule that says that they should not kill ever, they will not make a choice to lessen harm if it causes them to kill the lesser of the beings.
Yeah, but that's just not.
A utilitarian would choose 1 over 5, and an ethics value person would say, "Oh, look, the 5 people are old people. The 1 person is a pregnant woman. Therefore, I choose the 5." It's to show you that there are different positive moral considerations in how to choose the objectively moral answer.
Yeah, and all that can be formulated by the flesh. You don't need God. So it's a weak argument for Christians to, in my opinion.
Well, I don't.
I keep
That's
going back
fine.
to
It's
the
just,
love.
the arguments are going to end up in a riverbed, a wash, and it's not going to accomplish anything.
You think they are, but
because arguments is a Greek thing, not a
important.
Christian Judaic thing.
No, I think it's extremely important to point out when people are claiming to be moral on one hand, and then they have the exact opposite on the other. People say murder's bad, but abortion's good. It's like, wait, it's the same thing.
Well, hang on. Those are 2 different things. Murder is the unlawful taking of life.
You're intentionally taking a life.
Yes.
So
Unlawfully. It's not just killing someone. Murder is the unlawful killing of someone.
Yeah. So again, that's what I'm trying to say right now. Abortion is just murder made legal.
Then it's not murder.
Yeah.
It's just killing.
Okay, dude, then
you're just using emotive language because it's emotive, and you're better than that.
It's different just on the face of its rights coming into conflict.
Legalities is the way
it's rights coming into conflict, right? Like nobody argues that people have the right to walk up to you and shoot you in the face. Nobody argues that.
You have to convince them that the saying no that says stop doing what you're doing is coming from God, and you're not going to convince a non-believer that that's what's happening.
No, the argument women
have
always
because a non-believer would need a
have
personal
the right
experience of God, right?
Right.
Like, isn't that the basis of faith? Is that you have some kind of personal experience of divinity?
What I'm saying is that the Christian argument.
Well, if you don't have that experience, then you can't have the faith, can you?
The flesh can make up its own morality by social feedback alone. So it's really
the flesh does make up morality. That's the only people who do make up morality. I mean, that's the flesh writes the books that you're trying to say are objective. Like
that's what I'm saying is that I don't think that is. I don't think the arguments that it's the book is productive at all. I agree with you, actually.
I think the objectivity we strive for in morality is objectivity through consensus. We're trying to get to a point where we all agree what is good, and that's the difficulty.
We already have authority. We have state authority.
I'm talking about authority for the afterlife.
Yeah, but like, what is good? What is good to somebody with a hedonistic fucking worldview is just what's good for them. They don't give a fuck about what's good for everyone.
That's not true. You can be.
I think you're conflating hedonism with pleasure seeking, and I don't know that the 2 terms are strictly synonymous.
Sorry, say that again.
I think you're conflating hedonism with just purely pleasure seeking, and I think hedonism is a specific philosophical view that arose out of ancient Greek.
Okay,
Greece, and I don't think it's synonymous.
Wait, so is hedonism not? Wait a minute.
I mean,
hold up.
colloquially, yes.
Okay. wait a minute. What is the definition of hedonism? Not that pleasure, happiness is the sole good in life.
It might be.
What is hedonism?
It doesn't have to be the sole.
Give me the
good.
definition before I search it up, because that does. I'm pretty sure
that sounds about right.
The prioritization of pleasure
and happiness are the sole good in life.
It doesn't say soul.
Primary.
You're adding that in there. It doesn't have to be soul. You can pursue pleasure along with other goals.
It doesn't have to. Okay, I'm going to search it up right now.
And it's also the avoidance of pain. It's not just the pursuit of pleasure, it's the avoidance of pain. Now, I'm not arguing for hedonism. You know, I don't think that's a good system to live by. But...
Okay, so hedonism. Okay, the doctrine that pleasure or happiness is the sole or chief good in life.
Right, but it's also about avoidance of pain. That definition is lacking.
Oh,
you seem to think people that
doesn't match your
pleasure can't also care
definition
about
in your head,
people, and that's just not true.
This is from the dictionary, so I mean, sorry.
Is that a dictionary of philosophy? Should we try Stanford's the Stanford website? Because I think that would be a more accurate definition.
Get into a semantic argument at this point.
Okay.
But if you want to talk to someone that actually considers himself a hedonist, I'm able to pursue pleasure and indulge in my desires, and also care about society and other people. They're not. One does not prevent the other. They're not in conflict for me. Yeah. So if you think hedonism leads you to not care about other people, that is not true to my experience.
No, you'll value pleasure and what you think is happiness over the society's.
That's just not true.
What's good for society is what makes you happy.
Prioritize my pleasure for another person. There's many situations where pleasure would come.
What if helping people is your primary means of deriving pleasure from life? That would be hedonism still, right?
Yeah.
It could be in a way. I mean, you can make that argument.
If you went out and like killed, stole and raped people, your life would be worse because people would treat you badly in return. So that doesn't work either. Do you know what I mean? Like if hedonism is making your life better, you would want to help people because that would make your life better.
I just do it because it feels good. It satisfies it's a part of me that I need to express and experience.
Yeah, you get pleasure from helping people.
I do personally.
Yeah.
I don't expect. I know that not everybody does, but I do. But I don't know if I consider that hedonism. It's not like indulging in vices.
I would say most people aren't hedonists just by the fact that we have to do things we don't want to do all the time. And like pure hedonists would fight against that really badly. They would be the kinds of people who are.
You mean like the kind of people that just don't want to go to work and don't ever fucking, ever move up?
That's not how I do hedonism at all. It doesn't prevent me from.
Well, people who avoid authority aren't by definition hedonists.
Oh,
I see those as two different traits.
People who care about pleasure the most.
It's okay to care about pleasure. I mean, pleasure.
Yeah, it's not. You shouldn't prioritize it though.
Well, but can't individuals determine that for themselves, especially adult individuals? At least American individuals.
They could.
I know Canada's a little more collective.
Is prayer pleasurable? Speakeasy is the act of prayer pleasurable?
Because freedom's damn pleasurable.
Praying to God. Yeah.
Is it pleasurable?
Mm-hmm.
It can be.
What about having a personal relationship with God? Is that pleasurable? Is that pleasurable?
Having a personal relationship with God, is that pleasurable? Yeah, it does bring pleasurable moments in your life, but it also brings a lot of hate into your life too. Actually warns you of this in the Bible many times, that once you follow in Christ's footsteps, that a lot of people are going to battle you.
Yeah. That's other people's actions, right? I'm just talking about what you do and the emotional or the kind of feeling tones that arise in response to your actions. So one could argue.
Yeah, so no, it's not like it's you fight urges, you fight things that would give you like a really fast pleasure. It's more of a delayed
Right. Yeah,
gratification
but
of
I would argue that fighting one's urges is in and of itself pleasurable. It might be unpleasant in the short term, but the benefits
right.
you
That's what I'm saying, though.
right.
It's
So
delayed
to that
gratification.
extent,
So
right.
you're not prioritizing. Wait, Shiva. Then it's not prioritizing the pleasure if you're putting it off for that.
Is.
No, it's
It
not.
is. It's
no prioritizing the
it's
pleasure.
prioritizing. Hang on. It's prioritizing one's long-term pleasure over one's short-term pleasure, but that's still prioritizing pleasure.
No, it's not. No, it's not the same whatsoever.
Yeah,
you're prioritizing. You're prioritizing doing things that are not pleasurable. That's what you're prioritizing. You're prioritizing that short and narrow path.
If you say I'm going to go to work all week in order to make money, then I can enjoy myself on the weekend. That's like hedonism.
It's not very pleasurable at work all week, is it?
Yeah, but it's realistic. So you're just basing it on
you have to do it to live. I get it, but
it's
not pleasure.
Yeah, it's doing something.
Especially if you're not like if you're someone who has a family or something and you spend your money on your family and all these type of things. That's not prioritizing your own pleasure with that money either.
Well, what if I get more pleasure out of the family than I do from like blowing it on drugs?
What?
What if I have a higher level of pleasure from raising a family than I do blowing on?
You have a higher level of happiness, maybe.
Sure.
Which is pleasurable, right?
In some moments, yeah.
I mean, since you bring up a new term,
it's pleasurable, but again, you're prioritizing other things before your pleasure. So that's
well, I mean, if I'm prioritizing myself,
prioritizing
myself, and I get more pleasure out of raising a family, then I can still have prioritized myself and done that.
Sure. If you're some rare person,
I am rare, like Mr. Clean with hair.
Yeah.
I agree that there are a lot more hedonists around now.
What?
So I'll agree that there are a lot more hedonists around now.
Yeah.
I've run into a lot more people who are, because part of hedonism is not just the seeking of pleasure, it's the like absolute avoidance of pain. So people who just like crumble in front of problems or run away from them like as easily.
I mean, to be fair to Speakeasy, colloquially, hedonism is just associated with a kind of entirely selfish pursuit of pleasurable activities, right?
I think that's what I was challenging and trying to expand it and bring some nuance to it.
Like hedonism even just comes from the ancient Greek word for pleasure. So like, I mean, like,
do you have something to get pleasure?
We can go into it further, but there's like hedonism is where you prioritize your own pleasure.
Yeah,
I know plenty of atheists that are good people.
Communists, as a broad principle.
Not so much.
What?
Atheists can be good people. I know plenty of atheists that are good people. Communists, that's iffy.
Hey,
what
well,
about an atheist communist?
We've had a few on here.
Any of those?
Let's see.
Easy just to back on the delayed gratification thing. Both Epicurus and Aristotle both advocated delaying gratification. Like I think the idea that one can delay instant gratification for greater pleasure later does align with hedonistic philosophy.
No, I don't think it's in line with it at all.
I mean, there are also branches of hedonism that talked about moderation too. So it's not like overindulgence is an innate part of hedonism. It's just orienting your life around the things that bring you pleasure. How do we even get on this subject?
I was
I
going to
don't
ask
know.
Because you're
I
either
think
you,
it
you
was
either dedicate your life to God or you're a dirty, filthy, degen hedonist.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
and
right.
there's
easy
no
was
in between.
bothered that people were
That's
having
why.
fun and enjoying themselves.
Well, that's not what I said. So good straw man there, buddy.
Well, I
Okay.
tried.
Sorry, like please explain how your position is different than that.
Well, not everyone's.
I don't know if you're like trying to like sound like Destiny to go with your cuck look.
Oh God, no! I can't.
You're not doing a good job.
I'm trying
buddy.
to. I want to
You know what the
dissociate
personal
myself.
tax
as
mean?
much as I never
It
was a
means that
fan
I
to
win.
begin with. I'm even less of one now. I do
Can't
not
accept
want
Is
to
my-
be coming across like Destiny.
That was
Is my
funny.
audio still crackling?
No, it's much better.
It's better.
It's still very godlike.
It's that deep manly
It's a
voice.
combination of
Voice
high
authority.
gain and low speaking volume, Effigy.
Yeah.
It's the
Very
daddy
warm.
voice.
The warmest.
It's a matter of authority. You don't have to be Jesus to make it into
Yeah, but-
heaven because you know.
Most people don't like being
you
told what
can't.
to do, especially Americans. The authority thing, I don't think is going to be.
But the thing is,
the
No,
selling-
let him
you
keep
have
going.
to-
Let him keep
you
going.
have
He's
to
got
answer
it.
the
He's got it.
question: are you God or is He God? That's
I'm
what it
God.
comes down to.
I'm self-determining over my life, not some imaginary entity.
All right. So until
So
you
if he
say
wants
that
to take that
he's
role,
God,
he has to come and take that
that's
role.
the authority.
Right now, I
That's the
have that
authority.
role.
Until you can say He's God, that's the authority I'm talking about.
And there we have it, right there. It's not about objective morality. It's about moral authoritarianism.
It's just about authority. If you won't listen to
That
what you-
effigy, do not group me in with that, bro. I did not say
Okay,
anything
listen.
of the sort.
Why should you be
Look.
allowed to roam around in heaven, without any checks or
Oh,
balances?
I keep forgetting about this afterlife thing. I'm not there. So not authority here on earth. This is for after when y'all are all together in your world.
Right. So
Yeah.
if you don't submit to His authority, He can't let you in heaven because
Right.
we would destroy it otherwise.
Yeah,
No, it's also moral authority. That when if you have the idea in your head that your supreme being can speak moral authority into existence and can change its mind on moral things, then that morality is ultimately subjective.
Mind on moral
Yes,
things.
if God says kill all these people, but killing things is wrong, or don't kill them in this instance, but do it when I say it's okay, then that's moral subjectivity. That's changing due to the whims of the subject. And if you're pulling from that, then it's essentially just moral authoritarianism, because you're like, my morality is whatever my God says, and therefore I'm going to bootstrap the term objective to that to give me argumentative authority.
I'm just saying that if you want to make it into the heaven of the kingdom of God and to heaven, you have to accept His authority, that He has rule and you don't. All that other stuff is just muddying up the waters.
But if you just want to live life on earth, you don't need to worry
I was
about
just
any of
talking
that.
about the one specific thing, so we can talk about the others if you want.
Is that
how
right?
How is that different from divine command theory? Is that what you're arguing for? Just God is most powerful, therefore He is right, no matter what the morals actually are. Just divine command theory.
I mean, you could say that if you're creating something like a clay potter, don't they have the right to throw away whatever they created and it didn't turn out right? It's the same thing with
Is
God.
a
He
human
created
being
everything.
the same as an inanimate object?
So, I mean, the thing is, God can't do wrong like that or evil like that because I don't know how to say it, but
Because he's
first of all,
divine.
yeah, He has to have full knowledge of everything. Okay, so that would include everything that you're talking about, the good and the evil. Now, if he's not unjust, first of all, He wouldn't just be evil and kill people for no reason. There's a reason for it. They were immoral or whatever, He deemed judged fit. So it's not like He just does things on a whim, like a lunatic or something.
I mean, he seems like a lunatic to me. Ordering people to exterminate babies seems like the actions of a lunatic.
Yeah, but you have to take that in context because the Amalekites were already judged at that point.
No. Not if morality is objective.
He had to establish Israel at the time.
Not if morality is objective, the freak.
and the Amalekites were already judged. He says that their judgment is full come, and that's why he told the Israelites to do that and establish Israel.
So the killing of babies is moral when God tells you to do it.
Well, they were judged, so yeah.
Right. So yeah. So if God came to me, right, and instructed me to go out and murder a bunch of babies, and I didn't do it, would I be sinning then?
If he told you that these people were judged unrighteous or hellbound, and then you didn't kill them, then yeah, you would be in hot water, I guess you would say.
Oh my God! Well, I think that's what that person was worried about earlier.
See, this is the thing.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to explain this to you because, like, again, when you just like name these things out of context, you're taking it as, oh well, God said to kill these people, so it was moral to do so. No, right? So this is an act. Let me finish. This is an act of God's judgment on people that were doing horrific fucking things, like sacrificing their own children in fires, incest, idolatry, all different types of wild shit. Right? Remember, this is the answer. Hold up. Let me finish, bro. This is to answer what you just talked about there about God ordering to go and kill, right? This is an act of God's judgment. This isn't just like a random decision that God's like, yeah, just go kill those people. No, these are people that were, it's just like when God flooded the whole world. It wasn't just a random act of fucking judgment. It was because literally it talks about it earlier before the flood, how sin has reached the hearts of every person on earth. It has corrupted it's reached everywhere. So that is why God didn't just flood out innocent people and kill innocent people. No, there was no innocent people. Everyone was evil. Everyone
he killed all the animals. Corrupted. What did they do?
Everyone had been
What
corrupted.
did the donkeys do?
There were no babies.
See, that doesn't sound like love.
Save the animals. Shut up, man. What do you mean they killed all the animals?
When God instructed the Israelites to exterminate the Amalekites, he told them, because by this point all of the combatants had already been killed, right? They'd killed all the soldiers, and then he says, go back into the city, kill the women, kill the children, kill the infants, kill all the fucking animals. What did the babies do that was immoral?
I'm actually pretty sure. I gotta go. So send me this. I gotta read this exact scripture because I'm not mistaken. It's there's actually like some type of condition that you're leaving out. There's something you're leaving out of this. I remember someone arguing else but what I was referring to earlier is like with the Canaanites, right? When they were ordered to kill them, they were doing all pervasive, fucked up shit.
Genesis 36.
Murder, sacrificing babies in fires. They were doing all types of fucked up shit.
So do you think in the modern world the state should have the monopoly on violence as they currently do, or should there be allowances for people where God tells them to kill people?
Vengeance is God's only. So those
not in the modern world.
Commanded to people to do by God. That was God putting his judgment on other people using his followers. Right? That wasn't
to his followers.
That wasn't just murder and like just killing a bunch of
his
people.
Judgment, aka a moral decree, right?
What?
A moral decree, right? His judgment upon them. I judge these people to be immoral and wrong, right? A moral decree.
For a long time.
So he decreed that immorality in that moment. He used his authority to subjectively decree the morality in that moment.
No, it wasn't subjectively.
Hey, before that
We were
moment, killing
talking
babies was wrong, right? Until that
Okay.
moment,
What do you mean?
killing
The
babies was
punishment
wrong.
for living a life of
Samuel.
sin is you go to hell, you fuck. What do you
Even
mean?
One
so
Samuel.
those
So
Hang
you
on,
babies were
hang
sent
on,
them all to
FP, hang
hell
on.
sooner.
FP, hang on,
So they
hang on.
didn't keep
Right.
corrupting the fucking earth
Easy.
that he fucking created for us.
Easy. The book of Samuel, chapter 15, verses 2 to 3. Verse 2. This is what the Lord Almighty says. I will punish the Amalekites for what they did to Israel when they waylaid them as they came up from Egypt. Verse 3. Now go attack the Amalekites and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to death men, women, children, and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys. He specifically instructs them to kill infants, which is babies, right?
Yep.
What did the babies do that was
sound like
wrong?
love.
Okay, so can
They were
you
killing their own babies, so what does it matter?
can you, because you started talking, Shiva, when I was talking, can you tell me the scriptures again?
Yeah, it's I put it in the back chat. It's Samuel chapter 15 verses 2 to 3. And I'm going to be honest. I think if you're making a case for moral objectivity or for the divine goodness of God, this is a real problem.
Okay, wait. So the Old Testament was during the covenant of law, which is different than the covenant of grace that we live in now. So there were different rules back then. Because when God first made the covenant with Abraham,
objective. You're making an argument for the subjectivity of morality.
The whole different covenant thing is a whole different argument we can get into over objective morality, right?
Welcome, Rock E.
And also, it's worth pointing out that God is immutable, so God's moral status never changes.
God's immutable? I can't hear him.
Okay, the Bible says that the Amalekites.
All right, that was a choice atheist dad joke.
Well, the Bible says that the Amalekites and the Canaanites were Nephilim, fallen angel inbreds.
Demons. Demon babies.
Inbred
demons. So today, in our modern world, as a society, we agree to grant the state the monopoly on violence. So if you have these religious people that think God is telling them to kill wickedness or whatever, in the modern world, what does God do? Like, he can't use his followers because the state has the monopoly on violence. So his followers can't do the violence in his name anymore because there's consequences now. So how does God get around that in the modern world?
Well, it was, if you notice in the back there, it was nation against nation. It's kind of the same thing. It's more of a nation judgment than individuals in that regard.
And that's where we get to the truth of it. The whole passage is a post facto excuse for the retribution from warring tribes. One thing was done to them, then they fought back. They felt that it was too dangerous to let them live because they considered them evil, so they wiped them all out. They wrote in their book that God said it was just fine.
So how does that stop war? That seems like that would increase wars. How is this an instrument for ending wars and bringing peace to the world?
I mean,
you have to understand what these books are, especially the Old Testament. The Old Testament is an enormous mix of politics, law, history, religion, the remnants of entire nations that were destroyed and put into slavery and then reconstituted and then reinterpreted by the smaller versions of the bigger nations. No, yes, they were.
I don't think you have peace without.
So the thing is here, the thing here is, so as again, as fucked up as all this that is, right? So when you read through the whole context and you actually read why this even happens, it's because of how much sin and crazy shit they did in along their the way, like from their journey from Egypt to Canaan, right?
Where's the love?
How they afflicted Israel. So yeah, God punished them and swore that he would completely destroy them. And obviously,
not loving.
an all-knowing God would know that if anyone was spared, that they would. You'd probably, it's logical to assume they would grow up and adopt the shit.
So what you're saying is, in that moment with those people, it was subjectively moral to kill those babies.
They were judged.
But like that can't work today.
weren't
God can't
human.
judge somebody and then command his followers to kill them because they would all get arrested.
I genuinely wish other people could hear things through my ears and hear
Well,
what
how
people
does
are
God do it now?
arguing from the point of view of someone who doesn't
Would be
believe
like
any of
nation
this
versus
stuff,
nation.
right?
I can hear it.
He would
The
command a
Canaanites-
nation to go attack another nation, so he would start
the
wars, not
Canaanites
stop
were-
wars.
That's what happened there when it said, kill all the babies, kill all the sheep, kill all the goats, kill all the everything that walks or whatever. That was the nation versus the
Well,
nation.
what's the Prince
The
of Peace?
seed of
How is
Cain.
Jesus the Prince of Peace?
I mean, they were
Canaanites
simple.
were
I mean, look,
fulfillment of the
it
law.
was the passage was essentially like what it was retribution, right?
Non-human
This group had
hybrid.
tried to do that to them, so they did it back. It's really
In
simple
part,
when you
yes.
look at it.
Okay.
In part, yes, but they were also sinning against God, and God was done with them. They were
Sinning against
judged.
their God. Like these are tribes of people who have their own specific beliefs at this time. The Amalekites were another group who had
And
a
like I
whole
said,
different God, just like
he
the
had to
Canaanites, just like
establish
everybody
Israel.
around there. Everybody
so
had
he
the
had to
different gods
establish
that they
Israel.
worship.
So yes, that God.
And of course, they were going to tell each other that they need to kill all the people who
Whatever
believe
they
in different
worship,
gods.
they were
Right.
again
That's how God
sacrificing
established himself.
babies, doing a bunch of.
Yeah, that's
Can
how
we
literally
need
all
some
ancient
Jesus?
gods establish themselves. The last ones standing were the ones who were the biggest and baddest. That's how you end up getting a Greek pantheon of gods, because all of those gods were actually smaller regional gods. Like that's how it works.
Exactly, and that's why you have the nation of Israel, and the way that
False
God
gods.
reveals himself is by Israel.
I mean, it's almost as if the God of the Israelites was a tribal war god.
It's almost like the God of Israel.
I
has
definitely
world
get a
mem-
war vibe from all this talk.
I mean, you could put
During
it
the
that way
time of
because
Noah, the flood was
in the
to
end, he's the one that
destroy
revealed himself in the earth.
the
through Israel,
abominable,
because he's the
half
true
human,
God.
half fallen
The demons.
angels.
But what about that? That doesn't explain the animals. Were the animals demons too? Nephilim? He killed all the animals except for 2 of each.
The animals. Well, if you don't know
Yeah,
the difference
well,
between an animal and a
In the fallen world, the flood.
Yeah,
and there were animals. There were
He even kills
animals
the
that were
plants.
Look, a lot of
half
these,
human.
look, if you go back toward
What
the
are the
beginnings of
plants
the Bible, a
do?
lot of these stories come from much more ancient places. A lot of the early books of the Bible are basically retellings of stories from Sumeria, Akkadian sources, and stuff like that. The Enuma Elish and all those books, they talk about floods and putting animals onto boats, all this same stuff. These are regional myths that have been translated into this. In fact, a lot of this is obvious because there are 2 versions of things through the early books, which is how you know that it was actually smushing together of 2 separate things. But like the flood myth,
You
is
do know,
obvious.
everybody
You can
here
see all the
knows
way
that
back.
all babies go to heaven. They have at a certain. You're not judged.
That's all right.
You're not judged
I've heard the
anybody
William Lane Craig
who
argument.
doesn't
Yes.
have the God consciousness. Babies. So yeah,
So
Pharaoh.
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if we murder them,
God
Rocky.
paid, so if you're living in a heathenistic or a society who sacrifices babies on the altar, and you're going to grow up in that, so thank God some of those babies were taken out before they learned that shit, and they're saved in heaven because of that.
So you're pro
Right.
killing babies. That's
Yeah,
2
so
in the pro
this
killing
is
baby
like-
camp.
this
So
is
forth. They're
that-
probably anti-abortion too, I'm guessing.
No, that's actually the whole point of the children being taken, right? Because all children who die before the age of accountability are saved, right?
No, that's actually quite a recent thing. According
Is
to
it?
God,
It's a recent thing, is it? Okay.
We were all born sinful. So if
Uh-huh.
a baby is born sinful,
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are born of sin and deserve death. Yep.
Deserve
That's what I was
death, yeah.
thinking. We got
That's why eventually our lives here is taken by God in death.
So
It's
why
only
would
a
you
matter
presume-
of when.
why would you presume that all babies go?
God is sovereign over life, so reserves the right to take it when He will.
Because there's an age of accountability.
So you're saying if someone creates something, they have the right to destroy it?
Nope, didn't say someone. God's not someone.
So I can just ask, where in the scripture does it mention the age of accountability? Where does it say?
It's probably in Leviticus or Numbers. It's like 13 years old. You know, the bar mitzvah, whatever.
Probably
the age of accountability.
Can you get me a specific?
That's where they start wearing those funny little hats.
Age of accountability is different for
I love how we got here just to run away from the fact that you can't justify why you think it's wrong to eat babies, other than we just decided that.
Well, I kept bringing up the love thing, and people kept
all of that to run away from that,
evading that. So,
and it's kind of funny to
how's
me
it running away? We
what you
just
guys
do.
are all saying is, I'm going to show up before God and I'm going to judge God and say, hey, you killed babies, therefore I'm justified. That's what you're actually really saying when you make these arguments.
but it surprises me how many people in the Panoverse are pro baby killing. Like they don't really have a problem with the fact that all these babies are being killed. Like it's okay.
Isn't that fucked up?
Yeah, I think it's fucked up. All my moral intuitions go against it. That's not That's not a loving God. I can't reconcile the concept of a loving God.
The Amalekites, though.
Wait,
can anyone say post hoc rationalization?
One sinful nation doesn't equal what we believe now about, say, abortion or whatever. Okay.
So basically, what God said is, look at this civilization over here. They're killing babies. Go over, kill them all, including.
They were doing a bunch
of
and their sheep, and
they weren't only killing babies. They were doing a bunch of fucked up.
That makes me hate, dislike God even more. Killing.
God wanted to make sure He eliminated the sinners and saved the children before they could grow up and.
Yeah, I'm for letting children grow up and not killing them ahead of time just because you think they're going to grow up a certain way. That's kind of sick and fucked up.
As a mere human, to be able to answer the why to every single decision God makes.
But I thought you said that in the free will argument that you have free will to choose.
I can give you what we know, and you deny it until it's something that suits your argument.
Rocky, tell us about the half-human babies, or do we want to know? Nephilim.
During the flood, the Watchers came down and they had intercourse with
giants.
Women, created what they call Nephilim, or giants. Yeah. What it means is half human, half fallen angel.
Oh, here we go.
We're
almost to
the
abomination.
We're almost there.
I got one of those.
So this was all allowed for some reason. I don't know.
Nephilim in my 23andMe.
But like, so the Canaanites were Nephilim, and that were possibly Nephilim, but at least they were sacrificing babies on the altar. So if you grew up in that culture,
these are groups of people that we have large archaeological evidence for. They were human beings. What are you talking about?
They were giants.
They were demons.
Giants.
Don't you read the Bible?
There were also chimeras.
Actually, demons are not a Hebraic invention.
Half animal.
No, the giants are all gone because doesn't Genesis almost start with there were giants in those days? In that,
they were beings like was it the Elohim, the Nephilim? They were beings that mated with the humans. And had
fallen angels.
All right. You want a crazy theory? You want a crazy conspiracy theory? Here you go. They said that they mated with humans, right? We've recently, through the Human Genome Project, found that we have DNA of Neanderthals, Denisovans, and possibly other human species in our DNA.
Oh my gosh!
What if the Watchers were our distant memory of living with other human species and having to navigate being around them? Boom. I just gave you a naturalistic argument for all your fantasy shit.
The fallen angels were an
abomination. That makes no sense.
It makes a shit ton of sense.
You're taking it from the thing that you just called fantasy shit and saying it's an argument for fantasy.
Dude, you're talking about fallen angels having sex with, or he is having sex with humans. Like, come on.
Wait, but what did you just say? What did you just say it was?
I'm talking about something we have proven that there were other human species like Neanderthals, Denisovans, and etc., and that we actually share some DNA with them. We've proven that.
Neanderthals.
Wait,
My
so
God.
we have Neanderthal DNA where?
A lot of most non-sub-Saharan
tell who they are.
in the European area, basically white people in a lot of the surrounding areas have a percentage of Neanderthal DNA.
Wait, but how do they know it was Neanderthal? Like, I'm trying to understand.
Because they've sequenced the entire human genome, and they've been able to sequence
Neanderthals were debunked a long time ago, dude.
No, I'm just confused.
But the Nephilim are real. But
what I'm asking you is, where was the original Neanderthal for them to compare the DNA with? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Was the original?
So we're just making up that it's Neanderthal DNA. Or?
Any kind of remains we find that are less than like 180,000 years old still have remnants of DNA in them. Like we found that thing. We can't get things out of that. That was like the thing we found out that kind of debunked like the Jurassic Park idea that we could get dinosaur DNA from things, because we found out that there is a threshold by which we cannot extract from biological material, even if it is like partially like saved.
And
DNA is just a code that God uses for all his creation. He uses the same code over and over again.
Also known to have contributed up to
animals,
one African modern human.
Do rocks have DNA?
No.
It says most humans have Neanderthal DNA.
Yeah. It says all humans, all humans have some
ancestry outside of
This
Africa.
is what it says, but I'm trying to ask you, where's the Neanderthals that we compare it to?
Well, I mean, they came out like 47,000 years ago.
Studies. Here's one from Princeton.
Like we're getting it from what?
UK.
What's your definition of a Neanderthal? What's your definition of a Neanderthal?
What does it mean to have Neanderthal or Denisovian?
That mean you're part monkey or something, or what?
A Neanderthal is
Or do you think Neanderthals were monkeys?
No, they were humans. They were human species. Yeah, they were a hominid species.
Okay, then they're just human. They're just
no, they were not Homo sapiens.
Humans are Homo sapiens.
Homo sapiens, sorry. Yeah, Homo sapiens. They're called Neanderthals because they're from the Neander Valley in Germany. That's where we find their fossils, which we extracted the DNA. That's how we know that DNA. We share DNA with.
And where are the Nephilim fossils?
That's a good question.
Didn't claim there was. I mean, I'm just going to remind everybody that we used to find elephant skulls, and because of where the nostrils are on the elephant, we used to think that hole in the middle of their head was for an eye, and we were thinking we were finding giant fucking cyclops skulls until people realized, oh, these are actually elephant skulls. Yeah,
until science came with the more naturalistic explanation.
This Smithsonian found they had a lot of giants that were found in America.
They're kind of stupid when they find things that are old and they mistake it for other shit.
That seems
like Rock. Can you put
make a whole animal out of the teeth? It's crazy.
Rock, can you put a single reputable academic link that claims that they found giant fossils in America?
Yeah, do your research.
Are you asking
all over
me?
the place.
You're the one making the fucking claim, man. Back up your research.
About giants?
That's what you just said. They found giant fossils in America. He just said that.
Oh, he said that. I thought you said me, bro.
No, Rock.
No, he's talking to me.
Fuck, I didn't say they actually found giants.
They found giant skeletons all over the world.
One single academic study, please. You can put it in private chat.
The academics, they're the people that are trying to hide this shit from me and tell you lies.
Well, who spotted the skeletons then? Who were the people finding the
They're
skeletons?
all over the place. Scientists have found them.
Anthropologists who would make
Science is the one.
Guys, actually, you do no research. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Well, good thing you're here. What show us?
You're the one making the assertion.
One thing,
Back up your
Rock,
fucking
there's some
assertions.
things I hear you say, Rock, that I agree with, right? But the thing is, I have a fear. You tend to watch like a lot of these like conspiracy YouTube videos, and you kind of just like say the things you see in them instead of like looking into why they say these things.
I thought I thought you believe in the Bible. The Bible speaks of giants. You don't think their bones would be
No,
buried
I didn't
somewhere?
say anything about the Bible just now, bro. I didn't say anything about the
but
Bible
you
just
claim
now.
to believe something, and then when I explain that they found them and that they're real, and the Bible it confirms the scriptures that giants
That's the
were
part
real.
I was talking about, the finding the giants. Like I'd like to see this. Like I'd be down.
I mean, come on, easy. Dinosaurs did help build the pyramids.
Yeah, you said they were just found in America recently, so maybe it's something I didn't see. That's all.
They found them when they first got here, mounds like.
Oh, when they
pyramids.
first got, I thought you said recently.
Mounds.
Well, during the 1800s, and they still find them. What do you mean? They're still finding that stuff.
Okay.
That it shouldn't be hard to find a link, a source. Who's finding them?
Well, okay, I can find a link, but
and if it's not the academic,
please do.
where are they putting the information?
And if you go to Snopes.com, the whole thing about the Smithsonian Museum hiding giants, that's all. You just Snopes.com, it's all rubbish. It's already been debunked. Yeah,
whatever.
I mean, I'm sure there were large skeletons somewhere. I've seen really tall people in life, so.
I mean, are you more trustworthy than Snopes, Rock?
If you're talking about like a 15-foot tall human, yeah, I seriously.
I'll look at Snopes. You have a Snopes article on it.
There's evidence of 30-foot giants, 15-foot, 9-foot, 8-foot. They're all different sizes.
30-foot tall people
in America.
Yeah,
like a civilization of these people.
Yeah, I've not heard of this.
Yeah.
Like, do you have any idea the sheer amount of mass that they would have to ingest?
Well, catch
the
up,
fact
will
that
you?
you're losing the other
don't
theists on the panel, Rock, that should give you
talk
pause
about
for thought.
crap you don't know nothing about. I tell you to look it up. Maybe look up and do some fucking research.
No, you
but-
look. You made the fucking assertion, man. It's on you to prove your claims. It's on you. Do you not understand how this works? If you make an assertion, it's your responsibility to provide the evidence to back that up. It's not our responsibility to go fucking do your work for you.
I know,
Fuck
right?
off.
Like, this isn't crazy. Like
Yeah.
Greek myths are way older than a lot of the Old Testament, and they have much crazier shit than giants in them, right? Like, it's not anything special or new that mythology has like crazy shit in it, or crazy creatures, or crazy people, or gods. Like, it's all old
I
hat.
think people are looking to the Bible for something more than mythology.
Sure, people look for meaning in everything. People look for moral lessons in everything. That's how we're programmed. That's what we are. I think the best place you can get moral lessons from is our interactions with each other. Like, I think that's our baseline, and our moral reason helps us go from there.
Yeah, it's just looks like the Bible.
And like you guys said, some people go more for their pleasures and their wants, and because we have that kind of stripe in us, because we were such a kind of like nomadic, run around, not give a fuck kind of species who lived a hard life for so long, practically our entire existence. Yeah, we have to enforce things still, because we still have that wild stripe in us, and we are not completely, I guess, for a lack of a better word, domesticated yet. We still have kind of.
I think we do a pretty good
in
job
the forest. Yeah, absolutely.
For modern civilization,
we definitely haven't done bad. The 20th century was definitely a crazy century for human achievement, right? Like, way crazier than the 19th, right? The 21st will be even crazier.
Probably.
Can you tell that it gets my goat when people pull the do your research card when they're making some fucking
yeah, they did that with me the other day, and it did the same thing.
Read my book, damn it.
And then they come and they make the claims, and they insist they're providing you the evidence, even though all they're doing is making the claims. And then when you ask, and that you're the one not wanting to know the truth because you're not doing the work to follow up the claims that they're not even providing evidence for in the first place. So they completely Darvo it and reverse it. I've seen that tactic. I usually don't say something that I can't go pull up some information to back it up very easily.
Yeah, same
Not
here.
that hard.
If I'm making an assertion, it's one, because I've read it somewhere, and two, I can actually get the information that I'm referring to. Like,
Yeah, otherwise it's just gossip. It's just rumor you're passing
Wait,
on.
you use Reddit as a source?
Reddit?
Yeah, you
Who
said you
mentioned
read it.
Reddit?
Oh, Reddit.
Oh, you're making a joke. Haha.
Sorry. I'll suit myself out.
Sorry, I'm too irritated for jokes at the moment.
Yeah,
Damn
yeah,
it.
my bad. Sorry. Listen, I'm just trying to bring the temperature down because I'm a good Democrat, I guess.
Oh, is that what they do? The conflict avoidance?
No, I'm just trying to keep it lighthearted and not,
Oh,
you know.
keep the peace. Why?
Yeah. Well, there's some bare
I mean,
level
dad
of
joke
civility.
for the win. Dad jokes for the win.
Civility? What?
That's all I have.
What's that about?
I mean, listen, you're also fucking traitors, but you know.
Because of Trump. But
Hey,
that's
you
only 'cause
guys
you
are
have
the
that
fucking
narrative
traitors. What are
you
you
had
talking
about-
about?
I mean, okay. Whatever, Skinwalker.
I mean, it is.
Come on, we all know that Americans secretly crave the yoke of English rule once again.
No, not the Brit.
Sure.
Huh?
I
You have
crave the
nasty
accent,
food,
and that's why I hate all
bad
of you.
teeth.
So,
Why do you think we still say sing "God Save the Queen" inside of?
King, my dear man. He's a king.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's right. God Save the King. No, it wouldn't be.
is he? Not if J.K. Rowling has her way. Oh wait.
Yeah, freak, you did warn us.
I mean, to be honest, the conversation seemed to be going well up to a certain point in time.
Yeah, I think it was.
That's not true, Uncle Fatty. There was actually an emperor of America. His name was Joshua Norton. He lived in San Francisco. He issued his own currency that tourists would come and exchange money for. When he died, it's reported that about 10,000 people attended his funeral, and someone tried to have him declared insane because he kept saying, you know, I'm the emperor of these United States, and he kept making proclamations, and the judge wouldn't have it.
That's so American.
Check him out, Joshua Norton.
Freedom to proclaim yourself emperor.
Wow.
Listen, anyway,
Oh,
fuck your
confident.
tea. It's still in the harbor. Come and get it.
Who do you think
literally
popularized coffee?
That was
It was us,
your
the
mom.
England.
Listen, I can trace.
Where'd you steal
I
that
can trace
from?
my heritage to the Mayflower. Okay, I'm a
Hey, I'm a
blood-blooded
Mayflower
American.
baby too. Like I think like what a third of the country is or something.
Right? Yeah. History began July 4th, 1776, and everything that happened before was hogwash and nonsense.
Unless you're Cajun. I started a little bit before
I was about to say that, Jeff. I was about to say it. Like, I'm Cajun, so it's not like that for me at all.
Oh, I'm sorry. Who? What?
Some
Are you
of us
on the
have
English
alternate
Underland?
histories. But I was part of part of my family was in the Revolution too. I'm a son of the American Revolution.
Oh, I don't know that much. I just know that I'm related to Obama, kind of technically.
Oh, like genetically?
Yeah. He's like my 23rd
Oh wow.
cousin. Like, yeah, I don't know, whatever.
See,
One of those,
like, what's white anymore? None of us are white.
No, I mean, I'm related to him on his white side.
Oh, on
which
his
is
white side.
better.
Well, no, you're right, though, Jeff. Like that is like multicultural is
I'm
going
really
to be a growing kind of identity in the country. I was actually just talking to someone the other day about the ethnic history of Cajuns.
It's complicated. You know what? I haven't found a woke person.
You know, we weren't considered white, strangely enough, until the mid 20th century.
Yeah, I know
Yeah,
they had to reclassify us. I haven't met a woke person yet that can deal with work the Cajuns into their framework. Emperor Norton, was he black? Is that a black guy or white guy?
No, it's a white guy.
South Africa. Oh, like Elon. First, interesting.
Well, no, not like Elon. He was born in England and then raised in South Africa.
Oh, raised in South. Okay.
When did California become a state?
Don't worry, guys. In a couple more years, I'll be the first king of Canada,
Canada.
Mexico.
Canada.
Everything will be safe out here.
Is it going to be a theocracy? It sounds like it.
No, it's just me, king, and that's it.
No, and y'all worried about
no
Trump.
advisors, nothing. Just me, single-handedly king.
Like, do it now, boy, or else.
Yeah, Canada,
It's just not
Mexico.
authoritarian at all.
We're joining the 3 countries.
I don't know. You might get some resistance there from some of us.
Yeah.
Fuck Canada and Mexico. You can have them. I don't give a shit. Just stay the fuck out of my country.
Your country don't want you, bro. What are you talking about, bro?
These people I know are trying to get out of Canada. They don't want their country.
Too many Yeti.
They're trying to trade dudes like me for dudes like you.
Trying to trade dudes like you for hungry Peruvian dentists.
Now, Jack,
No, they're just trying to
it's been noted.
They're
Jack,
just trying to trade dudes that can actually form full sentences.
Jack, it has been noted in Easy's chat that you appear to be in a boudoir. Would you care to comment?
In a what?
A boudoir.
Things people comment on.
It's been noted in my chat.
Bedroom, but like, yeah, I mean, it's
Yeah, a while ago. Yeah, I think it's largely the leopard skin throw that's giving off boudoirish vibes.
Oh,
That'll do it. Yeah.
Listen, my chair is disintegrating, and I'm like, do I want it leopard print or do I want it white trash?
You went with leopard print.
I mean,
as opposed to
it's like thinly veiled white trash.
Yeah.
So Jeff,
the guy.
Do you wear those antlers out when you go out anywhere?
I did in Seattle. I used to wear them at work too, but I haven't taken them out here mainly because I hardly ever go out.
Okay,
but I will one day.
Why? What is the antlers for, if you don't mind me asking?
At this point, I just feel more normal with them than without them, and honestly, I think people take me more seriously when I have them on.
Hold up, you think they take
cuts,
you more
it cuts some of the
seriously?
weirdness, believe it or not, than when I don't have them.
I don't know about that, bro.
Well, we'll find out when I go take them for a spin. I'll stream it.
I would, me personally. Well, I know you. We've talked a few times. It'd be different if it was you personally, but if it was anyone else that I seen in public with antlers, these are probably people I would avoid.
Yeah, some people do. I'm sure. Which is fine. It's filtering. We're probably not a match, so it filters them out.
Yeah, I'm just I was just curious about because I see them on every stream.
Yeah.
Intellectual Imbecile is having a schizophrenic episode.
I see that.
He is posting all his evidence about giants.
He's giving sources for the giant skeletons, but I think I am gonna It's just too many.
Every single one dated to like the 1880s.
Right.
Here, does that erase them all?
Oh, wow. Well,
sorry. No offense. It was just getting too much in the chat. So
even if we are finding like large human skeletons, what does that tell us? Like,
yeah,
that we don't.
For now.
Yeah, or that we just used to grow a lot taller and people started killing them, and maybe that's why we have fewer tall people now. Who knows, right? There's so many naturalistic explanations rather than it's the Anunnaki, or it's the Nephilim.
I'm not even. Or do we? Let me see if we even have 30. Was it 30-foot skeletons?
30 feet's a lot of feet. Like a 3-story tall human being. Come on.
I mean, how much food would someone that large have to eat on a daily basis?
A combination of hoaxes, scams, fabrications, and the misidentifications of extinct megafauna.
Well, it's a different species. Shiva, how do you know they even eat food?
They found plenty of naturalistic explanations.
That's how animals tend to work. They require fuel.
Well, maybe this one's different, but
So that is a good point.
I
So
mean,
like 12,000 years ago, there was a huge mass extinction of megafauna. So humans pre 12,000 years ago had a lot more run-ins with extremely large animals, woolly mammoths, mammoth sloths, like a whole.
Well, even later than that, effigy, because the Egyptians used dinosaurs to build the pyramids.
Oh my lord!
No, that was alien. Fuck you.
Why are
Yeah.
people so willing to believe in 30-foot humans?
I mean, why are people so willing to
Dinosaurs
believe
built-
people in the sky exist?
I don't know. Why do people believe in the mud flood?
I've got to
Yeah,
admit,
no,
easy. I fucking
barbarians
love
or
that.
anything, like-
Dinosaurs and pyramids. That was an amazing panel.
Yeah, and he's serious about it too. That's the crazy part.
I know.
Listen, the Earth was created October 23rd, 4004 BC, and if you give me like several days, I can make up some bullshit scientific arguments that will sound convincing, but are definitely wrong.
They found what are you talking about? They found raptor guard dinos in the pyramids.
True.
Yeah,
there's art depicting humans and
Well,
dinosaurs.
they found a
together.
raptor skull, and it was prompted up in the pyramid. Like when they built the pyramid, those people are the ones that put it up.
Oh, just like Alien vs Predator, right?
Oh,
Sure.
I fucking hate you. Until now, I'd managed to forget that film ever fucking existed.
You're
I loathe you with a passion you could
We
never
were talking
imagine.
about the other day.
Oh, there's a sequel too. Just in case you forgot about that one.
Shut the fuck up. Look, you need to ban Jack from this panel immediately.
Nope. It's not how we work here.
No, I'm joking, Jeff.
Wait, he wasn't the one talking about putting mayonnaise on pineapples, was he?
Oh, that could work. I'm going to try that.
Oh, shut the fuck up, Sheila.
I mean, look, this might sound mental.
No, it was
but
mayonnaise on
cheese and-
pizza.
Cheese and peanut butter sandwiches are really
Yeah, but it was on
nice.
pineapple pizza, though.
Yeah,
I mean,
cheese and
pineapple
peanut
on-
butter doesn't sound too terrible.
It's wild. That's another mix that's just wild. Like, you guys are just wild, man. Just go to jail for that.
I mean, easy. Try it. Try it, man. Try it. Join us.
Is that a British thing?
No, I think it's probably a Shiva thing. Actually, whenever I mention it, to
No, I have a
people,
buddy. I have a buddy that does it too. It's fucking gross. Peanut butter and cheese. It's like this wild, bro.
Have you ever tried it though?
It's totally a British thing.
There's certain things in this life, Shiva. There's certain things in this life, Shiva, that I know I don't have to try to know I don't like it.
Technically, it's peanut butter, cheese, and roach and rat legs.
That's wild.
Nothing and like it.
At least here in the U.S.
Now, I am talking about decent peanut butter that's just made out of peanuts and doesn't have any salt or sugar in it.
Ooh, that's
So
the
organic
plain
peanut butter?
You mean like
Not
peanuts?
necessarily organic, just not containing salt or
What kind
sugar.
of cheese?
I like a good, strong, sharp cheddar
Okay,
to
so
kind
not
of
like
contrast
Cheetos,
with the
like
peanut butter.
Kraft
Yeah.
American cheese.
No cheese, Jen. You know, cheese, not the fucking plastic that you guys eat.
Well, we're Americans.
Not cheese product.
Not the cheese slices, but like brick cheese.
Individually wrapped.
Slices of it.
I don't like cheese on my pizza.
It's gross, man.
You don't like cheese on your pizza?
Yeah, I have autism and I have sensory issues. So I don't like
When I was a
cheese.
vegan, I used to get it without
Oh,
cheese.
fair enough.
They would make cheeseless pizzas.
Yeah, they make them. Everyone's like, "Oh, are you like lactose intolerant?" Well, I'm like struggling chocolate milk, and like, yes, I am.
Yeah, they were a little dry because the cheese kind of held some of the moisture in, but outside of that, there was
It's like extra bread.
nothing
It's like nice
that weird
breadsticks.
about them.
It's not bad.
Pizza with no cheese.
Yep.
Yeah, I need cheese like
So
dripping. off
what?
the
Do you just have like toppings on the
Yeah,
pizza?
it's like a cracker crust with sauce and toppings.
Yep. Yep. Sauce, pepperoni, jalapeno. I literally had. Well, there's no.
They
jalapeno
had
on it,
one,
but I have some in the fridge.
When people were doing that Atkins diet, they had one place that would serve the crustless. They had the crustless pizza. They would put all the
Crustless.
toppings in a bowl with the
So hang on,
sauce.
what's the base made out of?
There wasn't one.
It was just toppings in a bowl.
It was toppings and sauce, and like they
So
melt
like a fucking meat salad. Like what the fuck?
Wait, I've seen people make pizza crust out of like cauliflower, out of crushed cauliflower.
No, okay, that's wrong.
Stop
That's
ruining
definitely a sin that will send you to hell.
It's not what I eat, but I've seen it.
Fucking ruining the pizza, you guys.
Gotta put jackfruit on your pizza because it's named
I
after.
mean, if there is a God in heaven, he will definitely condemn people that eat cauliflower on pizza.
Let's go.
I think I would eat cauliflower pizza way before pineapple. That's just good. Those tastes don't mix at all. Cauliflower is at least a vegetable, and you can grill it and carbonize it a little bit, and it would make a nice topping.
Well, no, the cauliflower is the crust. They like they make this kind of like almost like flour kind of paste out of it.
Yeah, I haven't had it.
Good gluten-free option.
True.
Is a calzone pizza the ultimate stuffed crust?
All stuffed crust.
Get out of your country.
You
Go back
ordered
to
a pizza
breakfast.
from a kayak. Where did they deliver it? At the dock? That's so cool. You were kayak.
No, hang on. Is he saying what was he in the kayak, or were the people making the pizzas in the kayak?
He said he ordered it from a kayak, so I'm taking that he was in it.
Did he order the pizza like while in the kayak, or did he order that pizza from someone in a kayak?
From a kayak. Oh, I see. From a kayak. To be I'm thinking he's in the kayak. It would be weird for the pizza person to be.
Are
in
they
a kayak.
cooking the pizza on the kayak?
I mean, it's weird either way. I feel.
Unless they were like a Uber driver that just happened to be kayaking and took the call. I'll grab it. I'm on my way. I would need to know more ahead.
I'm waiting.
But I see you in the kayak. That's way more believable so far.
Apropos of nothing, easy. I've been taking notes for my debate with Wally. I've got enough notes that I've actually started writing a fucking essay, literally.
That's what's up.
What was the topic?
Free will.
It's going to start with free will.
Have you met Dennis?
I've had enough free will debates lately.
It seems to be a hot button topic at the moment, doesn't it?
Look, the thing is, I'm very much a compatibilist, but it's so much more fun to argue on the determinist side.
Oh, compatibilism is so easy to dismiss. Come on now, Effigy.
I don't know. I like my
You
argument.
both
It's my argument.
Yes, the new Dr. Dog is excellent.
But yeah, it should be fun. Saturday coming.
Have you got the list of other topics yet?
I actually just have to finish up the last 2 round choices. I've been pretty busy these past few days with the kids. So.
What are you doing Saturday?
UVC.
Ultimate combat.
It's the other debate format that I have going on with like where it's either 1v1 or 2v2s, and it's like, so it starts with one topic that's like pre-planned, and that topic goes for an hour. That's debated for an hour, and then there's 4 more rounds of voted topics, so that the crowd has 3 topics to vote from, and they vote on the next topic that's debated.
So it's like, instead of a panel, it's just a few
just
people.
1v1 or 2v2, yeah.
And then there's eliminations.
Well, it's just at the end of each round, the chat votes who wins a round. And then at the end, it's whoever's won the most rounds.
So they just keep moving on.
And then they have like a record that I keep for everybody. So like everyone
do like
has,
meets.
A fight card. It's basically kind of like a it's almost like a fight league.
Yeah.
But with debating.
That seems. Are you still doing the verbal combat on Friday and then the new thing?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, the verbal combat's every Friday, but the UVC is like a new thing I've started. So like, there's no set date for that yet. I'm still working on which day I want to do that one set on. I have to get more set up though.
Hey Joe, you were doing good, Joe.
I'm gonna drop your channel, Joe. I watched you. I was nervous for you on Verbal Combat. I thought for sure you were gonna get your ass handed to you, carved up, sliced, and diced. And you actually, I was impressed. You held your own, and you actually won that fatality.
He did not win. He lost.
Yeah, but then somebody fatality'd him instantly.
Oh, they bought him off. They.
Yeah, someone paid to fatality him.
Fuck.
It was hilarious. I was like, yeah, they waited to see who won the debate so they could do fatality the other one. That's
so they were going to get fatality either way.
Yeah, I think whoever won was getting fatality right there anyways. That's what I mean, bro. That's the thing with Verbal Combat. Chad always wins.
I think that I only won that debate with Tarak because I essentially did what they did to him and Wally did to me when they were just chanting USA, 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 except rather than just chanting as slogans, I just shouted arguments nonstop.
Straight up. No, you had them pinned.
Yeah, no. You were only work if he's in like an offensive mode,
argument.
so like, he can't defend anything, so he's just looking for an out to like start asking questions in like a bad faith way to like lead you down a dialogue tree. So yeah, if you can corner him and like demonstrate it, like, oh, like he can't answer this question, like that's the way around him.
Well, no, he did start making a valid argument to do with moral responsibility. Like that is an argument that comes up in free will discussions.
Well, yeah, but like, I mean, he couldn't engage on that substance because, I don't know, he couldn't even agree that like, oh, hey, like I don't actually choose to be angry, and that's a really like effective point, I think, of like, like when anger arises, like you really don't choose that, and like it's
no, but
it looked bad for him to say like, yes, I choose that, I choose when that happens. It's like, no, you don't. That's not how your parasympathetic nervous system works.
Yeah, I mean, you can regulate it.
What happens afterwards? You can affect the duration.
Correct, but not the initial like rising of it. You have no control over that. That is like a biological like thing that happens.
I say that all the time. Totally.
Yeah.
Well, so, it's not just it's I would say it's more properly defined as psychophysiological.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because it's interacting with the previous story that you're filtering through in your head.
Right. But yeah, like when you can't like I don't know. Like he couldn't bite that bullet. And yeah, it just looked really bad.
But he said you could will your emotions. I guess like certain actors can train themselves to like call up or generate a specific emotion, but
he's saying that he has control over whether or not anger ever arises, which is like ludicrous.
What did he say? What gives him that control? Did he do something special to achieve it?
No, he just like said yes and then tried to go back on the offensive and like needle.
Who was this?
Definition. Trayak.
Oh, okay. Well,
I mean, he took it all in good humor. It was a good sport, Teriak.
Yeah, for sure. I hate him.
We had a decent conversation on my channel on Sunday. That took in, funnily enough, it partially took in something that Rocky was bringing up, which is the Book of Enoch, to do with the kind of watchers and them mating with women and the Nephilim and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it was an interesting conversation. It was partially why I was kind of leaning it here toward that. It was on my mind.
And it was tied into free will.
I feel like I've like almost exclusively met like hardcore determinists, so it's weird to find a bunch of like staunch like free will people.
Well, don't miss Denizen. If you want the ultimate hardcore determinist to frustrate yourself on.
Oh, I mean, I'm also that. So like I don't know. It feels weird to be in like the minority because I feel like I don't meet a lot of people who are.
You don't believe in free will?
I believe in the illusion of free will, but like I think like because of physics, like and like a lot of other like presuppositions that like are like yeah.
So when we think we're making choices, we're not actually making. They're predetermined for us.
Like kind of, but like our capacity to know that might be hindered. But like yeah, like I think the Big Bang was
not predetermined in the sense you're saying though, like not rolled out, but predetermined.
Right, before you guys get too deep into this topic, I'm gonna head out. I gotta
Okay.
do more things here.
Like, here we go again.
Well, I just know I'll definitely get deep on this topic, and
Yeah. No, I understand. I've
do some
taken that
things.
route.
But I'll definitely come talk to you again soon. You're always welcome, Gen X.
Yeah, I check the panel and then I kind of feel it out and decide.
Yeah, no, for sure. I feel you. Yeah, but yeah, anytime you want.
One of these days.
Later, ZZ.
Once again, I'm gonna share your stream.
Oh, are you streaming this?
Pardon?
Are you streaming this?
Yeah, I'm streaming right now. Yeah, I'm doing
audience.
my little panel hops.
Well, I'm honored.
Yeah.
Anytime.
Instead of panel hopping, though, I kind of just chilled on your panel the whole time. That's why I was saying I gotta go do some things, because usually I'll like hop on a bunch of different panels, but it's been chill. So I was like, fuck it, I'm chilling.
Yeah.
Well, you must have enjoyed it.
Yeah, hey, that's a good point.
Yeah,
I think all of this is normal. It's if it translates into action or not.
Well, yeah, but it's just like, again, when you're like denying that like that exists, you don't have control over it. Like it's just like you're.
All right, there we go.
At that point. Yeah.
Yeah, man, share my or share this live so everyone can come over and give you a like.
Yeah, a like or subscribe. We're almost
yeah,
here.
For sure. But yeah, appreciate you, everyone else. Good talks. Talk to y'all again soon.
Later on.
See you later.
Take care.
Yeah, I never aspire to be without anger. That's completely unrealistic.
Is it?
For me, it is.
I'm
not ruling it out as a goal for any human out there. I'm sure some humans somewhere could, but for me, it's not a realistic goal or even something I'm motivated to try to do. I'm fine with my anger. It's usually there for a reason. In fact, it's almost always there for a reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it is possible to be without anger, and instead to be. I think it's possible to be free of all unskillful mental states, and you can actually be in the world and just be filled with skillful mental states. That
I don't consider it unskillful. So what does skillful mean?
That which leads to clarity and a calm mind. Emotions that kind of stir up the mind, I would class as being unskillful.
Right.
See, I think there's intelligence in the turbulent emotions. I get a lot of insight from them. So I would say they lead to clarity.
A good and bad side for all of it. There's definitely a good side to having righteous anger and stuff like that. I'm definitely a person who had to overcome unnecessary anger in his youth, for sure, because I used to be a hard perfectionist, and being an actual perfectionist isn't like always making sure you do good. It's getting angry at yourself when you make mistakes.
Some of that's frustration too.
Sure, but I think controlling anger means finding those avenues where anger is not just unnecessary, but wholly detrimental to whatever you actually want to occur. Anger can be super useful at times.
In my experience, and I'm obviously to just my own personal experience, it might not apply to anyone else, but excuse me, anger hasn't ever resulted in a positive result for me. It has always resulted in a net negative.
Has it improved your mental health ever to indulge or express that anger?
Have you ever had?
No, it's only when I've let go of certain aspects of my anger response that that I started. So once I decided that I was going to forgive people for the way that they'd wronged me, in the sense of not engaging in a kind of looping train of thought in which I was seeking retribution or vengeance. It was only once I let go of that that those thought process thought processes stopped happening.
How did you let go of it?
Well, I was on a retreat. It was a silent meditation retreat. And during one of the meditation sessions, I had this vision rise up within me, which was placing myself in time. And behind me were my parents, and my mother had a very violent father. And I would imagine that he had violent experiences in his childhood. And then there was the violence that I experienced and how that had affected my behavior and how I'd behave towards others. And then also the potential for those people to inflict their suffering on others, perhaps extending out into infinite time. And that was so horrific. Like that vision was so horrific that I kind of had no choice. Like the choice was either to let go of it or to kind of lose myself in a way. So I chose to let go of it.
And it stayed, and like once you did that initial act,
yeah,
it stayed.
Yes, like so I used to have these kind of repetitive, highly unpleasant, vindictive thought patterns in which, in my thoughts, I was seeking retribution in various ways. Some of those were violent, some of those were legal. Like, because I've no doubt that if I were to press charges, because there's no statute of limitations on child abuse in the UK, if I were to press charges, people would go to prison. Like, there's no doubt in my mind about that. But once I let go of that, those thought patterns almost like immediately stopped occurring. They have very rarely when I'm in a really bad state. Occasionally they'll kind of briefly rise up, but it's like there's no real weight or momentum behind it, and very quickly it dissipates.
But that's just on its own. You don't have to.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like, and that's a very rare occurrence that it rises up at all. Like in the sense of maybe once every 5 years or so. Yeah. But I do accept that probably the vast majority of my anger has been irrational and or at least misplaced or not properly rooted in time, perhaps. like me getting angry with, and I still get angry, but I no longer have the kind of what I view as destructive thought patterns that go along with that, and it tends to be much more. So the actual emotion tends to be much more short-lived these days.
In relation to these specific events, but like if somebody cut you off in traffic or something, you might feel a sudden flash of emotion.
Oh yeah, I mean, I still get pissed off with stuff. Things annoy me, like it's actually ridiculously easy to trigger me, and I'm using trigger in the technical medical sense rather than in the sense of just annoy someone. Right? Like if you know what buttons to push, you can have me screaming at the top of my voice, right? Less so these days.
I think anger has its own logic. Like you're applying rational standards to something like to an emotion like anger. In my experience, that anger doesn't just ever happen spontaneously for no reason. There's always a reason that it's happening, and it's directed at something very specific, and it makes its own sense every single time.
That's also what we mean about things being determined, right? Everything is caused by something. So how do you have free will if everything is caused by something? That's what we were talking about earlier.
That's what I don't make the connection between, because free will is within specific parameters. It's not unlimited. Like just because you can't will certain things doesn't mean you don't have any free will. And there's also this idea that because you're limited in the amount of choices you have, you don't have free will. But will is separate from the amount of choices, whether you're in control of the actual choices that get generated or not. But the ability to choose between the choices, however they originate, seems to be where the actual will lies.
Yeah,
Also,
a lot of compatibilists believe that basically that we receive in so much input that we have the ability to see the difference between our choice and then the ability to not choose it, so that we can make choices in the moment. I actually enjoy a further argument that takes into account string theory that says if we live in a multifaceted multiverse where all possibilities exist and every one of our choices is a branch in said fabric, then all of our choices exist already. Therefore, we have to have choice because every choice we make puts us on a different branch. And so
that's quite a big if, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's, I think Sean Carroll says something similar.
That's why I love it so much, though.
Is that how we end up with no choice? Because all the choices potentially exist, and this one waveform collapses randomly, or however it collapses into the choice we end up making, but none of that's in our control. It's just physics working itself out.
Nice reference. The wave function collapse.
Is that how I can see? Maybe from a quantum physics point of view, there may not be free will. Nothing human, nothing about the human experience works.
I would say
like
from the quantum physics perspective, like free will has to exist, right? Because quantum physics is the thing that says that things can literally pop in and out of existence.
No, that's wrong. Okay, so that fails on 2 counts. First of all, quantum decoherence, in which quantum events don't have any direct effect on the macro scale of objects, because quantum events tend to average out when you approach the macro scale. And secondly, it fails on the account because I think it's not accurate to say that quantum events have no cause. It would be much more accurate to say that we don't understand the mechanisms by which quantum events appear to have no cause. And I think if you were to get a physicist on the panel, I could get him to concede that point.
I remember those commercials, Daniel.
Yeah, the quantum physics route is not the greatest way to go. It's just like I don't know, like I think the issue of like even considering like any form of like determinism is like it's really hard to imagine like that like you don't have any choice. And like I don't know, there's a better argument for like it's all just
determinism doesn't mean you don't have a choice. We clearly make choices, but a choice is not synonymous with free will. And I think quite often,
well, isn't that semantics at that point?
But the word free is important here. Like, we're not just talking about will. We're not just talking about volition. It's
the degree of freedom, not that it exists. But
also, what is it free from?
Yeah. That's what I said. It exists within constraints and parameters, but it still exists.
Yeah, but if it's our own like personal experience that it's not actually true, like what does that say about like? I mean, like even if we feel like we experience free will and you feel like it's self-evident, like it could just as easily not be true, and you believe in it anyway.
It could, but will we ever know? Like it could be like the quantum thing, but
can you make yourself
level,
not want the things you want and want the things you not want?
Well, that's another argument against compatibilism, isn't it?
Yeah.
Are you free to act outside of your desires?
I'm jumping around both sides on this one.
Desire would be one of the domains that fall outside of the will, is what I would say. But that doesn't mean we can't will other things.
I mean, you're still presuming that you could have, like, I don't know, if you think back to the last, like, mistake you feel like you made, like, you presume that, like, you could have not done that, and, like, there's no evidence to demonstrate that, like, you could have done anything else besides the thing you did that you felt like you fucked up.
Well, I don't understand why that's an argument. You only have the chance to do that one thing, so you can't test or falsify.
But you only ever do the things you want to do, right? Either the things you want to do or the things you're forced to do.
I do the things that I choose to do, whether it's because I'm trying to avoid consequences or compulsion, or it's easier to go along with the person that's compelling me rather than
you'll have
always there's a final choice where I'm
rules. I want to avoid prison. I want to avoid these things. I want to do this.
Yeah,
or I have to do something I don't want by force. usually by someone else's intent.
Like they can persuade me to choose what they want me to choose, but ultimately the decision rests with me. They can rationally persuade me, rhetorically manipulate me. They can try to compel me by force, however they do it. But all they could do is make the case for choosing a certain path,
Sure,
and then I ultimately have to.
Are your choices free of prior conditioning factors or prior causal factors?
Probably a combination of both. There's probably some past inertia to them.
Well, yeah, but like, so if I know all of those conditions, like, can I predict like all the choices that you're going to make? Because I think I could. Like if I could take a snapshot and like all the data of all of your life, like, I mean, and
does that make them less free because they're predictable?
Well,
I mean, if it's already like laid out, if it's like, if I can be mathematically certain that you're going to take this action because like I know about like the atoms at the beginning of the universe, like what choice, like you're like presuming that you had a choice, and I'm like,
if you
no,
could have
like,
never made a different
I don't
choice,
just because there's a pattern to our choices, I don't see how that invalidates them as.
Well, it's more than a pattern. Like if I can calculate all of your choices with 100% accuracy, then like. Is that like just a pattern?
If you were able to do that for every single choice, then I might revisit the issue. But okay. I'm skeptical that you would ever get to the point where you had the ability to do that.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's beside the point, though. It's like I think if we could sort out like the quantum physics stuff and like how the Big Bang happened, like we might be able to come up with a set of equations or matrices that could allow us to like demonstrate that there's only way the universe could have happened, and it's this way. It's the one we're in right now. But
we'll never know. Like we can't.
Yeah, I mean it's
test
an
it. So.
But yeah, I mean it's just
I think there's an argument in there somewhere for the more complex beings get, the less deterministically they act.
Wait, say that again.
In some sense, that the more complex beings get, that the less deterministically they act, because the more sensory input they get, the more causes and effects they get bouncing around inside their pile of already arranged atoms. I think it somewhere in there creates the ability to not choose the choice. Compatibilism is definitely the harder argument, because we live in a world of, like, no one denies we live in a world completely determined by cause and effect. And we're sitting here trying to, like, we're in the sea of cause and effect, and we're trying to argue that we have something that's not determined by it. And it's
that's
really
a mechanistic orientation. There are some that might argue for a different view.
Yeah,
but I can go along with it as like the dominant Western view.
Compatibilism is a kind of combination of deterministic and non-deterministic views.
Yeah, we can't get rid of determinism. We have to be compatible with it, because it is here. Everything in the universe seems to be cause and effect, cause and effect, cause and effect.
Yeah, well, that's an easy one. You say like, yes, I am a determinist, but like we have to act like we have free will, because like we have to hold people accountable, because
it doesn't invalidate our choices in that way. Yeah,
why do we have to hold people accountable if that's not reality?
For social cohesion.
Yep.
So we have to. It's like the noble lie. We have to falsify reality to live together.
Yes, I would argue that free will is an evolutionarily necessary illusion.
Yeah, it's not like we have like precogs and we're
so we can't live
for crimes they haven't committed yet. Like we're arresting people who murdered people if we can find them.
So we're not. We can't live. We can't exist authentically as humans. We have to falsify the experience somehow, or have a charade to make it work.
Yeah, we have a lot of those.
That bothers me more than anything.
Well, it might be deeper than us, right? It might be a complete and utter aspect of the universe we're in. So
I am a brain.
Well, then it could be anything at that point. We could just create any story about it.
I think we
it's
do.
losing grounding in something concrete.
And this is why we explore arguments for compatibilism.
I guess so. I don't disagree that there's some determinism. I'm just not sure that the part that's determined is will. I think will is something else. It's the part that's not affected by determinism.
But wouldn't it be affected by your prior mental states and your current physical state and your environmental conditions.
Maybe it could be
well, yeah,
influenced
he's
by
saying
it, but
there's,
it's. I think it's the word determine versus influence.
Yeah, what he's saying is like there's some fraction of a percentage that like you have like you ultimately get to choose like A or B, and like that's what he's appealing to say that free will exists, is that like we actually do have some say in how we respond to certain things within very specific constraints. Sorry,
But then maybe we don't, because maybe we're just acting out patterns that we don't realize we're acting out.
Yeah, like being racist.
But how many people you think are racist? Honestly, very few. In 2024,
I mean,
they still exist. Trust me.
Yeah,
but I don't think they exist on the sky. I think they're more of a boogeyman than a like everybody. This is not the Watchmen. Everybody doesn't have white Klan hoods hiding in their closets.
Oh yeah,
I mean, Patriot Front does exist. They do march around. Like,
okay, how big? Let's look at how big.
No,
is
I'm not saying it's like even in the last like.
But is that
decades,
what
the
you're
KKK was never huge. But no,
feed the
like
myth of racism.
Well, no, if we're just talking about exist or doesn't exist, like those people still exist. I'm not saying
I never denied. I
any
just
group.
asked
Yeah.
how many you thought there were of America. Like how much? What percent? Like how much does actual racists make up America? To me, it's very, very small number.
I think it's a spectrum. I wouldn't classify everyone as an equal kind of racist. I would say the kind of people that we would like objectively classify as like, yeah, that person has a negative racial bent is probably a relatively small number. I would not say as low as 4% in America. No, I would not say that low.
Not lower than 4.
Assuming it is a spectrum, effigy, on a scale of 4 to 4, where would you place it?
On a scale of 4 to 4?
4.5.
I miss these other kind of racisms now.
Black Eyed Peas song.
There's
a lot.
There's
a lot of
the kind of institutional racism that there used to be. That's true. Anyone knows that there's been immense progress.
That's okay. Here's another barrier, because I think of racism as something cognitive that humans do. It's a psychological aversion or bias or whatever. So a system doesn't have a consciousness. It doesn't have the ability to be racist. That takes an individual human.
It's made of people, right? So
it means there's a system with individual racists in it. So now we're back to just the number of racists that exist in society. And in America, I hasten to point out, it's not illegal to be racist. People are allowed.
It's not actually measured. It's not measured by the people. It's measured by their influence, right? Like, so there's.
How do you measure influence?
There's 3 types.
How do you quantify influence?
According to critical race theory, there are 3 types of racism, right? There's interpersonal racism, systemic, and institutional. Interpersonal, we all understand. It's prejudice, basic prejudice, bigotry. Anyone can be interpersonal. Systemic racism institutional racism is basically an institution. Think of like the police or laws.
Well, those are we just brought that down to the individual level again, so that would still be
like, that's the thing. If the institution is full of people who overtly police
it's still
a certain group
racism.
of people, then
that's
sure.
Not a
but if you amass enough people and then write laws and institutions, yes, it's just
that's what you claim. That's what the CRT people claim. But the rest of us don't necessarily agree that if you amass, first of all, we don't agree that there's this mass number to amass, but that if you amass enough races together, you get a different type of racism. It's still interpersonal racism.
It evokes in certain ways, right? So then you get to systemic racism. And systemic racism would be if you have like racist laws being passed, right? Jim Crow's laws
we don't. That, as far as I know.
But we did. There are examples of it. They existed. So there are examples to point to and say that's what they were. No, I'm not saying they existed now.
That society existed is the one I'm worried today. How much of a problem is
cool? Just because I have point for it today doesn't mean I can't have a definition for things that have existed here.
Right, but I'm just trying to assess the problem today. And you said at least 4%, which seems high to me. And then you said there's a spectrum with different types of racism, but it all sounds like interpersonal racism, just different degrees of interpersonal racism.
But what if, Jeff, what
if we want hard numbers, let's go back to when David ran for governor of Louisiana and see how many people voted for him.
2/3 of the state.
So what if
we do not want a racist?
What if you have a bunch of people, not very many,
at least a metric, right? 1/3 wanted him.
Yeah,
What
back
if you
in
have
1992.
What if you have a bunch of people, doesn't have to be very many, but they are the people who, let's say, create the institutions and write the laws. Well, if they write laws that reflect their racist beliefs, then would not the system then be racist because it's implementing racist policies?
Possibly, but what law? That's why I ask about 2024. What laws currently are like that? We had the
I mean, I
Negro
don't know
laws,
that there
we
are
had-
any like that. I would be inclined to agree with you that in 2024, probably systemic racism in the sense of there being codified policies that discriminate against people on the basis of race in most Western cultures
It's kind of illegal,
don't
as I
exist.
understand it, in the U.S.
It's kind of
at
illegal.
least.
It's kind of illegal, and like if you get caught, but are you familiar with the North Carolina voter ID case that came before the Supreme Court like several years ago?
I'm looking it up.
For sure. So you can read it for yourself, but this decision ruled that they were shutting down secretaries of state in specifically black neighborhoods, were restricting hours on days when most people go to register, or most black people go to register to vote. The exact words are, they used a surgical precision to target black voters, and to
the opponents described it that way, or the organizations themselves said we're using
the Supreme Court ruled that the state had targeted black voters to suppress their vote with surgical precision. And you can read about the case. But that's a...
Also, we're not just talking about black people, right? We're also talking about Hispanics. There's a lot of anti-immigration stuff. It's not just about, preserving the country. It's preserving the country from what? And I'm not saying everyone's like that who's anti-immigration, but to not admit that there's not a lot of that, that's kind of ridiculous.
I do say there's not a lot of that. You yourself just brought up 1992, over 30 years ago. There were 2/3 of the people opposed to racism in supposedly one of the most racist states in the union. How is that not progress on racism? And I bet that 1/3 is even
there's
smaller
not progress.
today.
I've never said there's not progress. Yeah, I would hope so too. Yeah, I definitely hope so.
So I see progress where everybody sees this increase in this increasing threat of racism, where I see nothing but progress. So we're looking at the same thing and seeing two different realities, or drawing two different.
I don't see an increasing threat. I think it's going to stay about the size it is for a while.
I don't think the size of it is that bad. I think we're doing for most of my life. We've been doing pretty good with race as a country.
Well, sure. Pretty good doesn't mean completely perfect, though, right?
Yes, but it also doesn't mean all Americans have this unconscious racism and secretly hate black people.
I'll tell you exactly when I'll be where you are. Actually, I have a specific metric for when I will be where you are on this issue. When demographics of black voters and Hispanic voters normalize to be about 50% on from their ideological center, like they are with everybody else, I will be where you are. Like
50% Democrat, 50% Republican.
Yes, ideology almost splits all race evenly, right? Like from what we can tell, black people as a whole are half liberal, half conservative, pretty much.
That way.
White people are pretty much. Well, no, it's always been that way. This is just the metrics of people and belief, right? People always kind of split toward traditional and non-traditional. It's kind of like how older people lean one way, younger people lean one way. It always kind of ends up balancing out. Right now, there's an off-kilter thing in the system because they're all voting on one side. There's a reason for that. Both sides disagree on that reason. But when those people who are not in their ideological home go back to their ideological home, because I think that will actually push out the white nationalists from the Republican tent. When that happens,
there's not a lot in there.
I will totally,
no one takes them seriously.
100% be exactly where you are. I will be like, yep, we are here. We've done it. But we got rid of them from our politics.
When enough black people shift over from the Democrat Party to the Republican, you will feel like that's progress, that we've achieved the...
Absolutely. When enough people are voting back to their ideological home, yeah, I think there would be huge progress. These voters are voting Democrat because they feel threatened by the right. The right is actively hostile to them. That's why they vote for...
I think that might be some of the reason. For some of I don't think it's the reason for all.
Well, what's your reason for conservatives who would vote for liberals?
I would have to talk to the individual conservatives, but I suspect there's going to be many reasons. If you give me 100 or 1,000, I'm going to come out with probably
I'll give
3
you
or
a really
4
easy.
dominant narratives.
I'll give you a really easy way to figure it out. Ask any group of conservatives the answer to that question: why do black people vote for liberals? Listen to their answers, and you'll have the exact answer to why no one votes for them.
Ask the conservatives why.
Ask a bunch of conservatives why black people as a whole vote for liberals.
Okay, conservatives, why do
Lyndon
black
Johnson.
people vote for liberals, even though they're voting for Republicans more and more each election? But why? Like again, we wanted to look at the deficit graph and the arrows. If they go one direction, it shows progress, and if they go the other direction, and so the same with this. The trend is that they are moving over to the other side, and you said that was one of your marks of progress. So it is happening, and eventually it will probably reach the ratio to that will satisfy you. But I just want to let you know the arrow is moving in that direction.
Cool, I agree with you, and I'm glad of it.
I'd say it's a pretty much.
Yeah, I don't think it's as far as you think, but I agree with you that it is moving.
And that's where it just gets subjective, and it's just a judgment call for each person based on our inputs and how we're interpreting and what we're emphasizing and how we're weighing things. But in general, especially being from Louisiana, in my lifetime, I've seen it improve drastically. I don't know if you remember the town of Vidor, Texas, which used to be a sundown town. I watched that town completely turn around. Black people couldn't even live in that town when I was younger.
Oh yeah, there are plenty of towns around here that I had friends even when I had come to college in the late '90s who were like, we were going out here outside of the city limits to this town in a different parish, and they were like, no, I can't go out there. And I was like, what do you mean? He was like,
this was in the '90s.
Yeah.
That's about when it started to turn around. It's the '90s.
Not really. I mean, it is as of 2004, it was 88% Democrat and 11% GOP for the black vote for president.
But like each election, more and more of them move over. Because I remember in 2020, the only groups that broke for Trump were the white women, and I think college-educated white men, and all the other groups had shifted over to the right.
Well, sure. I mean, if it went from 90% to 85%. I would say that's not a very significant.
I'm just saying. I'm just pointing out the direction, just like y'all were doing for the deficit. So
well, sure, but like
the same tactic should be just as good here as it was.
Well, I mean, okay. So it was 71% Democrat and 28% GOP in 1936, and through 2004 it went to 88 and 11, and now it's like I think 82 to 14.
So it's moving.
Well, they've been selling Kamala as
and the same thing's happening with the support for gay marriage too.
So the political momentum is
I mean, we don't accept the queers
right now. I wouldn't say it's going in any direction.
Wait, say again, freak.
I mean, strangely enough, you're right, Jack. Actually,
the political momentum is pretty much neutral right now because they've been selling Kamala as a black woman, hard, even though she may or may not be black.
Oh, you mean right at this moment? It's kind of in suspension. It could go
like a tug of war right now.
Yeah, maybe so, but we'll see what happens
after this. Huh? Yeah, love that argument.
That's just an interesting metric for racial progress in general. But if that's your metric, I could go with it. I'm not as cynical about my fellow American, and plus I talk to right wingers all the time. I don't
think it's about being cynical. I think it's about understanding
the idea that they're
racist for a reason.
Huh?
I think it's not about being cynical. I think it's about a matter of understanding that people vote against their interests for a reason. And if these people,
how do you know why anyone votes?
If we're having a testimony,
if they're ideological conservatives by their own admission and they are voting for,
I don't know that they're ideological conservatives.
So we used to all get along. Like we used to get along.
If population split basically in half in the ideological split on average, then we can kind of surmise that half of every demographic would be
I go by the
traditionalist.
The Pew categories, and there's 9 of them, and they're broken down by different percentages. So it's not an even split among all 9.
Okay, wait, hang on. I would like you to pull this up, Jeff. I'm putting this in the back chat and in the YouTube chat so that people can look at it. This is from 2004 from Pew. So from 94, it was 86% Democrat for the black vote, and it is 83% in 2023. So it has changed 3%, which is like, again, it has gone up and down, like, you know, a handful of percentage points over the years. So like, it's, you know, it would be weird to say it's going down, like, because you're just going to have to be really selective with like how you're chopping that graph up.
If we're looking at the same graph, I'm seeing the black vote from about 2012 to now decline, and I'm seeing the little tail from about 20 to 2023, which I said the election of 2020 is when they shifted, is doing this, which is going up. I'm seeing the Hispanic one consistently decline, except there's a little recent bump, and then I'm seeing it consistently rise on the Republican side, except for a little recent bump.
For sure. So I'm going to give you a slightly longer graph for, again, the black vote, which has wavered over the past many decades, but like there's no like pattern here. You're like, oh yeah, it's been going down like recently, but like, yeah, it is like within tolerance. Like
black vote for president. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it has wavered between 88 and...
Well, this one ends at
80%.
2004. So.
Yeah. I'm like, this is going further behind, like the...
But yeah, you're right. It does do this.
It does
but actually, from about 64 on, it kind of stays high on the Democrat side.
Right. Yeah. It's oscillating, right? It's going like up and down. So, I mean, to just like zoom in.
Less
on, like,
so than before. It seems to have stabilized a little bit after 64.
Yep. But yeah, I mean, like, yeah. But like, you know, select 3 of those bars and be like, I found a pattern is weird because like.
I guess if you really want to see racism, you could see it. And if you really want to see progress, you could see that too. And I'm an optimist and I believe in my fellow Americans. I don't think we're as racist as other people would judge us. And I also talk to a lot of my leftist friends. They have this very distorted image of Republicans and people on the right, and they see it as more monolithic than it actually is. I think they see the white nationalist as more influential than they are. And when I start talking to actual people on the right, that picture evaporates right away. And that was the big thing they preached during gay rights, is not to judge gay people, to get to know individual gay people. Once you get to know them, you'll see that they're human, they're fellow Americans, but that they don't apply that to the people on the right. They sit at the other side of their computer and they read about them and they develop this narrative about how racist and dangerous for democracy they are, but they don't actually get to know actual people on the right.
Jeff, half the conservatives that have come through this panel tonight alone have like preached the elector fraud shit. So like, I mean, yeah, like we could talk about those psycho lefties.
Do you think that makes them because of that? You conclude that they're racist?
I mean, like I can very easily say like, oh yeah, like half of them are legit a threat to democracy because like they don't care about rule of law or peaceful transfer.
How does that make them a threat? Because they have an opinion on the election.
No, because they want a king instead of like a president.
I didn't even hear the word king come up tonight at all. I didn't hear any single person say they wanted a king.
Sure, yeah. And
the freak talked about the authority of Jesus. That's as close as we got.
Yeah, sure. Again, like
that's what I'm saying. Like we experienced the same exact reality, but you took something completely different from it that I didn't even hear once.
No, like again, 25% of the country doesn't accept the results of the last election. Like those people are delusional. You agree with me on that?
I agree.
Correct?
They are delusional.
Yeah. Yes. And like, so again, when we talk about like, we're both looking at the same reality.
But I don't think it makes them racist.
I mean, I don't think it makes it racist either. But like, again, like when we talk about like, oh, like they're monolithic, you know, like, you know, half of them don't even believe in the election. Like, yeah, like that's very easy to put them in that box of like most lefties aren't that fucking crazy. But like half of
most lefties I know still believe in Russiagate, like the full blown Russia conspiracy.
Do you know why? Do you believe in the Mueller report?
Yeah, I was there when it started. I fell into it hook like for 4 years. I was
probably because of all the Russians we put in jail, and then Robert Mueller's report basically saying the only reason we're not going to charge the president is because the DOJ says we can't.
Right, but there's a larger narrative that grew up around that went way beyond just those few facts.
Well, sure.
And the whole. In fact, it happened tonight. It started with Donald Trump being a threat to democracy, and it ended with him privatizing the weather service. Like when we narrowed down to what the actual fear was, it was as trivial as the weather service. So he starts out as this big.
Well, no, he just didn't have a list for you. He was caught off guard. Like there's a huge list in Project 25. That lists all these things, and that's basically the policy paper that we can target right now because a bunch of dum-dums they put it out and said this is what we want to do, and so we can point to all those things.
Point for the we had Pine Creek and Jack, and Pine Creek walked Jack through his fears and where is he the most, and they talked about Project 25 and Schedule F and all that stuff, and it came down to when we drilled down into concretes, it was stuff like, well, they're going to privatize the National Weather Service. So it goes from threat to democracy. We're going to lose our government to Project 2025 is going to privatize the weather service.
Jeff, do you know what a straw man is? Like
that happened on the stream tonight.
Yeah. Do you know what a straw man is?
Yeah, he was just listing one of the things that is in Project 2025.
We're just posing this like, oh, Trump's a threat to democracy because he's going to get rid of the weather service.
But why?
That was
you
not
don't
my
have
argument.
a better
You know that,
example
right?
than
the threat to democracy is that we might not have a chance to vote again. Like that's the threat to democracy.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that the U.S. system of government, we're suddenly going to lose our ability to vote. I just don't believe that.
Okay, and like, I mean, do you want to bet on that?
I guess we're betting on it in November because I don't. That's not a fear I have. That seems so unrealistic.
Sure. I mean, you've seen the controversy he's in right now, right?
We have checks and balances. We have separation of church and state. I don't know what experience you're basing like a fear that's suddenly going to not be there on. That nothing realistic has happened in reality to indicate that to me.
What do you think the entire plot for the electors was for?
And we survived all of that. Like that.
But that doesn't mean it didn't happen, and now we're letting him run again, in spite of the Constitution saying we shouldn't. All because we keep quibbling over the definition of an insurrection. Because the second we all agree it was an insurrection.
Though. When you charge someone with something like insurrection, the definitions are important. The fact that you don't think so makes me trust you less.
He was never charged.
Let me ask you this: how do you think we ended up convicting mobsters who never spoke in definite article?
I don't know, but the last thing I'm aware of where it stood was he had those indictments, and there were going to be trials, and there still may be trials, depending on what this immunity stuff do. And that's where I was hoping to get all of that information. So it's kind of suspended in the process right now.
Okay, so Jeff, I want you on camera right now in 4K to say that like if because of those Supreme Court rulings, because of his immunity, those cases get thrown out, that like you were wrong and maybe I was right to like worry about this because like my understanding of the ruling. Like,
well, let's do worst case scenario. I don't think all the charges are going to get thrown out, but worst case scenario, they all go away. All 3 indictments, poof, gone. What's the worst case scenario? He doesn't face justice for this conspiracy that he may or may not have even done that didn't come to any kind of fruition anyway.
Well, no, the indictments are separate, right? Like only one of them has to do with the election, right? One of them is the stolen documents.
Well, no, there were 4, but the stolen documents
one got tossed out by his.
So there's 3 left, and they all involve.
It's getting appealed, and that I will lay money that I have a feeling that Judge Eileen Cannon may have seen her last days on the bench.
So you think it's going to get reinstated?
Yeah, I think the judges have been up her ass her the entire trial, kind of like trying to help her because she barely knew what she was doing when she was appointed.
And I'll be honest, the documents case concerns me. It concerned me from the start. It concerns me almost more than the conspiracy indictments. So
it should.
I would like to see that would prosecute.
There's still some not accounted for, according to the National Archives.
I would like to see that prosecuted. I would like to see a report from that.
And also, I will just throw out right now, I have no problem saying that if people want to take Biden to court over his documents, that's fine. I won't equivocate at all.
What did he do?
Well, as soon as this came out with Trump, that he had the documents and the National Archives were haggling with him, a bunch of people went and checked all their shit to make sure they didn't have any. Biden did, Pence did. Those were 2 of the people who actually found documents in their stuff, who were both who were vice presidents, and returned them immediately to the National Archives. Now there's a big debate over who knew when they had documents and blah blah blah.
They're just so casual about taking these documents home.
Well, I mean, again, to tell you the truth, in a lot of the cases, it's their staff, right? Like they're the ones who can see them, but they're not the people who carry and handle every single thing. or put it away when they're coming to the end of a campaign, and at the end of the day it's just a folder, right? Like sometimes you just forget you have it.
And there are like a good amount of things that are like retroactively classified. So like, you know, like it could have been taken while it wasn't classified, and then it was later classified. So like, you know, whatever.
Right, we
Like,
don't even
It's
know.
still, when it comes to national security, I don't want to take any chances. Like, I want this exhaustively investigated.
Right, and you're pro the dude who was chatting about like, oh, I should.
I am anti DEI.
So what you're saying is you wouldn't store your classified documents in, say, like a Mar-a-Lago bathroom?
No,
Yeah,
I wouldn't even. If I were president, I can't even imagine a reason I would take them out of the document room. Like, I would go.
Oh, we know why he did. We have it on tape.
We
We have a video of him using them as a prop to impress someone. We know why he took them. He wanted to pretend to be president after he lost.
Well, I don't know if you know that for sure. What was
we have a video of him using it as a prop to brag, saying,
he's saying, "Hey, I'm using this as a prop to brag," or that's an inference.
He's basically trying to tell a woman how he knew the best things, and he said, "Oh, look, I have this document from General Mark Milley that said we had a plan to destroy Iran. It was right here. Can you believe I have this? It's so crazy that I have this." Like, it's just for bragging.
I shouldn't be showing you this, but
I shouldn't even be showing you this. Yeah, we've got this on tape. Like,
yes.
But you don't know for sure that's why he took the document.
I mean,
like, you'd have to be in his head.
Like, do I get a fuck?
If the only thing I can suppose on is what I actually have video evidence of him using them
be a
for,
limit to your imagination.
Sure, but like I said, if the only thing, I think it's actually me less using my imagination and me using the only piece of reality I was shown of why he took them.
Right, to build a narrative around. But my point is, you don't know.
No, not a narrative.
You weren't
just
there
like,
the
that's the
moment
only
he
thing I've
took them.
seen.
You don't know. You're creating a theory of why he took them.
Oh, sure. The why is probably going to be lost forever, but we do know that he took them. We do know that he was supposed to give them back, and we do know that he moved them around quite a few times to obfuscate having them, because that's what his employees have testified to.
Well, I hope that it gets overturned and reinstated.
Yep. And if it doesn't, oops, I guess. Oh well. Fuck it, I guess.
Well, what's the option?
Even
if Kamala wins, that's still going to be the case with.
Yeah, sure. And then, like, if someone else, some
Hey,
Republican or Democrat
there's some
comes
reason
in
that Saudi Arabia paid Jared Kushner $2 billion, and we don't know it. So
that was I remember that incident. It raised my alerts at the time too. But again, you're right. We don't know, so I can't sit and make up too many stories about it without knowing.
Yeah, but it does. I think it does allow me to make the idea, or back the idea, that I don't want them anywhere near the White House ever again.
That's a fair position to take. I just don't think he's the threat to democracy that he's. I think we're still going to have a democracy regardless of which president gets elected, and I think we're still all Americans regardless of who we vote for. That's what I'm pushing back against. It's like this hyperbolic threat to democracy narrative.
Well, sure. I mean, that's just like your assertion, like how you're.
You can say that, but none of us tried to steal the election. Like, I don't care if he didn't do it. Like, the fact that he tried to do it is enough for me to like. Well, it's not hyperbole. Like,
when I read the indictment, it was pretty airtight to me. Like, just the indictment alone, I'm like, if they have even half of this evidence, he's cooked. There's no way he's getting out of this. It was very convincing. I was surprised they ran him. I'm like, there's no way they're going to put him on the ballot with this hanging over his head. But they did. It shocked me that they put him on the ballot.
Yep, and a bunch of people are going to vote for him. It's like, well,
I'm probably going to be one of them. The indictment is not. Everything's being weighed in the ballots, and the indictment does not outweigh the authoritarianism I see coming from the left.
Yes,
with the DEI shit. So
single issue voter.
We could have different. It's not single issue. I'm taking into account other things about Kamala that I don't like, but we could just have different moral foundations. It could be simple as that, and that's fine. I think America is a big enough country to allow for that.
Yeah,
but it doesn't make me racist, and it doesn't make me a threat to democracy.
I mean, yeah.
Well, Jeff, I hope people who do vote for Trump, I genuinely hope I'm wrong. Like, I can admit that.
I think,
I hope I'm
and
wrong
hey,
about
if we lose our democracy, first of all, I'm in a blue state. My vote's not going to put him in power.
That's what I was about to say. If we do end up losing everything that we say we're about to lose, if we allow this man back in power, I genuinely hope you and people like you are on the front line helping us get it back.
Yeah, I will be. Yeah, I will be.
Fair enough.
So you can count on me for that. That's what I'm fighting. What I'm fighting against is authoritarianism. I don't want it from the left, but I'm not going to accept it from the right either.
Well, you'll let the right do it and contribute to it, maybe.
I'm voting
if they do it.
I'm voting on the assumption they're not going to do it, that they're going to honor and respect our system of government. And until I have a reason to think that they won't.
See, and I think January 6th is the reason that I know that they don't.
For
not
me,
that they won't, that they don't.
Enough. It's not enough. And the DEI
240 some odd years of unbroken history.
January 6th was one event.
Is enough.
It's very localized. And the stuff I'm worried about is not.
So here's maybe the question: like, what would Trump have to do to cross the line to where you wouldn't vote for him? Like, if he tried to kill Joe Biden or Kamala Harris tomorrow,
I'd
would
probably
you still vote for him?
If he attempted to assassinate Kamala Harris, that would probably be a line for me.
You'd never even be able to prove that. Like that's kind of a ridiculous one.
Yeah, I mean,
and it is very possible Trump could fuck this up. My vote is not guaranteed. He has 4 months to do something outrageously stupid and crazy that completely turns me off of him as a candidate.
I mean, if he was found guilty on all 3 of those indictments, like, would you still vote for him?
I'd probably still vote for him to stop the stuff on the left I'm worried about. But I would also acknowledge that, just like the hush money thing, he is completely guilty on 34 counts. He is a felon. That is not in dispute to me at all.
Don't care. So, like, you don't care if you try to steal the election.
I don't care. Just like Edwin Edwards, I fully acknowledge he's a felon, and I can still find more reason to vote for him than for her. This is going to be a hard election.
I completely get your example there.
Tough choices.
Well,
but the values that I'm voting on are very important to me, and I'm not. It's not likely I'm going to compromise them. And I don't judge people that vote hair. I think there's cases to be made for both sides. So however people vote, I think it's all valid. I'm not judging anybody for their vote.
I don't judge anyone for voting Republican unless you're voting for a fucking traitor.
Just Trump. Just him in particular.
Yeah, I mean, hey, listen.
The thing that's letting me do this, it's 2 things. It's trust in our system, because I watched his first 4 years and it held, and trust in the American people. I have faith in our people, in my country.
It barely held, man.
Those 2 combinations.
Every single person in his cabinet and in his administration, it pretty much is not returning. Half of them got kicked out most of the way through. He ran through positions, probably more than any known president.
60 out of 62 are not endorsing his reelection.
Right. And he has more indictments of a presidency than any other president, including the ones who had 2 terms.
That would all be damning against any other election.
Okay, so like anything after Harris is like I don't know, like what is it specific about Biden and or Harris like that you think that like they represent literally DEI and like any other Democrat will
Biden's DEI initiative and his mental health strategy, and Trump's DEI initiative that he installed that got revoked for being unconstitutional because he overreached on the free speech thing, which I agree with. They should have revoked it.
Yeah, fuck free speech anyway, you know.
But it was a very eloquent expression of the case against DEI. And Biden's, because DEI came on my radar when it started to intersect with the actual work I do for a living. So it had a personal impact on my life. And then when I started tracing it backwards, it all started tracing back to Biden and these initiatives that he started launching in his first year of president. And I'm like, oh, no wonder it's everywhere now, of course. And in order to do his initiative, he had to revoke Trump's anti-DEI initiative. So their positions are starkly different on this one area. It cannot be more clear which candidate is going to support my values in this and which one's going to oppose them. So that's going to be hard to get around.
Which part of the DEI agenda was the one that rubbed you wrong?
Well, here in Washington State, to even be a state employee in any capacity at all, you have to take 4 units of DEI training on implicit bias, unconscious racism. None of them have scientific validity, at least not the kind of scientific standards I accept. They talk about systemic racism, and they talk about psychological interventions that they're going to employ in these trainings, and all of that makes me very, very nervous. And
Do you
then
have any examples of those, of like where they've done that, where you felt like it's been an overreach, or?
No, they just have a description of their training, and I tried to get the actual curriculum, and I never did get it. I had somebody that worked for the state that was going to try to get me a copy.
Sure.
This is state, not federal.
So this is all like, you know,
the Washington
stuff that you're
State
worried
was
about.
the first state to create a state department of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And in the mental health field, the federal government has a Department of Behavioral Health Equity that kind of does the same thing. So there are actual departments created, devoted. It's like $1 billion industry. And a lot of it rests on this idea that there's this unconscious, like people are racist but don't know that they're racist. And they have these experts that can detect this racism and point it out. And they have techniques that they can help you to use to reduce the amount of racism. That all is very dystopian and disturbing to me as an American.
Yeah, but you have no examples of how this is actually being instituted. Like you're just making a boogeyman out of this thing. Like
no,
I did.
I have a whole playlist on my channel where I go find the stuff and break it down in great detail. I told you, Washington State has a whole department. I pull up some of the documents. I pull up some of their strategic. The big one are these strategic plans because they lay out their equity goals and they lay out specific timelines for when they want to achieve these goals. So I look at stuff like that. I did it for the Washington State one. I did it for the Federal Department of Behavioral Health Equity. I did it for the National Foundation of Science, and they had a recent one here. I talked about. I didn't pull it up, but the Evergreen, the college by my house that I was going to apply at a job working with disabled people had this whole list of equity requirements that you had to meet before they would even hire you to do the disability work. And it was part of this strategic plan that was part of this equity plan that was coming from the State Department of Equity, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's an entire ecosystem.
What's the final goal of it? What's it trying to implement? Like as far as like
equity.
I know, but what is it trying to do physically?
They look at this from what I could understand. They look at disparities, and if it's too much slanted toward one group or another, then they assume unconscious bias or implicit bias. They look at one factor and they reduce everything to that one factor instead of looking at all the reasons that for these disparities. And the example I was given was like if you work in a hospital and you have all these patients and the black people, there's a black patient that presses the call button, you're going to answer that call in like a few fractions of a second longer than if it was a white patient. And so that means that you have this secret bias against black people that could actually affect their health if you take longer to answer their call. So it's called healthcare equity or something like that. And I went to a whole conference on this. This is the kind of stuff they presented as problems that they were very concerned about, that they needed to create these policies to address. Now, to me, all you have to do is make a policy. If a patient hits the call button, answer it in this amount of time. And if you don't, then there's discipline. Like you don't even have to bring race into it if that's all that the problem is.
Well, again, like say it for the sake of argument that they are like slower to respond to patients of color or less responsive to like women's pain.
Okay, then you need to rule out all the other factors that could be involved. And they have not convinced me yet that they've done this because they've latched onto this idea of implicit bias as the cause.
I mean, sure. Okay, so I need to like both like demonstrate that exists, that like there is like an unexplained thing. I mean, yeah, for sure. I mean, I have
and yes, demonstrate it exists. Convince me that you've ruled out all other possible causes and this is the sole reason for it, and convince me
here's the
that there's
thing.
not a policy solution that addresses the problem better, that's less divisive and doesn't involve painting half of America as secret racist. So
I'm
there's
actually
a
right
lot
there
of
with you.
barriers that would have to clear before
Sure,
I could sign off
I'm
on
right
it.
there with you. And one of the major problems with our inability to actually handle the nuances where we agree, especially the difference between where people like liberals like me differ from more hardcore progressives. One of the main reasons that we can't ever powwow on that and get shit done is because you're supporting a guy who wants to upend the democracy. And we're not being
That's
hyperbolic when we
your
say that.
narrative. I don't believe I'm supporting a guy that wants to upend democracy. So we have different narratives about
I know.
this.
All I know is that our country went like 240 some odd years with that certification happening just fine as just a measure of ceremony. And then last year or 2 years ago, 3 years ago, whenever it happened, it was the first year that it didn't. Right.
But are you saying that, but for my support for Donald Trump, you and I could sit down and hash out some kind of middle ground on these kind of issues, but is it in punishment of my support, or your aversion
No, I'm saying
for
it just
Trump
won't get done because
it creates a barrier to creating
like
these
I said, I would
solutions?
happily be proven wrong in this instance. If Trump just gets into office and is lazy for 4 years, happily be proven wrong. But if the doomsday shit that a lot of lefties say happens, then we won't get to have any of the nuanced conversation. It will be doom and gloom.
We're having it now. Like, I don't understand why
No, I
one is a
agree.
barrier to the other.
No, we can have the conversation.
It
sure.
sounded like
I mean,
you
I
were
mean, like
saying that
functionally.
my support
Functionally.
for Trump personally creates a barrier for you.
No, I mean functionally.
Fully.
If both sides actually agreed with things like compromise, still like we used to, we would be able to come together, find common ground, say that the fringes of both of our sides are what they are. They are fringes, and have a more mediated response to these things. It's why we simply have the two positions of anti-DEI and DEI, right? We can't kind of like agree to the things we agree with and then push out the things that we both agree that we don't.
So you don't think that reality exists? That's the that's the reality I've been living in, is that everything you described is the norm and is possible.
No, that's what I agree. That is the norm for the mechanisms of how we function. Sure. It's certainly not the norm for our politics and how we talk.
Right. I think that's been increasingly. I think it used to be less inflammatory. And that part, yes, but it's because of stuff like this. Everybody has these weird diverging narratives around either the same sets of facts or completely different facts. Like, we're working off of completely different facts that we find salient, or we're working off of similar facts but drawing completely different conclusions.
I agree. I totally agree. And it's to us, it's just as weird as it probably is to people on the right. But to us on the left, we seem to have started Trump's presidency in 2017 with the first mass marching of white nationalists in 20 years at Charlottesville. Well, no, it's an event that was the first one that happened in 20 years, right? It was something that happened. Charlottesville was a big freaking deal. It caused a lot of major shit to happen. And it woke a lot of people up to a lot of realities. Realities that have spilled over nearly Trump's entire presidency and into the pandemic.
I didn't see it that way. So that's another event that there's multiple ways to see it.
What other ways are to see the Charlottesville
thing? It's just a series of these events, one after another, that's dividing us, everyone.
Well, yeah, it's you being infinitely charitable to one side, like, a threat to democracy. I don't really think so, but DEI, like, that's super.
Well, help me be charitable to DEI, because the best case scenario I can make for it, and I did grant that I do think they have I think marginalization is something real. I don't necessarily. I don't know if I'd frame it the way they do, but I think the phenomena that they're trying to address can be a real thing in certain situations. But help me.
And I agree with you that a lot of their blanket measures do not actually help situations, and sometimes don't take into account things that are actually the actual cause of the unevenness.
My biggest criticism against DEI is it's intellectually sloppy. It's
Yes, I'll
inferior.
agree
It's
with you.
intellectually inferior. It's more of an intellectual critique of it than anything else. I think at its worst case scenario, it's stupid. It's a bunch of stupid people that have this odd belief that they're pushing through into our government that's not correspondent to reality, and ultimately it's just gonna fuck everything up. It's gonna divide us, and it's like Lysenkoism. It's not based on anything with scientific validity, and there's gonna be downstream consequences for it. It's junk science. It's like
Okay.
astrology. So that's
real
my
quick-
main critique of it. So
real
help
quick-
me see it in the best possible. I do think that most people are that are involved.
Well, I think a big problem is that it's also become an industry now, and
yeah.
and people make their money off of it. So it's
The ESG
imperative
rules
that
and
they
all that doesn't
justify
help.
that it exists now. So we have to look at it like anything else that makes money now. It doesn't have a specifically altruistic goal, especially how it's implemented through corporate structures and stuff like that. Corporations implement this shit like crazy, not because they want a better world, but because they want to cover their ass completely and utterly, and that's it. So I don't think it's altruistic in that sense at all.
No, I don't think it is either.
So-
but
so
I
here-
do think that most people that believe in this, I take them in good faith. I think they sincerely think these problems exist and that they're doing their part to help make the world. I think they're misguided, but I think that I don't think they're
misguided.
bad people, but I do think they're very hostile and angry people for some reason. Whatever this narrative they have going on.
Oh, you're talking about the people who are like
how do you know
submersed in this idea, right? The ones who like have the degrees and the things that
Just the activists
and are part of the
ones
industry.
that are telling everybody else what awful people they are. Nazis, and
Activists don't have
racists.
these real jobs, right? People, protest culture people who all they do is activism, stuff like that. Those aren't the people in this industry that we're talking about, though.
I don't know.
I don't think they are. I don't believe there's a huge
So
cross section of that.
I'm open to seeing DEI in a more
So here's
congenial
directly
light.
from the executive order that Biden signed, expanding the DEIA stuff from the Obama-Biden administration. It will advance opportunity for communities that have historically faced employment discrimination and professional barriers, including people of color, women, first generation, professionals and immigrants, individuals with disabilities, LGBTQ plus individuals, Americans who live in rural areas, older Americans who face age discrimination, parents and caregivers who face employment barriers, people of faith who require religious accommodations at work, individuals who were formerly incarcerated, and veterans and military spouses. Like at its core,
I don't love the identity politics, but that's not the worst part of the order.
I mean, it's not identity politics. Like those are just like
it kind of is. Like, why don't they just help people with a certain like income level or whatever metric they want to use? But there's no need to divide it up into
some
all
people
these identity groups.
Because you're being a class reductionist, and like it doesn't just sort out like by class. Like you can't.
That's
just, like,
your
we're just
label
gonna...
for what I'm doing.
For sure. I mean, it's not identity politics.
So
it's like...
explain to me why they have these specific groups that they're going to focus resources on
Americans who
instead
live
of
in
other
rural
groups,
areas.
instead of helping everybody that needs the help. They're going to prioritize you if you're Black, Latino, Native American, rural, etc. So they're already
targeting people who face barriers.
Levels
they're
of
targeting people who face artificial barriers.
People in rural areas are mostly white.
What's an artificial barrier? Because I work in mental health, so I know what the barriers to access are. What is an artificial barrier?
Can a rural American do they have like the same pathway to like go to a university and get a job with like a bachelor's degree and like be an engineer as like a city white?
I grew up rural. Every rural person I know had the same pathways that we did. Everybody had public school.
Do you think
everybody
it's
had the
for
opportunity to go to the local state university?
Do you think it's easier for a rural American to have a good fundamental education and go and get through university than a city white?
Yeah, I've seen plenty of people do it. I was one of them.
I'm not asking if you've ever seen anyone do it. I'm saying, do you think that rural Americans have an easier or harder time compared to city
I would
whites?
need to know what it is about being rural and American that makes it harder for you than being a city. I don't understand the false
quality of teachers. Like, yeah, I mean, like this is, I mean,
what does this have to do with DEI and people being racist?
Well,
it's not
because
all
you think
about people
DEI
being
means
racist.
everybody is racist, and like
Yeah,
actually
it's not just
DEI
about
means like,
race.
hey, we're trying to break down some barriers that we've noticed that
I'm
about
I'm
barriers.
trying to see what the barrier is, especially as somebody that grew up rural. I know exactly what opportunities
so-
everybody had, and we all had the same opportunities.
So-
This
so if
narrative
I-
that rural people are struggling to get an education and get a good job just runs contrary to everything I know about rural people. I don't understand.
you're
where
citing
this is
anecdotal
going.
evidence, your own personal
All I
experience.
asked
like, that's
was an
not
example of one of these
demonstrative.
barriers, artificial barriers, and you
Okay, so
said
if I cannot
the ability to
name a
get an
specific barrier-
education and get a job. What's the barrier? What's the barrier keeping
So,
you
look,
from
here's
getting
an
the
example of breaking down a barrier. Having colleges have the ability to get degrees online because extremely rural areas do not have access to colleges, right? That's breaking down a barrier of someone who had a barrier before that lives in a rural area.
Making education more accessible to rural people. If you
That's
want to call that
being
breaking down a
more
barrier, I guess. I don't
inclusive,
know why
right?
you have to frame it as diversity, equity, inclusion.
But
Why
it's being
can't you just,
inclusive, right?
because they did that with electricity, they would gradually bring it to the rural areas. And
It's
then I
not
remember
me
in the
saying,
80s,
right? It's this mandate
they
he
would
just
gradually
said.
get cable TV. So the rural areas always got the latest technology after everybody else. But I don't know why that's an artificial barrier. Like, what's the barrier part? Just that they're less of a market so that
If you
they
live
get
100
served.
miles away from the nearest college, is that not a barrier to you going to college? Like if you can't actually go live there? If your job is in this one town and you can't move away, you want to get an education.
How is that a
there.
barrier that the government's responsible for? And how is that a barrier that he needs an equity order? Look, advancing racial equity and support for underserved communities. So tie that into the race part for me.
You're the one making this all about race. Like, to you, DEI
His
means
order
everybody
is
in America
called
is
an
racist.
executive order on further advancing racial equity. And if you read the training materials that I've been covering, it's all about race. So don't gaslight me and accuse me
where
of
does it
being
say-
the one making it about race. This is why it's hard to have a conversation and take your side seriously, because y'all play these little games. You don't talk in good faith.
This is the statement from the White House when he signed that executive order. Where in this title does it say, like that it's all about race and that everybody is fucking racist?
Here, maybe we're looking at two different orders. I'm looking at the executive order on further advancing racial equity and support for underserved communities through the federal government, February 16th, 2023. Are you looking at a different one?
I am looking at the June 25th executive order that he signed in 2021.
All right. Well, we're
So
looking
we are
at two different
things for sure. My bad.
All right. Mine too, because I pulled up the wrong one as well.
Who gaslights?
He
gaslighting each other.
put out more than one. That's what I'm saying. It wasn't just one order. The equity stuff is without a doubt coming from the Biden administration.
Okay, and every part of that executive order is focused on how everybody is racist if you
I
are
didn't
white.
say every part of that executive order. And I don't even have to have this conversation, because I took his mental health order and I broke it down on the stream and I went through it and I showed all the parts that bothered me.
I don't know. I don't know if I trust your judgment, but I don't mean that in a mean way.
You have to make your own judgment about that. I'm trying to establish. This is the opportunity that Animated was saying. I'm trying to. You said, why can't I do for the left what I'm saying that the left can't do for the right? So this is my attempt to do that, and these are the barriers I run into. They're like rhetorical barriers or logical barriers or something, but we can't even get basic reality down. We can't even agree on basic reality.
Well, yeah, because we have one side that stole an election, and like half the party doesn't give a fuck.
You have to put all that aside, and you have to talk in good faith, or you never will be able to trust my judgment.
Well, yeah. Again, I don't. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, you don't think that those kind of racial disparities even exist anymore? You don't believe that? Because I know, living still in southern Louisiana, that I know tons of people who would never hire a black person. I know people like that. Like, I'm not saying that it's completely infectious in the system, but there are people who are still openly like that all over.
You think a lot of them?
Like I said, I don't think it's as infectious to the system, but I think a lot of what these kind of like mandates do is they're trying to correct things that have kind of lagged behind.
But they're trying to correct it by this idea that you can detect and identify and eliminate the racism that's in people's unconscious minds. We already have laws for acts of discrimination. That's illegal. You're not allowed to not hire someone just because they're black. But the idea, I think, is that it's happening anyway, and a lot of times people don't even know they're doing it, which is weird to me. Like, to me, if you're not going to hire a black person, you know you're not hiring that person because they're black. You're not just accidentally not hiring a black person.
How can we know that, and how can they know that?
Well, to be racism,
how can you prove that?
Well, proving is a different thing.
Well, okay. Well, then why? Like, I don't know. Like, what point you're making then? Like,
I know that when you file a discrimination case, you have to prove discriminatory intent. I don't know the exact legal standards, and they might vary by state. But I'm saying that's a specific thing that has to be proved.
Sure.
There's like legal processes to prove it.
For sure, yeah. And if they choose the white person over a black person because they're racist, but they don't go around shouting hate speech all the time, like, how do you demonstrate that?
Don't.
Okay, so then what?
People are allowed to make hiring decisions, I guess, even if it hurts their business. I would personally want the person best for my business.
Well, sure. I mean, but
if the black person's better and they're hiring the white person, their business is going to suffer for it.
I mean, is it?
I mean, there are labor laws, so
right, but there's also regulations that, like, you have to have evidence for whatever. That's why discrimination cases can be.
Sure, but if they don't provide any evidence, like, how can I ever be sure, like, what their decision?
You can't. So that's where you're left guessing. How many Americans are secretly racist? And I put that number very low. And it sounds like you put that number as much higher. You think there's much more people out there secretly not hiring black people than I do.
I mean, you've defined racism.
I know actual racists in Louisiana, people that are openly racist that will still hire a black person if that's the person that can do the best job.
Right, that's anecdotal. I mean, like, sure, like, again, you've defined racism in such a way that, like, unconscious.
Okay,
bias
well, let's go with
exist.
let's go with your definition. That's why we're never going to be able to have this conversation, because we're going to have to start with the very basic fundamental building blocks.
No, it is very nuanced, though. You just gave a really great anecdote on how nuanced it is. I know people exactly like that too.
It was anecdote. That doesn't count.
I think it does. I think it shows how nuanced the conversation can be, and that whenever we try to boil it down to black and white.
Well, it's so nuanced that I don't even know if we're talking about the same thing, because you're right. They have redefined racism.
No, you have. Like,
you're the left has, because things are racist now that were never racism in my generation at all. They have whole lists. Being on time is racist. Meritocracy is racist. Math is racist.
Sure. I mean,
I don't believe any of those things.
But to sit here and gaslight and pretend like I'm the one expanding the definition of racism with that.
No, you're not expanding it. You're narrowing it. That's the problem. Is you're like, nope, racism can only be this one thing. It's only when an individual actor
that puts you in the authority of defining what racism is for everybody. You don't get to do that.
But I say the phrase.
I'm narrowing it according to what you think the definition is, but you're not the definitive authority to determine that.
Can an institution
so in your
be
opinion, I'm narrowing it. That's why I suggested, to get started, we come up with the definition of racism. If we want to go with yours, fine. But that would save us the last 20 minutes of bickering. If we could just get to the definition of racism. I'll start with I'll take anyone to start with. It doesn't matter.
Sure. I think it is a disproportionate negative impacts on minority communities.
Okay, see, we're already working off of two completely different definitions.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said you're like, oh no, like racism can only be this one thing. Like, institutions can't be racist. The word institutional racism is a nonsense word. Like, I might as well be saying blah blah blah, because it doesn't make any sense, because your definition of racism.
If you're trying to understand how my side thinks, it doesn't. If you're just trying to get me to understand your side, I don't think I'm going to.
No, I understand your side. You've defined racism in such a way that institutional racism.
I've defined it in a very traditional, conventional way. There's nothing bizarre, crazy about the way I define it. It's a perfectly acceptable definition of racism.
Where are you getting that definition from?
Wait, I'm sorry, I missed it, Jeff. What was your definition again?
It's a discriminatory act or intent. It takes a human being to engage in an act of racism. Like in inanimate systems, you have to have a human consciousness to have racism. Inanimate objects or systems don't have racism. It takes humans. And when we were talking about the different types of racism, you even said that it's all interpersonal racism. Even the systemic type is just a system with
you wouldn't
racist
say
in
a
it.
system that had laws that enslaved a specific race was racist toward that
So
race.
not in 2024. If the
No.
laws have been rectified,
I'm just trying to get a baseline here. You would not say that a system that was based in laws that enslaved one race, that system cannot be racist because systems can't be racist. I mean, because it's a system made up of racist institutions that is made up of racist people, right? Like that's what we're talking about. They're just descriptions of like it's the difference between micro and macro, right?
it's also the difference between then and now too, because you're going to bring up
I
something
agree.
like
I
Jim
agree.
Crow,
I just want to
Jim
get
Crow,
the
you have to
baseline that we
show
can
me
agree
where
that
that
it can
exists
exist.
today. So even if I grant that Jim Crow was a racist system, you have to show me where it exists today.
Oh, sure. And
Okay,
we've
but
been
that's a system
dismantling that
that's
for
racist.
years. Yeah. And I agree with you.
And we pretty much mostly got there. But I am willing to accept your own definition of interpersonal racism. And I don't think that was one of the categories you yourself raised. So I don't think that makes me that much of an
If you want
oddball
an
for
objective,
defaulting to that definition.
because
Like,
I
where
mean,
did
if
you
you
get
want
the
just an
definition?
objective, one singular use definition of racism, it really just boils down to the belief that one race is superior to another, or that one race is inferior to your own.
But
Everything else is nuanced and has to have a more qualified definition, right?
I don't want
Interpersonal
Americans
relations.
policing each other's beliefs. People are allowed to believe whatever they want, and you don't ever really know what somebody truly believes if they hide it well enough. So just
I
a
agree with
certain
you.
belief is not enough for me to pathologize or criminalize Americans as being racist. To me, they have to translate that belief into some kind of act, discriminatory act,
an
or
overtly
possibly
provable
discriminatory intent.
Yeah, like overtly in a way that can be proved in court. Otherwise, who's to say, really?
Because we have the right to be racist. Americans have the right to not like other skin colors if they don't want to.
Yeah,
sure. If that's the case, but they
So if we're
don't have the
limiting
right
racism to just a
act
belief
or legislate on that belief.
Well, if we're limiting to y'all are worried that Christians are going to legislate on their belief, and it looks like the people I'm worried about are already legislating on their beliefs because it's in policy. But if you're going to limit racism to a belief, then that kind of is what I'm worried about, and that is what the left is doing. They believe that it's a belief in somebody's mind, and they have tools that can uncover who has these beliefs and to what degree they have them, and then they can address those beliefs and reduce them with these interventions.
Sure, and I'm
against
I
all
think
of
a
it.
lot, and I think a lot of us on the left are too. And I think a lot of us who are not so far left progressive are trying to stabilize some of the stuff too, while admitting there are disparities that need to be fixed, but saying that some of the stuff goes too far. Like sometimes the idea of equity doesn't fit for why the disparity is there. So having a catch-all, fit-all explanation sometimes doesn't work, and I agree with you there for sure. But sometimes I feel like the other side's idea is just, well, we throw it all out, and we don't even say the problem exists. It means every single thing that you've tried it. Like there are people who advocate throwing out the Civil Rights Act because we don't need that stuff, and this is the thing that gave people voting rights and or civil rights. And I've heard people talk about the Voting Rights Act or even repealing the 19th Amendment.
No, I think the voting, the expansion of the franchise stays. We don't take back anybody's voting rights. I think the
some people are arguing that
the civil. Well, I think those are the fringe. I think the Civil Rights Act is, for the most part, a good thing. I wouldn't want to just remove it from society. I think we can maybe curb some of the excesses. I don't want to go back to a time before the Civil Rights Act.
Hello, fellow racist white people. How are you?
What up, my
welcome?
Neighbor?
You're what? Oh my gosh, I'm so.
I said my neighbor.
Oh, well, about to make
Your neighbor.
sure.
Do y'all live near each other?
No.
Won't you be my neighbor?
I just think it's funny to say what up my N and then pause and then say a different N word.
Oh.
See, you want to save the brown people from the evil white people that are not you, right?
Yeah, obviously.
Why do you feel like it? Why do you feel like it's your responsibility? And this is not
because they have a hero complex.
Because I am white Jesus. I am the second coming of Christ.
Are you
I am
Jewish?
here to save the Browns.
Are you Jewish by chance?
Fuck no. No, fuck no. That sounds weird.
Are you Jewish by
And
chance?
what does this mean? We save. If we're talking about the policies of the Democratic Party, African Americans are the base, probably by sheer numbers, of the Democratic Party. So there's no we're doing anything for other people, right?
Why do I hear more white people talking about DEI than any other race? Then
because there's
why
more
is
whites
why
than
is
any
the
other
trainings always coming from white people? The initiatives, the policies.
Because it's not black people's burden to teach you about how racist you are. Obviously.
Okay, so here's a great idea. Why don't all of us white people who want to save black people, let's just move to Africa. We can be the minority, and then we'll be oppressed, and then we'll feel better about ourselves.
I mean, I don't want white people to be oppressed. Like, I don't want minorities to be oppressed, even if white people become a minority. I think that would be bad.
Well, statistically, worldwide, white people are the minority. So,
yes,
I mean,
yes.
So it depends on how you want to slice it, right? So then, really, shouldn't we be advocating for ourselves as whites to not be oppressed by the 92% non-white people?
I mean, I don't give a fuck about that. I care about American values and like the Constitution and freedom of speech, and I don't really give a fuck about race.
Okay,
freedom of speech. The left, the new generation of leftists support free speech less than any other group in history so far.
Yeah,
so
well,
freedom of
got canceled
speech
by
is a value.
On average, do you think that the people who are going to uphold and preserve those things that you care about, America, what do you think they're going to look like? Are they going to look like LeBron James, or are they going to look like you, most likely?
Are they going to look like H.R. Karen?
This is a great start to an argument. I hope you keep going with it.
Real quick, it says non-whites make up 4 in 10 Democratic voters. So it looks like 60% still white.
Yeah, I mean like 80% of 13%. Or sorry, sorry.
Yeah, I'm just joking. I like to play with the rhetoric because the rhetoric is just very funny. Like it's like
it's making my head hurt tonight.
Sure.
Right.
You come in here with an avatar that is obviously an homage to an old depiction of a very specific group of people. So
yeah,
I just got that. I didn't see that's.
This is a space alien. I don't see race.
Oh, sure, sure it
I
is.
just got that. Oh my God, Neurojack, you are a. You know what you are.
This is a Ferengi. This is what they call
it.
Something like that.
It's a reference to a very specific piece of propaganda, my friend.
I didn't even recognize.
Well, the Star Trek official stuff is trademarked, so this is like the closest I could get to like.
He's Christian though. That's all over in his Bible.
Based you.
What's wrong? Why do you guys don't like the depiction of a Jewish person? Why do you think that's evil?
It's the anti-Semitism.
Well, this is a space Jew, so this is different. So,
well, it still connotes.
Yeah, I also think the
It's not just that it's a depiction; it's that specific depiction. Like I could go find this specific reference where that specific piece of propaganda was used, but
it's
like
the
you're
one where
using
he's
images
sitting on
that were essentially used to hurt people.
But it's
so it is a little. You have to at least admit it's in bad taste, right?
Okay, great. So then next time that you hear a black person say the N-word, I want you to go police them and tell them they shouldn't be using something that was used against them. Okay. Maybe I'm a Jew and I'm using it to take it back for the Jew man.
Maybe you are. There you go. Take back the power. Right on, brother.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I'm a Rage Against the Machine fan too. How about you?
Totally love Rage.
So you're a communist like me, right?
No, I just like good music.
Well, you got to get with the program, son. You need to get out there with your hammer and sickle and face the wall when you're not compliant. Okay. Oh, it's not funny anymore. Why not? You don't like communism?
I'm still trying to figure out if Jack is a tanky or not.
Do I like communism? No, I'm not the biggest fan. Sure, neither one of the guys in Rage because
why not?
Went to Harvard, one's from LA. Like,
Well, I mean, why don't you like communism? What's wrong with it? Is it because it's Jewish? Is that why you don't like it? Are you
Communism is
anti-Semitic?
Jewish? Holy crap! I didn't realize that.
I mean, some people say it is. I don't know if it's true.
I thought Marx was
No,
anti.
I'm a fan of private property. That's probably the main reason, considering the entire idea of communism is.
Wait,
no
are
private
you
property.
white? Are you white? Relatively white appearing. Would someone mistake you for a white guy?
They would say I'm a shade of peach.
You definitely sound male. So
Hey,
you better
whoa,
enjoy
whoa,
that
whoa,
property
whoa,
you have,
whoa,
because
whoa,
there's people that don't want you to have it.
Did you just
Okay,
presume their gender?
Do
did.
you assume that women can have penises animated effigy?
I assume anything these days.
I assume, yeah, I assume nothing.
No, seriously. No, I'm actually serious. Do you think that women can have penises? That's a very important question.
They do have penises.
Can a trans woman have a penis? Yeah.
Okay. And do you think that we should ascribe laws to protect their civil rights to not be discriminated against because they have chosen to now identify as a woman with a penis?
In certain aspects, sure.
Okay. Where do you draw the line?
Where do I draw the line? I don't know. I'd have to get out a specific book of things, right? And then give one by
Well,
one.
there's two lines right now. One is bathroom stalls, and another one is sports changing rooms and events.
See, but this is the problem is like, so you just have this like general like egalitarian, well, I got to protect the trans people, I got to protect the black people. But see, if you say like, I'm a white man and I feel oppressed in my own quote unquote country that I stole from the Indians allegedly or whatever, then it's like, well, you don't have the right because you know, a bunch of rich white people have oppressed people through economics and the British
it's the oppressed
isms
oppressor ideology. It's divisive.
Right. And my
I
point
think that's all
is
retarded
like,
and gay.
Well, look,
what
for the
is-
sports thing, my position is that the sports administrations have the ability to make any rule they want.
Sure, of course. So why can't a white guy say I don't want to work with black people? Why should that be illegal then? Why can't he just make up whatever rule he wants then?
I mean, they do, right? They just don't work at the place they don't want to work, right? If they're a racist, they just don't work there, right?
Okay, so if a black man
there
says,
aren't laws against being
business,
prejudiced, right? Like no one inflicts
Sure
that.
there is.
There are
There's
a lot of social penalties, but there are
you-
laws about making your business racist, about discriminating in a lot of kind of ways, but not. No one has laws that like, oh, you called that guy a racist,
Sure, but if you own a business and if you own a business and somehow they're able to quote unquote allegedly prove that you are just don't want to hire them just because they're black, then you basically lose your livelihood. You can like lose your bank account.
That is illegal. There's consequences in that case.
Right. And so my point is like,
then why were you being an open vocal racist if you wanted to open a business?
Okay,
in a society that is against racists.
Okay, great.
Hire white people.
So let me say that for the 2035.
I'm saying if you're going to be a racist, at least be a smart racist, right?
Sure. Well, here's my thing. So let's say this. Let's say that my campaign for the 2035 election is I want to make men illegal. So I'm going to go around and castrate every man on the planet, essentially. And
let's call it gender affirming care.
And because men are in general racist, they're in general homophobic, they're in general XYZ, and so I'm just going to go ahead and cut the plan, cut the problem right away. So what do you think about that? If I make it legal, is that fine?
I think it's a really cute straw man red herring mix there. I mean, it's more of a caricature than anything, but it's dumb. If you want to like advocate like forced violence upon people to cut their nuts off, like that's all for you.
Whoa, hold on. Don't you advocate forced violence upon someone if they're quote unquote racist or they're bigoted or they're whatever?
Social violence, relational aggression.
Social ostracism is not me saying like beat the shit out of every person that calls someone else a racist name. Like
sure,
being ostracized from society because of something.
Right. So
just want to what was the tangent you were going to say?
So hold on. So this country was 90% white for a few hundred years, basically, and then now it's like, well,
was it?
So now, yeah, it was. So
So I
90%,
mean,
you sure?
Okay. Whatever percentage it was, it's higher than it is now.
Do
So
you
my
think that
point-
means white people are more stakeholders in the country than anybody else?
No, but the point is, it's ironic that this guy's a white guy in a majority white country saying, well, we just need to make sure that the white people don't have the right to say no to somebody because of the color of their skin. But then it's like, okay, well, how about you make the same rule for everybody else? Well, you don't want it applied equally to an Asian
Oh no,
guy
I'm fine
who
with
want to hire
applying
a
those
white
things
guy.
equally. Well, when did I say that?
Really?
Okay,
Okay,
you
great.
you just had
Okay,
a
great.
fucking
great.
hyperbolic example that was a joke, so I wasn't going to take you seriously. Like, come into the conversation in good faith, have a good example, and I might agree with you.
And a different avatar.
Well, you're a communist, so you're not coming.
How the fuck am I a communist? I'm a complete
Jack.
capitalist.
He's even less of a communist than Jack, I think. Oh, they're both.
Yeah, right.
I'm a straight liberal. I am not a progressive.
Yeah,
I'm a capitalist.
racism is literally a communist concept. I mean,
Yeah, sure, they're kiddo. The only thing that denotes a communist government is whether or not they have private property. Everything else is just fucking add-on. It's tinsel on the tree.
True.
Do they ban private property? That's what makes it communist.
Okay, so you're literally saying that someone should get their business revoked if they say something or do something racist.
I thought I said something
That's
very
what the
clear.
law said. The law says that.
Right, and he advocates
as a
for it. So
nation-
my point is, how is that respecting private property? You're literally contradicting yourself right in the.
I said you should have your
30-second
business revoked.
Okay, so you don't think that there should be a civil rights act that
If
so
the
you don't-
society you're in, if the neighborhood you have your business in ostracizes you because of your beliefs, that's your fault,
See,
right?
okay, whoa.
No, he's
you're
talking about
conflating-
like if you discriminate. And
yeah,
and get sued.
But hold on, you're conflating a legal thing with a social ostracization. That's very different. You
That's just
recognize that that's two different things, right?
I mean,
You're conflating
they're
illegal-
different things. I'm not
illegal
conflating them at all. No,
He's saying
you're the one that conflated them.
if you own a business and you legally discriminate and you get convicted, that you lose your license, there are fines, all of that.
You lose your
that's
private property. You're
Right.
losing private property.
It's a stupid thing anyway, because you can refuse business for any reason. Like, you can just say, I just refuse business. Right? Someone just won that court case, right? But they're still going to get ostracized by their community, right?
So you're saying that as long as you're, like you said as long as you're smart about
Let's
it.
be honest. If someone did that, and got some publicity over it, they would probably get some business from certain kind of people, right?
Right. So you think that capitalism is good no matter what, and so as long as you're just.
Did I say good no matter what? Jeez,
I'm
you
even
just
lost
got
now.
love constructing straw mans. You're so quick at it. You're like, draw a straw man.
No, because I'm looking at the implications of what you're saying. You're basically
No,
saying,
you're
well,
coming up
just
with
be
shit.
smart
You're
about
just
it.
making it up.
No. Hold on. Here's what you said. You said that we should it's good to do social ostracization. You said that it's legally enforceable that if you discriminate, that you should lose
Pay
your
a
business.
social
You should
price.
lose your bank account. Right. So what am I getting wrong here?
You should lose your bank account.
He's talking about the civil rights law, that there's consequences for discrimination.
Yeah, people literally did lose their bank accounts because they were quote unquote accused of being racist. So yeah.
Was that like a government action, or was that the decisions of a private company?
Well, the banks are corporate, meaning they have a charter by the government, so they're not totally just private either.
Yeah,
so
okay, so there is no such thing as private property. So we're living in communism then. Is that what you're saying?
I think it could be well argued, but the point is that he's basically arguing for legal ramifications, and he's saying, well, that's just social ostracization. That's not necessarily one-to-one exactly the same thing, is it?
Yeah, sure. So if a private company decides to revoke your right to use their service because they don't like what you say, is that the government coming in to do shit?
I'm certainly not the one who's arguing that I should have no consequences for being racist and discriminating against people.
Look, I'm not saying whether it's good or not. I'm just saying that you see that this can be taken to extreme examples. So if I'm in Israel and I have a Palestinian guy and I say, well, I don't trust you because you're Palestinian and I'm Jewish. Does he have the right to do that? Because 100 years ago, guess what? There was not a Jewish state in that land. So does he have a historical right to that land? Or are you going to say that he doesn't?
I thought we were talking about a job.
I don't know if you know that Israel and the United States are two separate places.
but the principle is the same, is it not?
No,
No.
I'm sorry.
All right, tell me how it's not. Tell me how
Is
it's not. Go
Israel
ahead, tell
governed
me.
by the United States Constitution?
Is Israel an ethno state? Yes or no?
What does that have to do with like the Constitution of the United States?
Okay. So it has
I
nothing
thought
to
we were
do
talking
with
about the Civil Rights
Only if you
Act.
consider
I'm
Jewish and
really lost.
ethnicity.
So my point is, you think
No.
Israel has
I'm
the
answering
right
your
to an
question.
ethno
Don't dodge, bitch. Do you consider Jewish and
Oh, you're
ethnicity?
getting very feisty now. Okay.
No. Is Jewish an ethnicity?
Kitten's got claws.
Answer my
Say what
question.
now?
Is Jewish
Well,
an ethnicity? If you're calling it an ethno state,
it depends on it depends on who you ask. The argument is that they have a blood right to be on that land from 2,000 years ago. Am I wrong?
Is that the only way to get in?
They have a historical right since 1947 or whenever it was created.
Well, yeah, but my point is the justification is that 2,000 years ago they had the land, so they're allowed
none
to
of
be
that
there,
matters
right?
now because they've been a country
I'm
for like however many.
I was just going to say it's really hard to claim as an
80
ethno state when you have Sephardic and Ashkenazi Jews, right? When you have two entirely different racial groups.
I thought we were talking about the Civil Rights Act. Why are we?
Well, the point is that
I don't know. He took us to Israel. We took a trip.
No,
I followed him.
because if you make a rule for them, why can we apply it to anyone else? And look, I'm not saying this just because of white people. The point is, like, then why don't we just push all the white people out of America? Let the Native Americans have the entire continent of North and South America. White people go back to their homelands, and we just go back 2,000 years. Why don't we just do that?
We weren't talking about the Civil Rights Act.
No, my point is because the logic doesn't hold up. Is my point. The whole point is you're trying to use this logic.
But the logic was because we have a Civil Rights Act. it was legal logic based on this body of law called the Civil Rights Act that we as a United States society
and look at the utilitarian consequences of those decisions. How is it working out?
I think it's working out fine. I think it's
really. And
how do you think it's working out?
By what measurement do you say?
Yeah,
Have you got your
tell me
business taken
specifically
away
what's
for not
so
hiring
wrong with
black
the
people?
Civil Rights Act. I'm all ears.
How's the racial relations?
Are you
in this
itching to
country?
discriminate? What's not working out for
The
you?
racial relations were better pre-Civil Rights Act?
Are they really good right now?
Do tell me how much you don't know about pre-1965.
Well, how do you define racial relations? How do you quantify them? Because right now
I define pre-1965 as complete and utter segregation and Jim Crow, and post-1965 as them being enfranchised to be an actual part of the country.
Right. Well,
and within a few generations had a president, right?
Yeah, how do you think the social cohesion of the average black person was back then compared to now, when they have broken families at a higher rate now than they did then?
That's the Civil Rights Act's fault.
You think it has no impact?
You think it has nothing to do with an entire segment of the population fighting their integration into the normal population every single step of the way?
Okay.
You don't think people here in the South don't see every bit of the legacy of that? Where our public school systems are so mangled from their interference, and the private school systems are so full of people because that's where they flock to. Like there's evidence of how twisted our life is around here because of all that shit all over.
You sound very defensive when I actually bring up like actual material statistics that prove that it didn't work. Right?
No, I get heated because people like you actually exist. That's why I get heated.
You don't even know what I'm trying to argue for. I'm just saying statistically.
You're not arguing for anything. You're a bad partisan.
I'm arguing that you're.
I'm not sure what he's. I'm so confused.
I'm arguing that he should be fucking deported. There's not enough room for two jacks.
Right. I'm ready to sign on to the deportation law right now.
Swap him out for a hungry
Peruvian. See how they are? That's authoritarian.
See, there you go. Mean Mr. Mustache.
That's what I'm fighting.
No freedom of speech. No ability to make a cohesive, logical argument against someone's flawed logic that has destroyed the black community. That has destroyed black people's family, their livelihood,
Well, let's ask a real black person. Hank, has your livelihood been destroyed by the Civil Rights Act?
Yes.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, wait, hold on. Go ahead and say all the mean things to Hank that you said to me because he's agreeing with me. Go ahead and call him all the bad words and deport him back to me. Well, I'll go back to Africa with
what
Hank.
I think about it.
I
Hank,
want
are
to
you
get
voting for
deported
Trump?
back to Africa with Hank. Let's go to Liberia, Hank. Let's go.
Okay. But yeah, the Civil Rights Act, it had good and bad things, but somehow Black Wall Street disappeared after the Civil Rights Act, and that was horrible. So can someone explain why that happened?
What are you talking about? Tulsa?
Yes.
Tulsa happened in 1921. The
Civil
Rights Act is 1965.
Let me double check.
Tell the AI was wrong.
Thank you for your guest, NeuroJack. You're right. He sure put me in my place.
Got him.
Let me double check. I don't actually know. Let me check.
See, they love
Black History Month.
Is this an educational disparity?
Well, July is the White History Month, according to Jesse Lee Peterson, a great Black American. You know, just so you know,
he's a fucking beta.
Beta.
Amazing.
You make betas almost sound like something good to be.
Right. No, I love him. I love Jesse Lee Peterson. I still think
Yeah,
he's
I do
a fucking
too.
traitor, but
I do too. You know why? Because he's black.
Oh, that's
Yeah, I'm not specifically about Tulsa because they didn't rebuild.
correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they were run out of the town completely because they were.
What do you
massacred.
think your life would be like without the Civil Rights Act right now?
Here's the thing: I wouldn't be discriminated against specifically because I wouldn't be accused of being like a racial hire. I wouldn't be accused because if I was segregated, then all the people be around wouldn't have
Yeah,
that
you would have
excuse.
never got hired in the first place.
Yeah, you would have never been hired. You would have only worked at black places of business.
Black people would have their own money.
See, the tragedy of black people owning their own businesses and hiring their own people and working together. God, what a tragedy that would be. That would be like another, one of those things that happened back in the 30s. You don't get how segregation worked. They don't get a piece of the economic pie. They get to work in those businesses that only those people get to come to. I come from the South. Everything is shrunk down. Their entire world gets shrunk down because it's segregated. Guess what? I came from the South where a lot of white people didn't get their fucking slice of the pie either, buddy. And guess what? Most of them are all on drugs and drunk and.
Yeah, that's why I wonder how much of this is
one person's pain does not negate another's. It does not. Yeah, one person's lack of ability is not negating another's. So that's just.
But why is it only the black people getting focused on with the barriers when there's poor white people that
there weren't any? Look, hey, I'm Cajun. I could go off a lot on laws that took away your ability to do shit. And you sound like a bootlicker for the English, and you're a Frenchman, man. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Hey! Watch it.
It's because I am that I can recognize when it happened to other people.
We only hate the French here. Okay.
Yeah, come on now. I'm
you got two of them.
Don't you talk bad about the French?
Fuck the French.
We hate les Américains.
You know how many nuclear weapons they tested over the Atlantic? It's a lot.
Was it 12?
No, it was, I don't know.
Like they missed France. That's all I know. I'm just kidding. I'm part French, by the way. So I think
my wife is French, and I tell her every day, "Fuck the French."
Did she make you toast?
I tell her parents. I don't give a fuck. I'm sorry. What do you ask?
Well, yeah, I'm actually a Christian globalist. I'm against racial discrimination.
See, that's what all our boys fought for in WW2, for you to come and disrespect your white culture over here by saying that to her parents like that.
Yeah, okay, white culture's cringe.
No, but that's my
point.
Why do
people say I keep blocking them? Just because I didn't respond to them soon enough. Stupid.
No, but this is the point. Look, did the Europeans always get along? Did the English kill the French for 1,000 years? Yeah, they did. So now all of a sudden it's like, well, we're just going to lump all white people together and they're all equally bad or whatever. No, I mean, you see the flaw. You see the flaw in that logic as well.
No, the term white was created to unite all of the immigrants because back in the day, white didn't exist. You know, there was like English, and then you had the French, and you know, like those people. But you had like the Italians and the Germans. They were swarthy. You can read this in Benjamin Franklin's journals because white didn't exist yet. They were more selective about that, and the category of white was only created to weaponize and segregate the whites and the blacks.
I recognize that, and that's my point. Is
why do we still use it?
They destroyed our heritage of us slaughtering each other for 2,000 years in Europe. Okay, and I don't appreciate that. You know what I mean?
Not just
like
there.
We have
America's history is a history of discrimination against white immigrants. Every wave of white immigrants, be it the Irish, the Italians, they were all discriminated against as well. They had to go through their own initiation before they were all let into the club.
Were the real first slaves.
Well, to be honest with you, how many Irish people have you tried to talk to? I've met like maybe 10 or 15 real Irishmen, and I think 1 out of the 15 that I've met have been like kind of okay, but you know, in general,
Listen,
I
I've
don't
talked to
get
Trayak, and I want to be dead now. So
Andrew Wilson's Irish.
exactly my point. There you go.
Yeah, I think I just hate the Irish now. Thanks, Trayak.
No, but see, this is the thing is, you know, I mean, there's a great movie by Mel Brooks called Blazing Saddles, and I think one of the best lines of the movie is where he's like, you know, you guys, he's like, we'll keep the Chinese and the black people, but we don't want the Irish. I think most white people really did feel that way, and you know, perhaps still do.
Perhaps.
I still question how relevant any of it is in 2024, but
well, see, look again, it's not relevant. You know why? This is the point. He just
It
admitted
depends
that
on
the
your
whole
own
thing.
embedding into a specific group. It depends on where you identify in the great constellation of peoples in America. Like if you don't have a distinct ethnic group that you're a part of and that you identify with and that you are in, like deep in and not on the outskirts of, or if you're not part of a specific belief group or any group, then yeah, a lot of this doesn't seem to matter.
Well, sure,
right?
but here's the point. Look. I know that I came in very contentious, but look, I'm trying to make a wider point. The point is this: America is a corporation.
Not with that avatar, you're not.
I am trying to take it back, okay, for the J. Okay? So look, here's the thing. So America is a corporation, is it not?
no, we're a federal constitutional republic.
Yeah, this is not fascism, okay?
Well,
I mean, this is always a really strange argument because it is the incorporated states. So yeah.
In fact, I went through that on the stream the other day. We put up the AI. It's not a corporation in the sense you think.
Not in the business sense, because you have to have a government to form.
The word corporation appears in some of the founding documents, but it's not in the same sense that.
Sure, but
you're using
words have multiple meanings
for
a business.
Yeah, in legal terms, words always have multiple meanings. And so, again, like, you know, colloquially, we can call it a corporation, even if we're going to get into them, you know. But the point is, it's not here to serve the quote unquote citizens. The citizens are here to serve the
government
state.
for the people. But that's more in the founding document than corporation is.
I mean, it should. It says that, but functionally,
just because you say it's not doesn't mean it's not. That's just your opinion. Like you, for some reason, judge it not to be living up to that ideal.
Right.
But I don't have the same.
Okay. So let's assume that you're right. Why would the state that is made up of 90% white people suddenly take that down to about 50%? So why would a state that is allegedly,
can you give us some details? Like one of the 50 states, or the U.S. as a nation?
The United States as a nation.
Why would we do what?
If it's serving its constituency, why would it reduce the genetic and cultural makeup of the constituency if it's serving the constituency?
What? That sounds racist. I can't quite put my finger on it, but
no, hold on. You said
very
no.
racist
You said
about that.
No. You said that America is supposed to represent the constituency of America. Am I wrong?
You said that. I said it's a government by the people for the people.
Okay. So So whatever the fuck you just said, is it not? Let's just say that this says that. Okay. So why is it that the people that made up the people is now not the same culture, language? On average,
as it was at the founding.
What are you talking about?
Because we've expanded the country across the entire continent, and we've had multiple waves of immigration that we use to build the population of the country. We spread the country over into demographic areas that already had existing populations. Right? There are multiple reasons why the country is the way it is.
Anti-Semitic, racist. Did I cover them all, or is there more?
I didn't make a judgment on it. I'm just saying what is. I didn't say that it's good or bad. I'm just saying what is. I didn't say it's good or bad. I didn't make a judgment call.
Well, you asked why I thought if it's by the people for the people, you mean it should only be
one of the reasons we grew so big is because of immigration. Is the only reason we could grow so fast.
No, hold on. Let's just go with what Animated said. So let's say that what he said is correct. Now we've allowed we've absorbed in all these people, you know, since the Louisiana Purchase and all this, right? Okay, now we've also opened our borders to the Italians and to the Irish and to all these people.
Yeah, we
So
had
my
a legal
point is,
immigration process.
who does that serve? Does
Well,
that
not just
serve
so.
the
When we
people?
bought this land, there already were people living there, like my people, who
y'all
were
inherited us.
expelled to the U.S., then kicked out of the U.S., went to Louisiana, and then got bought in the Louisiana Purchase.
Right, exactly. And so my point is, why didn't you guys take over that land? You know, take over or protect your land? You guys failed to do that. And now you're subject to the English. So why are you mad?
No, we're not. We're American. We're not subject to the English. What is?
You
we're
would
still
be
our
subject.
own people. Do you mean the Anglo-Saxon Americans that eventually came to Louisiana and developed it and like hired us and we started working in their companies?
Okay,
That's not
but
being
you
subject to
guys
the
sounded a
English.
little bit bitter about the fact that it was a French. Louisiana was French, right? And now it's not.
That's just
It
my
was
history.
Spanish when we settled down
Okay,
there.
but my point is, like, you guys might not have had to become part of America. You could have been your own country, and we traded or
Well,
whatever.
some
You
of
didn't have
us,
to lose your.
it's different degree. There are different degrees of assimilation. You have some people there that are very diehard Cajun. You wouldn't recognize them as American at all. And then you have most people that are more or less American and assimilated, but are still Cajun ethnically and culturally.
Also, we were basically not accepted into America when we were after the Great Upheaval because not just because of discrimination against our ethnicity, which was French, but a discrimination against our religion because we were Catholic.
Yeah, none of the colonies.
We went to Spanish Louisiana because we know Louisiana was they were okay with Catholics because they were Catholic.
Right, exactly. So my point is, like, now you're subject to the
like
law.
We should not have let the U.S. claim Louisiana. We should have fought. And it's just like the southwest corner anyway. It's not even
we
all
were doing good to find an area in the swamp that no one would bother us and learning to farm crawfish to survive. Like, what are you talking about?
Well, I'm not saying that you should
most
have,
Cajuns I know
have.
would probably tell you they're glad for the opportunities to assimilate to an advanced civilization and become part of something larger. We gained a lot of advantages from America.
Yeah, for our first 100 years, our best friends were the Native Americans around us. That's who we learned half of our shit from.
Yeah. And guess what? I'm from the South, and that's kind of the history that I think that a lot of Scotch Irish had too. But guess what? When America got incorporated, or whatever you want to say, I mean, guess what? The first thing they did was like, we need to get rid of these natives because they're kind of like hanging out with the whites and kind of getting along. I mean, that seems to be the case, but instead it's like,
well, that's also part of my point earlier about ethnicity is I could show you newspaper articles from the 1860s that claim that Cajuns are a mixed French Indian race. Because so many of us intermarried with Native American tribes, and we had such a dark complexion, which was mostly probably from working in the Louisiana sun, being agrarians.
And guess what? On both sides of my family, allegedly, I'm mixed with Native American too. But still, the point is, like, if I claim that, everyone's going to say, "Oh, you're a Pocahontas" or whatever.
Is that what this is about? Is this what the racism?
No, what it's about is that we're just now like ex post facto, saying, well, it's okay that I got assimilated by the WASP, but oops, all these Indians died or whatever.
I didn't get assimilated by the WASP. I wish I did. That's part of my problem now is I didn't get fully assimilated.
I mean, we did. Like, in 1916 is when they outlawed us speaking French in Louisiana. So, like, before I was even born, we were Cajuns. Cajuns basically lost their history, like, around the mid 20th century, and that's when because in the mid 20th century, like, everything went from a kind of ethnic paradigm where everybody's ethnicity was questioned. Italians, Irish. That's when you could have white on white discrimination, and it switched to a purely racial paradigm. And this is when a lot of the disparate white groups who were not considered white, Cajuns, Irish, Italians, then they kind of folded under the umbrella of this kind of newly defined whiteness.
When did that happen? During World War II?
I would say that probably definitely solidified at civil rights. But I would say it started to change probably around there at mid-time, because that's when, after World War II, that's when the really big push happened. You had a lot of soldiers who just got back from World War II who were like, I just fought for the country. You can't deny me having rights just because I'm a different color. I just literally fought and saw my friends die for this place. And so that's where you started to have
it really kind of
movement.
united us as a people.
Yeah, that's really when you have to turn in white sentiment as well, because they had also just gone to World War II and fought with those same people, and were like, well, they were there with us fighting. Why can't they have their rights? And it was smaller at first, but then it grew over the course of 20 years. It went from almost nothing to, bam, full on civil rights.
Well, let me take this to the present day really fast for you guys, if you don't mind. Me and Hank have decided to join the New World Order. We're going to side with the Jews, and we're going to take over the world with them, because they have constructed the best system to make people love their assimilation into the system, and they have succeeded in making us justify our place as servants of the system, for the system and by the system. So why are we wrong?
The present, like you said?
Are you going to go join the ceremony to sacrifice to Moloch in the Bohemian Grove?
Yeah, I mean they're winning, so why not? I mean, why not join the winners, right, Hank?
So you think assimilation to American values is a bad thing? Like people should not assimilate to their country?
I'm not making a judgment on it or not. I'm saying I want to be with the winners.
Like you might have been. That's what I was trying to clarify.
Hank, back me up. I want to be with the winners. That's what I'm saying. I want to be with the guys.
You are.
So the people who run America have American values by definition.
Yeah, but other cultures that were pre-American, he doesn't think should have given up their values and adopted the American, which we didn't completely. Like not all cultures. America is not a monoculture.
Yeah, you didn't completely.
Like we're just as part of America as Americans are.
Well, look, here it is. It's the Catholic model. The Catholics never fully took away all the traditions. They assimilated them into the Catholic Church, so you can still keep your tradition and be a Catholic, right?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Right. Hybrid. And that's what I'm really talking about here. That's what I'm trying to get at.
You saying it's a bad thing or not?
Well, I'm saying it is what it is, and if you can't beat them, join them. That's what I'm saying.
Makes sense to me.
Yep.
Do what you own nothing. Be happy.
Join them to whatever degree you want to join them, and be yourself to whatever degree you want to keep your initial culture. Like each person can determine that.
No, you'll eat the crickets and you'll like it.
No. Not at their price. They're too expensive.
Well, they'll have the welfare bug, like the free government bugs.
I'm gonna skate. It was fun hanging out with y'all. Thanks for having me.
Yep, it definitely was.
Hey, I'll get you some cricket flake soup next time I see you. So don't worry.
Yum yum.
And
can't wait for that.
What you talking about, man? It's a great source of protein. You don't like eating bugs?
I went to New Orleans had the bug museum, and I went to. You could eat the bugs.
Did it make you hungry?
Peanuts work too.
It's gross.
And they're cheap.
A bag of chips would have been way more satisfied than anything I ate at the bug museum.
A bag of cricket dicks.
How do they have dicks?
Oh, let's do some anatomy lookup. Jeff,
yeah, this is usually about the time I could tell the conversation.
Jeff, can you ask ChatGPT if crickets have a penis?
Oh, let's just see if we get a photo of cricket dicks. Oh, they're showing me photos of cricket players with cricket penises, baby. All right, let's see. They're showing me pictures of crickets. Now they have a cricket player like bending another one over trying to paddle him. I just want to see a cricket penis.
Cricket bug.
This is how we introduce Jeff to very niche porn searches on
Oh Lord, just when we thought it couldn't get any weirder.
What up, bitches?
You tell us.
It can always get weirder.
So I got this.
Patty's here. I told you it can always get weirder.
Fucking right. So this is for Jack. This is the pine tar mustache wax that you need. It's the bomb.
Then he won't be able to sit there and twirl it.
You know, you got to You got to get those fuckers out there. Just get them all the way out to the ears.
I mean, there's just something therapeutic about twirling that stash, man. I grew out one like that one time, and it was just like, it's all I want to do is just sit there and twirl that stash.
It's hard not to. So I got a 5-minute story for you guys.
Do we have time to pee?
Yeah.
You shouldn't have said it, Chad.
I'll be back.
Yeah. That's how my construction boss back in the day, basically the guy that taught me how to build shit, convinced me that there's no destiny, that there's no fate. And I mentioned earlier in the chat that if there is destiny, right? If destiny is preordained, whatever we want to call it, it would have to go down to the molecular level. It would have to go down to the atomic level, right? Seeing as how we've split the atom, we've created bombs and all this other crap out of our molecular science, right? So we were doing foundations. We'd do foundations through the summertime. We'd build a house through the wintertime. We'd start in the fall and not do foundations in the wintertime because it's fucking cold. You got a duplex nail. It's got 2 heads on it, right? For concrete and shit like that. So you can pull the nail. And we're up at the truck one day, and my boss's son, who's just this brick shit house of a man, is filling up his bags and drops probably 15, 20 brand new, fresh 16D duplexes on the ground. Jimmy, the boss man, just fucking, he's a little Benny Rooster motherfucker, right? But just fucking, he'll fucking spit on your shoes and fucking kick dirt on you and shit, right? But the most amazing guy that would literally do anything for you. He would sell his fucking house if he had to for anything anybody else needed, type of guy. He starts bitching at his son about fucking nails on the ground, and of course, fuck you, Dad, and come lunchtime, we got to figure out the estimation on the mud for the forms, and I'm sitting with boss man, and he's just fuming. This guy would eat raw fucking onions, bro, for lunch. Like fresh out the garden, still dirty, and would chew. Okay, he would get a whole log of Skull and a whole log of Cope and blend his own wintergreen Scope cold, whatever, and repack his own cans. And he would take a little tiny fucking, and he would never spit all day long.
He sounds gross.
And I'm like, Jimmy, it's just a fucking few nails, dude. What's the big deal? This is the guy that would still, after the job site, walk around with the fucking magnet and pick up nails and straighten them out. We were using nails that, dude, he had probably fucking straightened out those nails who knows how many times, right? And we're fucking listening to Dr. Laura, right? At lunchtime. We always listen to Dr. Laura.
Oh, yeah. I used to love her.
Yeah. And I don't know how it came up, whatever else. I just, I kind of poked him. I was like, it's just fucking nails, dude. And he goes, and he looks over and he goes, you think God intended for those fucking nails to be on the ground? Okay, so that...
Yeah. Because of gravity.
I mean, okay, so he breaks it down like energy, right? The subject of the day on Dr. Laura was energy, and how we give off energies to different people as we speak, and we,
so you know what I'm saying? The subject of the day on Dr. Laura was energies.
It was energy. It was something like that, right? So he starts going off.
What a stupid bitch you are for not being aware of the energy your husband's giving off or something. And why are you calling me? She might have called me energy.
That type of energy,
that's how
right?
our calls went.
Jimmy turns.
Did you understand energy? Did you? Did it make sense to you?
It was a good conversation. It was more, it was kind of that kind of, how come our spouses and our significant others can't pick up our energies when we're being quiet, or when we're being obnoxious, and Dr. Lord.
If you're with
Jimmy
the right
turns-
person, you can.
He turns it into how much energy did it take to make that fucking nail? And I've looked at life totally different since this day, you guys. I'm telling you, it really changed my life. How much fucking energy does it take to make a nail? Okay.
It's well, you have to calculate most energy in it's the mass. It's the same amount of energy to make the mass in the nail in the first place. Then the construction after that. So
how much diesel fuel did it take? How much diesel did it take to mine that material and burn that material and make a composite of that, the conglomerate of all the different materials, and then to put that together and make it into a wire, right? You make it into a long ass wire.
But
and then
doesn't a machine do that?
Stamps
Classic
it, and you got
Daniel.
another machine that cuts, so just a
yeah,
nail.
machines don't run on nothing, Jeff. So yeah, factor it in.
So the diesel. So you look at a nail on the ground and you think
Good
of
point,
the
Hank.
diesel and that it's going to cost to make it.
Well, I mean, not just the cost, like monetarily, but we're buying these things for literally pennies, right? They're 2 or 3 cents a piece, 2.5, 2.8 cent a piece, and I can understand, when you're wearing all the hats of the business, right, and you're the man estimating the job, you're seeing dollars on the ground. I understand that part for sure. But he turned it into a totally different philosophical thing of, and this goes into the green energy, into the green certified buildings, like LEED certified commercial buildings and green certified homes, right? How much fucking diesel fuel did it take to get that Italian marble slab into your house for your account?
A bunch. But
Nobody cares
they play games and pretend that it was just neutral because it's just bribes.
And just
buy carbon credits.
and then taking it even deeper to the energy of the saws that cut those things and polish those things, the power that's created at the hydroelectric dams, all the different types of energy that's incorporated into making things. Okay. Mm-hmm. What's the one thing you can always fucking guarantee to find if humans have been there?
Trash.
Fucking garbage, man. Yes. Something. You'll find something, right? If not, we'll break something or we'll leave a footprint or something stupid, forensically, that we always leave trace. Usually it's fucking garbage. It's shit that we put energy into to literally just fuck, so he basically broke it down like this. Do you think God has a plan for every atomic molecule on Earth? Because if you think destiny happens, if you think about destiny, then we have to think about every single piece of everything being destined. And
This is the thing about you talking, Fatty. If I let you talk long enough, you go and it seems like you're going somewhere, and then you make a leap that is so large. You jump across a chasm that is so deep that I just cannot follow you. I fall into the chasm. I cannot make that leap.
I can follow him. So it really depends on what you mean by God. If you mean Yahweh, you could look at the Bible and prove that's false. If you mean like the chaos, the root mind, then it's plausible, but I doubt it.
Yeah.
Well, I might be in the chasm too.
Just to think about, we're thinking about destiny, and we're thinking about, how our lives are supposed to be in this philosophical, pretentious, fucking humanistic way. but not think about it in an organic way of the things that make us up.
Because we're
The
humans. You talking about like a material in a material way.
well, material compared, yeah, but
I
material
think it's a
versus
credit to us as humans that we don't think that way because we're humans. We're capable of more type of thinking than that. Fatty, you high?
oh fuck yeah.
Oh,
Oh fuck yeah.
I just got home fucking working my ass off for 2 weeks, bro. I just placed a huge fucking joint.
oh, okay. Sativa, it sounds like.
No, it was a hybrid.
Oh,
But yeah, this fisticuffs, I just wanted to come up and show Jack this fisticuff stuff. If he'll even focus, maybe. Nope.
Yeah, he took off right before you came on.
There you go.
But yeah, fucking that's how Jimmy presented it to me is that chasm right there. And I've always worked with guys that, you know, were older and you know, more, and would just break shit down to me in a way that was like,
That seems like it would have an impact on somebody's mental health to constantly think that way.
doing construction your whole life? Yeah, you don't want to be in construction your whole life. No.
Yeah, I
bad.
agree. You don't want to be. Yeah.
Bad for mental health for sure. But I mean, seriously, when it comes to destiny, if we don't think about it in a way that is on a subatomic level, like that, you know, do you think? Okay, we would have to break it down like this: God planned for all of those materials to be harvested the way they were. He planned it from way back in the day, right?
Why did it have to be planned?
See, this is a religious argument for hard determinism.
Bro, that's destiny. If there's destiny, then it's all encompassing. It can't be this or one thing or the other.
But
you don't think like humans just didn't figure that out on our own, like the resources and how to put them together? And why did it have to be pre-planned by anything?
I don't think it was. I do not believe in destiny at all. I think there's no faith in what we make. 100%. I believe our choices are what.
Why are you arguing?
I'm
sorry. You guys are kind of slow. I'm gonna be honest. You guys are kind of slow.
Well, sometimes you're slow too, Hank. So
sometimes you will assume I'm slow when I'm not.
I think I'm pretty accurate about it. I'd be willing to put it to whatever kind of test.
Oh, absolutely.
Because it's usually involves things that when I'm talking about, and I know what I'm talking about, so I know when other people are confused.
Oh, okay. Pretty much, what Barry's trying to say is if everything is predestined, then the path of every molecule has to be planned.
Why? I mean, wouldn't it be though?
Yeah,
it wouldn't just be.
Yeah, but what? That's not a very interesting statement about anything. That's just.
Yeah.
Okay then. God creates garbage. God creates garbage and allows us to be junkophiles and junk addicts and beyond that. I mean, so garbage.
Yeah, God doesn't care. Or
it just
becomes
care what to do with God, but I'm not any of that.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, that
it's not really that important.
Like the terrarium argument, right? So when you're going to school, you have a terrarium. It's a fish tank with some plants and a lizard or some shit, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Hey, Fatty, let me slow you down. If there was no God and we were in a block universe, everything would have been pre-planned anyways. So it's really not significant.
Sure. And if we're in a multiple dimension or even opposite dimension,
multiverse, then
it'll be the same thing. So
yeah. Well, from one perspective, a multiverse will be pre-planned. From another perspective, it would be completely random. Actually, will have to be completely random if it's a multiverse.
Do y'all think there's a multi-panelverse?
I've been part of. Yeah, I've been part of. I'm not just one of them.
Somehow
there's so many sectors out there. It's crazy.
I feel like I'm in several of them right now, just on this one panel.
Yeah, you had a hell of a panel tonight, brother.
Yeah, you're coming for flow state.
Just another day in the street. Wait, what? Flow state? What?
You're covering for him. You took his slime slot.
Did I really?
Podcast. Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, did he not stream tonight?
Yeah.
I saw TML was streaming.
Yeah, he was restreaming Neurojack.
Should throw together.
Neurojack was on here.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Is that a way of saying that it's getting late, Tupelo?
Yeah, it is. It's a way of saying it's getting late. I actually woke up, so I woke up late, but that's early for the rest of you. So.
Do you work today?
No.
Well, I don't know. Anybody have any closing thoughts?
Pick up your fucking garbage.
I do. I put it in the trash can. We take it out the dump. They pick it up here every single day.
The fucking bag of Doritos to end up in the side of the freaking road, like, you know.
No, you talk about littering? That's
Filthy
gross. People that litter are trash.
I want to go one day without talking about free will.
I usually do.
Trash?
The only time it really comes up is with.
No, it's too late. I've already had to talk about it today. It seems to be like the argument that's following me around.
Oh, maybe is it a particular interest of yours?
No, I think everyone in a certain audience is upset that I got them to almost argue that for free will to exist, they have to be able to admit that they can make themselves want to suck a dick.
It's a pretty based argument.
And so this argument keeps following me around.
I don't. That's not an argument for will to me. Like desire and will are two different things.
Yeah, but it's all about perspective, man.
Perception is reality, and feelings are not facts, but they are.
Okay. That's right. But one would argue that it's worth arguing.
Some would, yes. I believe they would. I might even be one of them at some point.
Yeah, fucking A. Well, at some point, Jeff, I've been looking for somebody to do a just kind of a breakdown, read through or something of the situation you guys were talking about earlier with Project 2025 and Agenda 47, Schedule F. You'd be a good guy to do it with.
Isn't it like 900 pages?
It is, but there's a couple of...
there are a ton of breakdowns now because people have had time to paw through it.
I did pull it up on the AI and got a summary because it came up on the stream one day. But
there's a whole lot of like normal kind of conservative, policy wants from the religious right, but there's some stuff that are a lot more pushy than usual, and some stuff that, like the Schedule F thing, that I think will break the mechanisms of government. I just believe that.
That's the one that keeps coming up as a concern the most. And that would happen is that the one with the overtime or the one where he reclassifies the employees?
Reclassifying the employees.
You think it's such a big deal?
Yeah.
For each administration to have its own people?
To have implemented people that aren't appointed and or vetted.
Who either work the way up or have the qualifications directly, follow a kind of normal kind of job system rather than being in the... I mean, I'm not saying that all political appointees aren't qualified, but when we get into the minutia of these kind of appointees, it's almost certain that the president won't be the one making these decisions. It'll be like low-level people like throwing people's names out, and it'll just be a kind of like... I just have this feeling that overall for the system, it'll just evolve over time into just like slapping in people with a D or an R into these places, no matter if they have qualifications, because you're not going to find political people who have qualifications for these kind of boring ass, monotonous government jobs.
So you
Like,
don't think they
it
would
needs to be
still?
protected from the political machine. I think so.
You don't think they would still hire people that can do the job for most of these positions?
No,
I think
pretty much.
the definition of what it takes to do the job will change.
So, like, instead of this competent person that's doing it now, they would put somebody less competent just because they have the right letter behind their name. That seems like a bad way to run a government.
And not only do they have the correct letter, so to say, but they have the willingness to suck that dick.
I guess I would just need more examples, like concrete examples, to understand how it would
Right?
play out in reality. Because to me, it doesn't seem like an end of the world thing.
No, it doesn't.
It seems like something we
It's designed to be
already
that way.
partly allow. We're just expanding the extent to which we allow it.
And well, yeah, that's true. And what we allow for free speech.
I don't know what it has to do with free speech. How is it going to impact that? Are the government employees going to be telling me what I can say?
No, but they're using free speech right now in different ways to manipulate people. So,
like what? I'm seeing it come from the left. It's the left, to me, more than any other group, that's imposing consequences for speech. They're shutting down speech at campuses. Every time you poll this new generation, they say they value speech less and less each time. There's an idea that speech is harmful, and it's okay to curb or curtail speech in the interest of reducing this subjective harm to certain groups. All of that bothers me. I'm happy with our parameters of speech as they're currently set. I don't want that encroached on by any group, left or right. And right now it's the left doing it.
it is. Yeah. Yeah. What are those kids pissed off about? Who are they protesting
I don't know,
against?
but if it's causing them to become very illiberal and come after a bedrock American principle, and I'm not going to let that happen.
Yep.
Maybe they're just miseducated and don't understand free speech, but they better knock that shit off.
They're protesting against the American Federalist Society and Matt Walsh and those fuckers. They're protesting against because they don't want the bigotry on their campuses. So it is
just
kind
seems
of a
like very first world.
situation.
Like if they were there actually learning things, they wouldn't even have time for all that. Like this wouldn't even be occupied a fraction of the time that it seems to occupy. These seem like career activists.
The thing is a lot of those.
We do have a
activists are
protest
youth
culture,
groups.
especially on college campuses. There's always a kind of protest culture and activist culture.
They didn't have that when
and right now, a lot of those
that's kind of been around since the 60s.
I guess
it waxes
some of the Louisiana colleges.
Well, see, Gen Xers kind of followed the 60s hippies, and then now the Gen Xers kids are all kind of following the same move again, and are kind of involved. And really, from my perspective, Jeff, the kids protesting are kids that are in youth groups, the kids that are in Christian organizations that are.
You think that was the people at Evergreen? The Christian youth? Because I saw the 30 some hour documentary.
Not there, no.
It looked very much like progressive leftists.
In today's movement, at least in college campuses, the early 20-year-olds are different than they were 5, 7, 9 years ago. So
yes, and some of the difference, I think, is the way the adults are treating them.
Yeah, pretty mamsy-pamsy. But every college campus right now has a very strong youth group push. There's nationwide youth group organizations. There's, and then there's the Federalist Society, the frickin' the Charlie Kirks and the Tim Pools and the assholes running around telling kids shit that they know ain't fucking true. It's the thing, and they don't want to be.
Because I would say the left is telling kids,
and they don't want to be told what to think,
and
they don't want to be told how to live their life, and from some God's point of view,
how much do you think that's still happening? Like, no kid takes that seriously anymore. We barely paid attention to it in my day. The religious stuff.
I would say the
It's
religious
just not
numbers are
as
definitely
much of
dropping, but they're not dropping that precipitously. Like they are going down. We have the highest number of non-religious people ever in the country, but
yeah, it just
it's
doesn't seem as much a
it's
part of
not
the
below
culture as it was.
like 75%, something like that.
They even wrote most of the religious stuff out of the GOP platform recently. Like
That was surprising.
I know, that's what I'm saying. It's disappear. It's fading. It's not even a
With no
dominant
word.
force anymore. Most people don't care about religion or Christianity.
I mean, I don't believe that's true. I think they wrote it out of the GOP platform so that they would get rid of their dog whistles from the Christian nationalists. They
Well,
wanted in
that's
there because
just
no one
you
wants that.
just put that together somehow based on whatever you're looking
Well,
at.
'cause
But that's
they're
not what I
the
take
last,
from
they're the
it.
last large voting
About
bloc that's
optics.
left who are sticking with Trump.
Yeah.
I still think that there's this fear that if religious people get any kind of power whatsoever, they're going to blur the lines between, that they cannot be trusted to keep the lines between
So I've
church
got
and
a little
state. But I
it's
say
if-
the same thing about the DEI people,
It's
and
if
those are
the
the
wrong
secularists.
religious people get power, right? Like there are plenty of religious people who, if they got power or have gotten power because they are religious, haven't tried to instill any of their religious beliefs into law onto other people who aren't their religion at all, right?
I think
It's
that's
the
the
people
fear.
who want to do things like that are the
and
ones that I don't
openly
want in
telling
power.
people this is my God telling me to install this law over you.
But
or
they
take away
can't.
this
Their
right
God
from
can't
you.
override our system, our political process, and our system of checks and balances.
Correct.
I
That's
genuinely
why we
hope you're
shouldn't
right.
have these fanatics being elected into office. And yes, elections matter.
Which God? What God? What is God telling this person to do? What are you talking about?
When any God is telling a politician to do anything, and a politician is standing up and telling you that my God or my savior, whatever this person is, whatever this thing is, it's a fucking spaghetti monster for all I fucking care.
Who's doing this? Are there? You talking about Congress people are standing up and saying, "My God told me to make this law"?
I think Congress people stand up and say that every day.
How many times
have
has
footage?
Marjorie Taylor Greene invoked the name of the good Lord in the past month? Let's just say this
Well,
month.
invoking the name, I say "Hail Satan" all the time. That doesn't mean I'm going to make a law because
Jeff,
I
she's
think Satan told me to make a
let me
law.
ask you this. Let me ask you
That's
this.
not how laws are made.
When we're talking about ingrained, right?
I
and
think
we're
you
talking
don't
about things
trust
that are-
religious people. I don't. I think you don't trust.
I'm a
them to-
religious person.
Oh,
I've been a religious
I mean,
person.
I'll
I've been
admit
in
to
it.
that. I'll raise
You
my hand
know-
on that one. I'm an atheist. I know better than to trust religious people. A lot of
See,
them have tried to
that
harm
seems
me.
like a gross generalization.
No,
Most
I'm
people
just
are
wary.
religious.
I'm
I
just wary.
trust
Most of my friends are also religious, but
that's
I
what I'm
know
picking up on. There's a
I know that
wariness.
people
What I
have
don't
tried
trust
to
is
fuck my
any
life up because they are religious and I'm not.
that uses God to invoke their will upon other people, because that is not America. Okay, and
I
now
don't
what we're
think
seeing with this
either is DEI.
Christian
That's
nationalist
the
movement is folks that want to make America a declared Christian nation. And
I
we are
don't
not
think
a
you have to
declared
worry
Christian
about
nation.
those people. I think they're a lunatic fringe.
Okay,
and they're not going to have the numbers and the power to pull off this
I would
Christian
say
theocracy
respectfully,
fantasy that keeps you awake at
respectfully,
night.
that the DEI folks that you're worried about, the 2 or 3% of the far left,
The stuff that's actually in
It's the
government.
same-
Show me
it's
the
the same-
Christian theocratic policies that are in the federal and state levels of government right now. Like I can show you DEI policies that are. Show me
I can show
the
you
religious equivalent
Yes,
of that.
Okay, yes. Let's do this. Okay, let's just have a cordial conversation and bring some what do they call that? Credible cited sourcing. Yeah,
Sure.
awesome.
That sounds good to me.
Because there's so much shit out there that I haven't seen on that I
any
do
law
want to
that tries to put like 10 commandments anywhere, any law that tries to put the Bible into schooling, any law that tries to impose any kind of like religious standard on that favors Christianity.
I would agree. Do we have those? Because most of those don't.
I would argue that they
Louisiana just implemented the
right,
Ten
and
Commandments
you
be
just
displayed in
set your
every
watch,
public school.
set your
Every
timer
public
now.
school.
It's going to get shot down. I've set it on
It
the
is.
stream multiple times.
Yes, because the Church of Satan is going to say we want to display our stuff as well, and then the Christians are going to freak out and take theirs down.
Even if the Church of Satan doesn't step in, it's going to get
struck down because
merit
most of the
alone.
Supreme Court is Catholic, and Landry decided to pander to the Protestants by putting their 10 Commandments up.
Yeah,
that's why it's going to get struck down.
It's going to get struck down on principle because it violates the separation of church and state.
I hope so. I genuinely hope so.
Like, to think otherwise seems like I have no reason to think it won't get shut. This is so obvious a case of separation of church and state.
But you have
and
to
just
keep
like the Satanic
law, right?
Temple wins these cases all the time.
Challenging the law, right? Why do we have to have all these? You know what is this? You know what this is?
It's a pander to a religious demographic that votes for you.
Yeah, it's just a flex. This is
a bunch of trapped fucking
they are a minority.
rats, dude. This is a bunch of trapped rats on a fucking drowning boat, right? And this is the last squeaks of a dying fucking Republican Party is what this is.
Right, you kind of make it my point for me. Is that your only example of a theocracy? It is dying. That's exactly what I think. I think you're right. It is dying.
Straight up. It's been fucking 30 years, okay, since these guys have won a popular election. They use nothing but fear tactics to get elected. They have no policy whatsoever. Okay, right? And
they just put out a GOP platform. People have complained all night long about this Project 2025, which Trump says is not even his policy. There's Agenda 47.
You know what?
To say there's no policy, that's all people have been arguing about all night is these policies that scare everybody.
I know, but listen, this is a policy that was used with the Gingrich fucking crew in the Reagan administration. This policy has been written and written and written over and over every 4 fucking years.
And that's all the more reason not to worry about it.
Trump implemented over 60% of their fucking wishes in his first term. Little tiny shit that you don't fucking notice, right?
Well, I'll tell you what I did know.
Also, the immunity, the Supreme Court immunity thing is straight out of Project 2025 as well. It falls right in line with what they want the executive to do.
That sounds like a conspiracy theory. Because the justices didn't even all rule the same on the thing. Amy Coney Barrett she dissented. She didn't even fully agree with them.
Oh, no, yeah. Strangely enough, Amy Coney Barrett has been my biggest surprise of Trump's picks.
She's Cajun.
Yeah. I expected her to be way more on one side than she has been, but she's been really fair.
Impressed. I like her. I'm impressed with her. I more or less trust the justices because I read their rule. I read their legal reasoning.
Yeah, so do I. It's one of the reasons I do not trust Clarence Thomas for sure. I think he's a fucking sycophant, and I think he intentionally inserted something into one of his previous rulings just so Eileen Cannon could cite it to drop the documents case.
That's one belief.
No, she literally cited it. Cited it.
But the fact that he put it in there foreseeing that she was going to be able to, that sounds like a conspiracy.
I just say follow the money.
You're right. It does.
Follow the money. The money behind him and the money behind the Heritage Foundation are one and the same. Did you know the Heritage Foundation just got a $1.6 billion individual donation? The biggest political donation in world history.
Where did it come from?
Let's do some research on that together.
Well, just tell me. Because you said it was the same people behind
listen,
who?
I don't want to come up here and try to fucking educate and go.
This happens every time they throw out these wild claims.
No, listen,
and
Jeff.
suddenly it's not their job to educate. It's just their job to throw out the claim and then make everybody else do the work.
Let's go through this together.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to add. You sound like you don't want to do that.
That's what I'm asking.
That would involve you educating us.
Let's just not do it right now. Is what I'm saying.
All right.
You know what I'm saying?
We don't have to.
Because I would look forward to doing this seriously with you, for real. Because there's a lot of shit on the DEI stuff that I don't fucking see that I'm looking for and am trying to implement here in my community, where I have a bunch of fucking racist motherfuckers telling people that they can't have day in the park anymore.
I don't know if DEI, it's more like for workplaces and institutions and organizations. I don't know if it would help with the park thing, but the law enforcement should be able to help with that.
Yeah, my law enforcement wears fucking swastika tattoos, bro. So
it's the Watchman.
Tell me something I don't fucking know. You know, I mean, so does my city councilman. Yeah,
If
he
it
won by
truly is as
27
bad
votes.
as you say, I'm still skeptical. But if like your law enforcement is all in white sheets, then you might just have to move. I don't know if there's a way to get what you want out of this park if the town is that corrupt. Put them on blast. Do some YouTube videos about them and expose them.
Yeah, there's enough of those already.
Oh,
we're on first name basis. It's all fucking good, but
that's
I can't go to the. I can't go to the.
Tell them
the
to come on.
county
Tell them to come on the stream one day, and I'll talk to him and see if I can negotiate.
I've asked him to. There's
I'll try to get you your park. What do you want the park for? You said
for Pride, Pride Day. They were trying to
I
shut
thought
down.
They had
Day
Pride.
there.
The Satanists did a whole article about how successful Idaho Pride was, and all the Satanists were out there protecting the Pride and keeping the protesters at bay.
Yep.
So then you got your Pride. You got it.
And remember too, it was a couple of years ago that the 30 Nazis in a fucking U-Haul truck showed up here.
Only 30 Nazis.
Only 28 of them pled
Helping
guilty.
me make my case.
You know,
that seems pretty fresh to me. What's the population there?
Well, I don't know, fucking 60, 80,000 or some shit. It's 200,000 with Spokane, and the whole valley is just kind of one area.
Yeah, I'm not worried. 30 out of all that. And that's an area that it's particularly concentrated in, so it would be even less in other parts of the country. Yeah, I'm not.
Well, and it's just notorious. So there's just a lot of old schoolers that moved up here and just.
Well, they'll be dying off soon.
But a lot of new schoolers too that have implemented themselves into government because that's how you take shit over is from the inside. You don't just if you can't beat them, join them. No, dude, no. If you can't beat them, you fight to the fucking death. You don't fucking join. You don't fucking join them. No.
Hold on. Let me talk to the chat for a second. Tupelo, if you're talking about Thomas and wanting to revisit Griswold and Oberfeld, yeah, that's fucking crazy.
Yeah, but no one's gonna do it. That's Thomas's opinion.
What if they get the chance to and they do? That's the thing. Like
they're not going to get. They just
wouldn't it be crazy though? Like if I mean the more recent
if
one,
you want to spin out improbable scenarios, I guess if you get some kind of pleasure out of that, but I don't think it's probable at all.
they have test cases out right now. Do you think it's a coincidence that they had the case that they brought up? That number one took out the abortion right and then went after
Alito even wrote in his decision that nothing in that decision applies to Oberfeld or is going to be a reason to revisit Oberfeld.
They've said that before.
And they have the Defense of Marriage Act. And if you look at the polling for supportive marriage, especially in the younger generations from both parties, it's overwhelmingly in support. It's like 70, 80%. Gay marriage is over. It's done. It's not going anywhere.
I genuinely hope you're right. I genuinely hope you're right.
I think like all the evidence I'm looking at seems to indicate that I'm trying to be as objective as possible about this. And the indications seem to be that most of the world has moved on. They're much more concerned about the trans, the queer, the kids, that kind of stuff. Like two men living next door to you as a couple doesn't raise anybody's eyebrows anymore at all.
But it's starting
even
to more
the
than
right wing.
No one was gonna repeal Roe either.
Roe was bad legal reasoning. It was faulty from the start.
It was precedent until it wasn't.
They had plenty of time to put in an amendment, and they've already put in the Defense of Marriage Act, so already it's different from Roe. I think people see what they want to see.
The biggest thing about that is that they didn't actually put legislation in.
I don't think people are as critical as they think they are.
Right, but everybody agrees upon all the principles behind the Procedure A deal, right? Is that there are medical problems that happen with pregnancies, right, that are classified as Procedure A, okay? And out of the 23 times that it can be classified, right, Nine
Fatty,
of
I
them
don't know. Fatty,
are
I
by
don't know what any
choice.
of this is.
9 of
I
them
don't know what.
are by choice. So when there's a medical emergency when you're pregnant, right? And the you know the A word that I'm not going to say.
Abortion.
Sure. Procedure A.
This is the
Right.
first
What
I'm
Roe
hearing of it.
did,
I'm
what Roe
looking it
did
up
on a
now.
nationwide scale was gave doctors a standard of care. And right now, there's no standard of care when all the different states get to come up with their own fucking rules.
There's not a lot. There's not a standard of care in a lot of things. There's not a standard of care in mental health.
Right.
In my own field,
And
peer
that's
support.
what,
There's not a standard of care with weed. There's not a
and that's
standard
what we
of
need. That's what we
care
need,
with
right?
transgender care. There's not. Well, some things are federal and some things are state.
That's right. So when the Fed steps in and says, we're going to have at least a standard minimum that we need to abide by, that's called the standard of care, right? And what we have right now is chaos.
Yeah, but Roe was not that standard.
It was being held as, though, because it did have dates and it did have timelines and it did say, that
So
after
now
certain things
the
that
states can put in their standards of care for each state.
Sure.
Up
And now
until we get a new federal standard,
which we should get, because right now we're allowing for states that are okay with harm being allowed as long as they follow their rule.
but we're doing it with other issues too, not just abortion. Like there's many issues now that are patchworked across the states.
Yeah.
Right. Whereas before we didn't have the problems. We didn't have the problem of ectopic pregnancies killing women, or women being denied health care in emergency rooms because they were miscarrying, and they basically said that we couldn't perform the procedure you need to save your life. You have to come back after you fully miscarried and possibly gone septic and died. Right.
I don't know the
pregnant
details.
women in
Those
Idaho
sound like
are
edge
being
cases if
advised
I had to guess.
to join the helicopter
I think
program,
most
bro.
people err on saving the life of the mother in those exceptions.
No, that's not happening anymore.
Yes.
The hospitals are erring on the side of not getting sued.
Exactly. And they're telling pregnant women in Idaho to join the helicopter program to fly you to fucking Washington State. Right? And OBGYNs are not seeing people anymore in Idaho. I've moved to fucking Oregon and Washington and Montana because they are fucking too scared to make a diagnosis, Jeff. They're too scared to even make a diagnosis.
Do you know how far-fetched that sounds that there's no OBGYNs working in Idaho anymore?
They're not doing all the procedures they used to do.
Because of the change in the healthcare law as a result of Roe versus Wade.
Let's go over all this shit together at some point.
Okay.
Because I don't want to get all fucking heated and shit, but I want to go through this shit with you because I'm telling you, bro,
you got to figure out how to do that because it's probably going to get
medical
heated.
Shit really pisses me off. Okay, my grandma was a fucking civil rights activist. She fought for Roe. And now my pregnant daughters, both of my pregnant daughters.
It seems like it was bad law, and everybody
have to go to a different state to see an OBGYN, bro. I'm telling you straight up.
The only thing that was bad about it is that no one actually put legislation in place, even though we had all this time. That's the worst thing about all this. Is that
part of the reason I'm told is to keep it alive as a political wedge.
Oh yeah,
it had advantages.
Both sides are definitely guilty of that.
You know why it was even installed in the first place? Who installed it? Why was it even brought forth?
I don't know. It was 1973. I don't know.
It was basically for privacy. Okay, and the HIPAA laws came kind of directly out of this. That what we had in society was a time where you had to get a prescription for condoms. Birth control pills were just starting to kind of come out as a fad, and were also being used as a way to regulate the period, right? Regulate the period, right? So what we had was Christians narking on other Christians that saw other Christians at the pharmacy getting rubbers and getting birth control pills and telling on each other in the congregations. Seriously, that's basically the main fucking reason why Republicans brought this forth. because it was this whole shit and caboodle was destroying the fucking communities when people would get found out for having procedure A, or their daughter got knocked up by the uncle and had to have procedure A. You know, wait, shh, hush, hush. You know, don't tell anybody about procedure A, right? Because wink, wink, it's in the family, right? And we had a bunch of harm being done to young people and to fucking.
What kind of? That sounds like a Christian thing. Christians are just judging people when it comes to that. What kind of harm was being done?
It was Christians judging other Christians that brought this forth in the first
how
place.
is that a society problem that the rest of us?
So what we have now is Christians using the same shit that they used to get this implemented to get it taken back out.
Okay, because they don't want to be judgy anymore. They're tired of.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, that's why. No, because they've been scared into fucking thinking something about some fucking boogeyman that doesn't fucking exist.
What's the boogeyman?
They, them, and the others.
How does that tie to abortion? What's the boogeyman around abortion?
It's all the dead kids, bro. It's the evil. It's the evil of it.
Well, they do think life begins at conception, but that's not an odd position to take.
I literally heard someone yesterday calling it a satanic sacrament.
Yeah,
they also think that we have procedure A's up until after birth.
I don't think that's the main.
Up until the day before birth, the mother can choose, right? Fucking bullshit. The shit isn't happening. You know, they also think that the youth of America are being mutilated by doctors. We have all these underage children being mutilated and having
the
their
stuff I've read on the issue, and it's not been a lot. But it doesn't say any of the stuff you describe. I don't see any of that in the actual rulings and the literature on it. Maybe this is social media.
We're talking about what society thinks and what's the general norm of society's thinking.
So I guess I never worry about that. I don't know how to tell what society thinks.
Well,
but I know the people like actually closest to these issues, like the justices and the lawyers and people that study and write on this, are not saying what you're saying. So if it's social media people, I don't really care about.
Well, you know who's saying it though.
I mean, they're like Daniel just pointed out in the chat. They're trying to convict people who go out of state to get them too. So
some states are, and some of that I think is overreach, and I look forward to having the courts write some of that in.
Overreach. They're trying to determine people's medical decisions
because of their God. Because their God.
It was fine for the federal government to determine it because you said it gave us standards, but somehow it's wrong for the states to determine it. So it seems like society has a need for somebody to determine it somewhere. Y'all just don't like the level it's being determined on.
It's not the level. It's
only one way are your choices being limited, right?
In some states.
I mean, typically,
but in only one regime, only in the post-Roe regime, are your choices limited. So, like, to me, it really just boils down to that. Like, it's allowing for some. I don't think states should have this choice. I genuinely don't. I think that's the entire point of the federal government having more power than the states, is to not allow the states to do things that harm their own citizens.
Whether it should be a states issue, a states' rights, or a federal issue, and there's a lot of societal issues that fall along those lines that some people think should be at the state level, and some people you say that about marriage, about gay marriage, that let the states.
Randy Weaver, bro. Randy Weaver is rolling in his grave, bro.
I don't even know who that is.
Ruby Ridge.
Oh.
Back in the day, pre
I remember Ruby, like I saw it on TV, but I didn't really follow it.
He got set up for selling an undercover guy a sawed-off shotgun. And last week, the state of Idaho just said that it was okay to own and possess a sawed-off shotgun.
Is that where Ruby Ridge was, Idaho?
What's wrong with the sawed-off shotgun?
Well, it's modified, you know, and you're not, you know, as an FAL licensed dealer and you know, selling arms and private sales compared to buying from a store type of stuff, you're not supposed to modify weapons. It's kind of a federal thing, but states have taken it upon themselves to say that not only can you modify your guns, but you can also turn them into fully automatic if you want to, and no big deal.
Praise God. Praise God.
Well, how do they get away with it?
Praise God, man.
I mean, if we need our nuclear missiles sitting right in our backyard, we need our tanks, we need AR-15s and
militarize
shotguns
everything
to keep our neighbors from coming up on our lawn and putting some rainbow flags. I mean, whatever they need, right?
The lawn.
I mean, this is gonna turn into Mad Max, man. We're gonna be driving around in these busted up like cars, right? They're gonna have bullet holes everywhere.
I'm gonna be those little kids living out in those hills.
Yeah, you be living out in the hills. I'll be driving around with a sawed-off shotgun like a weirdo, dude. I'm not even gonna lie, dude. If I'm going out, I'm going out having a good time.
Not on my lawn.
Fuck yeah. Yep. Yeah. It's a good day. It's a good day in Idaho.
Man, I can't believe you guys. I went to bed last night, right? And I was like, man, I'm already streaming right now, so I can't come up on Jeff's. I got to go to sleep. It's 9:30. I go to sleep Eastern time, 9:30. I wake up. It's 5:20. I'm at work already, and you guys are still streaming.
Oh, you're at work? Yeah, this one went long. I didn't expect. You never know what it.
And you had a lot of good guests.
Yeah, we were having some fun
Jack
there
and Pine
at the
Creek
beginning.
Doug. All kind of people wanted confrontation.
I still can't get over the guy busting out the graph of information that completely disproved his own point.
Wait. Tell me about this. I gotta hear this.
Pine Creek. Oh. Well, he redefined what
the biggest cell phone I've ever seen.
Which end of the budget he was going to measure for improvement.
Well, he was like, I'm going to prove to you that Republicans are better about the deficit than Democrats. And he slaps down a chronological list going back to Obama. And I just sit there and point out how every single Democrat's deficit goes down and every single Republican's deficit goes up. And I was like,
yeah, since
what you trying to prove, bro?
Since Roosevelt or something?
Okay, well.
Yeah.
Well, the deficit thing is since Reagan.
We got the Satanists fighting again. We got this Dr. D head. He's coming in. Well, I mean, the name fits. It fits the description, Dr. D head. I mean, like, do I even got to go into the point here, folks? Now, you're talking about deficit spending. Man, these guys can't balance a budget, yet they want you and I to balance a budget. What the fuck is wrong with this? I say print the money and just let us have some fun. Forget it. Let's reset.
Yeah.
Let's print the money.
Fucking A.
Let's just do it.
I like this guy.
They did during COVID. It was.
I'm
fun.
all about solutions, baby. Let's send another couple
Me too.
$2,000 checks out there. I'm all about it.
Let's go. Let's get the party started.
And think about it. Like, everybody thinks, oh, if everybody gets free money, the world's going to collapse. Well, the world didn't collapse 4 years ago. I was making money. I had a hotel. People were on vacation. Didn't matter that they thought that the world was dying and that they were wearing, Hama Jalama masks on their face and shit. It doesn't matter, none of that. They still had money and they were spending that money. So let's get back to doing what we do. Americans know how to spend money. Let's give them some money and let's make America great again.
So you're saying the pandemic was just to get us ready for the life of universal basic income?
I think it was, honestly. I think it was.
Well, I wish they would. What's the holdup?
Not being able to travel freely to make it so you're used to not being able to go to Europe if you wanted to go to Hawaii or you want to go on vacation or whatever. Well, you can't. You can go to vacation down the street because guess what, folks? We got 15-minute cities and now that we have a fuel crisis and the world is dying, we got a CO2 spiking through the roof, but we don't know how to lower CO2. We couldn't by any chance plant more trees. No, instead of planting more trees, we gotta drill like small fucking city, and we gotta Wi-Fi your brain until you fucking die. So
you thinking about all this at work?
Dude, my brain is like a supercomputer. All right, I can think about this while I'm working and check.
Or at least right after he takes his Adderall.
I don't need Adderall. My brain is a computer. I'm telling you. Jesus Christ on my side. Praise God.
Hell, Satan. Christ is king.
Oh,
Of
there's
all.
spaghetti.
Spirit in the sky, will you look over me today? Spirit in the sky. Sorry, I don't know the
Want
words
to
to that
go?
song.
Dude, that's was it
I want to go
Doctor?
when
Is
I
it question
die.
mark in the Mysteriums or Doctor? Who sings that? Spirit in the Sky. Norman somebody. Fuck. Let me just look it up. Is that the one
Lay
y'all are
me
singing?
down, lay me rest.
Yeah,
Place
so
that's the best.
I gotta tell you guys, I was reading the Bible yesterday. I was reading Psalms 1:1,
I
and it
know. I
says I'm
saw it.
not supposed to hang with the heathens. Not
That's not.
supposed.
Well, it kind of does say that. You said you were struggling too. I didn't know you were struggling.
Oh, I struggle every day, my friend. You know what it is? It's a decision on uh whether or not I really want to follow some book or whether I want to follow my own journey. And it is what it is.
It
I
can
don't
be
think you're a
both.
bad person. I think the whole
It
Satanist
can
thing
be
is a
both.
little weird, but that's your choice, and that's the individual choice you have. Just like you think not voting and being a conspiracy tard is makes me less intelligent, but I don't believe that.
No,
I don't believe
Moose.
that.
I don't think you're unintelligent. I
I
don't even
just
think it
like good
makes you less
stories.
intelligent. I think in some areas you're even more intelligent than many people. Um,
Yeah.
I do think it's because there's really smart people that get involved in conspiracies too. And I did a whole stream on it, and I said specifically it is not a marker of intelligence, that there's something else going on with conspiracies. It's not completely tied to intelligence. So no, I don't think that about you.
Praise God. See, everything is all right in the universe again. We're all good. I'm hanging out with a Satanist. I'm hanging out with a Reverend and an animated effigy. You know what? That's a first for me. I've never hung out with a Jeffrey Epstein animated effigy before.
Oh, is that who that is?
Oh, jeez.
I mean, that is who that is, right?
We've just met and I'm compared to Epstein. Shit.
What?
As first dates go, I'd say that's mixed signals.
Let me
Wait,
see.
that's not Jeffrey Epstein. Like,
No,
seriously?
Oh.
not at all.
Guess people, they see what they
Well,
want to see.
See what you want to see, man.
like, you gotta understand. I've been plastered with that shit on my Facebook. Like, everybody's like, "Oh, the children, they're fucking the children, they're fucking the children." Oh, you guys forgot about Epstein. It's like every
Yeah,
other day I'm
and
seeing
yet
that.
they
So I
don't
don't
give a
got my
shit that Trump was
glasses.
friends with him.
Forgive me. I'm sorry. I was just being honest. I wasn't trying to compare you to a child diddler.
Hey,
Yes, the
child
honesty is flowing
trafficker.
tonight.
I mean, it's 5 a.m. too. You gotta understand. I literally, my brain is just cranking up. It's just getting started. So
Did you
that
get your
wasn't me.
smoke in?
No.
Oh,
Actually, I'm thinking about going clean for a little while, seeing if it will maybe kind of like get the brain power moving a little faster, or just switch it up a little bit, clear the mind.
have you
I
done
think
it
it'll do it.
before? Taking a break?
Oh yeah, I always take breaks.
Okay.
Oh
It
yeah.
probably will. The symptoms could be a little rough the first few weeks, but eventually it does give you that break.
Plus, I got to save a little money because I want another motorcycle. So,
A second one or like an upgrade?
oh yeah, I want a faster one.
Oh.
I want one that at least goes 75 miles an hour.
Wow.
Well, you got to understand, it's not about me going at a faster speed, just to just go faster. It's about if someone comes up behind you at a faster rate than you can travel. That's a very, very scary situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll save money and cleaning up the system a little bit. Plus, having a daughter and stuff, pulling out a joint, smoking a joint. It's just not classy. I'm kind of classy in a way. I'm like a
Yeah, you
trailer
got it.
park
Yeah.
class.
You got to keep it classy.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm like the trailer park king, man. I used to wear a suit and tie to work every day. I used to wear a fedora, and I was popping right out the trailer park. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't coming out of no like penthouse apartment or anything. No, I was popping right out the trailer park.
Big pimpin'.
You know, I like to look good, son. Or uncle. See, you can't call you son if you're an uncle. That ain't right.
Yeah, I'm fucking gonna be a grandpa here in a few months.
Are you really? Is it your first?
Yeah, both my daughters got pregnant, same within like a month of each other.
So you could be like a double grandpa.
Yeah.
You're gonna make a cool grandpa.
Oh fuck yeah.
I think.
I was a rat dad anyways, so that's.
Wow. Grandpa Fatty.
Snowboarding every year. Every Thanksgiving, they got the whatever. Well, September 1st, they got the Labor Day sale at the ski place up here. And I've been halfway sponsored by those guys since I was in high school, so I get all the leftover shit on Proform deals, and we had brand new snowboards and brand new gear every year, and fucking tore shit up.
That is what I'm talking about, dude. That is dope.
Spring break was always probably like Utah or Crystal Mountain or like, I don't know, wherever. I'm looking at going down to Australia in a couple of weeks. Actually, fucking Perisher's getting some killer snow right now.
Are you going to stream?
I don't know. I got to get a better boat for it, but.
Hey, would you? Okay, let's just. I got a quick. We're gonna redirect real fast because that's what I do. I'm about to go to work. I just got this great idea. You know how they got all those shirts like the stickers on the bumper cars and stuff like coexist, and they got all like religions. Why don't we make a shirt with all of us? You know, we got fucking Gen X Jeff sitting in the corner.
Good.
He's got the moose or the not the moose antlers. He's got his deer antlers on. Got the deer antlers on. And then we got Reverend Uncle Fatty, and then we got Moose, who I mean, you can't even classify my religion. We can get we can literally get like somebody from everything, right?
We're very multi-faith here.
I've been working on a set of tarot cards.
Panel tarot cards.
Oh no! See, the Bible tells me about this witchcraft and stuff. You're supposed
but I think you're better. I think you got a better idea.
It also says the same thing about Dungeons and Dragons too.
Yeah, you know what the Bible says about witchcraft?
Wait, hold on. Dungeons and Dragons didn't exist in 1400 or whatever. Or
no, but it existed in the 80s with the Satanic Panic, and that's what they were saying. It had demons and devils in it.
If we're going by the Bible that Chuck goes by, then Dungeons and Dragons didn't exist, and therefore it cannot be evil. Therefore,
neither did Ouija boards then, or tarot cards for that matter.
Hold on. I take that back. Everything I said was a logical fallacy. Ouija boards are fucking crazy. I'm not fucking with it. If you pull a Ouija board out, I'm out of here. Like I literally will run from that fucking thing. I don't want anything to do with provoking the spirits. Okay, I want nothing to do with
the struggle is real.
No, I think the T-shirt deal is. I think stickers for sure. Easy money. Yeah.
My main point was I was just pointing out how this is a very eclectic group of people from all over with all different.
Yeah, we just need the right branding, like the right marketing genius.
Whips and chains, baby.
I'm not going to say no to easy money.
Who's going to wear the GIMP outfit? Is that going to be Joe Cool?
Take care, Tupelo.
If it's Atlas Chaps, I'll volunteer.
Joe was here earlier.
Now we're going more towards the village people, but all right, it'll work.
I don't know. I think it might be my job since I am the animated effigy.
So
do you do that for a living? Do you animate effigies?
You know how fast we're gonna get canceled by the left for having a pimp on our shirt?
He is the left.
Yeah, but
half the panel tonight was the left. Fatty's the left too.
No.
Your own people gonna
I think we came on and scared away all your right wingers, Jeff. Sorry.
I'm just a certified fence sitter. I'm I'm not arguing my
Daddy, you
belief.
are so woke. You were the most woke people on the panel.
So woke.
You marry dogs.
Fatty keeps the bottle of Vaseline close so that way the fence post doesn't get dry.
Hell no. Vaseline? No. We gotta go water-based.
You would just try to get
Water-based will be
DEI
okay.
into your park so you can have pride.
No petroleum-based products are going up Fatty's ass.
No, not at all. No latex.
Jeff, you missed the fence sitting thing. I think you were thinking about something else while we were talking about fence sitting.
Probably was. I did just as well, I guess.
Well, if you go on Reddit, you can. There's a whole like random fucking conscious stream of consciousness, where people stick Sharpies up their ass and take a picture. Yeah, dude. I mean, I'm telling you, there's a product.
And they say the younger generations don't have goals.
How many?
How big is this Reddit? How many members? Just out of curiosity,
I don't know. It randomly popped up, and I was like, "Are you fucking?"
What's it called? Sharpie. Reddit?
It's like I don't know, butt Sharpie or Sharpie butt or something.
My world don't feel right now.
I'm telling you. So if these motherfuckers can sell sticking a Sharpie up their ass, we have to be able to sell a community. Okay.
I found a king size Sharpie. Butt Sharpies. Are butt Sharpie bloopers allowed? Number of Sharpies inserted 12. I don't want. These are just links. I'm not opening them yet. I'm scared. That's a big Sharpie.
Yeah, the monsters are
deleted by user. Let's see. I'm not even seeing pictures. These are just titles
Jeff,
and images already
you
are
know that
having me cringe and pucker.
Jeff, when it's deleted by the own user. That's some embarrassment right there. They went back and they were like, "What was I thinking?"
Nope. Shit.
Oh wow! Look, it's almost 3 a.m. here.
Holy shit! Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna head out. We've been going ahead for a while.
I don't think I have a choice now after that.
Don't.
I need somebody. I need a palate cleanser, something other than butt Sharpies. Can we end on?
All right.
Here. Let me get you this. Go, Fatty.
What do we got here?
I'm worried about one from Fatty, but I'll give it a try.
Antlers or horns? Which one are preferable to wear for a Satanist?
Antlers or horns? They're a symbol of my individuality and belief in personal freedom.
Sweet.
Hey, Daniel. You know, we got Daniel out there in the crowd. Daniel, I never really come down on you, Daniel, but you are one of the worst trolls. You're not even funny troll. You're just like, you're like the ignorant like curmudgeon that comes to the chat just to say stupid shit. And
he makes me laugh.
I mean, I laugh at him
because I'm not down there.
But he's also there.
You know, Frank doesn't really come around here anymore, and Daniel's all we really have.
Well, Daniel, if you're all we really have, then this world is fucked. I'm going to tell you that right now.
I know Frank's are some big shoes to fill, but I think he does a pretty good troll.
He's got to be better. You got to do better. You got to do better.
I don't know.
You shouldn't accept less for your stream or yourself or the community. Okay, we should accept better.
I don't know. I'm okay with you so far, Daniel. Every now and then you have to pull a comment or two.
I think you're a side bitch, Daniel, but we'll move on from that.
But we have a diversity of opinion here. We're not a monolith.
Happy fucking birthday, America. Or Huckin. No, Fappy Huckin.
Yeah, the spaghetti monster came in for the 4th of July parade this year. It was beast.
Like an actual spaghetti monster? How do I?
Hey, are we voting in SpaghettiOs with meatballs for president this year?
Oh no!
I've been writing in Ross Perot since 1996, bro. So,
Jesus,
it doesn't really matter up here for me.
That's a deep cut.
So, Don't blame me, man. I voted for Rossborough.
All right, let's end this on like a beautiful
I
note.
totally
Let's end
fucking
this on
blame
a
you for
beautiful note.
Rossborough.
If you haven't hit the like button, you gotta hit the like button. I mean, it's free. It's not hard. It's literally like the easiest thing you could possibly do in your life. And I tell you what, it'll even make me not hate you. Because if you put effort into your life and you put effort into putting some good vibes into the world, I can't hate you. Can't hate you. So, folks, soon I'll be passing around the collection plate. Soon you'll be donating to Jeff's Save Our Stream
Get this kid
Foundation.
his own congregation.
And then,
he's working on
it. Let me get the preacher. Hold on, I gotta get the pastor.
He's reading Psalms today.
Folks, I'd like to thank you folks for coming out today. I understand that it may not be a Sunday, folks, but you're here today under the Lord. It's a beautiful day. I do want to ask you folks, I do need a new car, okay? I'm living in a nice house, but my house could be a little nicer. And if you guys would just reach into the depths of your pockets, the depths of your heart, and just share a little bit of your extra with me and Jeff, I would love to bless, and you know what, God would love to bless Jeff with a new car. Jeff needs a new
motorcycle. Don't forget his motorcycle either.
And Moose
needs a fishing boat.
Moose needs a brand
Those
new
pockets
motorcycle.
better be deep.
You know, we're talking either a Honda Rebel 500 or a Kawasaki Ninja 650, okay? I'm asking the universe just like I'm asking Santa Claus on Christmas. And you know what? God provides, God delivers. Praise Jesus, praise God, and praise the people that come to this stream, because I tell you what, if it wasn't for this stream, I wouldn't have anything in life. So peace, love, and blessings with you all, folks. And I will see you tomorrow when church is started. Amen.
Raw man.
Andy's out. You know, it's really funny because when I was a kid, when I was like 18, my first year of college, I was working in a country club, and Jimmy Swaggart was the one hosting an event, and I literally heard him. I literally heard him give a speech that was very like eerily similar. It was to like some like wealthy kind of like inner circle people that we were catering, and the speech was eerily similar to what he just said, except it was more like, God just wants us to have this second radio tower so that we can spread the message. It would give me flashbacks there. It was a really good impersonation.
Oh my God.
Hey, I wanted to try anything at this point if it works.
Jim and Tammy Faye and
I remember Jim and Tammy Faye. I know what's possible. And I remember the guy that would send the little prayer cloths. You could send him money.
Jim Baker's back, you know.
I thought wait, what? He got out of
he's back in action, bro. Yeah, he's rolling with Kenny Cope and all those dudes.
Are you serious?
Yeah, man, for real. No shit. For fucking real. Jim Baker's back.
Listen, audience, chat, panelists, everybody out there, I'm begging, I'm asking, I have one request. Please do not let me get to that level of ignorance and ridiculousness ever. I do not need a private jet. I don't even want a mansion. None of that stuff. Please, though, if you see me going in that direction, rip my wig off or something.
Rip my wig off.
Or I'll whip your fake wife's wig off.
Yeah, do whatever. Just don't let it happen.
All right, y'all have a good night. Thanks for letting me on again, Jeff. Always a great conversation.
Yeah, it was fun. Thank you.
All right, y'all have a good night.
Anytime.
Party on, Wayne.
All right, fatty. It's just me and you. We'll do our thing. Let me know when it's good, or just drop by and let me know you want it to be a one-on-one, and I'll.
We'll figure something out. I got pretty much whatever the next couple weeks here. Getting my fucking house resituated before September.
Okay. And bring your patience and your tolerance, because we're gonna need it.
Yeah. I've been driving for fucking 4 hours. I'm all wired. So I need to get all fucking. But there is a lot of shit out there, dude. That's just.
There is. I'm not denying there's shit. I'm denying the way the shit is, the narrative that the shit is packaged into, the
And
scale of the shit, the range
Right.
of the shit, the reach of the shit.
The first thing we just got to break down. There's 4 points. There's 4 main kind of factors of Project 2025. There's a couple things with the Heritage Foundation that are pretty
Which
fucking
they're a
mind-blowing.
legitimate think tank. They're not a subversive
now,
like.
they're not just a think tank though, bro. They're not.
What are that sounds starting to get to conspiracy territory.
Let's just listen to their own words and listen to these guys who are the heads of these things and listen to what they're saying, and because that's what I'm kind of basing all my stuff off of is just I'm going by what they're saying and the rhetoric that's being used, and it's
and some of that's interpretation, so we'll have
it's
to
rhetoric
take
and it is
that
a
into
new
account.
interpretation, so I want to see what how you would view what these guys are saying and how they're saying it in front of these crowds, and the crowd specifically is designed to be that type of hyperactive Jim Baker, Ken Copeland, fanatical kind of cult of personality situation, right? And hyped up, kind of thing, so it's, to me, that's manipulation, that's grift, right? That's
been happening in America since the beginning of America.
Yeah, for sure. And not that both sides don't do it. And I do want to see some stuff on the DEI stuff because, I mean, like, there's just a lot of shit going on in Spokane as well, where, as far as it goes, Idaho doesn't have homelessness. Like we send our homelessness away or tell them they're going to get locked up.
They all end up in Spokane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or Pullman or whatever the closest one in Oregon, and
that happened. Like we get a lot of the nation's homeless end up here because our policies are a lot more friendly.
And then they end up in Seattle for the most part. Yeah.
Yep.
I left my flannel down there by the Fisherman's Wharf there in 96, 97. I'm sure it's still hanging on the wall down there, right, where all the hippies hang out.
I'm sure. If I see it, I'll grab it for
you. I should probably go get that. Maybe not.
Yeah, but you know who I blame, Daniel? The idiots that believe him and send him the money to get it. It doesn't hurt him to ask for it, but if people are actually going to give it to him, what do you expect him to do? Say no? People are gullible. They're stupid. Even me, like I get caught in stuff all the time that I should see coming. And there's people out there that are going to exploit that. You know what? Growing up, they had the comic books, and in the back, you could send away for the X-ray vision glasses where you could see your neighbors. You could see under their clothes and all kind of stuff. And they had they had all these little toys you could send away for it. They were like $2 or something, really cheap. And you're like, they made you think this technology was real. And then if you just sent up $2, you got these amazing X-ray glasses. And I think I sent away for something, or I wanted to, and my mom told me that it was fake and she wasn't wasting something like that. But I learned some kind of way from the back of those comic books that people try to exploit your desire to believe something's real and profit off of that.
And
people exploit hope. That's an industry.
And design everything around how they're packaging that hope to be completely fucking addictive.
Yeah. But video game designers do that too. Probably some of these technology websites, social media algorithms.
That's why
people that make video games study, they have like PhD scientists that study the brain and the mechanism of addiction and how much dopamine it takes to get them addicted for this long. They build it into their video games.
Oh yeah. It's like playing a fucking Mozart song on the piano.
It's your responsibility to turn that game off. Just like it's my responsibility to walk away from these streams when it's time. It's digital addiction. And this is not even designed. This is just the
East Coasters
panelverse
can't
itself randomly being the panelverse, and I still can't break away from it.
Well, I got a guitar calling my name, so. Did you check out those "Fuck You Pay Me" songs? Didn't I put those on your Discord?
Which one? The Pixies ones?
Yeah, those ones, but I put something else on there yesterday.
Oh, yesterday. Is it in the music section?
Yeah, was it "Fuck You Pay Me"? One, because you were looking for something to use for.
Oh, I saw you post. Oh, for my Is it a video? Oh, so this is not copyrighted.
So.
This is when you made
DJ Fat Ass.
Is this AI?
Yeah, that one's on. Yeah, it's on one of the programs. I forget which one. Probably Suno or something.
That could work.
I'm working on a flow state diss track. I need some lines for that one.
Is that a from? You gonna pull it from his channel?
I don't know. Got to work. I'm just trying to figure.
It shouldn't be hard to come up with a flow state diss track.
There's a couple different ways you can go with that one. You know, it's kind of
look out, Flo. Fatty's coming for you.
I don't know if somebody has the balls to do it about TML. That'd be the.
Oh, how did he get up? Is he on people's radar too now?
No.
Just for fun.
Just friendly diss track.
He'd be another easy one to do. He's such a character. Who
did the one
himself
with him, like the remix or whatever a month ago? Did London do one, or did somebody?
Oh, I'm not sure. I don't even know if I saw it. You could pull the Andrew Wilson debate he did. Would have a lot of choice moments.
Man, well, yeah, I blew out. We got a lightning strike here. Was that about a month ago? And I blew out all my freaking processors, my 2 mixing units, and all kinds of shit was on there. I had a bunch of good samples on there. Oh yeah.
So it's ruined permanently.
Yeah, they're fried.
Oh.
I didn't have
a surge protector.
Whatever. It's all 2-wire. I'm rewiring the whole house right now too. So that's kind of part of the problem is I didn't have the right GFI going, and I had no surge protectors, and my panel's all torn apart and shit. So.
Oh.
But it just means I get to buy new shit. So.
I guess so. You lose all that data.
Whatever.
Well, that's a healthy attitude.
Can't dwell on the past. You know, they always say, if you dwell on the past, and you're not living in the here and now.
Yeah. All right. Well, I guess I will say my good night.
I had this other video pulled up I wanted to send you.
Is it copyrighted?
Yeah. Here. No, it's it won't link for some reason. All right, here. Let's do this for you.
Man, we had 17 different guests on the panel tonight.
Holy shit. You started at 3 or at or at noon or what?
8 hours ago. So what is that? I don't know. 5.
After Jax or something?
No, just randomly. I didn't watch Jax today.
Nice. No.
All right. Are you putting it in the
this thing
private or
ain't
you
gonna-
sharing your screen?
Yeah, I didn't get a link. I was gonna
Oh.
pop it on screen, but it won't.
Can you share your
fucking
screen?
load.
Will it share on your end? You could just share,
No,
like,
it keeps trying to lock up the fucking Discord or the StreamYard.
Oh. Well, I don't. Can you send
Anyways.
it to me on Discord?
Yeah, I'll put it on one of your pages. It's fucking hilarious. Oh wait, do it. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, just put it in videos or something.
Let's see if it'll do it. Yeah.
All right, what is this?
It's Tommy.
Is he going to strike my channel for this?
Nope.
Chance of dozing off. Scattered eye rollings throughout the afternoon.
Is that music
and the
copyrighted? That's
ability of telling
Tommy?
someone to go fuck themselves later in the day. Also, in case nobody
There's
has told
no
you
way
this
that's
lately,
Tommy.
I just wanted to let you know how incredibly fucking proud I am of you. I see
Sounds
you
like
hustling,
R.A.N.T.
growing, and
Who was
overcoming
that?
some really tough battles. And even when you get knocked down, you always get right the fuck back up. You inspire me, mother, cheering you on every step of the way. But now it's time to conquer the fucking day. You should be proud of yourself. I know you got a lot of shit on your shoulders, but you can't fucking quit now. You've come so fucking far, and badasses like yourself never back down. You are so much fucking stronger than you think. Never say you can't, because yes, the fuck you can. Now go spread the fuckery.
Okay, I have a question. Was that AI?
Yeah.
And was the music AI, like not copyrighted?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
All right. Wow. And so that's supposed to be Tommy?
Yeah, it is.
All right, Tommy,
It
take a
is.
lesson. It's good. The AI is doing you great favors.
Yeah, he's a fucking character, all right. Anyhow.
Yeah,
Great
God,
fucking day,
I feel
motherfucker.
sorry if that's how the AI sees it. I feel sorry for all of us. If they could turn Tommy into that.
Inspirational Tommy. I'm going to start a whole new page. Might as well.
You could make inspirational
got
versions of all of us in the Panelverse. And then we could have, they could be like digital trading cards.
Check this out. We've got the, I don't know, probably a quarter of a deck. I think I even got you in there.
God.
Oh, yeah.
What the, this is tarot?
There's let's see, that's Lord Dandy and Mel and a bunch of the girls.
That's Mel. Wait. That don't.
Gary.
That guy in the middle looks more like Mel than Mel does. Who is that? Gary Baxter?
I think so, yeah. You're in there somewhere.
Please don't make me be the one in the middle.
Well, there's
not a lot of
freaking,
Who is that?
you know who that is? Tomfoolery.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the face kind of.
Tommy.
Where's Hank? Do we have Hank?
Not yet.
Oh my God, that looks just like Tommy.
Right?
That's actually a cool Tommy.
Make
Is
that
there
look-
Talcott? Where's Talcott?
Everything keeps turning out like fucking.
He looks so happy. Who is that? Is that you?
That's Medusa.
What the hell? Oh my God, no way. What the hell? Oh my God, no way.
Wow.
What the hell?
That looks like Doctor Strange. So that's nobody on the Panelverse.
I don't know. I was thinking that that Teriak kid that hangs out over at Glenn's.
Him?
He's more like the kid. He's more like Powder. You know that kid Powder on that movie.
I remember Powder. Oh God.
The movie Powder. The kid that gets hit by lightning, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I remember him.
Yeah. That's Teriak.
Oh God.
All right, fucker. Go to bed.
All right, Fatty. It was fun. We'll
Party on.
Keep yourself safe, and we'll see you. We'll see you soon.
Yeah, you know it.
Okay. Take care. All right, that was like, y'all. That was longer than a full day's work. 8 hours and 43 minutes. I could go 15 more minutes just to make it 9, but there's no point this far in. I'm getting my ass to bed. I'll see you sometime tomorrow. It might be tomorrow afternoon, but I'll make it. Catch you then. Thanks, everyone. Take care. Hail Satan. Love Jesus. Christ. Something about authority. Daddy. In Jesus' name, amen.